The ancient Kunlun mountain range rose in endless majestic waves like a colossal dragon lying across the sky, its head crashing into the heartland of the human race. It coiled over the western lands, gazing down upon the mortal world with cold disdain. A solitary snow peak pierced straight into the clouds, low black clouds sagging around it as heavenly thunder rolled. At the foot of the peak, a man in tattered blue robes, his body drenched in blood, staggered forward with unsteady, faltering steps. The man had fled all the way here, and by now his strength was almost utterly spent, his oil nearly exhausted, and his lamp about to go out. The snow peak soared high in impasse with no path forward. He halted with dejection, then turned and sat down on the ground. In the span of a breath, he coughed up a pool of clotted blood blooming in the snow like a crimson peony. His head hung low, his expression desolate. Before long, a group of bizarre, otherworldly figures chased up the slope. Hearing the commotion, the man in blue finally let out a long sigh. Lifting his gaze, he saw a dozen or so silhouettes emerging faintly in the distance, rapidly closing in to encircle him. Each of them bore wounds upon their bodies, having weathered multiple interceptions, yet they had still forced the man in blue to flee all the way here. Now, seeing him blocked once again, they finally allowed themselves a breath of relief. One leader advanced step by step, shouting from afar, "Our words remain the same, hand over the treasure, and we will spare your life this day." The man in blue burst into loud laughter. "You swarm of vermin that cannot bear the light of day dare to covet the blazing great sun itself. How utterly ironic." The leader's expression could not be seen clearly, yet he wasted no more words. With a light wave of his hand, the companions behind him surged forward to seal off every escape. Their coordination was seamless. The dozen figures shifted from slow to swift, breaking into a full run and leaping through the snow. In the end, they became more than 10 streaks of blade-light, sword-light, and fist-light. Trailing after images, they swept up wind and snow, tearing through the sky. The man rose to his feet, long black hair streaming, his tattered blue robe billowing fiercely in the gale. His lips parted slightly, and 4 words slipped out like egg against stone. In that instant, within 10 paces before and behind him, a wall of shadow appeared out of thin air. More than 10 streaks of white light converged from all directions, each one crashing into the barrier with cracking sounds, every last one completely stopped. It turned out that this man in blue was a great scholar of the Confucian school, a mighty sage. His mouth held the mandate of heaven, myriad phenomena answered his tongue. He wove dreams into reality, and the laws he spoke became truth. He stood there like the snow peak behind him, towering and unmoved. His eyes sharpened, lips and teeth moving once more as he chanted another 4-word maxim: "Drain the lake for fish." The shadow wall instantly transformed into a vast net sweeping upward from below, engulfing the dozen true bodies that emerged from the white light, capturing them all in a single cast. The man in blue slowly opened his palm, then gently clenched his fingers in the empty air. A universe within inches. The giant net shrank in an instant into a single speck of dust, and with it the dozen silhouettes within turned to ash and vanished. After this fierce battle, the man in blue could no longer stand steady, his face as pale as paper. Forced beyond all limits, he had just invoked a secret art, sacrificing his lifespan and overdrawing his very life. This spell ran counter to the heavenly order. Once unleashed, it would leave endless repercussions. His body was already utterly spent and powerless, yet this was still not a moment when he could allow himself to fall. He wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth and lifted his head to gaze at the heavens. The clouds grew ever denser, ever lower. Within a Thessaly radius, no trace of sunlight remained. The breath of heaven and earth in this place had already been shrouded by another's will. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, wind howled, and the sky darkened. It was the perfect setting for murder and seizure of treasure. A raging wind screamed as dense black clouds gathered toward the center, coiling around a storm eye and spinning at terrifying speed. From time to time, bullseyed bolts of lightning crashed down toward the man beneath the storm eye, yet each strike landed just beside him. It was not poor aim. It was intimidation, warning, and display of dominance. From within the eye of the storm came an ancient weathered voice: "Let it end here. The workings of heaven and earth are not something the likes of you can usurp. Only those with true merit may claim them." The backlash he suffered was already severe. Blood seeped from the corners of his eyes. Yet he still forced his breath to hold, pointing at the heavens and cursing, "Bah, you dare claim such worth?" From within the storm eye another voice boomed like rolling thunder and ancient bells from prehistory. "That you endured until now truly exceeds this seat's expectations. Yet now you are nothing but a spent bowstring. Even if your heart refuses to yield, what of it? In the end it is all in vain." The man in blue stood with robe fluttering in the wind. "Those who cling to mere survival live, those who take up righteousness die. My sect's teachings say that before great righteousness one sacrifices life and takes up duty, never retreating." A third voice rang out, then laughing with reckless scorn, "Your so-called sect is nonsense. Look at the wretched state you're in, neither quite man nor ghost. Has anyone come to see you even once? You will not insult my sect. Flames of fury surged within the man in blue, shooting straight toward the heaven. Within the storm eye it was as though a heavenly gate swung open and three colossal phantom dharma forms manifested. One wore short-garbed chest bare with thick arms and stubby legs, muscles coiling like knots, clearly a warrior of fists and kicks. Another had long brows and beard, the visage of an elder, a Tao sword held before him in an embrace like a man of the Taoist sects. The third wore official robes and a formal crown, his figure hunched, hands tucked into his sleeves resembling a court official. All three without exception employed concealing arts. Their faces were blurred, true countenance impossible to discern. Once the warrior phantom appeared, it seemed to have exhausted its patience. Its colossal foot descended from the heavens in a tyrannical stomp. Then I shall take it myself. Burn my vital blood, law of heaven and image of earth. The enraged man threw back his head in a sky-shaking roar, and an equally enormous Dharma form rose from the ground. His Dharma form was clad as a refined scholar, graceful and elegant, and upon appearing it launched a single fist straight up toward the sky. Heaven and earth clashed in contention. Above, thunder rolled unceasingly as dozens of waist-thick bolts of lightning descended, accompanying that colossal foot as it smashed downward. Below, a wild gale erupted. Countless flying sand and tumbling stones were caught up and reversed, forming dozens of tornadoes that rose to meet the heavens without yielding. Wind, thunder, the clash of fist and foot, a dust-light lightning, and the fractured gleam of the sky. Within a single instant, it was as if heaven and earth were about to collapse. The scholar's Dharma form brushed aside a bolt of lightning with a casual sweep of his hand. That bolt twisted its path and struck the towering snow peak, blasting into its midslope and setting the land to quaking as endless snow cascaded down. The scholar's Dharma form could spare no thought for the arm that had been blasted until flesh and blood flew. It raised both hands high overhead, as though holding up the sky itself. Above, the warrior phantom pressed its advantage, one foot after another stamping upon the scholar form. With each stomp, the scholar Dharma form dimmed and shrank, scattering by a degree and losing height. From within the storm eye, the warrior's voice sounded again, filled with excitement and elation. When heaven bestows, and you do not take, you incur your own blame. Ha ha ha, it's mine, all of it is mine. The man in blue clenched his teeth, still bitterly enduring. By now it was no longer only blood at his eye corners. Blood streamed from all 7 orifices of his face. The congealed blood that had held some trace of red at first had by now turned pitch black and glossy. Was it truly as his enemies had said, that no matter how unwilling his heart, all of this was merely futile struggle? At last the scholar's Dharma form completely dispersed, breaking apart inch by inch. The man in blue collapsed to the ground in sorrow and ruin. He stared blankly toward the east. Ahead lay ranges of mountains blocking the way and black clouds pressing down from above. His vision, stained by blood, had long since grown blurred. He could no longer see clearly. Slowly he withdrew his gaze and lifted his head to look toward the vortex above. Between bloodied lips, 2 rows of white teeth shone. Suddenly he laughed a mad, hysterical laughter. When the proper time does not arrive, misfortune returns upon the seeker. Since you desire it so much, I shall give it to you. Let us see whether you skulking, half-hidden creatures can receive it. The man in blue slowly raised one arm and pointed a finger at the sky. Go. The moment his words fell, a streak of azure radiance appeared in the world. It was dazzling beyond compare as it shot forth, and in the blink of an eye it pierced straight through the brows of all 3 phantom Dharma forms in the sky, one after another. Soundless, boundless in might. The azure light did not slow, continuing straight up, and in an instant it bored. In that very moment the voices within the storm eye were no longer joyful, no longer filled with excited anticipation. They were voices of panic, of terror, of trembling from the very depths of the soul. Oh, no. Retreat at once. Save me. The cries cut off abruptly, and heaven and earth swiftly fell silent once more. The storm eye began to slowly dissipate, and the gathered black clouds gradually ceased their rotation. Across the vault of heaven, only a single streak of azure radiance swept by, tracing the sky, and then speeding eastward for 100,000 li. At that moment, throughout the entire human world, in the 3 teachings and 100 schools, in all great lineages, immortal mountains, and hidden caves, people attuned to heaven's mysteries, sensed the change, and raised their heads to look to the sky. Several saints, heavenly lords, and martial gods soared into the firmament. They all made their moves, yet none could intercept that streak of azure light. In the end, the azure radiance vanished into dust and missed its whereabouts unknown. At the foot of the snow peak, the man in blue had burned away the last drop of blood within his body. His form was like withered wood, life at its very end. In that moment, he gazed faintly toward the east, a trace of a smile upon his face. Using the last thread of his strength, he murmured a single breath of vast righteous chi and 1,000 li of joyous wind. Joyous indeed, joyous indeed. Having spoken, he slowly fell back. 10 years later. Along the banks of the Qianjiang River lay the kingdom of Qinxiang, one of the vassal states of the Dayue dynasty. Because it was far removed from the northern iron cavalry of the Dexiong Empire, and likewise separated by great distance from the watchful Xia Empire in the west, it was seldom touched by the flames of war, and the realm could truly be called peaceful and prosperous. Moreover, it was here that the great river met the sea, and the land was rich with resources famed in particular for its abundant salt and iron and its fine tea. Merchants thronged like a ceaseless current, and prosperity and wealth flourished on all sides. In Chunshan Commandery, the Li clan of Tianxiang was a house of great prestige, its lineage stretching back 100 years. In every generation, several eminent scholars of the classics would arise from among the Li descendants to bring honor to their ancestral hall, and there were always those whose excellence in learning led them into officialdom, serving in the administration of Chunshan Commandery and the royal court of Tianxiang. In the present generation, old Master Li Fengnian had only a few years earlier retired from his post as Vice Minister of Rights in Tianxiang's court. As a pillar of the nation and veteran statesman, he had twice received imperial summons to resume office within merely 10 days of the new emperor's ascension. Old Master Li petitioned the throne with humble words, politely declining on the grounds of advanced age and waning strength. Yet the new emperor still bestowed upon him a gilded plaque inscribed with the words "Loyal Aid to the Altars of State," granting him the favor of spending his remaining years in leisure at home. Such imperial grace was truly boundless. That year the great cold had just passed, and the beginning of spring was soon to arrive. Outside, the world was still wrapped in a mantle of white snow, and a lingering chill of returning winter seeped through the air, yet the weather had at last begun to grow gradually milder. Dawn had only just brushed the sky. The yolk-yellow morning sun climbed slowly out from behind the clouds through a veil of light mist, and the silence was suddenly torn open by the ringing chorus of children reciting their books. Within the Li family's private school, a teacher sat upright with great propriety on his Zeaton-wood armchair, eyes half narrowed, as he observed the group of young pupils below, all straining their voices to recite their texts aloud. The teacher was somewhat lean, and at this moment his head moved in rhythm with the cadence of the recitations, circling with rises and falls in tone. More than 20 children filled the schoolroom. The older ones were 15 or 16, the youngest no more than 6 or 7, most of them scions of the Li clan. The teacher's surname was Song, and it was said that 10 years earlier old Master Li had specially spent a great sum to invite him from afar. The nearby neighbors, having somehow heard the news, spread word that this Song Fuzi was a man of profound learning. People then begged the Li family to admit their children into the private school, squeezing them in wherever they could. The Li family had always dealt harmoniously with others, and in recent years had maintained frequent ties with several nearby clans, so they felt it would be ungenerous to refuse. However, it was said that because the number of children had grown beyond the agreed count, the ordinarily gentle and refined Song Fuzi had puffed out his beard and glared, pouring out his grievances at length. In the end, it was old Master Li himself who stepped in. He invited Song Fuzi for tea, and when the two emerged after finishing their pot, Song Fuzi struck his chest before the gathered people, and with great righteousness began speaking of education for all, without discrimination, and the more pupils the better. From that time on, whenever the servants of the Li residence mentioned this Song Fuzi, they would invariably raise a thumb in admiration. Look at him. What learning, what breadth of mind, what magnanimity. We are truly not in the same league at all. Indeed, I told you, just from Song Fuzi's face alone you can see he is a man of principle. The teacher is full of upright chi, a true model for scholars. It was only later that on one occasion, when drinking too much with friends, Li Fengnian rolled up his sleeves, and whether deliberately or by careless slip of the tongue, let something slip. He revealed that during that tea invitation Song Fuzi had shown not the slightest restraint. He alone had noisily finished an entire pot of shizifeng longjing, and even then was utterly unmoved by all persuasion. In the end, Li Fengnian applied a few subtle methods, patiently softening him with gentle persistence until he promised to increase his stipend by 30%. Only then did Song Fuzi slap his thigh and agree on the spot. Li Fengnian said that he laughed so hard his cheeks ached for 3 days afterwards. So much for lofty principles and upright chi. Thus this little anecdote quietly spread in and around the Li residence, and gradually became a well-loved joke. On this day in the schoolroom, once the pre-class passage had been recited, Song Fuzi lifted a volume of the sage's writings and began the formal lesson. Clearing his dry throat, he dragged out a long, trailing tone, and intoned thus: when heaven is about to place a great responsibility upon a man, it must first distress his heart and mind, wear out his sinews and bones, starve his body, cause him to suffer poverty and hardship, and confound his actions, thereby stirring his heart and strengthening his nature, increasing in him what he could not do before. Song Fuzi recited, absorbed in his own delight, but in the corner by the window a chubby little boy seemed lost in a dream. His large head drooped, nodding repeatedly in supposed agreement with the teacher's words, while a trickle of drool slipped from the corner of his mouth and, unnoticed, had already stretched in a long thread down to his trouser front. Song Fuzi, upon noticing, did not grow angry. He called out Fan Peng several times in succession. The chubby boy jolted upright from his dream, then lifted his head with a wronged expression, glancing about in confusion. A round-faced girl beside him stretched out her small hands, red from the cold, tugged at the hem of Fan Peng's robe, and whispered, "Fatty Fan, the teacher is asking you what you ate this morning." The boy named Fan Peng brightened at once. He wiped at the drool around his mouth in a hurried swipe, then sprang to his feet, straightening his little waist like a rod. With full confidence, he declared in answer to "Teacher, this morning Mother made a great many big, white steamed buns. I alone ate 4, and Mother even praised my good appetite." The classroom erupted in laughter among the children. Fan Peng was not truly slow-witted. Once he realized what had happened, he plopped back down onto his bench and, cheeks puffed in anger, shouted at the round-faced girl, "Shen Yue, why did you trick me again? That bedwetting incident. Wasn't it your mother who came to our house and let it slip? I wasn't the one who said it first." At his words, another round of uproarious laughter broke out. The girl named Shen Yu clenched her teeth and spat out 3 crisp fine S in a row. Only then did the chubby boy belatedly clap a hand over his mouth, overcome by a fresh wave of regret and fear. With one careless slip, I'll be getting marked down again. Life is going to be hard from now on. Someone might die of worry." Song Fuzi rapped the table, cutting off the children's laughter. He turned to the round-faced girl and said, "Shen Yue, then you tell us what this passage of the teacher means." The little girl, coming down from her anger, replied in a somewhat childish voice in answer to "Teacher, this passage says that if one wishes to become a useful person, one must first endure hardship, must be able to bear the toil that ordinary people cannot bear." Song Fuzi nodded with satisfaction, yet before long he heard the little girl asking, "But teacher, I don't understand why becoming a useful person must first mean suffering and toil. For example, I want to come to the school to study, but I don't like father urging me out of bed every morning. If I'm late, I have to take a beating with the board. On the way to the school in winter, it's dark and cold outside. I'm afraid, so I run all the way. When I grow tired from running, I stop caring about being scared, but then my nose and hands are pitifully miserable." She held out her hands. "Teacher, look, both my hands have chilblains. They hurt so much." Song Fuzi patiently replied, "Only by eating the bitterest of bitter can one rise above others." The round-faced girl was not intimidated and continued, "Then why does teacher come to class every morning with a yellow brass hand warmer tucked in his robe? Why does teacher not eat a bit of bitterness too?" Several of the older children in the schoolroom began to stir up the mood, shouting that the charcoal in the hand warmer that day had been added by them personally. Beside them, the chubby boy who had just been tricked felt that Shen Yu's question about why people must suffer struck straight at his own heart. Why must people endure hardship? Were big white steamed buns not delicious enough? Fan Peng secretly stretched his hand under the table. Bearing no grudge at all, he thrust a fierce thumbs up in Shen Yu's direction. Song Fuzi shook his head and gestured for the round-faced girl to sit down, then added, "A gentleman does not argue." Shen Yu sat and stuck out her tongue, muttering, "But I can't be a gentleman anyway." Song Fuzi narrowed his eyes, sweeping his gaze over each tender face in the schoolroom. In the end, his eyes settled on a slightly older, clear-featured youth. With a solemn tone, he asked, "Su Qingbai, tell us, what is learning?" The refined youth pondered for a long moment. Then, as though something had crystallized within him, he spoke with ringing clarity, "For a gentleman, learning is to find a place to stand and a purpose to live. Cultivate oneself to secure one's own footing, cultivate oneself to bring peace to others, cultivate oneself to bring peace to the realm and succor all living beings." At his words, Fan Peng's mouth fell open in astonishment. Shen Yu's eyes shone bright in an instant. The cluster of children, young and older, first looked at the speaking youth, then turned in unison toward the teacher. Beyond the cold window, early spring snow lay pure as jade, and tender grass was pushing up in soft green. Within the schoolroom, bright eyes and white teeth shone like deer calls echoing in youthful woods. Song Fuzi savored the words for a long moment, then straightened his robe, and lifting his head toward the heavens, declared in a resonant voice, "Excellent. Both benevolence and virtue are present, a great vessel just beginning to take shape. Upon him a great charge may be bestowed." The private school only held classes for half the day. At noon, when lessons were dismissed, Su Qingbai followed the winding path, passing familiarly through corridors and doorways as he hurried back to his own quarters. Su Qingbai was 15 this year. He was not a member of the Li family, merely lodging here for the time being. Or rather, he had been taken in by his maternal grandfather Li Fengyan. He had originally lived in Xiaojing City of the Daxia dynasty in the west. 10 years ago, after his father disappeared, his mother brought him south to this place. Yet fate always seems to snap the friliest thread. A few years later, his mother Li Chunru fell ill from pining and passed away, leaving Su Qingbai alone in this world, acquainted with the cold and warmth of human affairs from a tender age. After circling through the estate, Su Qingbai arrived at a secluded residence. Back then, when his mother had brought the young him to the Li family, she had hired craftsmen to make some simple repairs, and then settled down here. His mother had named the house Meiyuan, Plum Garden. It was not large, a two-courtyard residence with a front yard and a rear yard. At this moment, a gaunt yellow dog was sprawled on the stone steps before the gate. Seeing the dog, Su Qingbai narrowed his eyes and let out a whistle. The yellow dog raised its head listlessly, and when it saw that it was Su Qingbai, it drooped again and lay back on the step, too lazy to bother with him. Su Qingbai walked over and nudged the yellow dog's head with his foot, speaking to it, as though to a person. Da huang in this ice and snow, how about we go in and have some dog meat hot pot together? I'll provide the wine, you provide the meat, how about it? The big yellow dog could not even be bothered to lift its eyelids, continuing to lie on the ground, conserving its strength. After Su Qingbai's joke fell flat, he pushed open the door. A young girl ran out from the nearby kitchen. She was slightly younger than Su Qingbai, her brows fine as brushstrokes, her cheeks rosy like peach petals. She had tied her hair into a rough ponytail with a strip of green satin, yet a few strands of black hair had slipped free, clinging to her forehead and cheeks damp, with a sheen of fragrant sweat, each inch trailing down toward the snow-white curve of her neck. After running out, the girl called him Gu, older brother, and then stood quietly in place. She toyed with the floral apron at her waist with her fingers, then lifted a hand to smooth the hair at her brow, waiting for the youth before her to respond. She stood slim and straight, graceful and poised. Su Qingbai walked over, pinched the girl's nose, and said, "Silly girl, it's cold. Don't keep touching water. Look, your little nose is already frozen red." The serene girl blossomed into a smile, her eyes curving into two crescent moons. "It's not like I made that many dishes. Go, are you hungry?" The youth breathed out a few puffs of white vapor, then cupped her ears with his hands and answered him. She smiled knowingly again, slipped her arm through Su Qingbai's, and pushed him toward the inner room. "Let's go, I'm taking good to eat." The girl's name was Huang Ye, and she and Su Qingbai were not siblings by blood. That year when his mother brought him south, they passed through the Qingping kingdom of Deyue, and on the road they encountered marauding bandits. When they came to a village nestled in a mountain valley, they saw flames leaping into the sky from afar. As they drew closer, they beheld several thatched huts engulfed in raging fire. On the ground, more than a dozen corpses dressed as villagers had been piled in a haphazard heap. Young, their bodies were covered in knife wounds, arrow wounds, and bruises. From the gashes and punctures, dark red blood was still slowly seeping out, too hideous to behold. The firelight in the air reflected off the blood on the ground, staining it a ghastly, alluring crimson. The burning bamboo joints of the thatched huts crackled and popped, each sharp report striking heavily against the heart. Li Chuanru and her party, witnessing this, were filled with grief and anger, blaming only the harshness of the times that made human lives as cheap as grass, yet powerless to change it. They were just about to set off and continue south when a sharp-eyed servant noticed that there seemed to be someone still alive in the pile of dead. So everyone rushed over and rummaged clumsily through the bodies, finally digging out a little girl. That was Huang Ye. The child herself had not been injured. Before the bandits rode into the village, her parents had hidden her in a pile of straw beside the house. After the bandits plundered the grain and drove off all the livestock, they began to toy with the villagers. Huang Ye had lain in the straw, eyes wide open, watching the scene outside. At her young age, she could not yet grasp the full weight of fear and terror. In truth, there was even a faint trace of curiosity in her heart. It was not until she saw with her own eyes her eldest uncle have his arm chopped off in a single stroke by a burly man with a short mustache. Then a group of bandits, eyes gone bloodshot, charged madly into the crowd. Her grandfather and younger uncle fell in succession into pools of blood, and then she saw the figures of her father and mother collapse as well. Huang Ye saw her mother lying in the distance, blood bubbles constantly rising at the corners of her mouth, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on the straw pile, refusing to close. The little girl's mouth hung open as tears streamed uncontrollably down her face, from scattered drops to a flowing torrent, until they finally ran dry. Barely an hour earlier, she had been riding high on her father's shoulders like a proud steed and burrowing into her mother's arms, smearing her runny nose against her clothes. She could not understand why these strangers had burst into the village with blades, stolen their grain, driven off their cattle and sheep, and in the end laughed and joked as they slaughtered everyone. She knew her mother must be in terrible pain, and she understood the meaning of those eyes that refused to close. In her mother's gaze there was anger and unwillingness, but even more longing and reluctance to let go. Those eyes were telling her child, "Stay hidden. Don't come out." When the bandits had finished killing and the clamor finally died away, the little girl's faint sobbing gave away her. The bandits followed the sound of her cries, yanked her out as if lifting a chick, and tossed her into the heap of corpses, roaring with laughter. Perhaps they were tired of slaughter, or perhaps they thought a little girl buried in a heap of dead would not live long anyway. Whatever the reason, they did not bother to finish her off. They set fire to the huts and then rode away in a cloud of dust. By the time the Su family servants lifted Huang Ye from the pile of corpses, the little girl had already cried herself into a faint. When she woke up in a daze and saw the strangers before her, she never cried again, never shed another tear. She did not know where the courage came from, but she went to find Su Qingbai's mother. Her small figure knelt all alone before Li Chuanru, head lowered, saying nothing. Li Chuanru's heart filled with pity. While the little girl remained dry-eyed, Li Chuanru herself wept until she was a mess of tears. She asked hoarsely, "Child, what is it you want?" The little girl slowly lifted her tear-streaked face. Her swollen red eyes were still clear and pure. Her voice was hoarse as she kowtowed to the ground and said to those around her, "Your humbly begs you please let my kin be laid to rest in the earth." At those words, Li Chuanru broke into sobs again. She pulled the little girl into her arms, one hand stroking her tender cheek as she choked out, "Buried. They will be buried at once. Little one, let's not cry anymore, all right." At that time, Su Qingbai was 6 years old and Huangya was 5. Years later in Meiyuan, Su Qingbai was now wolfing down the dishes on the table. Huangya busied herself, sometimes picking up a few morsels and placing them in Su Qingbai's bowl, sometimes rising to pour wine for a skinny old man seated across the table, bustling about without a moment's rest. The gaunt old man had originally worked for the Su family as a gatekeeper and general handyman, doing porter's work and guarding the residence. In Su Qingbai's memory, he had arrived at the Su household about a year before his father disappeared. After his father's disappearance, many of the Su servants left or scattered, yet this old man, surnamed Long, remained loyal. He gathered the few who had not fled and helped Li Chuanru organize their journey south. When they arrived at the Li household, Li Chuanru distributed silver and dismissed the rest, but old Long himself refused to go, saying he was alone in the world with nowhere to return to. Moved by his age and circumstances, Li Chuanru allowed him to continue living in Meiyuan. These past few years, old Long had worked in the Li residence as a gardener, picking and choosing his tasks, merely passing the days. Old Long was stubborn and taciturn, a gourd with its mouth sealed. He himself resembled the big yellow dog he kept towards Su Qingbai. He never put on a pleasant face. On the rare occasions when he did speak, it was usually to trade barbs and bicker. Old Long wore the same deadpan expression with everyone, yet when it came to Huangya, his mouth was full of yar this and yar that. He loved wine, though he neither drank fine wine nor could afford it. Most months, 8 or 9/10 of his meager pay was spent sending Huangya to buy him liquor. He especially favored a cheap sorghum spirit called Baogu Shao, fiery on the tongue with a powerful kick and above all inexpensive. At the beginning of the month, when his pay had just been issued, he could drink 3 bowls a day. By the end of the month, when his purse was lean, he could barely afford a single mouthful a day. Now at the table, old Long wore a tattered cotton-padded jacket, one foot propped on a stool, one hand cradling a porcelain bowl of liquor. He did not bother with his chopsticks. In no time, he had slurped down the whole bowl. Then he flipped the big white bowl upside down and grinned toward Huangya. Huangya turned away to place more food into Su Qingbai's bowl, pretending not to see him. Old Long was in no hurry. He grabbed a clean pair of chopsticks from the table, picked up a piece of fish, and popped it into his mouth. "Xiaoya, this fish of yours is far too spicy. Your grandpa Long just can't swallow it," he declared. Huangya said nothing. Old Long went on, "When a man gets old, his body can't handle spicy food anymore. Xiaoya, stop hiding that pot of wine and bring it out. I need to rinse my mouth." Su Qingbai, who was busy eating, suddenly sprayed a mouthful of rice and clutched his belly with laughter. "Old Long, how spicy can it be? Could it possibly be fierier than your Baogu Shao?" he asked. Old Long pretended not to hear and continued grinning at Huangya. "Xiaoya, I really can't stomach these dishes today. Let me have 2 more mouthfuls of wine to fill my belly." Huangya could no longer feign deafness. She let out a long sigh, rose, and fetched the half pot of wine from the cabinet behind her, pouring half a bowl for old Long. "Grandpa Long, have a little shame. This fish is steamed plain," she said angrily. Old Long gave 2 dry laughs, lifting the bowl in one hand and patting his forehead with the other. Look at me. My tongue's numb and my old eyes are dim," he chuckled. "Xiaoya, don't be angry. I wasn't saying your cooking is bad." "Huh?" Meanwhile, Su Qingbai looked at the bowl in front of him that Huangya had piled high. He picked out 2 tender fatty pieces of fish and dropped them into her bowl. "Silly girl, you eat too," he said. "Eat more meat. Maybe next year you'll be as tall as your go." Huangya replied with a mosquito-soft head lowered, eyes narrowed in contentment. She cradled her bowl as if it contained delicacies fit for a king, eating bite by bite, her eyes brimming with happiness. Across the table, old Long watched, feeling a stab of agitation, and could not help muttering, "Sigh. Such a fine cabbage about to be nibbled up by a piglet." The years steal by you, past events fade like drifting clouds. In this house called Meiyuan, the woman who had once presided over it was no longer here. Around the stove and dining table, 3 people and 1 dog continued to partake of the humble fare of the mortal world. Steam billowed upward, and a thin plume of cooking smoke drifted out beyond the eaves. The green hills remained ever dark against the sky, and the bright moon shone as of old. The old plum trunks that the former mistress had once planted still bloomed, as in years past, defying frost and snow with their riot of blossoms. Their subtle fragrance drifted on the air, 10,000 plum blossoms standing proud before the hall. After finishing lunch, Su Qingbai conscientiously followed the old man Long towards the side room. Ever since he came to the Li family, Su Qingbai would go to the private school to study in the morning and was forced by the old man Long to practice martial arts in the afternoon regardless of the harsh weather without any breaks. To use the old man's own words, as a practitioner his skills in punches and kicks were adequate to train a young, inexperienced child. In truth, Su Qingbai did not understand much about martial arts from the time he became aware he had been following the old man Long to practice stances, build strength, and meditate. The old man Long only taught some basic methods of breathing and energy cultivation, at most demonstrating a few basic stances without any additional fancy moves. Thus, Su Qingbai still could not figure out whether the old man Long was a genuine practitioner with some skill or merely a charlatan. Initially being young and energetic, Su Qingbai learned whatever the old man taught, humming and laughing each day, finding it quite amusing and a good way to pass the time. However, in recent years, as his mind matured, Su Qingbai found it increasingly difficult to see through this old man. For instance, when he was younger, being shorter and less strong, it was normal for him to be easily outmatched by the old man. Yet in recent years, Su Qingbai had grown taller than the old man, and having practiced stances for a long time, had also gained considerable strength. Despite this, when facing the frail old man, he found he could not get close to him at all. Su Qingbai now leaned towards believing that the old man actually had real skills. Although the two still looked at each other with disdain, they argued and clashed. Su Qingbai took the afternoon practice sessions increasingly seriously. In the side room, the two sat cross-legged facing each other, but the old man Long unexpectedly did not mention the day's lessons. Instead, he said all living beings in the world, when born, are merely flesh and blood. How to cultivate energy and manipulate strength is all learned after birth. Su Qingbai, sitting opposite, felt confused and wondered if the old man had drunk too much wine at noon. Seeing Su Qingbai's nonchalant demeanor, the old man felt both angry and helpless. He scolded angrily, "You brat, do you really think I'm a charlatan?" Su Qingbai shrugged with a bitter smile and replied, "Old man Long, you really are making it difficult for me. I've never seen a pig run, so how can I judge? I truly cannot be certain. But why are you acting so unusual? Could it be that you really are a charlatan eager to reveal your true self?" The old man Long swallowed hard and continued, "It's been 10 years, and you only know my surname is Long. Don't you ever wonder what my given name is? What is my background? What is my full name?" Su Qingbai fell silent at this sudden inquiry. He only remembered that the year before his father went missing, the old man had brought a big yellow dog to the Su family's door, both looking like skin and bones, dusty and weary. When his father Su Lide heard the news, he hurriedly took leave from the official government office, politely inviting the man and dog into the house, treating them like deities and astonishing the Su family servants. After discussing matters privately with Su Lide, the man and dog began moving in various packages, saying they would help to watch the gate and guard the courtyard, and thus they settled in the Su family. The old man Long, seeing Su Qingbai lost in thought, guessed that he had realized something and asked, "Do you wish to embark on the cultivation path I just mentioned?" Su Qingbai's eyes sparkled as he asked, "What is the way of cultivation?" Suddenly the old man seemed to straighten up, speaking, "The Tao is to refine the body to its utmost, to explore the extremes of heaven and earth. All things in the world, every sentient being, whether human, demon, or plant, can transform the energy of heaven and earth for their own use, undergoing transformations through postnatal training. Cultivators cultivate through the 3 realms of Qi, the 3 realms of spirit fetus, or martial practitioners through the 3 realms of bone forging, and the 3 realms of golden body, all walking the path to the heavens, with thousands crossing a narrow bridge, seeking the Tao from heaven, passing through the heavenly gate. Cultivators then practice to the nascent soul realm and the 3 realms of Tao, achieving earth immortals and heavenly immortals. Martial practitioners then practice the dragon elephant realm and the void spirit realm to become true gods. Besides these 2 paths of cultivation, there are also various schools and teachings specializing in the arts of many philosophers, where great powers can attain enlightenment and become saints, bodhisattvas, or deities. With minor success in cultivation, one can command the wind and call the rain. With great success, one can move mountains and calm seas, change the countenance of heaven and earth, and shine alongside the sun and moon. Su Qingbai listened mesmerized, yet felt that all this was so distant from him. The old man Long's aura shifted and the air around seemed to solidify with an imposing force. He then asked Su Qingbai, "I will ask you once more, do you wish to embark on the path of cultivation?" Su Qingbai was still savoring the concept of cultivation from the old man's words, his mind filled with images of celestial beings ascending to the heavens and treasures of light. At this moment, overwhelmed by the old man's sudden fierce aura, he could not help but feel the blood. Su Qingbai's gaze cleared, his brows furrowed, but then slowly relaxed, finally speaking, "My father went missing and my mother passed away in despair. Since that fateful day 10 years ago, my family has been shattered, leaving me to rely on others. As a son, I wish to uncover the truth behind it all, but I cannot. From a young age, I have diligently studied the classics, hoping that one day I could leap through the dragon gate, gaining the ability to reveal the truth and provide an explanation for my parents and myself. Qingbai peeled back the scars of his heart layer by layer, revealing the blood and pain slowly, for the first time exposing them before others. Who would have thought that this usually gentle and refined child had cried countless times at night, soaking his pillow, experiencing heart-wrenching pain? He longed to wake up in the morning and have a bite of the white steamed bun his mother made, to dive into his father's arms and cry freely when feeling wronged. Unfortunately, both parents were gone, and fate ultimately forced him to bear everything alone. In these years, he had relied on Huangya, two children sharing the same suffering, close in age and circumstance, mutually cherishing each other and seeking warmth together. Faced with the injustice of fate, the two children could only huddle together in the chilly wind, licking each other's wounds, leaning on and encouraging one another. He had to be strong. He was the older brother and had to take care of the little girl, not allowing himself to falter first. Yet he was still just a child of about 10. How many grievances, how much helplessness, how much humility could he even share with anyone? Who could he share it with? He wanted to cry out loud, to find a warm shoulder to pour out his heart without reservation. But he could not find that straw in the ocean of people. He was all alone. He longed to share the poems he had memorized in school, the stories he heard from others, and the reasoning he pondered at night, all at once, with his mother asking her why she had the heart to leave him alone in this world. He wanted to find his father, but feared meeting him, afraid that his father would blame him for not taking good care of their mother. He would never forget that year on the sickbed, just before his mother closed her eyes, her emaciated face and the dry hand tightly holding his. As a child, he often wondered if his mother would be cold, lying in the earth, so in the middle of the night, he would wrap himself in a thin coat and quietly go to the grave. He would call out to her through the gaps in the stones, "Mother, mother," until he grew tired and fell into a deep sleep, only to be quietly carried back by the old man long. It had been many years since Qingbai had shed a tear in front of others. While other playmates could act out, he had to understand things earlier than others. He tried hard not to cause trouble, not to make demands of the Li family's elders, and did not want to burden anyone. He did not seek others' sympathy, and even feared receiving it. Whenever he encountered the compassionate gaze of others, he would unconsciously think of his mother, recalling those sorrowful events, and he would remember that he was different from the other children. He did not want to receive charity from others. He believed that everyone should have their own pride. He disguised himself as strong and numb. He knew that only by relying on himself could he bring about change, become stronger, and improve himself. In the room, Qingbai gradually composed himself, resolutely gazing at the elderly man before him. He bowed deeply and said, "May I ask, where is the Tao? Where is the Tao?" The young man bowed and asked, remaining still for a long time. At that moment, a sharp voice echoed in his ears like thunderclaps, "The Tao is within you." The old man slowly rose and pointed a finger, precisely landing on the young man's back on the great dragon. Instantly, the air rippled with visible waves as the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth converged, surging in like mountain torrents from all directions. The spiritual energy condensed into a silken thread within the room, wrapping around Qingbai in thick layers. Inside the cocoon, the energy transformed into threads, entering Qingbai's skin and nourishing his limbs and bones. At this moment, Qingbai's hair danced wildly, emanating a faint golden glow. Simultaneously, a crisp sound echoed, as if some shackles had instantly vanished from his great dragon spine. At this moment, Qingbai's hair danced wildly, emanating a faint golden glow. Simultaneously, a crisp sound echoed, as if some shackles had instantly vanished from his great dragon spine. Qingbai's bones crackled, a dragon coiling within him awakened, twisting and turning, stretching its claws and roaring, as if echoes of dragon chants filled the air. Inside the cocoon, Qingbai's breathing became elongated and his senses sharpened. He had never felt such exhilaration before. This delight came not only from the comfort of his body, but also from the continuous and ever-increasing power within him, igniting immense excitement in his heart. As the world cleared and the spiritual energy calmed, Qingbai took a deep breath, stretching his limbs and forming a fist. With a single punch, the air seemed to crackle ominously. The young man, who had been diligently studying the sacred texts all day, felt both novelty and thrill. Although confused, he could not afford to ponder further. He understood that at this moment he had finally grasped the lifeline of his existence. Qingbai widened his eyes, taking a long time to recover from his astonished excitement. In the room, an old man and a young man stood facing each other. The young man remained silent while the old man did not speak. The young man was eagerly waiting for the elder's answer. The old man was not in a hurry. He wanted to see how the young man would react. After holding the silence for several breaths, Qingbai could no longer bear it and broke the awkwardness, saying, "He, old dragon, you are quite the secretive one." The old dragon had been pondering whether to help the young man with one hand or two, whether to be subtle or straightforward to assist the young man about to perform a grand ceremony. At this moment, however, he was caught off guard by that remark, and the aura of an expert he had built up dissipated instantly, returning to his old ways of grumbling and scolding. "You little brat, after cleaning up your demeanor is like this." Su Qingbai scratched his head, grinning foolishly. Take it slow, I can't adapt to such sudden changes. I like to warm up slowly. You were crying just now, that was not slow at all. Revealing someone's scars in broad daylight is not kind. I saw you when you were a little kid having diarrhea, didn't I? The two continued their usual banter, and throughout his life, it was hard for Su Qingbai to gain the upper hand against the old dragon. While they were bickering, a skinny yellow dog squeezed through the door. The dog first sniffed around, then ran to Su Qingbai's leg and leaned in to sniff. Su Qingbai, feeling invigorated and having just mastered a skill, thought it would be a good opportunity to test it on the yellow dog. He shouted, leaping forward with a move resembling a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, aiming to catch the dog's tail. The yellow dog bared its teeth and swung its tail, hitting the young man and sending him stumbling backward, crashing against the wall. Su Qingbai was left dazed. He turned to look at the old dragon, only to find the latter expressionless, leisurely, as if nothing had happened. The yellow dog wagged its tail and ran to the old dragon's side, lying down on the ground. The expression on the dog's face was incredibly vivid, as if mocking or trying to hold back laughter. The old dragon kicked the dog's head, sending it flying with a series of yips. The old dragon then gave a glance, and the yellow dog, after barking a couple of times, instantly transformed into a young man wearing a yellow coat with a long mouth and protruding teeth, who then scampered to the old dragon and respectfully called out, "Ancestor." If before Su Qingbai could fit an egg in his mouth, now he could fit another one. What was that saying? Today he had seen the world like a small knife pricking his butt. The old dragon looked at Su Qingbai's shocked expression and scolded, "Look at you acting like you've never seen The old dragon continued to reveal the truth, saying his surname was long with the single name, she hailing from the Tianling clan, and was the master of the dense forests of the Million Mountains in the south. As a demon clan member, he had a long lifespan, and moreover, he was one of the few remaining great demons with profound cultivation, standing among the strongest demon kings in the world. The yellow dog also bore the surname Long, named Xingzhou, and was born into the Tianling clan belonging to the old dragon's lineage. He was lively with great talent for cultivation and had been led out of the mountains by the old dragon to venture into the world. Years ago, the old dragon had been entrusted with a task to go to the capital of the Daxia dynasty and secretly protect Su Qingbai's father Sulide, but unfortunately, he had failed due to unforeseen circumstances. After failing, the old dragon felt guilty towards the one who had entrusted him and followed Su Qingbai to the Li family in Chunshan County. For 10 years, he quietly guided Su Qingbai in channeling spiritual energy into his body, refining his physique. To conceal his identity and reduce unnecessary trouble, the old dragon used demonic techniques to seal Su Qingbai's great dragon acupoints. Over these 10 years, he had quietly refined Su Qingbai to the third realm of qi nourishment and the third realm of bone forging, achieving a remarkable balance of both immortal and martial paths. Moreover, due to the blockage of Su Qingbai's great dragon acupoint, the spiritual energy from the outside world had continuously surged in without breaking through, accumulating more and more. Thus today, with a single point, Su Qingbai's body was like a dam that had burst, being inundated with spiritual energy. Upon entering the Tao, he had reached the strongest 3 realms of both immortality and martial arts. After the old dragon explained everything, Su Qingbai blinked incredulously, asking, "So this means I've reached the strongest 3 realms?" The old dragon was furious, shouting, "I, a godlike figure, expended immense effort and spent 10 years polishing my skills, and you make it sound so easy." Fuming, he took out his anger on Long Xingzhou, kicking him away once more and pointing at the wronged expression on his face, scolding, "Look at this, you've truly blinded your dog eyes. In these 10 years you wasted all the spiritual essence I brought you." Su Qingbai ran over to help Long Xingzhou up, curiously asking, "Big Yellow, what's spiritual essence?" Long Xingzhou smirked and replied, "Do you think you were munching on cabbage every day? Over the years I had to run around traversing mountains and rivers to find you ingredients rich in spiritual energy. My hard work deserves heavenly recognition." "Huh, you guys were up to this behind my back." Big Yellow continued, "Take today's fish for instance. Do you think it's the same as the red-mouthed red-tailed carp outside? I caught a pair of carp spirits from the Qiantang River." Su Qingbai exclaimed, feeling astonished and moved. "Isn't it true? For 10 years I've nearly cleaned out everything within hundreds of miles. If anyone asked me to go find anything, it would be difficult now. If you're of no use to me anymore, I might just dispose of you. You old man. You little brat, do you believe I can take you down with a single tail swipe? I was just underestimating you earlier. Oh, let's go again. Enough already. If you keep this up, the sky will collapse." Su Qingbai never expected that his companion, the big yellow dog, was actually a transformed monster, and for a moment his heart was filled with immense joy. He chatted with Long Xingzhou about old times for a long while before finally letting him go and ceasing the playful. Su Qingbai pushed Long Xingzhou in front of the old dragon, then took 3 steps back, bowing deeply, and said, Su Qingbai is here grateful for the hard work and efforts of both of you over the past 10 years. Thank you, thank you. Seeing this, the old dragon felt that his efforts were not in vain and finally felt somewhat gratified. He replied, no need for formalities, no need for formalities. Long Xingzhou also imitated him, saying, no need to be polite, no need to be polite. In the side room, old man Long took on the role of a carefree manager, while Long Xingzhou reluctantly replaced his ancestor, lazily beginning to teach Su Qingbai how to throw punches. With a creak, Huangya pushed the door open. Today the weather was clear outside, and she prepared to take down the curtains in the room to wash them. Upon seeing the long-nosed, buck-toothed young man, the little girl wondered, who is this person? He looks quite ugly, yet there's something familiar about him. Long Xingzhou, caught off guard by Huangya, glanced awkwardly at his ancestor. Old man Long lay on the rocking chair, eyes closed, seemingly aware of everything happening in the room. Noticing Long's anxious, eager gaze, he said, in the plum garden, don't act like a dog anymore. With a sigh, Long Xingzhou felt overjoyed at his ancestor's approval. As Huangya stood by, puzzled, Long Xingzhou chuckled, shall you watch closely, I'll show you a magic trick. As soon as the words left his mouth, Long Xingzhou instantly transformed back into the form of a large yellow dog, barking playfully at Huangya. Her shocked expression mirrored that of Su Qingbai earlier. That was just the beginning. Long Xingzhou commenced his performance. In mere moments, he transformed from human to dog, and back again, even morphing into a creature with a dog's body and a human head. After the initial shock, Huangya was so amused that she doubled over, laughing heartily. Once she grasped the situation, she pulled Long Xingzhou aside and asked, Big Yellow, why don't you share my surname? Long Xingzhou teased, ha ha ha, brother Zhou, my surname is Long, as in the true dragon. It's tolerable. Just as Huangya had one foot out the door, she seemed to remember something, turned back with a slight blush, and said to Long Xingzhou in human form, Brother Zhou, when you change back into Big Yellow, please don't rub against me again. Once Huangya finished speaking, she finally felt relieved, stepped out with her other foot, and closed the door. Inside, it suddenly became very quiet. Then Su Qingbai's eyes turned red as he lunged at Long Xingzhou. With a loud crash, the room descended into chaos, filled with the sounds of flapping wings and barking. That evening, after finishing their training in the side room, Su Qingbai arrived at the water tank in the front yard where a red-tailed carp was swimming around, which was the spirit essence Long Xingzhou had mentioned. A couple of days ago, Long Xingzhou had caught a pair, and a few days back Huangya had steamed one. Now only one remained. After learning its origin, Huangya was reluctant to harm it. They say fish have spirit. It was rather pitiful. For days it had been kept in the tank, now leisurely swirling about. Su Qingbai rolled up his sleeves, reached into the water, and pulled the fish out by the head. He then grabbed a piece of grass rope nearby, arched the lively fish, and sneaked out of the plum garden, while keeping it hidden from Huangya. In a few days it would be the beginning of spring. He thought that Master Song from the private school had always treated him well, so he pondered taking the fish to him as a drink companion. Over the years, whenever Su Qingbai encountered problems from his studies, Master Song would patiently guide him. Each time Master Song quoted the classics with great patience, interspersing his own insights and opinions, he often left Su Qingbai enlightened. In fact, Master Song was not dogmatic during his lectures. Sometimes he would sit down with Su Qingbai to discuss discrepancies in the texts, imparting some wisdom. Ancient texts are not always correct, and sages are not necessarily perfect beings. A scholar should respect them, but not blindly follow everything lest he lose his own thoughts. Su Qingbai recalls that once Master Song said to him, people today may not be inferior to those of ancient times. Future generations are destined to surpass the present. Only then will the world become interesting. Master Song would often seek him out for casual conversations, sharing strange tales and anecdotes of scholars, as well as some principles outside of textbooks. Su Qingbai loved hearing Master Song's ghost stories as a child. Once he remembered them well enough, he would rush back at night to tell Huangya. Each time Su Qingbai recounted the ghost stories he had heard, both the storyteller and the listeners would be quite frightened. The two children huddled under the blankets, covering their heads, afraid to show themselves. In the evening, Su Qingbai passed by the private school with Master Song's residence just behind it. Master Song's dwelling was rather simple. When he first came to the Li family, he had heard that old Master Li had specially prepared a 3-entry courtyard for him, but the master had politely declined. After looking around the Li residence, Master Song chose this courtyard behind the private school, claiming it was close to the classroom and imbued with the spirit of learning. On a daily basis, Master Song taught, read, tended flowers, tilled the soil, and cooked, personally overseeing everything. Outside the door was a small dirt courtyard where he had arranged over a dozen potted plants brought from various places, arranged with care. Mr. Song. Su Qingbai stood outside the dirt courtyard, tiptoeing respectfully, calling out twice. Master Song came out of the study, and upon seeing Su Qingbai, waved him in. Su Qingbai handed over the prepared fish. Master Song smiled and accepted it, asking him to go read in the study while he went to the kitchen to prepare the fish. Su Qingbai was no stranger to Master Song's study. Over the past decade, he had lost count of how many times he had borrowed books from there. The study was simply furnished with 3 walls lined with bookshelves, and in the center of the room was a fireplace. Although Master Song did not pay much attention to food and housing, he spared no expense on books and writing materials, showcasing a refined taste. A row of long brushes of varying lengths hung above the desk, each with its own purpose. Next to the brush rack lay a duckhead green inkstone, crystal clear and exuding a green hue. On the stone was a piece of fine pine, soot ink delicately textured and pitch black. Su Qingbai strolled beneath the bookshelf, casually flipping through the books, which included Confucian classics, famous works from various schools of thought, military strategies, and esoteric texts, containing a wealth of knowledge. Before long, Master Song came to call him, saying dinner was ready. Thus the two of them headed to the kitchen, where the dining table held a plate of braised fatty fish and 2 dishes of stir-fried seasonal vegetables. Seated across from each other, Master Song urged Su Qingbai to start eating. Su Qingbai pushed the plate of braised fish toward Master Song and said, "Recently I had a fish from the plum garden and thought the river fresh tasted good, so I brought the remaining one for you to taste, Master." Master Song picked up a piece of fish belly and chewed it with narrowed eyes, saying to Su Qingbai, "Delicious." Hearing that he had pleased the master's palate, Su Qingbai happily lowered his head to eat. After savoring the fish, Master Song quietly murmured, "Only you, lad, have such good fortune." Su Qingbai, however, did not hear the master's murmurs and specifically picked some vegetables to place in his bowl. Having tasted a couple of bites of fish, Master Song felt quite pleased. He turned to gaze out the window and on a whim asked, "As the night approaches and snow may fall, would you like to indulge in a cup?" Su Qingbai hurriedly set down his bowl and chopsticks, replying, "I am still young and have never drunk alcohol." After saying this, noticing Master Song's serious expression, without a word, he felt he might have dampened the master's spirits. He gathered his courage and added, "But in a moment of enthusiasm, I would be willing to accompany you for a drink, Master." Master Song laughed heartily, stood up, and fetched the wine jug and cups. Su Qingbai quickly took over, first filling Master Song's cup, then pouring half a cup for himself. Master Song coughed lightly and raised an eyebrow at Su Qingbai's cup. Su Qingbai forced a smile, realizing his trick had failed, and had to refill his half cup. Once both cups were filled to about 8 or 9 points, Su Qingbai stood at the table holding his wine cup and respectfully said, "I wish Master happiness and longevity." After finishing, the young man, unaware of the implications, downed his drink in a bold manner. Master Song across the table sat comfortably, wearing a smile. In the dirt courtyard, the light was dim. A few potted plants stood enduring the wind and frost amidst the romantic atmosphere. Under the windowsill, an old scholar embodying virtue and a young scholar adhering to propriety enjoyed red stove and green wine. Master Song gently sipped his wine, a hint of weariness on his face as he reflected, "Youth unaware of wine and sorrow is truly wonderful." Then, looking at his proud disciple across the table who was flushed and coughing after downing a cup, he thought, "This young man is quite remarkable. In fact, the master wishes for you to drink, yet is reluctant to let you drink. If you don't drink, you remain that youth unaware of the taste of sorrow." Today marks the beginning of spring, signaling the end of the long cold winter as the earth prepares to blossom once more. It is said that after a winter of silence, on the day of the beginning of spring, rulers from various nations would lead their subjects 8 miles out of the city to welcome spring and pray for a bountiful harvest. Meanwhile, among the common folk, people would also venture out of their homes to celebrate the arrival of spring. On this day of the beginning of spring, there has long been a custom where people eat spring pancakes and spring rolls, and also bite into spring by eating radishes and green onions, symbolizing biting off the roots of grass. Then all things can be accomplished. Young men and women of suitable age would also meet up to go out and enjoy the spring in pairs or small groups. Su Qingbai, along with Huang Ya and Da Huang, stepped out into the bustling street. Today their private school was closed for the day, and he had already made plans with his friends to go out and have fun. Now accompanying Su Qingbai and Huang Ya was the large yellow dog. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Su Qingbai instructed Long Xingzhou to continue acting as a dog every time they left the plum garden. Long Xingzhou was too lazy to say much. After all, he had been playing the role of a dog for many years. While waiting on the street, the yellow dog lay between Su Qingbai and Huang Ya, quietly inching closer to Huang Ya. Once it realized it had done so perfectly, it inched closer again. As it got closer to Huang Ya, it intended to nudge its leg as usual, but unexpectedly Su Qingbei's quick reflexes led him to kick it away. Before long, the round-faced girl Shen Yue appeared, accompanied by 2 others, both good friends from the academy. Shen Yue hailed from a scholarly family, having been friends with the Li family for generations. Despite being the shortest and youngest, she was quick-witted and had significant influence, known as Little Yaya by Su Qingbai, yet she was regarded as the big sister among their group. Among the other two was Shu Qingbai's cousin Li Haojia, the eldest son of his uncle Li Chunyang. He was a little over a year younger than Shu Qingbai, but was the tallest, having inherited the tradition of the Li family's scholarly lineage, diligently studying and gaining the favor of Confucius. However, his shortcoming was that he sometimes appeared a bit dull, preferring to show off his knowledge. As his chubby friend Fan Peng would say, he can't let go of the scholar's pretentiousness, which makes it a little awkward to be a good brother. The other person was Lan Jian, whose mother had worked at the Li family as a flower cutter for several years, eventually sending him to the Li family academy. Lan Jian was of small stature, but handsome, clever, and resourceful, serving as the strategist of their group. "Where's Fan Peng? Didn't he come with you?" Shu Qingbai asked, glancing at the group. "Fan Pengzi told us to wait here for him. He said he needed to prepare something." Lan Jian chimed in, as Shu Qing. This Fan Pengzi came from a well-known wealthy family in Chuanshan County. His catchphrase was, "Do you think my fist is hard enough? Not enough. Well, watch as I switch to a big silver ingot to smash you." He was the only child of the Fan family, spoiled and arrogant at home, but timid outside, making him a typical bully at home. However, among friends, he didn't exhibit any of the airs of a young master. Instead, he was honest and loyal, having taken the blame for others many times. After a short wait, they saw the chubby boy appear at the street corner, looking shifty-eyed as he waved to them. Once Shu Qingbai and the others approached, the chubby boy remained silent, urging everyone to follow him. After passing through several alleys and taking a few turns, the chubby boy led them to the entrance of a silver shop, where a large Fan character was prominently displayed on the sign. The little friends exchanged knowing smiles, instantly understanding, as this was not the first time they accompanied the chubby boy on such errands. The chubby boy first pumped himself up, muttering a phrase, "This is the last time," then proudly led the group into. Upon entering the silver shop, the chubby boy shouted loudly, "Which one is the shopkeeper? Come out and talk to me." The old shopkeeper, who was busy counting money, peeked out, and upon seeing the chubby boy immediately panicked, saying, "Young master, why are you here again?" "Oh dear young master, last time the master already gave instructions. Aren't you making things difficult for me? Besides, our Fan family silver shop only does legitimate business." The chubby boy ignored him, pulling out a tinsel silver ingot from his pocket and slamming it on the counter, saying, "How ridiculous. I am upright and proper. What nonsense are you talking about regarding legitimate business? Enough nonsense. There's no business in this world that doesn't take a deal. Come on, exchange this silver ingot for..." The old shopkeeper's face twisted into a frown, but he eventually stood up and brought the chubby boy 10 copper. The chubby boy took 9 of the coins, waving his hand generously, telling the old shopkeeper to keep the last one. After exiting the Fan family silver shop, the chubby boy jumped and turned, laughing heartily. "Brothers, how was it? Compared to last time, how did I do? Wasn't it flawless?" Lan Jian gave a thumbs up and said, "Indeed, I reckon that old shopkeeper hasn't recovered. Indeed, from stealing a silver ingot from home to exchanging it at one's own silver shop, the fat water doesn't flow to outsiders. I took a silver ingot from home, had an epiphany on the way, and then returned it to my own silver shop. It's all a matter of lending and returning. It doesn't count as stealing. Ha ha, the path is justifiable. Justifiable." As he spoke, he began draping copper coins around the necks of his friends. He exchanged for a total of 9 copper coins, hanging 1 on himself first, then 2 on Shu Qingbai, Lan Jian, and Li Haojia, while considering that Huang Ya and Xin Yue were girls, and the coins would be heavy, so he gave each of them 1. Then with a grand gesture, the chubby boy exclaimed, "Let's go, brothers and sisters, let's indulge in food and drink all the way." As Xin Yue and Huang Ya caught up, they began playfully punching Fan Peng. Meanwhile, the old shopkeeper in the silver shop felt quite distressed. He held a handful of tip coins, but dared not actually put them in his own pocket. This money felt hot to the touch. Several of them walked boldly down the street, stopping at every food stand they saw along the way, gorging themselves. During this time, passing by a women's embroidery shop, Shu Qingbai slipped inside alone. Not long after, he emerged holding a hidden spring fragrance sachet. The shopkeeper said the sachet contained various herbs such as mugwort, white atractalodes, and borneol, which could repel mosquitoes when worn. Shu Qingbai quietly handed the sachet to Huang Ya, who blushed as she accepted it, looking down with squinted eyes, inhaling the herbal fragrance, and softly murmured, "I like it." Unfortunately, this scene was spotted by the sharp-eyed Fan Peng nearby, who immediately shouted, "Shu Qingbai is giving a token of affection to little Ya." Then Lan Jian and Li Haojia joined in the teasing, "It smells nice. Oh, how she likes it." Then the yellow dog looked at them with disdain, and it secretly raised a paw towards Shu Qingbai. At this moment, Shu Qingbai hurried to cover the mouths of his teasing friends, leaving Huang Ya standing there in a daze. She felt quite embarrassed at the moment, but her heart fluttered with joy. Huang Ya, at a loss for what to do, could only stand there tightly clutching the sachet, burying her flushed face between her now modestly blossomed bosoms. As the teasing subsided, the round-faced girl Xin Yue approached, linking arms with Shu Qingbai, asking for a sachet for herself. "You already have money, don't you?" Shu Qingbai pointed at the big necklace around Xin Yue's neck. "What I buy for myself can't compare to what you gift me," Xin Yue replied with a smile. She persistently stared at Qingbai, then glanced at the chubby boy and the others with an unmistakable hint of threat. If you don't hurry and give me one, I might just turn traitor. Qingbai helplessly shook his head and had to dive back into the embroidery shop once more. Xinyue shouted loudly from behind, I want one just like it. A group of people each holding a skewer of candied hawthorn, with copper coins jingling at their chests. As they walked through the bustling streets and alleys weaving through the throngs of people, they often drew curious glances from passers-by, creating a magnificent scene. At this moment, they finally squeezed through the thick wall of people and arrived at the front of the crowd. Here a performance called Welcoming Spring was taking place, where a group of people paraded various papercraft, plowing oxen big and small, tall and short, each with unique designs. In the center there were yellow, white, black, and even colorful paper oxen, vibrant and pleasing to the eye. Then they saw a man dressed as the god of spring, using a green willow branch wrapped with red silk to whip a clay ox, which had a big red flower atop its head. As he whipped, he shouted the spring ox is heading to the fields. The onlookers, both adults and children, found it amusing and cheered loudly. The little chubby boy let Lan Jian hold his candied hawthorn for him, while he clapped his hands joyfully. Another person came to report the arrival of spring. He walked down the street banging a gong, while shouting spring. The crowd parted to make way for him, and a group of young children followed closely behind, running and shouting along. After the report of spring, the joyous crowd could finally leave the city to enjoy the spring. Su Qingbai and the others followed the flow of people slowly, making their way to the city gate. Once they exited the gate, the crowd thinned out, and they climbed a small hill not far from the outskirts. The snow had just cleared, and under the sunny sky the hillside was still a white, vast world. The branches and trunks of the trees were still covered in a layer of snow, which occasionally fell in soft flurries. Sometimes it fell like salt, drifting and fluttering down among the trees. Occasionally, when pedestrians passed by, startled birds took flight, as if someone was hiding in the trees and playing jokes on those below, causing snowballs to fall with a soft thud. On the ground, deep and shallow footprints stretched away, indicating that someone had walked this path ahead of them. Beside the path, the withered leaves of the thorns were still covered in a thin layer of snow, occasionally dripping water. Under the warm sun, clusters of forsythia flowers bloomed along the path, golden and dazzling, revealing their buds. Flowers bloomed among thorns laid upon pure snow, embellishing the colorful forest. When they reached a large pine tree, Lan Jian suddenly kicked the trunk hard. The accumulated snow on the tree fell down with a rustle, instantly turning the heads of the few boys on the path white. They looked at each other and burst into laughter. Lan Jian, relishing the fun, teamed up with the little chubby boy Fan Peng, kicking trees along the way, their cheerful laughter echoing through the forest. Under the clear blue sky, the mountain streams sparkled, and with the breeze, snowflakes danced like flowers in the wind. The sparse shadows of the woods adorned with forsythia accompanied the youth, their voices outshining the larks and sparrows. They exited the forest and arrived at a wide open space. Huang Ye took Xin Yu's hand, and the two of them ran to a large cluster of forsythia flowers to start picking flower stalks and weaving flower crowns. Afterward, including the big yellow dog, they made a total of 7 flower crowns, ensuring that no one and no dog was left out. Huang Ye held a specially made smaller flower crown, forcefully pressed it onto the dog's head, and securely placed it around the big yellow dog's neck. Then she stepped back a few steps, admiring her work, calling out in triumph as it looked splendid. The little chubby boy found the yellow dog's mismatched appearance hilarious, clutching his belly and laughing yellow on yellow, a doggo rogue. The yellow dog looked aggrieved, baring its teeth at the little chubby boy. It was frustrated that it couldn't speak at that moment, desperately suppressing the urge to bite the boy's backside. Just as they were frolicking and laughing, Lan Jian, with keen eyes, spotted a pair of men and women sitting on the edge of a distant cliff, facing away from them. Lan Jian lewdly waved at the little chubby boy, who understood the hint. The two crouched down and moved ahead, finally finding a clear vantage point, their faces filled with mischievous grins as they stared intently, not blinking. The man and woman by the cliff seemed to be enjoying the snow at the summit, but they weren't just admiring the pure white snow. The woman, as delicate as a willow, leaned softly against the man's embrace. The man had one arm wrapped around her slim waist, while his free hand naturally found its way in front of the woman. Lan Jian and Fan Peng could only see the man's other hand moving from their viewpoint, obscured by the woman's body, leaving them unaware of his specific technique. At this moment, the woman seemed to be murmuring frequently, lifting her head to gaze at the man with affectionate eyes. Initially, Lan Jian and Fan Peng were left speechless, their bodies frozen in place, swallowing hard several times. After watching for a while, Fan Peng asked Little Ghost, "Doesn't that girl's back look a bit like Xin Yu's cousin?" Lan Jian, deeply engrossed, didn't turn around to reply, saying Shun Lanxin is known for her infatuation. If it's her, it's just right. As they crouched and conversed, they finally attracted the attention of their other companions. Curiously, a few approached, following the direction of the two. Upon realizing the scene on the cliff, Xin Yu and Huang Ye turned red-faced and ran back. Li Haojie threw out a phrase, "a cultured scoundrel," and turned to leave unsure if he was referring to the nearby couple or the big yellow dog felt that the little chubby boy's retribution had come barking twice towards the distant cliff, startling Lan Jian and Fan Peng, who took off running. On their way back, a group of 3 young men appeared by the roadside, blocking their path. These 3 were all around 18 or 19 years old. The little chubby boy recognized that the leader was the same man from earlier by the cliff. Feeling guilty, his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. The leading man opened his mouth to curse, "A bunch of little brats, you dare to ruin my good time today. You'll learn." Originally, the 2 barks from the dog at the cliff had interrupted the couple enjoying their moment. The woman Shin Lanxin was startled awake, feeling embarrassed, and quickly left, which infuriated the man Lu Shuping to no end, yet he was helpless. He had painstakingly planned for over half a year, finally managing to lure the Shun family's young lady to the cliff under the pretense of enjoying the spring. During this time, using his silver tongue and well-prepared charming words, he had gradually coaxed Shin Lanxin into falling for him. Just as things were heating up, he even fantasized about a day in the near future when he would marry into the Shin family, escaping his humble beginnings to live a life of wealth. Unexpectedly, a few young rascals had disrupted the scene, causing Shin Lanxin to snap back to reality and leave furiously. Lu Shuping saw the complex expression on Shin Lanxin's face as she left a mix of relief and unmasked reproach along with a hint of secretive gratitude. Lu Shuping knew that it would be impossible to lure the now alert Shin Lanxin out alone again. He probably would never be able to win the favor of the Shun family's phoenix. Thus, an enraged Lu Shuping quickly descended the mountain, finding 2 idle companions like himself in the neighborhood, determined to intercept the few youths to vent his frustrations and teach them a lesson. These 3 were all around 18 or 19 years old. Although Su Qingbai and his friends had the numerical advantage, they were younger, and combined with the presence of 2 girls would normally be at a disadvantage. The 3 were used to loitering around the streets, having been in many fights, and with their underhanded techniques, they would find it easy to deal with a few young boys. Faced with this situation, the eldest Su Qingbai shielded the group behind him, and after assessing the situation, he had nothing to say. The other party was clearly 3 ruffians. Trying to reason with them was futile. A scholar encountering ruffians would find it impossible to talk sense. Having recently broken the dragon seal with Old Long, he was eager to try his skills in a real fight. He instructed the big yellow dog to protect the others, especially keeping a close watch on Huangya and Xinyu. The big yellow dog was not as excited as Su Qingbai. It lay lazily on the ground, showing no interest in the 3 little shrimp before it. Su Qingbai was ready, and the 3 opponents were not verbose either. One of them lunged forward first, and Su Qingbai threw a solid punch that landed squarely on his face. Another one came from the side, throwing a punch at Su Qingbai's face. Su Qingbai tilted his head to dodge, stepping in rather than retreating, and kicked the opponent in the stomach. After just 2 moves, the 2 opponents curled up on the ground, one with a bruised face, and the other clutching his stomach and howling, instantly losing their combatability. Lu Shuping, who had been hiding behind and hadn't made a move, was initially stunned, then grew ruthless, and swung the large wooden stick he had prepared, charging forward. But Lu Shuping had only taken 2 steps when he heard a loud bang, then he fell to the ground. Panicking, he scrambled to get up, covering his bleeding head, sounding somewhat like he was crying in fear. He discarded the wooden stick and ran away alone, not caring about his 2 companions who were still on the ground howling. Su Qingbai watched in amazement at this scene. It wasn't even his own doing. He hadn't even fully registered what had happened. It turned out after they were blocked by these 3, Li Haojia had recognized that the situation was unfavorable and started to think of a solution in a panic. He felt he was the tallest among them and should take charge. In his urgency, he realized that going in empty-handed would put him at a disadvantage, so he searched around and finally found a brick. When he turned back, he saw Su Qingbai already engaged with the 3. Without time to assess the situation, fueled by adrenaline, he charged forward with the brick. At that moment, Lu Shuping happened to charge in with his wooden stick. Li Haojia reacted instinctively, raising his hand to throw the brick. Poor Lu Shuping had his attention entirely on Su Qingbai, only to be struck on the head by the incoming brick from Li Haojia. The fight had just begun, but ended swiftly. One fled while the remaining 2 wanted to escape, but were momentarily unable to. Su Qingbai had anticipated his own fighting skills and remained calm throughout. However, he hadn't expected that Li Haojia, usually a righteous scholar adhering to traditional values who bore the nickname Bookbag, would also fight, and so fiercely. The little chubby boy who had been trembling in the back finally came to his senses, his round face alternating between frowning and relaxing, repeatedly muttering a single word: ferocious. At that moment, Li Haojia was just as stunned. Initially panicking when encountering the ruffians, he was like a restless ant on a hot pan, desperately trying to think of a plan. He hadn't expected that in the midst of his chaos he would actually manage to defeat the enemy with a single move. After the situation calmed down, Huangya and Xinyu rushed over, circling around Su Qingbai to check him thoroughly, inspecting him carefully to ensure he wasn't hurt. Meanwhile, the true hero of the moment, Li Haojia, awkwardly stood by catching the cold wind. He then pulled Fan Peng aside and asked Fatty, "Did I do well today?" Fan Peng, with a serious expression, nodded emphatically, replying, "Bookbag from today on, we are sworn brothers for life." Today, Su Qingbai, as usual, spent the morning studying at the private academy, and in the afternoon continued to train his body under the guidance of Old Man Long, practicing the techniques passed down by the elder. After dinner in the evening, Su Qingbai returned to his room, where the dusk had already settled outside. He lit a lamp and sat at his desk, flipping through a great work borrowed from Master Song a few days prior. Since Old Man Long had unlocked his great dragon seal, Su Qingbai had noticeably felt a qualitative change in his body, feeling lively and energetic throughout the day. Moreover, as his body transformed, his spirit also became vibrant. He read and practiced tirelessly. Late into the night, Su Qingbai blew out the lamp and fell asleep. The moon outside was hazy and dim. Dark clouds gathered at the horizon, ultimately obscuring the moonlight. In recent days, Su Qingbai had been busy with school during the day, practicing at night, enjoying his meals, sleeping well, and living a fulfilling life, now deeply immersed in dreams. In the darkness, an 8-legged spider slowly crawled onto the bed. The spider, only the size of an adult's thumb, was pitch black, with a colorful human face pattern on its back, emitting a faint, eerie glow in the shadows. Its mouthparts were sharp, and it had long, hairy legs moving silently. The spider climbed from the foot of the bed onto Su Qingbei's mattress and quietly burrowed into the boy's bedding. Before long, it stealthily crawled onto the boy's chest, then extended its long mouthparts, piercing through the thin fabric and into the boy's flesh. It injected a drop of green venom into the boy's body, then lay quietly on his chest, beginning to spin silk and weave a cocoon, remaining completely still. In the dark room, Su Qingbai lay on the bed, his brow tightly knit. His face alternated between red and green, hues a constant interplay. Su Qingbei's body began to grow cold, yet beads of sweat the size of peas emerged from his forehead. The boy's expression was grotesque, yet he seemed trapped in a nightmare, unable to awaken. In the plum garden, a lamp lit up in the side room, casting a warm yellow light that spread across the courtyard. As the glow expanded, ripples of light illuminated the surroundings of the plum garden, quickly coalescing into an arc of light that enveloped the entire garden, sealing off the space. Old Man Long stepped out of the room. The black-clothed man enveloped by the halo was pulled from the shadows. Old Man Long pointed with his finger, his movement indistinct, yet he struck the black-clothed man's forehead with precision, dispatching him swiftly and decisively. After a single move, the black-clothed man, who had already reached the nascent soul stage, had a hole pierced through his forehead, blood gushing out as he lay lifeless. Old Man Long, disinterested in the corpse lying on the ground, expanded his divine sense, scanning the surroundings. Then he shouted, "Not good," and hurried towards the backyard. The backyard was where Su Qingbai and Huang Yi usually resided, and Old Man Long and Huang Dog rarely. The recent commotion in the front yard had awakened Huang Yi, who hurriedly put on a coat and rushed out to check the situation. Old Man Long strode directly to Su Qingbei's room, kicking the door open. The room was quiet and still. He approached Su Qingbei's bed and instantly erupted in rage. The normally lecherous old man now wore a fierce expression. He threw back the covers and grabbed the poisonous spider from the boy's chest, tossing it to the ground and crushing it underfoot. The silk cocoon's poisonous dream spider emitted a crisp popping sound, releasing wisps of green smoke. Old Man Long waved his sleeve to disperse the poison and then bent down to examine the boy on the bed, his face dark as water. Dragon Xingzhou and Huang Yi, who arrived shortly after, also entered the room. Huang Yi lit the oil lamp on the table and adjusted the wick, immediately brightening the room. Lying on the bed, Su Qingbei's face was pale, his brows tightly knitted, his lips trembling, and a look of struggle and pain was evident. Huang Yi rushed to the bedside, restoring the covers for Su Qingbai, and felt his hands and feet were icy, occasionally twitching. She hurriedly ran out to fetch hot water, soaked a towel, and placed it on Su Qingbei's forehead. Huang Yi sat at the head of the bed, carefully tending to him, while anxiously sobbing. Soon a figure in a green robe broke through the barrier of the plum garden and appeared in the room. It was none other than Master Song, the teacher from the private academy. Upon arriving, Master Song examined the situation, his face equally grim, then asked Old Man Long, "Is it that deadly poisonous dream spider?" Old Man Long nodded, sighing, "I arrived too late. He has already been cocooned and entranced. I killed a man in the front yard, which delayed me a bit," Master Song said. "On my way here, I dealt with 2 people who were, this time like the previous occasions, they left no clues behind before dying." Old Man Long, already furious, became even more enraged upon hearing this, cursing, "Who are these people? For 10 years they have not ceased their attacks. Have they gone completely mad?" Master Song shook his head, saying, "There are still no leads, but last time you vaguely mentioned that it might be connected to the Mo family, Inyang family, or Zonghing family. This time it may be related to our unsealing of his great dragon seal. It seems these people are getting anxious, intent on taking desperate measures." Old Man Long grinned. "To bring out such a rare and precious dream spider, they are indeed bold. Should we forcibly awaken this boy? I estimate that if we work together we will have a 70 to 80% chance of success. Master Song, observing Su Qingbai's condition, shook his head. Forcibly awakening him without full confidence may leave lasting issues. Let's wait a little longer. I have faith in this boy. As long as he can endure, he may gain a fortuitous opportunity. Old Man Long nodded, not opposing. Master Song thought for a moment, then said, I will go to the city god temple once more. As he was about to leave, Old Man Long heard the scholar at the door drop a remark. Your cultivation is unparalleled, but your ability to guard the home is truly lacking. Old Man Long, already furious, felt even more anger and shame upon hearing this remark. The words struck a sensitive chord within him, not because he bore a grudge against the scholar's words, but out of frustration over this persistent swarm of pests that kept cropping up, and regretting that he had used a sledgehammer to kill a chicken only to make mistakes at critical moments. Reflecting on himself, he recalled guarding the Su family 10 years ago, only for Su Lai to vanish without a trace. Now 10 years later at the Plum Garden, Su Qingbai was again harmed under his watchful eyes. He was infuriated, for he was a peerless demon in this world, yet he had twice capsized under the hands of insignificant foes. Was he destined to end his days in disgrace? After Master Song left, Old Man Long angrily approached the corpse of the dream spider, raising his foot to stomp on it vigorously. Transforming into his human form, Long Xingzhou initially stood quietly aside, but upon seeing the scene in the room, the clever one casually took a rag and began wiping the table and windowsill, busying himself. He pretended to be very busy, feigning ignorance of Master Song's remark before leaving, and also pretended not to notice the gruesome state of the corpse in the room. After venting his anger on the spider's corpse, Old Man Long's temper finally eased a bit. When he turned around and saw Long Xingzhou wiping the furniture, he was instantly filled with irritation. What time is it? Do you still have the leisure to do this? When he turned around and saw in the east of the city at the city god temple, faint light and shadows coalesced, and the figure of Master Song appeared in the grand hall. Subsequently, the wooden statue of the city god in the grand hall also began to glow faintly. A figure dressed in a black cap and red robe resembling an official emerged from the statue, holding a talisman, and respectfully greeted Master Song. The humble deity pays homage to the sage of Confucianism. Master Song slightly bowed in return and replied, I come uninvited to disturb you. I hope the spirit can forgive my intrusion. I dare not, the city god quickly responded. I have long admired Master Song, but due to my duties I did not dare to visit without permission. It is a fortunate day to meet Master Song. This humble temple is truly honored, and will undoubtedly be recorded in the temple records in the future. After some polite exchanges, Master Song grew anxious and cut to the point, explaining his purpose and inquiring whether he could gather some intelligence from the city god temple. Upon hearing this, the city god organized his thoughts for a moment, fearing he might miss something important that could delay Master Song's matters. He then spoke seriously. The Sun Travel God is patrolling today and has encountered a group of Qi cultivators in the western valley outside the city, but their cultivation is unfathomable, making it difficult for the Sun Travel God to approach. Among that group, there are formidable individuals. Although the Sun Travel God retreated in time, one of them locked onto his spiritual sense, though fortunately, he paid no further attention. After nightfall, I observed the moon hanging in the sky, but then dark clouds gathered, blocking the moonlight. Feeling suspicious, I dispatched the Night Travel God to investigate various places in the city. In the deep of night, as the Night Travel God patrolled near the western city gate, he encountered two masked figures in black clothing. After engaging, he was trapped by their secret techniques and could not escape. Master Song nodded and said, I previously met with the Night Travel General at the western gate and intercepted those two, helping to break the demon's spell. Is General Lu now safe? Thank you for your concern, Master Song. General Lu is no longer in grave danger and has returned to the temple to recuperate. I believe he will recover shortly. At that time, dark mist also surged from all directions, instantly engulfing the city god temple. I have low magical power and could only be trapped inside the statue, unable to see or leave. It was only a quarter of an hour ago that the black mist dispersed, allowing me to regain my sight and hearing, but it was already too late. Master Song asked, have these individuals appeared in the city before? Or do they have a foothold within the city? The city god shook his head and replied, I have not seen them before, and there are no traces in the city. Master Song raised his hand and said, then I apologize for the trouble. The city god hesitated for a moment, but ultimately bowed again. Master Song waved his hand and said, there is no need for such formality. Fulfill your duties and accept the heavenly mandate. Matters should not only be judged by their results. It is not a lack of desire, but rather a lack of ability. There is no fault in that. With that, I take my leave. After speaking, Master Song's figure began to dissipate. Inside the hall, the city god remained bowed for a long time. Master Song reappeared at the western city gate next to the two corpses. He squatted down and searched up and down, hoping to find useful clues. These two were not far from the cultivation level of the person in the plum garden, both being nascent soul cultivators. They understood secret techniques and could self-detonate, so even if captured they would never leave a living witness, acting with great ruthlessness. Over the past 10 years, Master Song and Old Dragon had already slain several batches of them. Compared to before this time, they had a magnificent lineup, having dispatched 3 nascent soul cultivators alongside, using a nearly extinct poison dream spider, marking a significant escalation. In the entire world, nascent soul cultivators are figures that can hold their own in any dynasty or sect. They are not as common as cabbages on the street. Moreover, this expedition to the city god temple, if it is as the city god said, there must be formidable figures behind these 3 lurking in the shadows without revealing themselves. Who is ultimately planning this, and what organization is meddling in the affairs? Master Song still could not since 10 years ago when his third apprentice, Su Lide, suddenly went missing. Clouds of suspicion have continuously surrounded him. If it were solely targeting their third apprentice, Su Lide, then why after his disappearance have others continued to come after his son Su Qingbai with such fervor over the past decade? What could they possibly be worried about when targeting a mere 16-year-old boy whose cultivation barely reached the 3rd realm? In the blink of an eye, Master Song reappeared in the western valley outside the city. He stopped in front of a pile of ashes from a campfire, remaining silent. With his flowing sleeves, he seemed to reverse the flow of time and space. The surrounding scene became blurred, and then clear again, and Master Song found himself in broad daylight. By the mountain stream, 3 masked figures in black were seated in a circle, maintaining silence. After a moment, the 3 stood up simultaneously to greet 2 figures approaching from around the bend of the valley. The latter 2 were also dressed in black clothing and masked, but one of them had 2 golden stripes on their sleeves, clearly indicating a higher status compared to the other 4. After the 5 met, the black-clad individual with golden stripes spoke in a deep voice. Recently, the sect leader went through great lengths and paid an astonishing price to acquire this poison dream spider from the Tianjiao clan. We should not act prematurely. This time you 3 must disregard your lives and ensure success. The 3 carefully accepted the poison dream spider and replied in unison, "We will follow your orders." At this moment, the sun travel god who was patrolling during the day appeared in a gorge a mile away, dressed in white, floating half a meter above the ground, gazing in this direction. The black-clad individual with golden stripes noticed and narrowed his eyes into slits, firing a beam of light that connected with the sun travel god's gaze. The sun travel god, still a mile away, suddenly became unsteady, and the wind beneath his feet became chaotic. After barely stabilizing himself, he realized this was merely a warning from the other side, clearly displeased with his earlier observation. The sun travel god did not know where the other party had come from, or whether they were righteous or evil. He only knew that the few of them were powerful, and that he would surely be outmatched if he approached, so he dared not act recklessly. He then retreated back to the city, planning to report the situation to the city god before deciding on his next course. After the black-clad individuals forced back the sun travel god, they turned to look in the direction of the city god temple, advising the 3 this time, "There are powerful figures behind us watching over, so you 3 can proceed with your tasks freely." After speaking, the 2 retreated along their path, disappearing into the vast snowy forest. Master Song returned to the plum garden, sharing the events of the day and his thoughts with Old Man Long. Old Man Long listened with a serious expression, seemingly deep in thought. The 2 of them arrived at Su Qingbai's bedside to check on his condition. Huangya remained steadfastly by the bed, applying a warm towel to his forehead and wiping the sweat from his hands and feet. Though she felt anxious, her movements were swift. After being slapped by Old Man Long, Xingzhou finally found a way to fetch water, bustling back and forth inside and outside the house. After exchanging a glance with Old Man Long, Master Song spoke succinctly. "Let's wait a little longer." Old Man Long replied, "All right." However, at that moment, Su Qingbai, lying in bed, was far from having such a simple exchange. In addition to his pale complexion and occasional convulsions, Su Qingbai's face flickered between joy and a ghastly grimace as he struggled in a nightmare. In the dream, it was a sunny day, the season of spring with blooming flowers, and the city of Chunshan was full of life. On both sides of the street, willow trees began to sprout new buds, their tender green leaves shining brightly under the colorful sunlight. At the entrance of the Li family, 2 peach trees over 100 years old stood with sturdy trunks like winding dragons, their branches spreading abundantly. On the branches, thousands of peach blossoms were blooming brilliantly. From below the tree, they seemed like clusters of pink clouds obscuring the sky. Young Su Qingbai had already been in Chunshan with his mother Li Chuanru for over half a year. At this moment, a slightly older boy was leading a younger girl, running toward the entrance of the Li residence. The boy ran ahead holding a kite, while the girl with twin braids chased behind. Following them was a woman in white with a picturesque appearance. The woman jogged along, continuously calling out from behind, "Qingbai Yair, watch your steps, slow down while running." The boy rushed out of the Li residence's main gate, and without paying attention crashed directly into the arms of a middle-aged man. The man, dressed in a green shirt and long boots, had clear eyes and a refined demeanor. The boy winced in pain, and the kite in his hand was crushed on the ground. He didn't cry, but stood there rubbing his head. The girl ran up to him, cradling his head using her small hands to part his hair and check for any injuries. The middle-aged man picked up the kite from the ground, examined it front and back, and gently asked, "Did your mother make?" The boy was taken aback by the question, lowered his hand from his head, and his eyes lit up with joy as he smiled brightly, diving back into the man's embrace. The woman who had chased after them saw the man and instantly had tears in her eyes, rushing into his arms, sobbing. The girl, not understanding the situation, felt the woman's intense crying and ran behind her, patting her back with her small hands in comfort. The man smiled and said, don't cry, don't cry. I'm back to find you all." He then pulled Huanya over and said, "You must be Yair, Qingbai's father. I've heard about you. You're the most well-behaved." The middle-aged man then opened his large arms, embracing all three of them warmly and powerfully, kindly and gently. He lowered his head to wipe away the woman's tears, softly saying, "Tearful one, let's go home." The woman nodded repeatedly, crying and laughing at the same time. The man hoisted the boy onto his shoulder, picked up the girl in one arm, and pulled the woman toward the Li residence, exclaiming, "Let's go, let's make kites for little Qingbai and Yair." This year after school, Su Qingbai returned home joyfully, only to hear the sound of an argument coming. He heard the woman's voice coming out. "I pleaded with father several times before he agreed, and through his students' connections I managed to get you a vacancy as a clerk in the Chunshan County office. Why aren't you going now?" "I don't want to go. Everyone in the Li family is saying I'm just living off others. I might as well stabilize my position." The woman spoke with a hurtful tone. "Where did your ambitions from years ago go? Look at what you've become these years, such a pathetic sight." "Let me have a few more years to finish this book," the man sighed. The woman retorted, "What good is that worthless book? Can it feed you? Can it earn you money? If you want to live with your worthless book, then go ahead." The man shook his head in silence, refusing to speak further. The woman, however, continued, "A few years ago you brought a girl back to raise in the suburbs. Don't think I didn't know about it. Guess what? Today father has sent people to teach her a lesson." The man finally set down his pen and stepped out of. Upon seeing Su Qingbai in the courtyard, he showed a look of surprise, paused for a moment, then sighed and hurriedly. Su Qingbai looked at the man's retreating figure. The word "father" almost escaped his lips, but he swallowed. Another year passed, and Su Qingbai was now at a weak crown age. His mother was discussing the details of the wedding ceremony with the old matron in the room. He was finally to marry Huanya. During their conversation, the old matron turned to glance at Su Lide, who was still sitting at the side writing. Since she was brought in by Li Chuanru, he hadn't exchanged a single polite word, nor had he even lifted his eyelids, which made her feel displeased and unappreciated. She sarcastically interjected, "Oh, is the son-in-law organizing notes for the wedding process or writing a guide on how to live off others?" After saying this, she laughed heartily, while Li Chuanru appeared awkward and kept smiling apologetically. In recent years, even the servants and miscellaneous workers of the Li residence had taken to teasing this son-in-law. Su Lide was a man who avoided conflict, yet he became increasingly silent, making the servants increasing. After seeing off the old matron, Li Chuanru was seething with anger. That evening, unable to contain herself any longer, she stormed into the study and moved the 3 stacks of manuscripts that Su Lide had saved, which were as tall as a person, into the yard and set them ablaze. Su Qingbai rode his steed, dressed in formal attire, leading a lively procession to fetch the bride. Huanya, adorned in a red dress with a phoenix. Su Qingbai rode his steed, dressed in formal attire, leading a lively procession to fetch the bride. Huanya, adorned in a red dress with a phoenix crown, sat happily in the bright red flower palanquin. Upon entering the plum garden after Su Qingbai and Huanya had paid their respects to heaven and earth, they bowed to their elders before exchanging vows as husband and wife. Huanya held 2 cups of tea, respectfully presenting them before Li Chuanru and Su Lide, who smiled with satisfaction, their expressions kind. However, on the very night of their wedding, the festive atmosphere in the plum garden was shattered by a sharp scream. On the writing desk in the room lay a quietly placed divorce letter. In the courtyard, flames soared skyward as Su Lide sat cross-legged, igniting himself on fire alongside his manuscripts. In the midst of the raging flames, Li Chuanru lay on the ground, wailing loudly, filled with confusion, regret, horror, and fear, her pain tearing at her heart. Another year later, Su Qingbai's mother suffered a mental breakdown. Due to the shock, her body withered, becoming unrecognizable, and she ultimately passed away in despair. Before her death, in a moment of clarity, she mumbled, "My son, I'm going to see your father. Just bury me beside him. I still have some questions to ask him properly." Su Qingbai, with tears in his eyes, along with the heavily pregnant Huanya, buried his mother hastily beside his father Su Lide. The following Qingming festival, Su Qingbai brought a basket and paper candles to the grave to pay his respects. He stood there alone, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Before him stood 4 graves: his father Su Lide, his mother Li Chuanru, his wife Huangya, and beside Huangyo a tiny grave. Inside lay their child, a child who had not even been named, born shortly before death. Last year during childbirth, Huangya had faced complications and severe bleeding, and neither mother nor child survived. Su Qingbai took a roast chicken and pastries from the basket, placing them together, and poured a jug of wine over the graves. He lit incense and white candles for them, trembling as he burned paper money. Su Qingbai took a roast chicken and pastries from the basket, placing them together, and poured a jug of wine over the graves. He lit incense and white. Amidst the desolate graves, life and death remained a vast mystery. The realms of yin and yang diverged, with humans and ghosts on different paths. No matter how many words and emotions one had, who could share in the sorrow? The dream shifts once more. Su Qingbai finds himself in another world where he is known as Lu Mingfu, a scholar. Lu Mingfu's father serves as an official in a distant land, and he is raised by his mother, ranking 3rd among his siblings with 2 elder brothers above him. From a young age, he was exceptionally intelligent and well-versed in literature. He aspired to pass the imperial examinations and enter government service, relying on his talents to build a successful career. At the age of 7, he could compose poetry, creating verses with structure and parallelism, earning the reputation of a child prodigy in the surrounding villages, praised for his talent with the words, "At 7 years old, thoughts mature, singing of the phoenix." Lu Mingfu exhibited extraordinary talent from a young age, possessing a remarkable gift for poetry, which was partly influenced by his mother Lu. One day, while admiring the flowers in the courtyard with his mother, she recited, "The wind blows the bells sound through the flowers, fragrant and resonant." Contemplating this, Lu Mingfu responded, "The moon shines on the firefly lamp by the bamboo, bright and cool." His mother, observing the flowers in the courtyard, then tested him, saying, "Plum blossoms, osmanthus, and roses, spring fragrance and autumn scent." To her surprise, Lu Mingfu readily replied, "Sedges, peach leaves, and grape leaves, herbaceous and woody." His mother was quite impressed with her young son, and thereafter devoted more effort to his education. Thus Lu Mingfu grew up amidst the expectations and praises of those around him. He did not forget his initial ambition of passing the imperial examinations, and diligently studied not only poetry, but also the techniques and skills needed for the exams. In his youth, Lu Mingfu also traveled far and wide with companions, enjoying a few years of carefree and adventurous living. During this period, he traveled extensively, visiting famous mountains and rivers, composing many poems expressing his feelings about nature, and was praised. His pen falls like a storm, his poetry moves spirits and ghosts. However, fate seemed to enjoy playing tricks, as Lu Mingfu, upon reaching the appropriate age, failed to pass the imperial examinations 7 times in a row, feeling as if his talent had run dry, attracting various discussions in the marketplace. That year, the emperor called for talent from across the realm, issuing a decree for those proficient in a single art to come to the capital for examinations. Lu Mingfu, having repeatedly failed, gladly set off. When the talent selection ended, the officials in charge, seeking to flatter the emperor, declared that all talents had already been utilized by the emperor. No worthy talents remained in the wild. The emperor was delighted and greatly pleased. As Lu Mingfu entered middle age, both his parents had passed away and his family had fallen on hard times. He relied on the surplus from his earlier years to make ends meet, struggling through a difficult life. One day, upon returning home, he heard a sound of weeping at the door. Upon entering, he discovered that his son had starved to death at home. Faced with the heavy pressure of life, and in order to fulfill the ambitions of his youth, Lu Mingfu had no choice but to put on a brave face and seek the favor of the powerful, attempting to present his writings to attract attention and gain favor. Yet despite submitting numerous writings, they often fell into silence, as if fate was playing tricks on him. Finally, Lu Mingfu received an olive branch from a wealthy noble. That year, he finally filled a vacancy as the county magistrate of Pengza, and upon taking office, he was granted the use of 300 acres of official land. One day, the governor of Xuanyang arrived in Pengza for an inspection. The junior officials in the county office were flustered, hurriedly preparing to welcome him. Someone advised Lu Mingfu to quickly put on his boots and hat and go to receive the official. He was unwilling in his heart, especially since he had had previous conflicts with the governor and did not wish to be beneath another and suffer humiliation. Lu Mingfu therefore resigned from his post, stating, "I cannot bow for 5 pecks of rice. Am I to serve the petty men of the village?" However, after resigning, Lu Mingfu found himself having to bow to the harsh realities of life, dealing with the daily struggles of cooking and providing for his family. He watched his wife and children suffer, often going without food, and reluctantly re-entered the world of fame and fortune. This time he served as an advisor under a regional governor. Yet the good times were short-lived, as the governor harbored intentions of rebellion, even wishing to proclaim himself emperor. Lu Mingfu did not wish to get involved in this treacherous rebellion, so he used his mother's passing as an excuse to return home for 3 years of mourning, distancing himself from the turmoil. Upon returning to his hometown, Lu Mingfu had lost interest in an official career and had gradually extinguished the ambitions of his youth. He thereafter farmed at the foot of Nanshan, becoming a true farmer. However, his physical strength was lacking and his agricultural skills were mediocre, leading to a poor harvest each year, and life remained difficult. During this time, Lu Mingfu farmed during busy times and drank to forget his troubles during leisure, living a somewhat relaxed life, but he no longer had the time to read and study. Over the years, he managed to survive on a meager harvest from his fields, supplemented by the support of friends. During good harvests, he would brew his own wine. Though his farming was average, he was quite skilled at brewing, and sometimes neighboring villagers would ask him for help, and when the wine was ready, they would invite him to drink as a thank you. Each time he drank, he did not care for side dishes, preferring to drink to intoxication. That autumn, a violent storm raged outside, and his already dilapidated thatched cottage seemed on the verge of collapse. He sat at the head of his bamboo bed, lamenting. The cloth coat has been cold as iron for years. My dear child lies in tatters. The roof leaks over the bed. The rain pours down like hemp, never ceasing. Years passed, and his wife and children had left him. Now in old age, he relied on the support of friends and neighbors, living in utter poverty. Ultimately, he drifted to the brothels, associating with courtesans, surviving by filling in lyrics for others despised by the literary circles. Yet the lyrics he created were strikingly beautiful, stirring a wave of attention, and many famous courtesans came seeking his words, offering hefty sums. Anyone whose praises he wrote often saw their worth double, or climbed to higher social ranks, being taken as concubines by wealthy merchants. He penned numerous famous love poems during this time, his elegant verses becoming well known, recited by the courtesans on the red boats, touching the hearts of many and bringing tears. Many of his romantic verses spread from the red boats into the markets, causing a stir in society. People seem to remember this poet who sang of the phoenix at 7, yet he was no longer the young boy who once sang of it. Exchanging poetry for gold ingots, then trading them for fine wine. He lay drunken through the spring nights, dreaming of composing yet another poem. Like a silkworm spinning silk, he burned with the desire to drink all the forgetfulness of the world, transforming it into words that expressed the love and sorrows of life. In this life, he began in a wealthy family, gained fame in youth, faced setbacks in middle age, and ended up lonely and destitute in old age. Memories of the past surfaced. The hardships of adulthood pierced his heart like a dagger, leaving him bleeding. Looking back, many regrets and sighs turned to dust scattered by the wind. In his final memories of drunkenness and dreams, the once vibrant images and figures in his life ultimately amounted to a fleeting shadow across the snow. He died on a decrepit boat floating in the river, only to be discovered days later. The cause of his death remained unknown. Some said he died of cold and hunger, others claimed exhaustion, while others still believe he took his own life out of shame. But who truly cared? It was merely another cold and miserable corpse added to a peaceful era. Just one less scholarly soul brimming with poetic spirit amidst the revelry. On the serene river adorned with blossoming flowers within the tattered black boat, people found his final elegy. Left in this world in the autumn, the osmanthus blooms, and the lotus flowers stretch for miles. How can one bear to wake alone before such a scene? Qingbai fell into the realm of dreams, both body and mind suffering torment and destruction. The dream seemed endless, aiming to shatter his will. Once again, in another life, his surname was Shi, and his given name was Shun. Orphaned from a young age, he was taken to a Taoist temple in the mountains by a Taoist priest during the chaotic times. He became a disciple of the middle-aged Taoist priest, who was both a master and a father figure growing up in the temple. Since childhood, he welcomed pilgrims in the temple, sweeping the floor, fetching water, and lighting incense. In his leisure time, his master would often recount tales of the thrilling Jianghu tales of someone riding a white horse with a hooked sword dashing like a shooting star. He spoke of someone who could kill a person in 10 steps, then leave without a trace. The youth became curious about the Jianghu his master spoke of, filled with longing. One day his master said he would teach the boy swordsmanship. The boy laughed and said, "Master, you can hardly sit still while chanting scriptures. How can you wield an iron sword now?" However, one day while sweeping, he saw his master in the front courtyard wielding a broken broom, like a sword, swirling the fallen leaves around him, and it was indeed a beautiful sight. Years passed, and when his master spoke of Jianghu anecdotes, the boy grew tired of hearing them. He retorted, "Master, after so many years, the heroes you spoke of must have grown old, right?" Upon hearing this, his master looked forlorn and never mentioned it again. Years later, Shun, in a moment of impulse, asked his taciturn master, "Why haven't you encouraged me to learn swordsmanship all these years? Aren't you afraid of having no disciple to inherit your teachings?" His master smiled kindly and replied, "There are countless sword techniques in the world, but I have only one disciple. What matters most is being a good person." On that day, Shun finally mustered the courage to approach his master, saying he wanted to venture down the mountain alone for a few years. His master asked, "Why travel?" Shun replied, "To see the Jianghu that you speak of." With a sigh, his master returned to his room, brought out an ancient sword, and gifted it to the boy, instructing him, "Once you descend the mountain, the Jianghu is perilous. Remember to keep your heart true, do not do evil, and engage in just and righteous acts, but do not become a petty person. Be careful in all things, but if things go awry, return to the temple, and continue to eat vegetarian meals, and chant scriptures with me. Shi Shun pouted, murmuring to himself, what does an old man like you know about the Jianghu? I haven't even descended the mountain yet, why speak of returning? Such gloomy talk. He toyed with the ancient sword his master had given him, which bore the words Tai Ching. He felt as if he had heard it somewhere before. In the following decade. In the beginning, Shi Shun became a disciple under a wandering swordsman, learning several exquisite sword techniques. Later, the swordsman was hunted down by enemies and met a tragic end while he and a few of his brothers received the news and managed to escape early. After that, he carried goods and even joined others in robbing caravans. He was paid to be an assassin and was hunted down himself. He had joined a small gang and also served as a retainer for wealthy families. With a cup of wine in the spring breeze and a decade of Jianghu reign, he drifted for 10 years in the Jianghu, never thinking of returning to that broken Taoist temple. He did not wish to fulfill his master's words of, if you can't mix, well, come back. That year, he no longer wanted to live under the thumb of others. He sought to live more freely with fewer restraints. He gathered a few brothers from the Jianghu and descended the mountain to become bandits. In the first few years as bandits, they engaged in robbing the rich to help the poor, specifically targeting the unkind wealthy families, stealing only money and provisions without harming anyone. After robbing money and provisions, they would keep a portion for themselves and quietly deliver the rest to impoverished families nearby at night. After a few years, the nearby poor people supported him, and he felt a sense of honor, thinking that his master in the temple would surely approve of him. The impoverished families living in dire straits sent their young men to the bandit camp. Shi Shun welcomed all, and thus the number of people in the camp grew, the houses expanded, and their business grew larger. But the camp with hundreds or even thousands of people meant there were hundreds or thousands of mouths to feed. The past practice of robbing the rich to help the poor had now turned into pure robbery of the rich. To support the hundreds and thousands of mouths in the camp, he had no choice but to stop helping the poor. With more people, it became chaotic, and it was hard to ensure that no one harbored ill intentions. With more people, troubles arose. When someone descended the mountain to commit a wrongdoing, more people would follow down to do bad deeds. One day, when pure robbery could no longer satisfy the thousands of hungry mouths and could not quell their restless hearts, they began to harm the neighboring villagers. Shi Shun watched the development and changes of the camp, and in his heart, he understood. At first, he would impose some restrictions and punish a few lawbreakers. However, the camp needed to develop. Every day, thousands of brothers looked at him, the leader, with eager eyes, so he began to turn a blind eye, then gradually accepted it as normal, ultimately colluding with the wrongdoing. The camp was no longer the righteous camp it once was. It began to harbor filth and engage in heinous acts. Now the camp had a name called Jufing Camp, and they no longer even robbed the rich, but began colluding with local power holders, bribing surrounding officials and station troops, completely degenerating into a den of thieves. They robbed grain and collected rents, trafficked people, looted homes, and violated wives and daughters. Thousands of crimson eyes filled with greed and desire took turns descending the mountain to wreak havoc. A disagreement could result in murder, a slight clash could lead to arson. They were guilty of countless crimes, having completely turned to evil. Originally, they were a group of impoverished individuals, but when they began to harm others in similar straits, they became even more adept. Historically, rebel armies were often composed of impoverished soldiers who could not make a living, but once they transformed and wielded the sickles as battle blades, they would only oppress the weaker ones, even more often sweeping through like locusts. On this day, the camp was adorned with lights and festoons. The brothers worked tirelessly, traveling thousands of miles to the neighboring state, helping their leader Shi Shun to seize a new concubine, and were currently preparing for a celebratory feast. It was said that this concubine had just turned 13, a well-known beauty from the 3 southern states. Although her family was poor, her reputation had already spread far and wide. Talented youths from great states were astonished upon seeing her composing poetry in her praise. Wealthy disciples flocked to see her, and within 3 days they were unable to eat or sleep. When the rumors reached Shi Shun's ears, he arranged for his men to check, and they reported back the rumors were true and congratulations were in order for the leader who was about to take in another beauty. Shi Shun promptly sent a group of strong brothers to capture her. The girl initially resisted, but they began by breaking her brother's leg, then grabbed her elderly mother's hair and threatened her with a knife to her throat. Ultimately, they forced the young girl to weep on the spot, leaving her with no choice but to comply. At that moment, the bride was sitting alone in the room crying. The groom, however, was very much at ease, drinking and playing games with his brothers outside. He only waited for nightfall to enter the bridal chamber. Shi Shun had become quite experienced in marrying. Over the years, he had married 12 women consecutively, some bought back from brothels, some purchased with money, some taken after killing their husbands, and many others were respectable maidens he had robbed from the nearby areas. At that moment, one brother at the drinking table jested, "Big brother, you've already collected 12 months of wives this year. What about tonight's edition?" Sure Shun downed a bowl of wine, smashed the bowl on the table with bravado, wiped his mouth, and laughed. "Ha, tonight's edition is because of the leap month." He then raised another bowl and said, "Damn it, I reckon if this continues I'll have to establish 24 solar terms in the future." The crowd cheered and laughed heartily. As twilight fell, Jufeng camp was illuminated by large red lanterns. Amidst the clinking of cups, an old man had been wandering around the camp gate for a long time. The men on duty at the gate cursed angrily, "Damn it, did you lose your eyes and come to Jufeng camp for a free meal?" The old man, upon hearing this, seemed to have made a certain decision and no longer hesitated, entering the camp alone. Inside the hall, chaos reigns. Someone rushed in from outside to report an old man has come to the mountain. His swordsmanship is astonishingly fast, and the brothers along the way are either dead or injured, unable to stop him. The crowd grabbed their weapons and prepared to rush out, but they saw the old man already standing gracefully at the entrance of the hall. Sure Shun, upon recognizing the person, was overjoyed and shouted, "Master." However, his master remained silent, looking at him with disappointment, gazing at the man he had raised since childhood, who had said one day he would venture into the Jianghu. When he left that year, one was still relatively young and the other still handsome. Now, upon their reunion, the master's hair had turned gray and the once youthful boy had become a burly man. The old man looked at him with disappointment for a long time and finally spoke, "Do you still remember what your master said about keeping your heart true and not doing evil?" Sure Shun was taken aback, memories from 20 years ago flooding his mind. He lowered his head, then raised it again, replying, "Master, the Jianghu now is not the Jianghu you spoke of. It is a place where the strong survive and the weak perish. If I were to follow what you said, I would have long been reduced to nothing but bones. How could I have built today's fortune?" The old man laughed in anger. "What about today's fortune? Are you satisfied?" Sure Shun understood what the old man meant, but he refused to admit his wrongs, replying, "It's just some Jianghu tricks. The strong are revered here." The old man was utterly disappointed. Before he came, he had thought that even if his disciple could just say one word of wrong, he would help to remedy the situation and atone together. However, the boy from back then had reached an irredeemable point. In the hall, the crowd saw the two on the verge of a breakdown and looked to Sure Shun, eager to intervene. Sure Shun knew that his master had come to seek justice and that it would not end well, so he said, "Try not to hurt anyone." The crowd surged forward, but knives and swords could not stop the old man. Sure Shun recognized this swordsmanship. He had seen it when he was sweeping in the broken temple, where his master wielded a broom as a sword, using these very techniques. He felt panic rising. He did not want to die, as there were still dozens of boxes of gold and silver treasures in the back mountain cave that he had not squandered, and he had a delicate new bride who had not yet entered the bridal chamber. Then suddenly a thought struck him. He remembered the bride still locked in the room, the girl from the poor family. He rushed out, taking the girl as a hostage, and pulled her back to the hall, placing a knife against her neck, ready to use her as leverage. He believed this tactic would work. He had successfully employed it many times over the years. He had not wielded a sword in a long time. He preferred the feel of a knife, the sensation of the blade sinking into flesh, the sound of hitting bone, which thrilled him like a shot of adrenaline. As he dragged the terrified girl back into the hall, he found that there was not a single brother left standing inside. Sure Shun finally felt fear. He pressed the knife into the girl's neck, drawing a little blood. He threatened his master to leave, or he would kill the girl before him. The old man's murky eyes began to clear, no longer filled with disappointment or hope. He pointed to the ancient sword, dusty and resting on a shelf behind the hall, asking, "I have a sword that I promised to pass on to you. Take it." With a wave of his hand, the Tai Ching sword hummed and unsheathed. Distantly, I see the immortal amidst colorful clouds holding the hibiscus toward Yujing. Before the vast heavens, I wish to accompany Lu Ao to wander the Tai Ching. Sure Shun had no time to react as the treasure sword pierced through his chest. He gazed at his master, finally seeming to gain clarity and liberation, using his last ounce of strength to say, "Master, so your sword is this swift." The old man slowly caught the falling Sure Shun, saying, "Let's go follow your master back to the temple." Sure Shun nodded and finally closed his eyes slowly. In the hall, two eyes brimmed with tears, which eventually dripped down to the ground. From then on, there were rumors in the Jianghu. 40 years ago, the swordsman Li Hongjun entered the Black Bear camp alone, striking down the leaders of the demons and rescuing a male infant. 40 years later, Master Li Hongjun entered Jufeng camp alone to retrieve the sword, slaying the leaders of the demons, clearing the camp, and rescuing a girl. The dream continued to evolve endlessly, one after another, trapping Su Qingbai in a nightmare from which he could not escape. All the dreams produced were strikingly similar. Some dreams seized Su Qingbai's obsession with his parents, telling him in the dream not to struggle, for his parents would abandon him one by one, leaving him to survive alone in the world, destined to live in loneliness until death. Some dreams would evolve into the path of studying that he recognized, only to inform him in the dream that studying was useless, ultimately leading to a life of mediocrity, accomplishing nothing and even ending in the tragic fate of starving to death in the streets. Some dreams would directly point to the path of his martial cultivation, repeatedly hinting and instilling in him that even if he achieved success in cultivation, he would merely become a rat that harms the world, hunted down by all. In every dream, Qingbai experienced joy, followed by sorrow. At first, everything appeared beautiful, but without exception, he would encounter the heavy hammer of fate. The dreams were interconnected. With each dream he experienced, it struck hard at Qingbai's heart, creating a deep pit. The dreams sought to crush him, tame him, preventing him from ever standing again. They aimed to corrupt his true nature, overturn his sense of good and evil, and sever his connection to the Tao. In reality, Qingbai lay on his bed, revealing fierce expressions repeatedly, yet again displaying determined resolve. This repeated cycle continued. He was still struggling hard, not yet defeated. Huangya had been by Qingbai's side, and as dawn broke, she rummaged through the drawers, found some cinnamon, ground it into fine powder, and then gently blew a pinch into Qingbai's nostrils. Afterward, she hurriedly gathered a brush and red paper, writing, "Nightmare is ominous, inscribe it on the high wall. When the sun shines, misfortune turns to fortune." With those elegant characters, Huangya posted the red paper on the door, reciting it several times, and then forced Long Xingzhou to read it aloud. After Song Fuzi and Old Long came to check on the situation, they saw that Qingbai had endured through the night, and both displayed looks of approval. Given the current situation, the outcome seemed to be a bit hopeful. Old Long called Long Xingzhou over, asking him to transform back into the form of a yellow dog, standing guard by the bedside, barking once every 10 breaths. In the dream. At this moment, Qingbai felt a hint of suspicion. Under the bright daylight with the sun shining down, why did he hear a booming thunder every 10 breaths? Moreover, as he observed the crowd, no one else seemed to be affected. It appeared that only he could hear the thunder, leaving him greatly puzzled. Until a moment came when he gradually slowed his pace, then simply stopped, finally sitting cross-legged in the middle. He held his breath, casting aside distracting thoughts, began to close his eyes and relax his body, focusing on feeling the present moment. A breeze blew past, and when he opened his eyes again, he found that the surrounding scenery had changed once more. With a single thought, the world became instantly quiet. The objects around him were frozen, and the bustling crowd on the street stood still in place. A playful child remained with one foot on the ground, frozen in a running posture. A vendor selling pancakes was still holding a golden pancake in hand, but the steam and smoke from the pan were motionless, suspended in the air. A girl in red on the pavilion threw an embroidered pouch down to a handsome scholar below, who cupped his hands in anticipation, but the pouch now floated in midair, neither rising nor falling. With another thought, the world resumed its clamor. The child continued to run forward. The sizzling oil in the pancake pan rose with a hiss, and the handsome scholar caught the pouch with a snap. He got up and began to retreat along the path he had come. The light and shadow shifted, as if time were flowing backward. The child broke free from the adult's hand, preparing to run forward. The vendor kneaded the prepared dough and started placing it in the pancake pan. A girl on the loft pushed open a carved window, looking around, anxiously searching for that handsome scholar. Qingbai, deep in thought, no longer moved forward or backward, but instead chose to walk sideways. He crossed the street, went through the alleys, and finally arrived at the base of a high wall where the path ended. However, he did not stop, continuing to walk until he was about to collide with the high wall. In the next moment, inexplicably, he found himself back on the previous street. He fell silent again, sitting down once more, ignoring the noise outside. A crowd gathered around him, pointing. Qingbai paid them no mind, closing his eyes and sinking into deep contemplation. In reality, Song Fuzi and Old Long approached, both showing joyful expressions. This time Old Long spoke first, saying, "This child is extraordinary." Song Fuzi responded, "Indeed." Then Old Long kicked the large yellow dog that was still lying by the bed, barking obediently, saying, "Now exert some effort, bark faster." The large yellow dog, momentarily forgetting it had not transformed into human form, asked, "Ancestor, how fast is fast?" Old Long raised his middle finger and signaled one to the large yellow dog, which understood and immediately gathered its strength. Every breath it had to howl loudly. Huangya, hearing their conversation, warmed her hands and slipped them under the cup. She tightly grasped Qingbai's cold hand, repeatedly calling, "Brother, wake up." Back in Su. At this moment he felt a warmth enveloping him, an incredible comfort, and the thunder in the sky grew more urgent. He stood up again, pushing through the crowd around him, following the sound of thunder amid a chorus of pointing and whispers. He once again traversed streets and alleys, repeatedly returning to the same spot. But he did not give up, failing time and again, yet each attempt felt increasingly closer to the thunder. After many attempts, he finally arrived at the base of that high wall. Qingbai paused for a moment, then with determination in his eyes, clenched his fist, leaped into the air, and struck fiercely at the high wall before him. He shouted, "This is still my world. Pests and insignificant beings, retreat immediately." As his words fell, his fist struck the wall, shattered, and collapsed with a thunderous roar. The scenery before him began to blur and fade. A beam of light pierced through the thick clouds in the sky, illuminating a spot 100 meters away. He stepped over the high wall, walking toward the direction of the light beam, and everything behind him vanished completely. It was as if the world was collapsing, being obliterated inch by inch. He finally arrived in front of the light gate, turning back to take a final look, and saw only a vast expanse of white behind him. He seemed to faintly see in the misty white his father holding his mother, standing side by side on the distant horizon, his mother's eyes filled with tears, while his father wore a gentle smile. He also saw Lu fuming Shun and others standing side by side in the clouds, each nodding at him and waving goodbye. Su Qingbai knelt before his parents in the sky, bowed 3 times, and then rose. Su Qingbai stepped into the light gate, a blinding light enveloping him and soaring into the sky. When he opened his eyes again, the first thing that entered his sight was a youthful and weary face. Su Qingbai widened his eyes, staring fixedly at Huangya, as if he were in another world. He reached out and pinched her slightly chubby oval face, which felt soft and lovely. How delighted he was. In reality, his Yair was still by his side, always with him. Master Song and Old Man Long also approached, finally feeling a sense of relief upon seeing Su Qingbai awaken. Master Song instructed Su Qingbai to continue lying down and to adapt to his current body. Old Man Long kicked the big yellow dog that was still howling, scolding, "You blind creature." The big yellow dog transformed back into Long Xingzhou, standing at the corner of the room, covering its face, feeling very wronged. "I just found a sense of feeling. Why can't I bark anymore?" After Su Qingbai adapted slightly, he forced himself to sit up, and with Huang Ya's assistance bowed respectfully to Master Song and Old Man Long. "I fell into a nightmare for day and night, feeling fine. Now thank you for your concern." He then cupped his hands towards Long Xingzhou and said, "Big Yellow, your heavenly thunder was sudden and loud." Long Xingzhou felt pleased upon hearing this, and was about to approach to speak, but was shot back to his place by a glare from Old Man Long, falling silent. Old Man Long stepped forward, placing a hand on Su Qingbai's back, his expression fluctuating between gloom and cheer. After a moment he lowered his hand, and said to Master Song, "The spider poison has been completely absorbed, but now the great dragon is coiled up lethargic." Master Song shook his head and exclaimed, "It's hateful, it's a pity, it's lamentable." Old Man Long added, "But there are still solutions. The heavens do not entirely close the door on people." Master Song nodded, saying, "It's very difficult. We can only do our best, and leave the rest to fate." Old Man Long lowered his head, lost in thought, seemingly weighing strategies and losses. It turned out that the poison dream spider was rare in the world, and was known as one of the 5 ultimate things, because it could create dreams, trapping people in cycles of nightmares, destroying their Tao heart, leading them to be reborn as living dead for eternity. Secondly, during its dream creation, it would inject poison in advance, which not only had a paralyzing and hallucinogenic effect, but also harmed the great dragon within the person, leaving it weak and even falling into a deep slumber. The great dragon is the foundation of a martial artist, the starting point of strength. Once the great dragon becomes lethargic, it becomes increasingly difficult for the martial artist to progress, signifying an early end to the path of martial arts. After they elaborated, Su Qingbai appeared unconcerned. Instead, he comforted the two with a smile. "I've experienced all sorts of ups and downs in the dream, and though it was a dream, it felt incredibly real. Compared to all that, these small setbacks aren't much at all. Besides, even if I can't practice martial arts, can't I still cultivate immortality? I believe I can reach the heights of those distant mountains one day." Master Song nodded. As expected, Su Qingbai had endured layers of dreams, and his temperament had been tempered to become even more resolute. Disaster is the foundation of fortune. Indeed, after great calamity, great fortune follows. Old Man Long remained silent, lost in his own thoughts. After a moment of silence, the group gradually exited the room, advising Su Qingbai to rest quietly for a few days, as it was not easy to get out of bed. In the room, only Su Qingbai and Huangya remained, with Huangya busy tidying up beside him. Su Qingbai stopped her, called her to the bedside to rest for a while, and began to tell her stories from the dream. When Su Qingbai recounted how he married Huangya in the dream, she turned away, her ears turning red. Upon hearing about the mother and child dying in childbirth, she could no longer control herself, burying her small head on Su Qingbai's chest and sobbing uncontrollably like a pear blossom in the rain. Su Qingbai was also filled with emotion. Although it was a dream, he felt that past life was so real, almost indistinguishable from the present, and he found it hard to tell what was real and what was illusion. He gently grasped a few strands of her hair, speaking from the heart, unable to restrain himself. "Girl, I miss you so much." Hearing this, although Su Qingbai could not see her expression, he felt a tightening on his chest, somewhat heavy. The next afternoon, a big yellow dog came rushing in with a 2 to 3 meter long red-spotted viper in its mouth. It dashed through with its mouth gripping the middle of the viper, dragging its head and tail across the ground, bouncing. Huangya, who was preparing dinner in the yard, was so frightened that she screamed, Perhaps girls are generally afraid of snakes and insects. The yellow dog then transformed into a human shape, presenting the half-dead viper to Huangya, as if to boast, saying, "While others search everywhere for it, I effortlessly brought it to you. Come Yair, take it, or will it be steamed or braised tonight? You decide." Huangya backed away, truly frightened of this thing. This snake was nearly a yard long, as thick as her arm, with bright red spots, a sharp head, and it was still flicking its tongue in a lifeless manner. Long Xingzhou, seeing Huangya retreating, suddenly understood and changed to a look of someone who thought the little girl had never seen the world, shouting, "What's there to be afraid of? It's just a snack." Seeing Huangya still unmoved, he took the snake to the kitchen himself, retrieving a cleaver and a cutting board, and began to prepare it alone. He first made a cut on the snake's belly with a small knife, squeezing out a snake gall the size of a pigeon egg, placing it in a bowl, and instructing Huangya to bring it to Su Qingbai, saying, "This snake gall has medicinal effects for 200 to 300 years, take it to him, and add some of the old ancestors' wine for him to swallow to replenish his kidney deficiency." Huangya was initially reluctant to reach out, but upon hearing the extraordinary origin of the snake gall and its benefits for Su Qingbai's health, she took the bowl and headed to the backyard. After Su Qingbai consumed the snake gall with wine, he felt a warmth spreading in his belly, and as the medicinal power unfolded his back, the great dragon also became hot. He operated Old Man Long's technique to examine his internal condition, only to find the great dragon still curled up inside, listless. Then a ball of green mist floated over, but after the great dragon opened its mouth to swallow it, it continued to sleep deeply with no further movement. Su Qingbai shook his head. It seemed that the great dragon's deep sleep was quite a tricky issue, and solving it would likely not be a matter of just a day or two. Fortunately, he still maintained his martial arts at the peak of the third realm of bone forging, seemingly the strongest of the three realms mentioned by Old Man Long. His realm had temporarily not been affected, only he could no longer cultivate to improve. Meanwhile, Huangya returned to the kitchen, seeing Long Xingzhou had already skinned and cleaned the snake, chopping the meat into pieces. Long Xingzhou's knife skills left much to be desired, the cutting board ringing loudly, yet the meat pieces were. Huangya waited until Long Xingzhou had nearly finished, but saw that the snake meat was now not much different from ordinary white meat, so she mustered her courage, came over, and took the knife from Long Xingzhou's hand, saying, "Let me do it." Long Xingzhou readily agreed, happily stepping aside, and saying, "Yair, you need to put some effort into this tonight. This viper was something I had my eye on for a long time, originally planning to wait until it transformed and then act, but alas, the ancestor urged me on. Now that we've eaten it, it does feel a bit like wasting resources." Huangya slammed the knife onto the cutting board with a loud thud, exclaiming, "Big Yellow, what do you mean by wasting resources? This little snake is here to help my brother recover. That's called making the best use of everything. You should read more often." Long Xingzhou chuckled and asked, "Then why don't you feel sorry for the snake this time?" Huangya replied, "Is it the same? This time there is a need, don't you understand? Besides, a pitiful creature must have its hateful aspects. A look at how creepy and annoying this snake is. We call this eliminating harm for the people." Long Xingzhou laughed heartily, saying, Got it. Soon after, the yard was filled with the smell of cooking, the aroma wafting through the air. Huangya first served a large bowl of snake soup and brought it into Su Qingbai's room, watching him finish it before leaving. Afterwards, she served another bowl, knocking on Old Man Long's door to deliver it, urging him to drink it while it was hot. As Old Man Long drank the snake soup, he joyfully remarked, "Good stuff. Your skills are impressive. This filial piety is commendable. I didn't waste my efforts by being the first to jump into the fire pit to pull you out back then." Huangya smiled knowingly, saying, "Grandpa Long, look at you speaking so realistically. That's your fault. I treat someone well because it's what I genuinely want to do. When I don't treat someone well, it's because I don't want to. No matter who that person is, if I don't want to, then I just don't want to." Old Man Long, blowing on the hot soup, leisurely sipped it, and upon seeing Huangya getting up to leave, said, "That kid lying in the room, I have a plan. I'll think of a way." Huangya, upon hearing this, turned around and patiently waited by Old Man Long's side until he finished drinking, snatching the bowl to refill it for him. Before long, Huangya indeed returned, and Old Man Long saw that the bowl was even fuller than the previous one, sipping it while exclaiming, "As the old saying goes, a girl grows up and cannot be kept." Meanwhile, Long Xingzhou, catching a whiff of the aroma, first rummaged through the cupboard for a large bowl, then dashed to the stove, eagerly handing it to Huangya. Huangya pretended not to see it. Long Xingzhou cleared his throat twice. Huangya continued to focus on her tasks, not looking up. Unable to hold back, Long Xingzhou asked, "Yair, where's my bowl?" "What? Huh?" Long Xingzhou's face fell, looking as miserable as a frostbitten eggplant. If he had to snatch food from a tiger's mouth, he would do it without hesitation, but asking him to go to Old Man Long to fetch a bowl, that was something he wouldn't even dare to think about. He plopped down on a stool, sighing deeply. Huangya was busy working in front, her shoulders shaking initially, but she eventually couldn't hold back and laughed out loud, turning to explain to Long Xingzhou, There wasn't much snake soup made these past few days. My brother has been weak and has no appetite, so I saved some for him. Tonight we'll have dry-fried snake segments to eat. Your teeth are fine. You can handle the dry-fried ones. Just eat more when the time comes. Long Xingzhou instantly perked up, rejuvenated, repeatedly saying, good food is worth waiting for. You can't rush to eat hot tofu. I think the dry-fried dish sounds great tonight. Huangya smiled mischievously and said, Big Yellow, this afternoon I felt something was off with the meat segments. I picked them out and put them together, but how come there seems to be a small piece missing in the middle? Long Xingzhou stammered, chuckling foolishly as he quickly dashed out the door. On the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, the little new year, every household is diligently busy sweeping away the dust of the year, and at night they will offer sacrifices to the kitchen god. The Li residence is bustling with activity. The members of the Li family, who usually scatter in different places, have returned one after another, all waiting for the new year. Today the Li family bought 2 large fat pigs from the market, and a group of people carried them into the residence, preparing to slaughter the pigs for the reunion dinner tonight. In the afternoon, over a dozen strong men gathered in the courtyard, leading out the 2 fat pigs in the battle. Some held the legs, some held the belly, some pressed the head, and some grabbed the tail. It was purely a contest of strength. In the end, the 300-pound fat pig was still outnumbered. After a brief struggle, it was firmly pressed onto the makeshift slaughtering platform made of benches. As 2 piercing screams of the pig echoed through the Li residence, a group of squeamish women rushed out from the house. First, 2 women quickly carried away 2 basins of fresh pig blood. Then some started boiling water, while others began plucking the hair, creating quite a lively scene. A group of children gathered around the fat pig on the ground, their eyes wide open in curiosity. The men scalded the pig to remove the hair, and then neatly arranged it on the table. The 2 fat pigs, plump and pink, lay on the table, their bodies steaming, appearing adorably silly, truly beautiful in their own right. After the slaughter, according to local customs, sacrifices must first be made to the ancestors and deities. This serves to honor the ancestors and seek blessings. Then someone brought 2 pieces of red cloth, tied them into red flowers, and placed them on the pig's head. Others came with paper money, sticking it all over the pig's body. Finally, the elder Li Fengnian led the male members of the Li family to light incense and candles before bowing in worship, then lit the paper money. After the sacrifice was completed, the men lifted the fat pig off the table, first removing the intestines and fat to set aside, then began to deb one and cut it into equal pieces, placing them into baskets. At this time, the women also began to prepare the pork ribs and innards that were brought over. Some were busy selecting vegetables, while others were cooking rice, collectively preparing for the big dinner that evening. The women gathered in a group, their hands busy and their mouths never at rest, chatting and laughing, discussing domestic matters to liven the atmosphere, creating a lively environment. At a table, a petite woman said to a woman in purple nearby, "Third sister-in-law, I've noticed that since third brother returned from Nanping City a few days ago, you've been getting up a bit later each morning." The woman in purple spat first, playfully scolding the petite woman for being frivolous. After a moment of thought, she retorted, "That can't compare to some people. I heard that during the first month of marriage that couple didn't even get up for breakfast." Nearby, a middle-aged woman in an apron was peeling garlic. Hearing their conversation, she chimed in, "Yeah, every night in the dead of night, even from across the courtyard, you can hear the commotion. You say this person looks delicate, but how come their throat is so loud?" After saying this, the woman in the apron and the purple-clad woman exchanged glances and burst into laughter. The petite woman, undeterred by the teasing, responded, "Listening to sister-in-law makes me wonder if something here is it. Come, do you need me to help you scratch?" As she spoke, the petite woman reached out to poke the apron woman's midsection. The apron woman swatted the petite woman's hand away, saying, "I'm older now, not as spirited as you young folks." The petite woman chuckled mischievously, running up to the apron woman, pretending to be surprised, and quietly asked, "Sister-in-law, is there really something going on? Whose problem is it really? Is it that big brother can't do it anymore?" She pointed at the 4 pig kidneys on the table, leaned in close to the apron woman's ear, and whispered, "At dinner tonight, you should encourage big brother to be more active." The woman in purple couldn't help but laugh, so hard she shook, chuckling uncontrollably. The apron woman thought that if she continued to bicker with the petite woman, her husband might end up looking worse, so she quickly put down the garlic cloves, wiped her hands on her apron, and grumbled, "You little brat," as she reached to twist the petite woman's ear. The petite woman dodged behind the purple-clad woman, sticking out her tongue and calling out, "Oh dear, why are we getting physical now?" Third sister-in-law looked. Big sister is still in good spirits. The Li residence was crowded with everyone gathered as the new year approached, adding servants, maids, and various workers, totaling dozens of people. The Li family is not snobbish. Every year the reunion dinner is organized together by family members and servants alike, all participating in the cooking and dining equally, purely for the joy of togetherness. When dinner started, there were 10 tables set in the courtyard, and everyone from the Li residence was present. After the fireworks outside finished, everyone began to take their seats. Generally speaking, there were some formalities when taking seats. First, the elders from the generation of elderly gathered at one table, the middle-aged brothers from the Li family, at several tables the youth and young boys at a few tables, then the family and the older children at a few tables with the servants sitting together. This arrangement made it convenient for drinking. Su Qingbai had recovered after resting for over 10 days, and with the big yellow dog running out frequently to chase mountains, he had been well nourished, and was now fine. He sat at a table with Huang Ye and several peers from the Li residence. Old Long, stubborn in temperament, claimed that he was an eccentric old gardener who was not welcome, thus he stayed in the plum garden with Long Xingzhou, and should be eating leftovers at this moment. Originally, Su Qingbai was sitting next to Huang Ye and his cousin Li Haojie, but halfway through a girl in a purple-green skirt arrived. She first glanced around, noticing that many tables were already full, and when she saw an empty seat next to Li Haojie, she walked over to their table. Seeing his sister Li Yin coming over, Li Haojie called her to quickly sit down. After she arrived, he stood up and gave up his original seat, shifting to a nearby bench. After Li Yin sat down, she then saw that Su Qingbai was next to her, instantly turning her little face crimson. It turned out that since childhood, Li Yin had avoided this cousin, who was 3 years older than her, and even usually dared not look at him when speaking. The reason for this dates back 10 years. At that time, Su Qingbai had just moved into the Li family with his mother Li Chuanru. Once when Li Chuanru visited her second brother Li Chunyang's garden for a chat, the young Li Yin bounced in. Li Chuanru saw the little girl, delicate and lovely, liked her dearly, and couldn't help but tease her. The sister-in-law beside her laughed, and said, since you like her so much, why not marry her in a few years and take her as a wife? Li Chuanru laughed heartily, immediately saying several good in delight. From then on, the news of the engagement between Li Yin and Su Qingbai spread within the Li residence. The adults knew it was just a joke between the elders and didn't take it seriously. However, Li Yin, the person involved, did not think so. She was still young and naive, and often heard others mention this matter, leading her to believe wholeheartedly that she would marry Su Qingbai when she grew up. After that, the little girl often came by to gaze at her cousin, her future husband, from afar. The little girl, full of youthful affection but shy, would blush whenever Su Qingbai approached, and after exchanging a few words, she'd cover her face and run away. It wasn't until these past 2 years, as the little girl gradually grew up, that the situation improved slightly. However, Li Yin had childhood shadows, and every time they met they could hardly say a few words, leaving the atmosphere awkward. At present, the atmosphere was quite awkward. To break the silence, Su Qingbai began to make small talk, asking, "Dinner has started. Why did my cousin come so late?" Li Yin blushed again at this, softly murmuring an without explaining the reason, and fell silent. Su Qingbai, who originally thought to alleviate the awkwardness, was now left in an awkward silence. However, Li Yin was no longer the innocent little girl of the past. She had prepared her words in her heart, and quietly asked Su Qingbai, "I heard someone say that a few days ago my cousin fainted for a whole day and night. You must take care of your health." Suddenly, this statement left Su Qingbai, who was shoveling rice, completely at a loss. At that moment, he had a mouthful of rice and could not swallow it in time. He unintentionally mumbled an in response. Thus a heavy silence enveloped this corner. Su Qingbai and his peers were all seated together. Besides his cousin Li Haojie and Li Yin, there were also brothers Li Haoshan and Li Haoshui from the maternal uncle's family. They were of similar ages and were mostly childhood playmates, classmates in the private school. Cousins Li Haoshan and Li Haoshui were twins 2 years older than Su Qingbai. It was said that they had suffered trauma in the womb and were born with intellectual disabilities, but they grew up strong, although their behavior still resembled that of children. At this moment, the two brothers sat across from each other, busy pouring dishes into their bowls, oblivious to the happenings at the table. Once they finished eating, they would go to toast and congratulate the elders at their several tables. Because they were young, they had always been the ones serving tea in previous years while the elders served wine. Su Qingbai and the others first approached the elder Li Fengnian's table, where Li Fengnian and his 3 brothers sat, along with Master Song, the old accountant of the Li residence, Uncle Li Chunyang, and Uncle Li Chuntian. It was evident that elder Li Fengnian was in high spirits today and had perhaps drunk a little too much. After the younger generation recited a few prepared auspicious phrases, Li Fengnian raised 2 wine cups from the table to have Su Qingbai and Li Haojie switch cups, saying, "You are both grown men now. Come, it's time to taste the flavor of the world's worry-relieving drink." Uncle Li Chunyang looked visibly tense. He wanted to protect his beloved son and nephew, but was also reluctant to go against the elder's wishes, finding himself in a dilemma. However, Master Song, acting justly, stepped forward and said, "The 2 are still young. They're just teenagers. They have plenty of time ahead of them." Elder Li Fengnian laughed heartily at Master Song, saying, "Don't give me this nonsense. Oh, I've heard that it was you who encouraged Qingbai to drink for the first time." Master Song playfully scolded, "You old rascal, your ears and eyes are still sharp." Upon hearing this, Uncle Li Chunyang seemed to ponder that his son had indeed grown up, and it was time for him to drink. So, he said to Su Qingbai and Li Haojie, "Just do as your grandfather and great-grandfather say today." The 2 young men then replaced their cups, drawing cheers from the entire table. At this moment the silly brothers Li Haoshan and Li Haoshui protested. Seeing their cousin and younger cousin drink 2 cups of something, they jumped out shouting that they wanted to drink too. Uncle Li Chuntian scolded his 2 sons, "You 2 little brats, what are you drinking for?" Li Haoshan and Li Haoshui instantly felt wronged, opening their mouths to cry, and were about to throw themselves on the ground. Elder Li hurriedly smiled, and came over, grabbing the 2 grandsons, and finally overriding the objections, saying, "Let them drink. The 2 eldest grandsons of the Li family certainly cannot be left out." The 2 brothers cheered excitedly and joyfully accepted the wine cups, holding them with both hands, but after tasting a sip, they stuck out their tongues panting, and cried out, "So spicy," crying even harder than before. The adults in the courtyard watching the comical antics of the 2 brothers couldn't help but burst into laughter. At the wine table, Master Song stood up again. He raised a cup of wine and passed it to Li Fengyan, teasing, "Come, let me toast Elder Li with a cup, lest I have to endure 3 days of jaw pain again." Li Fengyan was initially taken aback, but quickly accepted the wine cup with a hint of awkwardness. Soon returned. He pretended to know nothing, and no one said anything, smiling broadly as he drank 3 cups in a row. In the night of the little new year, the atmosphere was warm and heartfelt smiles filled the air. The scent of wine was rich and the lights were soft. Young and old, masters and servants, all enjoyed the festive spirit. On that day in the private school, Master Song had already been waiting in the classroom early in the morning. Once all the children had arrived, the master began to speak. "I am about to leave today. I will give you all a final lesson." The classroom fell silent, and the master continued, "Today I will not teach from the books. Instead, I will tell you a story for this last lesson." The children sat up straight, tilting their heads as they focused intently, preparing to hear how this old master, who usually taught from books, would tell a story, and what kind of story it would be. "This is a story about a scholar," the master began to narrate. "There was a young boy who loved to read and study from a young age. However, due to his family's poverty, he struggled to afford books. Yet he did not lose heart, and devised a method to borrow books. He often ran to wealthy families to borrow books, then transcribed them by hand. Once he finished copying, he returned them on the agreed date. During winter, the weather was so cold that the ink in the inkstone froze, and his fingers became too stiff to bend. In summer, the room was filled with mosquitoes, which bit his fingers, causing them to swell and itch. However, he thought about the approaching deadline and dared not slack off. He hurriedly finished copying the books, and then ran to return them. Thanks to his reliability, many people were willing to lend him their books, and he read a lot during his childhood. When he reached the age to pursue his studies, he carried a book box on his back, walking alone through the deep ravines of the. Once he encountered a flood in a valley. He carefully stepped on the scattered rocks in the water, but accidentally dropped his book box into the flood. He only thought about rescuing the book box, and ended up getting swept away into the murky, icy water, soaking his clothes, and getting bruised by the stones. When he arrived at the academy, his limbs were stiff and unresponsive. Kind-hearted people brought him warm water to wash his hands and feet, and offered him a bowl of hot soup to drink, finally wrapping him in thick blankets. After a long time, he finally warmed up. In the academy, his classmates, dressed in luxurious clothes, wore swords at their waists, shining and glamorous, riding on fine steeds. In contrast, he was poor, only able to eat 2 meals a day consisting of vegetables and radishes. He often wore an old cotton robe with no new clothes to change into, and even his worn-out cotton shoes had several holes that he couldn't bear to throw away. But he had books as his companions, and did not envy the lives of others. He did not feel that because of what he ate or wore his character was inferior to theirs. Because he had read a principle in the borrowed books: when material poverty does not bring dignity to life, one must strive even harder to read. Reading may not ensure that he achieves great success or a bright future, but the words he encountered would gradually change him, erase the superficiality and ignorance from his life, enabling him to speak with reason and act with discretion, allowing him to live without confusion. Children, this is the last lesson Master has for you today about the attitude towards reading. The children in the classroom seemed to linger on savoring this story. One child asked, "Master, are you abandoning us? Where are you going?" Master smiled kindly. "Tomorrow the winter vacation begins, and after the new year a new master will come to teach you how to read. As for me, I miss home and must go back to take a look." People say that teaching is like ferrying people across a river. The one who rows the boat does not have to remember every passenger, but those who cross the river should not forget the one who rowed the boat. And those on this boat today will likely remember this ferryman for decades to come, never forgetting him and his story. The next morning, Master Song arrived at the Meiyuan. Old Long came out of the house and asked, "Are you just leaving without a word?" Master Song smiled and said, "With seniors like you taking care of things, I've done my part, and it's time to return." Old Long snorted and said, "My abilities are quite ordinary. How can I bear such a burden?" Master Song smiled apologetically and said, "At that time I was impolite. You please don't take it to heart." Old Long sighed and finally said, "No need to see you off." Master Song cupped his hands and replied, "Stay safe." He called Su Qingbai aside, and the two of them walked out of Meiyuan, one in front and the other behind. As the farewell approached, the two fell into silence, walking slowly and steadily towards the outskirts of the city. When they reached the banks of Huanglong Creek in the northern suburbs, Master Song finally stopped. He turned around and looked at Su Qingbai, asking, "Do you actually have many questions you want to ask me?" Su Qingbai hesitated, unsure of where to start. Master Song understood and said, "Then I will start. My surname is Song, my name is Jing, and I was born into a Confucian family. I am currently the imperial teacher of the great Xiong dynasty in the north. Your father Su Lide is my third junior brother, and before he went missing he was the head of the astronomical bureau of the great Xia dynasty in the west. In our family, you also have a second uncle Li Ziqing, who has now turned to military affairs and is a general of the great Yu dynasty. Additionally, you have a little master Aunt Kai Wenjun, who is currently the headmistress of the Qingmu Academy in the great Xia dynasty, and for now, she is still a wise person in Confucianism." Master Song continued, "After your father went missing, we investigated and found no leads. I came south to the Li family, concealing my identity in the private school. I taught you to read for 10 years and nurtured your qi for another 10 years. The great demon Longxi was entrusted to protect you and quietly taught you techniques, while also helping you refine your body. And now you possess the righteous qi of Confucianism. You have achieved the third realm of qi cultivation in the path of immortality, and the third realm of bone forging in martial arts, both being the strongest." With just a few words, Master Song unraveled the layers of questions in Su Qingbai's heart. However, even now he had one question left. "What about my father?" Master Song replied, "Regarding the matter of my third junior brother, there are still many mysteries surrounding it. Although there is no definitive conclusion, yet there are clues to be found. Many major forces are involved, and there are those from various schools plotting behind the scenes. It is not wise for you to know too much too soon. However, trust that the truth will eventually come to light." After hearing this, Su Qingbai fell into deep thought silent. Master Song continued, "Over the years I have taught you to memorize some sage writings from books, and I have taught you many principles of benevolence, righteousness, loyalty, and filial piety. In the future, even while cultivating, do not neglect your books. Books may be inexpensive, but the principles within them are invaluable. It is always good to read more in your spare time. Reading is beneficial." Su Qingbai respectfully nodded. Master Song then advised, "You have always been thoughtful, intelligent, sensitive, and calm. You are truly a piece of raw jade. However, raw jade is common, while renowned beautiful jade is rare. Why is that? What I fear is that those raw jades, first full of ambition, do not wish to be polished and consider themselves too noble to be associated with gravel. Ultimately, they end up accomplishing nothing and being lost among the crowd. You must keep this in mind. You often reflect on yourself. You should read, but do not read blindly. Many truths exist outside of books. You must also go out more, see more. Flowers do not only bloom in spring, they bloom in all seasons. Rivers do not only flow to the sea, they flow in all directions. Keep your original intention. Life is a journey of ups and downs. Mountains, rivers, wind, snow, and crowds are all landscapes. Stay true to your heart. The sun and moon are two lamps. Reading, cultivating, and oneself are all the great ways." Su Qingbai deeply bowed to Master Song Jing, addressing his grand teacher and his own teacher. Master Song handed the umbrella to Su Qingbai and pulled out a seal the size of a baby's fist from his waist, tying it around Su Qingbai's waist. He stroked the boy's head, smiling as he said, "This was a gift from my teacher's teacher when I was accepted as a disciple. Today, I am passing it on to you. The mountains are high and the roads are long, little Qingbai, but we will meet again at dawn next year." With that, Master Song, dressed in a blue robe, floated away with the wind, vanishing into the horizon. Su Qingbai gazed at the distant mountains, looking towards the sky, remaining silent for a long time. He lowered his head and held the seal in his hand, which was a white jade flower seal. He recognized that the jade surface was engraved with 4 cursive characters, forming a vivid image like a flying bird, which read, "Flowing with goodness." On New Year's Eve, the streets and alleys were adorned with colorful lanterns radiating joy. Su Qingbai stepped out to buy red paper and attempted to write a few couplets himself, which he then pasted on the entrance of the plum garden. Su Qingbai cut out several square pieces of red paper, neatly wrote a couple of fu characters, ran into the courtyard, stood on a stool, and stuck them on the door of the inner room. Long Xingzhou stood below, helping to steady the stool, continuously calling out, "It's upside down, it's upside down. The fu character should be pasted upside down. A bit more to the left, oh no, that's right, a bit more to the right, perfect." Old Long brought out a reclining chair and squinted in the sun in the courtyard. Huang Ye had been busy since noon, steaming dumplings, chopping vegetables, and arranging dishes. As night fell, the sound of firecrackers echoed outside, with fireworks shooting into the sky, illuminating the clouds, and bursting into a sea of flowers, vibrant and beautiful. In the courtyard, Huang Ye looked up, cheering repeatedly. The colorful lights reflected on her delicate face, but in the intermittent brightness they paled in comparison. Su Qingbai and Long Xingzhou placed a string of firecrackers on the ground, lit an incense stick, and handed it to Huang Ye, saying, "Girl, this year it's your turn." Huang Ye took the incense, trembling, and finally lit the firecrackers before covering her ears and running away. Amid the firecracker sounds, the group walked into the house to celebrate the new year. On the table, a feast was already laid out, steaming hot. In Huang Ya's words, having more dishes on New Year's Eve is good. If there's any left over, it can be kept for the night, which symbolizes abundance year after year. As they sat down, Su Qingbai took out a bottle of fine aged wine he specifically bought from the market and poured some for Old Long. Then, under Old Long's watchful gaze, he poured himself a cup, gesturing no more than 3 cups. Seeing Su Qingbai having wine today, Long Xingzhou couldn't take his eyes off the wine bottle, filled with longing, as he began a long wait. Seeing Su Qingbai having wine today, Long Xingzhou couldn't take his eyes off the wine bottle, filled with longing, as he began a long wait. Suddenly, Huang Ye stood up, found 2 more cups poured from the wine bottle in front of Old Long, took one for herself, and handed another to Long Xingzhou, calling for everyone to raise their cups, squinting her eyes, as she said, "Today is New Year's, let's all drink a cup together. Wishing Grandpa Long good health, brother success in his studies, and for myself to grow a bit taller." Long Xingzhou, holding his cup, was so excited that he reminded Huang Ye, "Xiao Ye, what about Zhou Ge? This new year we have one more person in the plum garden." Huang Ye thought for a moment, squinted, and said, wishing to Huang to grow ivory in his mouth one day. Long Xingzhou was so focused on the wine that he didn't hear clearly what Huang Ye said, but continued to say to himself, "Actually, haha. I actually don't know how to drink wine either." After saying that, he tilted his head back, gulping it down, and reflexively let out a long ah sound, as if savoring the taste. Su Qingbai teased, "Hey, sneaking around in the kitchen, drinking wine alone all the time, have you trained your skills?" Long Xingzhou's expression tensed up, glancing at the old ancestor nearby. After realizing the latter was not looking at him, he finally relaxed a little, stubbornly retorting, "What skills? You little brat, don't speak nonsense." "Ha ha ha, I understand. Not saying it out loud doesn't mean I don't see it." Su Qingbai laughed. After finishing the meal and tidying up, the group gathered in the main room, lighting a charcoal pan to keep vigil for the new year. Old Long sat alone at the table, peeling peanuts and slowly sipping wine. Long Xingzhou sat in front of the fire pit, extending his hands to warm himself, yawning. Huang Ye poked at the firewood with a stick, her small face flushed from the wine. Su Qingbai rummaged through the kitchen and found a few sweet potatoes, tossing them by the fire pit. Before long, a fragrant aroma wafted, instantly reviving Long Xingzhou, who began to drool. The Old Long spoke up from the table, "Kid, teacher song has passed. I think there's no need to go to the private school anymore. What are your plans next?" Su Qingbai replied, "I've already thought about this and was just about to tell you. After the spring of next year, I want to go out and travel, kind of like a study tour." Old Long nodded and said, "Young people should indeed go out and see the world." He added, "However, there's no rush. A few days ago, I thought of a way to temporarily nourish the great dragon within you. I discussed it with Teacher Song, and we both think it's feasible." "What way?" Su Qingbai inquired. Old Long continued, "After the new year, you should go to the border of Dayue and find your cheap second master. That kid didn't study hard and ran off to join the army. Tisk, it made some people so angry back then. But I heard he has become successful now, a great general or something. Go find him. Mix in the military for a few years, temporarily borrowing the murderous aura of the military to stabilize the great dragon within you. I'll think of another plan for you." Su Qingbai asked, "How do I mix in this good year of mine?" Old Long squinted and said, "In a military camp, there's naturally no lack of the murderous aura of the military. Your great dragon inside can sense and absorb it, at least keeping your realm from dropping and maybe even making a slight advancement. One must not rush in everything. The sky is high and the road is long. What's there to fear about being late or not arriving? Just let things unfold, and in the end, everything will be just right." Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qingbai agreed. He understood Old Long well. Having spent 10 years together, it was rare to see him so chatty today. Huang Ye, hearing Su Qingbai was leaving next year, felt a bit melancholy. Long Xingzhou, who had been munching on sweet potatoes, accidentally caught sight of the old man, casually handing Su Qingbai a small object, saying it was a gift for self-defense. Long Xingzhou immediately felt the sweet potato in his hand lost its flavor, and he was stunned, unable to close his mouth for a long time. The next morning was New Year's Day, the first day of the Lunar New Year. Su Qingbai led Huang Ye, carrying incense and offerings, to the inner courtyard on the 3rd level. When they came to the Li family, his mother had disregarded good or bad fortune and built a tomb for his father Su Lied in the inner courtyard of the plum garden. Not long after, his mother also passed away, and another grave was erected beside it. In his childhood, whenever Su Qingbai missed his parents, he would sneak in alone with his small frame, leaning on his parents' grave, saying heart-wrenching words to himself. According to custom, on the first day of the new year, Su Qingbai and Huang Ye came here to pay their respects to their father and mother. They swept away the dust from the offerings, lit the incense, and placed 3 dishes of meat dishes made by Huang Ye. Then they knelt on the ground, bowing 3 times and knocking their heads 9 times. During the new year, the city was bustling. People had worked hard for a year, whether they were high officials or common folk, and during these few days they took a break, put down their business, and farming, visiting friends and relatives, enjoying life. Near the Qingbai Temple in the east of the city, a grand temple fair was being held, lasting from the 3rd day until the 15th day of the 1st lunar month. Today was also the Lantern Festival, and there would be a lantern show. After finishing dinner early, Qingbai pulled Huang Yu out together, walking ahead, with a big yellow dog slowly following behind. The 3 of them strolled through the temple fair, first watching the temple opera, then the lanterns, and finally watching the performance of the festive activities. Squeezing through the crowd, they gathered in front of several street performers, enjoying the lively scene. Huang Yu was in high spirits, lightly clapping along with the crowd, her small face blooming with a smile. During this time, she even ran up to the street performer's gong, and with 2 crisp sounds threw in 2 coins. One was from her, and the other was for Qingbai. Huang Yu was delighted, and Qingbai didn't rush her stand. Qingbai clearly saw that the performance was reaching its climax, even more spectacular than before, yet the onlookers were scattering in groups. After a while, when he saw another performer standing up with a gong asking for tips one by one, he suddenly realized. It turned out that the experienced audience members calculated the interval for tips and left beforehand. When the gong was passed back to them, Huang Ya's smiling face froze, shouting that she had already given before. But the person holding the gong ignored her, instead smilingly extending the gong towards them. Qingbai could only smile wryly, taking out 2 coins from his clothes and throwing them in. There was nothing he could do. The young man had learned a lesson from experience. But Huang Ya clearly couldn't stand it, and simply refused to support them any longer, pulling Qingbai. They arrived at a bustling marketplace lined with stalls filled with an array of goods, such as paintings, antiques, bows and arrows, floral paintings, and candied fruits. A crowd stopped to select and comment, bargaining with the vendors, the noise bustling. Huang Ya glanced at every stall along the way, now at a place filled with pots and pans, examining seriously, as if the items she held were treasures. Qingbai knew that girls usually just look without buying, and it would take a while to finish, so he greeted Huang Ya and said he wanted to go to the nearby Qingbai Temple to take a look. He arrived alone at the Qingbai Temple, where a throng of devoted believers came and went. In the courtyard at the entrance stood an incense burner, tall as an adult, with rows of vegetable oil lamps lit. Qingbai stepped over the high threshold and entered the hall. In the hall before the statue, he saw offerings of 3 animals with the heads of an ox, pig, and sheep arranged side by side amid the curling smoke. He brought 3 sticks of incense, held them before himself, muttered a few words, and slowly inserted them into the... At that moment, the city god was in the inner hall, welcoming colleagues who had come from the adjacent general temple. In life, one was a high-ranking official in Dayue, while the other was a general riding a white horse. After their deaths, one had merits in governance, while the other had merits in protecting the nation, and they were successively honored by the court, moved into the city god temple, and the general temple, continuing to guard the area. What Qingbai did not know was that as soon as he stepped over the threshold, the jade seal at his waist began to glow, flashing by causing a beam of light to rise from the Qingbai Temple, piercing through the roof and ascending into the sky. The 2 spirits in the back hall who were chatting were startled and hurried out. Upon seeing the young man asking for incense, they quietly waited nearby. After the young man finished asking for incense, the 2 approached and called out to Qingbai. They did not hide their identities, revealing that the scholarly-looking city god was named Cheng Shi, while the martial figure of the heroic general was named Yuan Biao. Then the 3 of them went to the back hall together, where the city god observed Qingbai, having already noticed the jade seal at his waist, making his identity self-evident. He praised Qingbai, saying, "At such a young age you possess the righteousness of a Confucian along with the courage of a celestial warrior. You truly are a formidable youth." The heroic general beside him nodded in agreement. Qingbai cupped his hands and said, "With the jewels and jade before me, I fear I can only look up to the 2 of you." The heroic general said, "Haha, Cheng and I are both people who died and disappeared. We can only find another path after death to become this small god among the heavenly fragrances of the kingdom. You young man don't need to compare yourself with us. Your future achievements will only be higher, not lower." The city god also said, "On the path of cultivation, the accomplished are prioritized. You are still young, so there's no need to be overly formal." Yet Qingbai still bowed respectfully, saying the city god dedicated himself to governance during his life, benefiting the people. And the heroic general threw out his life on the battlefield, shedding blood to protect the people. For these reasons, they deserve a bow from the younger generation. The city god and the heroic general exchanged a knowing smile and respectfully returned the gesture. From then on, the 3 engaged in pleasant conversation, with the 2 spirits finding the young man increasingly appealing, while he gradually became less restrained, speaking freely. The city god Cheng Shi handed Qingbai a piece of bamboo slip, and asked, since we are all scholars, and you are now positioning yourself as a junior, I will simply act old, and give you a gift for our meeting. What do you say? Su Qingbai smiled, and said, as a junior, I certainly cannot refuse such courtesy. The city god nodded, saying it should be so. Young people should have the vitality of youth. Being overly reserved would only put them at a disadvantage. He explained, this bamboo slip has been worshipped in the temple for hundreds of years, nourished by the incense, and has been played with by me, this half-scholarly person, from time to time. Keep it with you, and it will benefit you when you read in the future. Su Qingbai stood up to take it, and indeed saw that the bamboo slip had some age, about half a foot long, slightly heavy in hand, and covered in a patina glistening. One side of the bamboo slip was engraved with countless tiny characters, a piece of sage's writing. The city god then turned to the heroic general, and joked, General, why are you still standing there? Just make sure not to be too stingy. Even in death, one should still maintain some dignity. The heroic General Yuan Biao stood up with a hearty laugh, approached Su Qingbai, and waved his hand, sending a protective aura of the nation that entered Su Qingbai's body. Su Qingbai looked inward, and saw that the protective aura had wrapped around the languid great dragon within him, forming a mist. He could distinctly feel that at this moment the great dragon was extremely comfortable. Su Qingbai hadn't expected that a casual visit to the temple fair would attract the city god and the heroic general, and that the gift casually given by the heroic general would be just the remedy he needed. Su Qingbai bowed in thanks to the heroic general, who waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, haha, it's nothing extraordinary, just a bit better than the fancy trinkets made by the city god. After the young man took his leave, the boisterous heroic general approached the city god and asked seriously, Brother Chung, what did this young man mutter in front of your statue when he entered the temple? The city god was still staring at the door, his eyes gleaming. He did not directly answer the heroic general, but seemed to have already responded, murmuring to himself, there is a dragon lying in the depths, waiting for the wind to come. How splendid, how joyful. On this day, the awakening of insects. The yang energy in the world begins to rise, and the temperature gradually warms. The spring thunder of heaven and earth stirs, and all things revive. Su Qingbai had been preparing for several days in the plum garden, and finally today, he would pack his bag and leave the Spring Mountain County, where he had lived for 10 years. He was heading north to the border between the Diyue dynasty and the Dahuang dynasty to join the border army of Diyue and save the languishing dragon within himself in order to temper himself. Not long ago, old dragon called Su Qingbai into the house alone and said he had already communicated with his second master, Uncle Li Ziqing, who was stationed at the border, assuring him to go with peace of mind. He also mentioned that at the border, swords and blades have no eyes, and it is impossible for someone to always watch over him and protect him, so he should be more astute. In the end, old dragon reminded Su Qingbai to keep the small object he had given him safe, as it could protect him at a critical moment. On the night of New Year's Eve, while keeping vigil, old dragon casually tossed Su Qingbai a small object, saying it was for his protection after heading north. Su Qingbai had taken it out to observe it closely. The small object looked like jade, but wasn't identifiable in material, though it was crystal clear and emitted a faint yellow glow. It was only about 2 inches long and crescent-shaped. Su Qingbai concluded that it should be a canine tooth. Its origins were unknown, and old dragon did not speak of it, so Su Qingbai did not inquire. Anyway, Su Qingbai knew that old dragon, who was usually stingy, had a treasure trove of valuable items, and anything he had handled would definitely not be mundane. In the end, Su Qingbai carefully made a hole in the canine tooth, found a red string to tie it, and wore it around. One day, Long Xingzhou happened to see it in the plum garden, his expression unusual, his eyes fixed on Su Qingbai's chest for a long time. The day before leaving, the little ghost Lan Jian came to find Su Qingbai, saying he also wanted to venture out and would accompany him for a while. Lan Jian, who usually did not pay attention to his studies since Mr. Song had left, simply stopped attending private school. A few days ago, he mustered up the courage to confront his family. He had prepared himself for a stormy confrontation, but to his surprise, his usually stern and strict father did not explode in rage. Perhaps Lan Jian's father also knew he was not cut out for studying, hence he did not persuade him. He only asked him to think carefully about the path he wanted to take and not to regret his choice later. Today, the plum garden was bustling with activity. Old Mr. Li uncles and aunts and classmates from the academy had come to bid farewell to Su Qingbai. The uncles stuffed some silver coins into Su Qingbai's arms, while the aunts sent several pairs of cotton shoes, cotton clothing, and long robes. Everyone helped packing everything tightly into the bundle. After everyone left, Su Qingbai looked at the 2 bulging bundles on the ground and shook his head helplessly. If he had to carry these 2 bundles all the way to the north, he would surely be exhausted. He had no choice but to sort through his belongings again, discarding some less useful items, and finally set off. After leaving the Li family, Su Qingbai met up with Lan Jian under the peach tree outside the residence, and they headed straight towards the west gate. After exiting the west gate, they traveled nearly 10 miles. Standing at the foot of the western mountain, they would need to follow the ancient postal road, climbing the mountain and traversing the valleys. At this time, Huang Yishun, Yueli Haojia, and Fan Peng, who were following them, still showed no intention of returning, making the scene a bit hard to part with. Su Qingbai stopped in his tracks and turned around. He took 2 steps back and bent down to pick up the dog tail that had yet to be retrieved. The big yellow dog squatted in place, not moving an inch, while the dog tail swayed past Su Qingbei's. Su Qingbei's hand hung in the air, feeling a bit awkward. He reached out to pat the big yellow dog's head and said earnestly, "Big Huang, you need to be more alert in the future. Bark more often and never be lazy. Guard the house well." Huang Ye, who had been suppressing her emotions, felt her nose tingle, and thinking of their imminent separation, she could no longer control herself, and threw herself into Su Qingbei's arms, crying heart-wrenchingly. Su Qingbai patted her back, gently comforting her. "Girl, didn't we agree in the plum garden? Why are you crying?" Huang Ye ignored him, sobbing uncontrollably. Su Qingbai quickly changed the subject. "You behave yourself at home while I'm gone. At home, keep an eye out for old dragons stealing liquor, and make sure Big Huang doesn't take advantage of you. If you have nothing to do and aren't afraid of hardship, you can learn some martial arts from them. And remember, during every New Year's celebration, be sure to light a stick of incense in front of your parents' graves for me." Huang Ye nodded vigorously while crying, her silver tears scattering all over the ground. Fan Peng rushed over, his chubby little hands rummaging in his clothes, and immediately produced 2 shiny gold ingots. He stuffed 1 gold ingot each into Su Qingbei's and Lan Jian's arms. Fan Peng patted his chest, loudly emphasizing, "This is my New Year's money from the past few years. It's truly legitimate for your return journey. You two keep it, and buy some wine to drink on the way." Su Qingbai and Lan Jian were not polite with the generous little chubby boy, and happily accepted it. When Li Haojia came over, Su Qingbai thought for a moment, and took out the bamboo slip that the city god had given him on the Lantern Festival from his bundle. Su Qingbai solemnly presented it to Li Haojia, and informed him of the bamboo slip's origin. Su Qingbai said to him, "You are a promising student of the Li family, and both your grandfather and uncles have high expectations for you. You need to be diligent in your studies, and not waste your youthful reputation." When it was Shen Yu's turn, Su Qingbai seemed at a loss for words. He finally joked with a smile, "Xiao Yiya, I'm leaving for a short period of 2 or 3 years, but who knows how long it will be. I wonder if I will get to taste your wedding candy." Shen Yu's eyes sparkled as she squinted, and replied, "I will wait for you." A simple few words, but the little girl spoke ambiguously. She was vague, as if intentionally leaving things unsaid. Su Qingbai felt a bit puzzled. Finally, he reluctantly bid farewell to everyone. The two waved and turned, winding up the stone steps along the mountain ridge. As they reached a mountain stream, they saw a rainwind corridor bridge spanning the secluded valley where 3 people stood. An elderly scholar dressed in black boots and a green robe slightly hunched. The 2 individuals beside him were dressed in short brown attire, one in pure black, and the other in pure white, resembling martial artists. The 2 stood on either side of the elder, both standing 8 feet tall, with thick eyebrows and strong builds, gazing towards the bridge's entrance. Su Qingbai asked Lan Jian to wait for a moment, then walked over by himself. He first cupped his hands towards the elder in the middle and called out, "City God." The city god returned the courtesy and introduced the 2 night wanderers beside him. Su Qingbai then realized and cupped his hands again, saying, "So, it is the 2 generals Gan Lu." Previously, General Lu the Night Wanderer had been rescued by Mr. Song, and as the saying goes, one should remember kindness and repay it. At this moment, the 2 were also courteous to Su Qingbai. After some pleasantries, Su Qingbai bid them farewell, and the city god led the night wanderers to continue standing on the corridor bridge, watching the young man's figure gradually fade away. Suddenly, the city god snapped his fingers in midair. As the snap echoed, a lamp lit up above the young man's head in the distance. In the world, a flicker of phosphorescence swayed unextinguished, scattering 3 zhong of golden light, illuminating the path ahead. Su Qingbai set forth on his journey within the Tianxiang kingdom. Within 3 zhong, 100 ghosts avoid the path. Su Qingbai and Lan Jian journeyed westward. Both were young and spirited, and it was their first time venturing out. As they took in the vibrant world around them, they felt like birds released from their cages, or wild horses breaking free, stopping frequently along the way to explore the mountains and valleys filled with freshness. That day, the 2 hurriedly made their way to Qinghu Town, located near Huai'an County. The town was quite famous in the capital of Tianxiang, situated along an ancient post road, having thrived for over 1,000 years. It lay between Chunshan County and Huai'an County, and to this day merchants and travelers came and went incessantly, taking respite and replenishing supplies. Where there are visitors, there is business, and wealth flows abundantly. The town boasted various establishments, including inns, taverns, silver shops, and pawn shops. On the east side of the town, by the banks of Tsiju Creek, there was even a Dharma wheel temple hidden amidst the dense forest on the mountainside, said to have a history of 500 to 600 years, flourishing with incense offerings. Upon entering the town, it was just the right time for dinner. Lan Jian, full of energy, was bouncing around and was already famished. He pulled Su Qingbai along, insisting they first find something to eat on the street before looking for a place to stay after filling their bellies. The two walked the length of the stone-paved ancient street, making their selection, and finally entered a tavern at the end of the street. The tavern was named Washing Dust Pavilion, and they found it quite elegant. The tavern had 2 levels, each with 7 or 8 tables spacious enough. Young men loved to climb to the upper floors, and they chose a table by the window, enjoying a broad view that captured half the charm of the town. Perhaps it was the gold ingots given by the chubby boy that filled Lan Jian with confidence. He waved his hand, grandly ordering half a table of dishes, speaking loudly with an air of authority. Having not eaten a decent meal in a long time during their journey through the wilderness, when the dishes arrived, their chopsticks flew into action. As the two were devouring their food, an inappropriate ruckus erupted from upstairs. In a corner there sat a man and a woman at a table. Although the man was slender, his sword-like brows and starry eyes paired with his white clothing gave him a refined, scholarly air. The woman beside him was like a delicate willow in the wind, with a slender waist and watery eyes that evoked instant sympathy from onlookers. One was a frail scholar, utterly defenseless. The other was a fragile young woman, appearing pitiful. Together they made for a striking couple. Su Qingbai and Lan Jian had noticed them earlier. The couple had arrived shortly after Su Qingbai and his companion entered the tavern, choosing a corner seat on the upper floor. When Lan Jian first saw them come upstairs, he inexplicably became excited, but as they settled into their corner, he appeared somewhat dejected. He moved to the other side of the table, directly facing the woman, frequently glancing up to steal looks, without even realizing that he had barely touched his food, and soon the bowl of white rice was almost empty. In ancient times one might draw a picture of a meal to stave off hunger, but now Lan Jian feasted his eyes on the beauty. At that moment the couple was engrossed in their meal when a burly man with thick brows and large eyes unexpectedly entered the second floor. The man chose to sit between 2 tables, and the scars on his face were enough to make anyone wary. Not long after sitting down, he noticed the woman not far away, and like Lan Jian, couldn't take his eyes off her. However, while Lan Jian was admiring from afar, the man soon became dissatisfied with merely watching and seemed to harbor lewd intentions. The man slowly walked to the woman's table, spat a thick phlegm on the ground, and thundered, "Ha ha, whose little lady is this? Is she perhaps, like in the plays, eloping with this useless scholar?" The woman frowned her face, showing subtle displeasure, but she did not retaliate. The burly man, seeing her silence, continued, "Little lady, do not panic. I see this softy most likely harbors ill intentions and is surely involved in trafficking women. Although I do not know how he deceived you, since I have witnessed this today, I cannot simply turn a blind eye." The woman finally could not hold back her voice, soft and gentle. "You are mistaken. I am accompanying my lover to visit relatives in Huai'an County, and there is no elopement or deception, as you say." The burly man, being a troublemaker by nature, was not willing to let it go. He glared at the scholar, saying, "If there is nothing inappropriate going on, then there is no need for me to draw my blade." After saying this, the burly man went to his table to grab 2 cups of wine and returned, grinning. "It seems fated that we meet here. Brother wants to share a couple of drinks with the little lady." The frail scholar could not help but interject, saying, "We are currently discussing some trivial matters and are truly not in the mood to drink. Please forgive us and allow us a moment of peace." The burly man splashed the drink in his hand at the scholar, soaking him and scolding, "Am I giving you face? Am I bothering you while I am sharing heartfelt words with the little lady?" The frail scholar was not intimidated, though he was defenseless. He stood up to block the woman. The burly man ignored the scholar and approached the woman with ill intentions. Seeing this, the scholar immediately engaged the man in a struggle. However, after a few moves, the scholar was easily lifted and tossed to the ground like a little chick. Then the burly man approached the woman step by step, laughing lewdly as he walked, resembling a hungry wolf closing in on a trembling lamb. He relished this moment, for he was indeed that ravenous wolf. The woman, cornered against the wall, watched the moaning scholar on the ground, her head spinning as she began to sob helplessly. Meanwhile, Lan Jian and Su Qingbai were observing the events unfolding in the tavern. Initially, they found the burly man amusing and ridiculous, making a fool of himself. But as the man knocked down the scholar and approached the woman, a surge of righteous anger ignited within them. Lan Jian turned to Su Qingbai and asked, "What do you say?" Su Qingbai succinctly replied, "Let's teach him a lesson." The two then sprang into action, charging towards them. At that moment, the waiter bringing dishes upstairs happened to see Su Qingbai and Lan Jian rushing past. The waiter shook his head unfazed, and while continuing his duties, he muttered, "Ah, here comes another pair of fools." Lan Jian was the first to charge, and taking a few steps and delivering a kick to the burly man's backside. The burly man merely swayed slightly. Upon turning to see who had struck him, he seemed enraged and threw. Su Qingbai dodged and stepped forward, first intercepting the punch aimed at Lan Jian, then delivering a whip-like kick to the man's waist. Su Qingbai's kick was powerful and comparable to Lan Jian's earlier attempt. After taking that kick, the burly man stumbled backward uncontrollably, ultimately crashing to the ground. The man clumsily got up, holding his waist, evidently suffering from the kick. Once up, the burly man scrutinized Su Qingbai and Lan Jian, realizing they were not to be trifled with. After a moment's thought, he ultimately refrained from attacking. He spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the ground, but by chance it landed on his own boot tip. Seeing the foul spit on his own foot, the embarrassed man pretended not to notice. He glanced at the woman in the corner, contemplating leaving in disgrace, but feeling reluctant, he finally bowed to Su Qingbai and Lan Jian, saying, "Though we meet in the mountains and rivers, we shall see how this plays out." The burly man then exited downstairs, striding away. Su Qingbai helped the scholar lying on the ground up and checked him over, finding only a few superficial wounds, thankfully nothing serious. After the man left, Lan Jian stepped in to comfort the woman, showering her with concern. At that moment, Lan Jian appeared gallant, embodying the hero saving the beauty. However, the pleasant atmosphere was short-lived. The woman, possibly frightened, soon lost interest in the conversation. Before long, she thanked Su Qingbai and Lan Jian, then assisted the scholar as they hurriedly left downstairs. The tavern returned to silence. Lan Jian, still exhilarated, could not help but boast, declaring that this was far more interesting than the usual playful banter with the chubby boy. Su Qingbai also wore a smile, feeling a hint of satisfaction. Standing up for justice in the face of wrongdoing must surely be part of the martial world. This sense of excitement lingered until they returned to their table, only to find it completely empty. It had vanished as quickly as their belongings. It disappeared as swiftly as their bags and packages. Lan Jian searched high and low around the table, yet their luggage was nowhere to be found. He suddenly slapped his forehead and asked Su Qingbai, could it be that those three were just acting, luring us? Su Qingbai also realized it was highly likely that those three were in cahoots, deliberately provoking them to approach, while their accomplice lurked in the shadows to stealthily take their luggage. Lan Jian scanned the surroundings, and upon seeing the waiter standing nearby watching the commotion, could barely contain his anger. He grabbed the waiter's collar and demanded, "We came to your tavern to dine peacefully, and for no reason at all our luggage was stolen. You explain this." The waiter remained calm, slowly pointing behind the two. Lan Jian and Su Qingbai turned to follow his finger. They saw 2 lines of posted notices on the wall, and after much effort finally deciphered a few scrawled words. First, please dine civilly, and do not speak while watching the show. Second, due to fights and disturbances, any loss of property is not the responsibility of this tavern. The waiter, seeing that Su Qingbai and Lan Jian had comprehended the notices, continued, "Gentlemen, our tavern has stated this clearly beforehand. Moreover, when I led you to your seats, I specifically pointed out these notices as a reminder. Now that you have incurred losses, it is truly not the fault of our humble establishment." From then on, Su Qingbai and Lan Jian lived a life of hunger, their promised travels turning into mere walking along the road. Their stomachs growled, and each day was spent brainstorming ways to fill their bellies, with no trace of the previous joy of exploring the mountains and valleys. At times the two would jump into the still icy streams to catch fish and shrimp, and sometimes they would chase birds and rabbits in the woods. They were nearly living the most primitive fishing and hunting life, just a step away from eating raw flesh and drinking blood. At present, the wilderness was in a transitional phase, barren and desolate, offering little in terms of food. Occasionally, they would stumble upon good fortune, unearthing 2 sweet potatoes that someone else had missed during the autumn harvest in a farmer's field. In their delight, they often couldn't wait to roast them over a fire and would eat them with dirt still clinging to them. Strangely enough, the taste was even more delicious than the roasted sweet potatoes they had eaten before. On this day, the two arrived at a small village. Upon entering the village, Lan Jian's eyes shone with excitement as he walked, constantly scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, he pulled Su Qingbai and dashed into a patch of sugarcane beside the road. To avoid being spotted, they ventured deep inside, then snapped 4 thick sugar cans. "Let's each take 2. By the time they finished gnawing on the sugarcane, their bellies were round and full, gurgling with sounds of water. They weren't in a hurry as the sky was darkening, thinking they would wait a bit longer before sneaking out of the sugarcane grove under the cover of night. While they were waiting, a 6 or 7-year-old girl came running by the sugarcane grove, her hair tied in 2 playful pigtails, looking quite mischievous. The little girl bounced over and stopped in front of a courtyard. The entrance to the courtyard had 2 white paper lanterns hanging, a pair of black and white mourning couplets posted, and 2 door gods' images covered with yellow paper, completely obscuring their eyes. After stopping, the little girl began to yell into the courtyard, "Uncle Zheng, Aunt Zheng, Xiaowan, my dad says tonight is Grandpa Zheng's 7th night returning to the living world, and I'm here to take you to our house for the night." It turned out that according to local customs, on the 7th night after a family member's death, the soul would return home under the escort of ghost messengers to enjoy the offerings prepared by the family before returning to the underworld. To avoid contact with the deceased, the living often sought refuge in neighboring houses for the night. After yelling twice, the courtyard door finally opened. A girl of similar age rushed out, saying to the pigtail girl, "Ma Chunmei, wait a moment. My parents are setting up offerings for Grandpa, and it won't take long. Hearing this, the pigtail girl stopped urging and ran forward, taking Zheng Zaihua's hand, asking Xiaohua, "Have you been feeling better these days? My mom said everyone has to go through this step as they grow old. Grandpa Zheng has gone smoothly this time. He didn't suffer much. You shouldn't be sad anymore." Zheng Xiaohua, who was called by that name, took the pigtail girl's hand and said, "But they say tonight is Grandpa's last chance to come home. He must want to see his family, right? Why do we have to hide so far away?" The pigtail girl was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to respond. She twirled her big eyes, thought for a moment, and came up with a possibility, saying to Zheng Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, could it be that they fear Grandpa Zheng would feel sad upon seeing you, and that would make his journey uneasy?" Hearing this, Zheng Xiaohua, whose mood had just lightened a bit, felt her eyes welling up with tears again. Soon after, a middle-aged couple walked out of the courtyard. After greeting the couple, the pigtail girl took Zheng Xiaohua, who was still feeling down, by the hand, and cheerfully led her home. In the sugarcane grove, Su Qingbai and Lan Jian had overheard the entire conversation between the two little girls and understood the situation before them. Lan Jian looked at Su Qingbai and asked, "What do we do now?" Su Qingbai thought for a moment and replied, "People are like iron and rice is like steel. Food is the top priority, so let's fill our stomachs first." Lan Jian asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Su Qingbai shrugged and said, "We too are about to turn into starving ghosts. Oh, what else is there to fear?" So after the family walked far away, seeing that the coast was clear, the two stealthily slipped out of the sugarcane grove and quietly climbed into the courtyard of that house. Su Qingbai and Lan Jian entered the main hall, first bowing sincerely towards the spirit table, while Lan Jian muttered, "Please forgive us, Grandpa. My stomach is really hungry, so we'll just take a little to eat, and then leave." They saw that the offering table on the spirit table was filled with a feast. There were braised pork hocks, preserved meat with plums, 4 joy meatballs, steamed lamb, spicy chicken cubes, fragrant smoked pig liver and tongue, and a large plate of neatly cut and arranged cured meat sausages. All of it was hearty fare, indicating that this family was relatively well off. At that moment, 2 white candles were still burning on the table, flickering ominously, which was somewhat unsettling. However, this did not seem to affect the appetite of 2 ravenous individuals. Su Qingbai had heard from the elders in his childhood that during memorials, if the candles were still burning, it meant the spirits were still eating. At that time, one must not rush to clear the dishes or take the food away, or it would upset the spirits. Su Qingbai pulled back Lan Jian, who was about to jump in, and said, "It was already quite rude for us to sneak in. We should be a bit more respectful. Let's wait until the candles burn out, and this Grandpa finishes enjoying his meal before we sit at the table." Lan Jian had also participated in ancestral worship with his father since childhood, and upon hearing Su Qingbai's words, he refrained from moving. Thus the two stayed in the dim candlelight, staring at the flickering candles, while eyeing the delicious food, swallowing their saliva. Previously they had gnawed on 2 sugar canes in the grove, but that couldn't quench their thirst. Having squatted in the grove for too long, and after relieving themselves twice, their once round bellies had deflated again. The sweetness of the sugar cane didn't fill their hunger. They waited a good half an hour for the candles to finally burn out. In the dark, Lan Jian stepped forward, bowed to the table, and began to speak earnestly, "Please forgive us, Grandpa. It seems you've eaten enough now, and it's our turn to pay our respects to our stomachs." The two, feeling a bit superstitious, didn't touch the food on the table. Instead, they went to the kitchen to get their own bowls and chopsticks, then sat down at the table and started devouring the food. The two were enjoying their meal so much that at one point Lan Jian even grabbed the wine jug from the table, tilted his head back, and took a sip, smacking his lips in appreciation. Perhaps they were simply starving, or maybe the housewife's cooking was indeed excellent, or at that moment they felt as if the tongues in their mouths were melting, wishing they could swallow everything whole. Before they knew it, it was deep into the night. After finishing their meal, they tidied up the remaining dishes. There had been plenty of food on the table, and the portions were substantial. While they were eating, they had deliberately avoided picking from a particular dish, so after tidying up the table, didn't look too suspicious. Once they finished tidying up, they went to the kitchen to wash the bowls and chopsticks, just as they were preparing to leave. A sudden gust of cold wind swept through the room, sending chills down their spines. Before the two could react, they heard the sound of rattling chains from the courtyard, followed by a loud scolding. The two looked at each other, instantly covered in goosebumps. Su Qingbai quickly pulled Lan Jian, who was still in a daze, and hid them in a corner behind the ceremonial mat. 2 figures entered through the door. The one in front was an old man with white hair, shackled with iron chains that clanked as he moved. The chains were held by the person behind him, who was dressed in indigo, bare-chested, and nearly naked. He had a fierce appearance with cat ears and fish gills, hair like vermilion, a large mouth with sharp fangs, wielding a silver fork that glinted coldly, urging the old man to move forward. Both moved lightly on their toes as they approached the offering table. When they finally reached it, the ghost messenger came over to help the old man remove his shackles. Then they both sat at the table and began to enjoy the food. The old man raised 3 cups of wine to the ghost messenger in respect, then stood up to speak, seemingly pleading to go around. Su Qingbai was seeing the scene of a ghost messenger escorting a soul for the first time so close that it was both tense and thrilling. When he turned to look at Lan Jian, he was momentarily taken aback. It turned out that Lan Jian had spotted the silver fork on the table, and taking advantage of the ghost messenger's absence, boldly ran up to grab it and bolted. Su Qingbai had no time to stop him. He saw Lan Jian clutching the silver fork as he reached the door, not forgetting to signal to him. At this point, saying anything was pointless, so he could only follow him and run. The sound of hurried footsteps finally alerted the ghost messenger. The ghost messenger returned to the house to check, and upon seeing his silver fork had vanished, yelled and rushed into the courtyard, blocking the two boys. With his mouth wide open, the ghost messenger let out a string of strange sounds, then stretched out his hands toward Lan Jian, seemingly wanting to reclaim his silver fork. Lan Jian, perhaps a bit tipsy from the wine, or maybe just lacking sense, held tightly onto the silver fork, refusing to give it up. Su Qingbai couldn't bear to watch, and thought Lan Jian was going too far, so he tried to persuade him. But Lan Jian wouldn't listen. His eyes were filled with determination, as if he were the victim and the ghost messenger was there to rob him of his belongings. Su Qingbai's pleas were in vain, so he had no choice but to protect Lan Jian behind him. If Lan Jian felt wronged after sipping a few drinks, the ghost messenger before them felt even more regretful after drinking. The ghost messenger had originally brought the soul into the house for a visit, but now his silver fork had been stolen. The key point was that the thief was right in front of him, yet he was acting all aggrieved. He was feeling a bit confused, or wasn't it he who should feel wronged? The ghost messenger was used to capturing souls and escorting ghosts. If he were to act recklessly, he was quite good at it himself. However, compared to this peculiar situation he faced tonight, he felt a sense of shame. The ghost messenger thought to himself that he must retrieve the silver fork tonight at all costs, so otherwise he would have a hard time explaining himself when he returned to the underworld. If his peers found out, he would undoubtedly lose face. He cackled and slowly advanced. When he was about 3 meters away from the two, a lamp suddenly appeared above Su Qingbai's head. It hung in midair, suddenly blazing brightly, instantly driving the ghost messenger back, preventing him from taking another step forward. The ghost messenger first showed signs of fear, then started to wonder as he began to scrutinize the two boys before him. The ghost messenger let out a string of strange sounds, and eventually began to bow to the two in a gesture of respect, seemingly anxious. Seeing the ghost messenger being repelled by the golden light above his head, Su Qingbai felt assured and turned to Lan Jian, asking, "What now?" Lan Jian chuckled and replied, "Once something is in our grasp, there's no reason to give it back. Su Qingbai, don't try to persuade me. Let me be selfish just this once." Su Qingbai pondered for a moment and said to the ghost messenger, "Dear ghost officer, the silver fork is a standard weapon in the underworld and not too precious. Could you consider letting it go?" The ghost messenger did not relent, still mumbling something incomprehensible. In any case, Su Qingbai and Lan Jian could not understand, and they remained in a stalemate. They waited until the first crow of the rooster heralded dawn, and only then did the ghost messenger reluctantly take the old man and leave together. At this point, Lan Jian had sobered up a bit, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, realizing that his front and back were drenched. Seeing that dawn was breaking, they estimated that the ghost messenger had gone far, and the two hurriedly climbed over the courtyard wall, while the family had not yet returned. Outside the wall, Lan Jian reached into a jar at the gate and took out 4 boiled eggs that had been prepared for the ghost messenger, handing 2 to Su Qingbai and keeping 2 for himself. When the sun was fully up, the silver fork that had originally been 3 feet long in Lan Jian's hand had shrunk to the length of his forearm. The transformed silver fork was now small and delicate, resembling a short blade. It felt light in hand, yet exuded a cold gleam. Its material was indistinct, but it was extraordinarily sharp. Lan Jian handed the silver fork to Su Qingbai, grinning as he said he wanted to give it to him for self-defense when he reached the border. It turned out that Lan Jian had heard from the elders that someone had once snatched such a silver fork from a ghost messenger, and that the fork had innate abilities to suppress certain spells and a variety of other uses, making it effective in combat and often yielding surprise outcomes. Lan Jian's insistence on being selfish this time stemmed from his concern for Su Qingbai, worried that the latter would find himself defenseless when he arrived at the border. Lan Jian had boldly taken a protective artifact for Su Qingbai while under the influence of alcohol. Fortunately, he had actually succeeded. Su Qingbai accepted the silver fork, swung it a few times in the air, then tossed it back to Lan Jian. Having stayed up all night, his voice was a bit hoarse as he said, "You can't give away something that you've risked your life to obtain. There's no reason to give it away." After traveling together for several days, their provisions were exhausted, and they found themselves once again in a state of hunger. Lan Jian walked lazily along the country path, chewing on a blade of grass to stave off his hunger. He said, "Su Qingbai, wouldn't it be wonderful if people didn't have to eat? How free and pleasant life would be." Su Qingbai also took a piece of grass and replied weakly, "It would be pleasant, but it would also deprive us of the joys of culinary indulgence." Lan Jian nodded, and said indeed in this world it seems only the poor would harbor such wishes. The wealthy and powerful would find it utterly incomprehensible that anyone could wish for such a thing. They would probably wish for 10 or 8 meals a day. Thus in this earthly realm with countless people, in order to have a hot meal, many cannot avoid the mundane. Those with strength sell their labor, those with clever minds sell their intellect, or they live under others' roofs, swallowing their pride, trading their bodies and souls for a few coins of silver, busying themselves through a lifetime. Qingbai, how do you always manage to speak such profound truths? While you were dozing off in school, I was reading books. Then tell me, will a person suffer for their entire life? Or was it said to know the inevitability of fate and accept it with equanimity? Qingbai pondered for a moment and said, this world is probably impermanent. Some are born as nobles, yet there are no born commoners. Some are content with a warm bed, while others are not satisfied with immense wealth. Some sit in comfort, avoiding the harshness of the world, while others keep company with a flickering lamp, their hair turning from black to white. It is not to say that there is an inherent hierarchy among people. Every individual is equal, yet different ways of living give rise to distinctions of wealth and status. As long as one resolves to become the person they aspire to be, slowly but surely neither of us will be inferior to others. The heavens reward diligence. Jian perked up and said, I haven't figured out what kind of person I want to be yet, but I definitely don't want to live in this state of having one meal and missing the next. Then think of a way to become one of those who can eat 10 meals a day. Haha, maybe I should just marry into a wealthy family as a son-in-law. It wouldn't matter if my wife is a bit ugly or older, at least I wouldn't go hungry. Don't say that you actually have this potential. Haha, how about I find a pretty little sister-in-law to introduce to you then? Don't worry, if it were to be introduced to the little fatty, I can't guarantee anything. But the girl I introduce to you will definitely be reliable and pure. Maybe not I have good teeth. What do you mean? Soft food has no chewiness. A few days later the two encountered a wedding procession on the main road. Jian exclaimed that luck had come. They mixed into the crowd and spotted a foolish-looking little fatty. They coaxed and deceived him into handing over 2 small stools, and each held a stool following the grand procession to the groom's house. According to local customs, today was the day the bride's family sent the marriage gifts, which included a pile of dowry, such as jewelry, wooden furniture, pillows, quilts, vases, copper dishes, cattle, and sheep. The groom's family, in gratitude for the bride's guests, would prepare a grand feast at home. By noon, the wedding procession finally arrived at the groom's house. Qingbai and Jian followed the crowd to the ceremonial table, waiting to register the dowry. When it was their turn, a person cleared his throat and sang loudly from the bride's family, 1 spring stool. 2. After the singing, a man waiting by the ceremonial table hurriedly approached, first handing each of them a bag of wedding candies, then giving each a red envelope, and finally warmly ushering them to sit. Haha, sorry for the lack of hospitality. Please take a seat, hurry and take a seat. Fearing that they had not shown enough courtesy and might neglect the guests, the two boldly sat down at the table and enjoyed the feast. On the table were 9 bowls of chicken, duck, fish, and meat, along with soups and various dishes. It seemed they would be well fed for another 2 days. After the feast, they eagerly opened the red envelopes they had received from their labors. The red envelopes were not large, containing 2 copper coins wrapped in red paper, symbolizing good things come in pairs of fortunate omen. The 2 bags of wedding candies were quite substantial, filled with more than 10 pieces of sweet candy, as well as dates, peanuts, longan, and melon seeds, symbolizing early birth of precious offspring. Jian couldn't help but exclaim, he imagine if we could encounter good fortune every day running into weddings, how wonderful that would be. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Qingbai nodded and smiled. Whether we encounter it or not, it is all beautiful. That day they sought out a farmer's household and helped an elderly woman with farm work for 2 days, sharing simple meals. Before leaving, the elderly woman, who was not well off, specially got up in the middle of the night, stooping to steam 10 or more white buns for them to take on their journey. Having seen the elderly woman live alone and struggle, they decided to stay an extra day. One person went up the mountain to chop wood while the other split and stacked firewood in the yard, finally building a wood pile over a person's height in the old woman's yard before they felt at ease to leave. On the way, Jian said to Qingbai, I had a private conversation with the old woman a few days ago. She actually has 3 sons, all of whom have settled in the city and run small businesses. She worked hard to raise her 3 sons, but now that she is older and her legs are not as good, her sons push responsibility onto one another. Why is it that no one cares for her now? Don't you think it's heartbreaking? Qingbai looked up at the sky and said, perhaps as long as the old woman is still alive, her children do not feel the burden. It may only be when the day comes for her to reach 100 years that they will suddenly understand the truth of wanting to care for their parents, but finding them gone. Then they will rush back from all directions, recalling the old woman's hard life in front of her, spirit filled with filial piety, sorrow, and a touch of regret, and at that moment they will truly weep heartbrokenly. Only on that day will everyone's sadness be genuine, and their tears will be real, no longer feigned. Su Qingbai continued, but it could also be that the old woman had her own issues such as favoring some sons over others, mistreating daughters-in-law, or being harsh with words leading to strained family relationships, prompting her to seek solitude. Who knows? Every family has its own troubles, and everyone finds it difficult to live in this world. Since Lan Jian met the elderly woman, he has been feeling a mix of emotions, and hearing Su Qingbai's words struck him even deeper. He jumped onto a nearby dirt mound, gestured skyward, and imitated a line from a play he learned in the city, raising his voice to shout, "They say the world is not a pure land. Each person has their own suffering." His voice echoed, brightly resonating across the hills. Half a month later at the foot of Tianyang Mountain. At noon, the two entered a small town called Linshanwu. This town is located at the foot of the Tianyang Mountain's eastern slope and is a bustling, ancient market. Due to the advantageous geographical conditions, fresh mountain goods from the surrounding forest areas all converge here, including precious medicinal materials like Gastrodia alata, Huangjing bird's nest, Dendrobium, Ganoderma lucidum, and Astragalus, as well as dried goods such as bamboo shoots, pine mushrooms, chestnuts, and black fungus, and even rare beasts like wild boar, deer, and guinea pigs. Anything found in the mountains is considered a prized item, attracting merchants from all directions to come here for selection and packaging, which are then transported to the big cities for sale, yielding considerable profits. This place also produces good tea, especially famous for a type of green tea known as Qingding green tea. The tea has a clear and clean color, distinct buds, and leaves a delicious taste, lasting fragrance, and unique flavor. The town is home to several tea merchants that are well known, even in the Diwe dynasty, each having been passed down for hundreds of years. As a result, the small town supports several hundred skilled tea roasting masters whose techniques have been passed down through generations without interruption, reaching a peak of prosperity. The two strolled through the small town and were currently lounging on a stone bridge, basking in the sun. The spring sun had grown warmer, making the sunlight feel somewhat drowsy yet quite comfortable. As Lan Jian put it, the issues of hunger and cold had now been successfully addressed halfway. After a while, Lan Jian suddenly said, "Su Qingbai, ever since we re-entered the city today, my right eyelid has been twitching non-stop. Could it be that the events at Qinghu town left a shadow in my heart? We are currently poor and destitute, who would still set their sights on us? Besides, we're not foolish enough to be sold twice." Su Qingbai replied with a smile. "What if someone is coveting my body?" Lan Jian joked. "Then you should enjoy it secretly." Around noon, with no coins to buy bread for hunger and no money to eat at a restaurant, they simply stood at the bridge under the sun, watching the liveliness below. Not far from them, there was a fortune-telling stall set up with a simple bamboo table and a piece of white cloth, now slightly yellow and darkened, on which the words "half immortal" were written in large characters. Under the cloth, a blind man sat on a bamboo stool with his eyes closed, casually digging in his ears while crossing his legs. The blind man was thin and short, his body gaunt, and clad in a gray cotton coat patched with numerous patches which were not all gray, but included colors like black, blue, and white, adding a touch of absurdity. At this moment, it happened to be the time when people were returning home for lunch. There were not many people on the bridge, and no one at the fortune-telling stall. The blind man, having finished digging his ears, began to pick his nose. He first used his pinky to poke into one nostril, spinning it around twice, then flicked his finger in the air. A lump of nasal mucus splattered and landed on the bluestone ground 3 steps away, making a sound that was faintly discernible. His actions were fluid and seamless, exhibiting a remarkable master demeanor. However, just as he switched to the other nostril, coincidentally, a clump of mucus flew onto the forehead of a passing strong man. The passing man felt a chill on his head and exclaimed, "Ouch!" Quickly raising his hand to wipe his forehead. He looked up at the sky, thinking he had been unlucky enough to be targeted by bird droppings, but upon realizing there was nothing above, not even a feather, he was momentarily baffled. Lowering his head, he examined his palm and saw a lump of sticky dark green substance. After pondering for a long time, he still couldn't figure out what it was. Curious, he brought it closer to his nose and took a sniff. Suddenly, a wild scent invaded his nostrils, swirling in his mind. He immediately retched and shook his head vigorously, cursing under his breath as he left the bridge. Meanwhile, the blind man, having heard the strong man's curse, quietly set his legs down and sat upright. His hands hung down, resembling an old immortal figure with an aura of wisdom. In the afternoon, more people came out to bask in the sun after lunch, and then a few customers appeared at the fortune-telling stall. Some people engaged in a few exchanges with the blind man before shaking their heads and leaving. Others, while conversing with him, found themselves inexplicably rooted to the spot, unable to move. The blind man finally made a couple of deals, earning not much, but it could be considered a start. At this moment, a charming young lady dressed like a maiden was leading her maid up the bridge. The blind man, as if he could see, quickly resumed his master demeanor and began to mumble, "A full moon waxes and wanes, a few cold stars surround the waning moon. Fireflies light lamps that do not shine, tears wet the solitary pillow at night. His voice was neither loud nor soft, just right to reach the ears of the charming young lady. Upon hearing this, she turned to look, and upon discovering the profound old immortal sitting beside, the blind man was still mumbling, but his confidence was noticeably greater than before. The young lady approached the stall, knelt respectfully, and then cheerfully asked, "Are you the one who tells fortunes?" The blind man pretended to awaken from his mumbled state, pointed to the cloth beside him, and slowly replied, "Bone reading, character analysis, fate, and feng shui. I have a bit of the half immortal skill." The young lady then asked, "Could you tell my fortune, sir?" The blind man spoke as a master. "I have been waiting for a while, just for someone with fate." Next, the blind man didn't ask the young lady to write anything, nor did he inquire about her birth date for divination, probably because of his own blindness. After all, even if she wrote something, he couldn't see it, could he? Instead, he directly took action. The blind man grasped the slender hand of the charming young lady, initially just touching her fingers. Then he suddenly appeared alarmed for a moment, then fell silent quickly, making her anxious with his erratic behavior, her pretty face turning pale. Then, in order to probe deeper, he naturally and understandably moved from the back of her hand to her palm, and ultimately even took her pulse. The young lady was exceedingly tense, as she too could feel that the blind man's palm was covered in sweat. After about a cup of tea's time, the blind man withdrew his hand. It wasn't that he was tired of it, but he estimated that if he kept this up, he might blow his cover. He could already sense the angry glare of the maid nearby, who after all the onlooker sees clearly while the participant is confused. The blind man asked, "May I ask how old you are, young lady?" The young lady, already anxious now, appeared serious, and replied respectfully, "Just turned 18. Upon hearing this, the blind man put on a suddenly enlightened expression, nodding repeatedly, as he said, "No wonder, no wonder." The young lady was already extremely anxious, and urged, "What is it? Please tell me truthfully." The blind man closed his eyes to cultivate for a long time before slowly saying, "Your youth is truly a wonderful time in your life. It can be said that bees gather nectar on behalf of the wind, and the peach blossoms bloom brightly. The flow of time brings forth romantic opportunities with talents and beauty gracing your door. Congratulations, young lady. I predict that within a short time, at most a year and a half, there will certainly be joyous news of marriage proposals at your home, and it will be a match made in heaven." The blind man seemed to have said a lot, yet it felt like he had said nothing at all. Standing on the bridge, Qingbai shook his head, wondering if the blind man had come to this conclusion just by touching around. Isn't this obvious? The girl is already 18. How could an old blind man predict that someone would propose in the next year or two? Isn't that a given? However, the young lady did not think so. She was first frightened by the blind man's words, but after realizing that nothing happened, her mood soared, turning a scare into a surprise. At this moment, she was inexplicably happy, generously dropping a piece of broken silver and cheerfully bidding farewell to the blind man. "Thank you for your auspicious words." Qingbai was dumbfounded. He hadn't even had a proper meal, yet it seemed this money was so easy to earn. Qingbai and Lan Jian stood on the bridge for a long time, having long seen through the tricks of the half-immortal, knowing he was merely a charlatan. Even the act of being blind was pretended. Lan Jian strode over, shouting that he too wanted the blind man to divine his fortune. The blind man joked, "Oh dear, the two young gentlemen have been admiring the scenery on the bridge for so long, it seems you haven't even bothered to eat. Do you have money for me to read your fortunes? Are you hungry?" Lan Jian laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, you dog of a man, you really aren't blind." The blind man chose not to say more, as he was still conducting business, and felt a bit hesitant. He pulled out 3 large pancakes from under the table, handing one each to Lan Jian and Qingbai, somewhat suspecting he was stuffing their mouths with food. Lan Jian and Qingbai accepted without hesitation, and soon the 3 of them were lined up neatly on the bridge's stone railing, basking in the sun while munching on their pancakes. Having just completed a big deal, the blind man perhaps thought it was time to call it a day and disregarded the current business. The fake blind man, a true charlatan, wiped his face, revealing 2 beady eyes, and turned to look at the 2 with a grin. Although small, those eyes were genuine. He said, "My surname is Su. Because my eyes are small, people call me Su the Blind. In recent years, I have simply pretended to be blind to read fortunes for people, saying some inconsequential things, and earning a bit of pocket money. I never intended to harm anyone. It's just a means of making a living." Lan Jian did not expect such honesty from him and laughed, "But your method of bone reading is a bit low." Su the Blind feigned seriousness. "Generally it shouldn't be like this, but sometimes I can't help myself. It's just a professional habit, a professional habit." As he was eating his pancake, he noticed something hidden in Lan Jian's sleeve. Now glancing toward Lan Jian's sleeve, he asked, "What are you hiding in your sleeve?" "Is that a silver fork?" glinting coldly. "How very peculiar." Lan Jian covered his sleeve and replied, "It's no silver fork. If it were silver, I would know to swap it for some food money." The 3 exchanged banter, and Su the Blind, noticing it was getting late, said he needed to tidy up and return home. He walked 100 steps while carrying a cloth banner and bamboo table. As if remembering something, hurriedly ran back to ask, "Do you 2 gentlemen have a place to go tonight? Why not come with me to stay outside the city for a night?" Helping others is also helping oneself. Su Qingbai and Lan Jian saw that night was falling and were pondering where to find a sheltered corner on the street for the night. Upon hearing Su the Blind's invitation, they thought little of it and helped him carry the table and chairs, leaving the city together. After walking for a while, Su the Blind kept muttering, not far, yet the road beneath their feet showed no. As night fell, the three of them cautiously treaded on the rugged mountain path. Su Qingbai and Lan Jian exchanged a glance, both silently raising their guard. Lan Jian stealthily moved ahead of Su the Blind, with Su Qingbai flanking him, effectively sandwiching him in between. Su the Blind was momentarily taken aback, then pretended not to know, smiling and pointing to a small hill about 2 miles away, claiming that was their destination. After walking a bit further, they finally approached the small hill Su the Blind had mentioned. At that moment, Su the Blind suddenly darted aside, rolling down the slope by the path, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Brothers, here come 2 lambs still suckling, come out to herd them." Su Qingbai had been observing and on guard in the shadows. Now that the disguise was torn away, he reacted quickly, rushing down the slope in a few strides and throwing a punch at Su the Blind. With a cry of "Ow!" Su the Blind fell to the ground, instantly subdued by Su Qingbai. Meanwhile, torches were lit on the path, and people were closing in from all sides. Su Qingbai dragged Su the Blind back up the path and tossed him on the ground. Lan Jian charged over and landed 2 punches on his left and right eye, causing both to swell instantly. Su the Blind, who originally had narrow eyes, could no longer open them, lying on the ground wailing and begging for mercy. Lan Jian was genuinely angry, realizing that they had likely been sold out again. Who said one couldn't be sold twice? When fate comes, one cannot resist. However, Lan Jian remained composed. Last time Su Qingbai had declined the silver fork he offered, and afterward did not hold back, telling him some details. He heard Su Qingbai say that he had now reached the 3rd realm of bone forging, and it seemed no ordinary street thug could approach him. Seeing that Su Qingbai showed no signs of panic, Lan Jian squatted by the roadside, waiting to see the excitement. Before long, 7 or 8 big men surrounded them. At first, seeing Su the Blind lying on the ground, they were a bit surprised. After steadying themselves, the leading big man brandished a torch and shouted, "Did you 2 injure him?" In the darkness, the man couldn't clearly see Su Qingbai and Lan Jian's faces from a distance, but holding the torch illuminated his large face in detail. Su Qingbai suddenly became playful, turning to look at Lan Jian. Seeing that the latter had not yet realized, he didn't rush and turned back to the man, replying, "We did." The man scratched his head and spat a thick phlegm, shouting, "So arrogant after hitting someone, you 2 little kids speak so." Su Qingbai smiled and said, "What else can we say? When mountains and rivers meet, we can't avoid each other. Let's see what happens." The man felt perplexed and scratched his head, wondering, are these 2 fools? Why do they talk so nonsensically, as if they weren't thinking properly? He momentarily couldn't cope. Meanwhile, Lan Jian, who had been waiting to see the excitement, suddenly realized after hearing Su Qingbai's words. He focused and thought, "Good heavens, the man in front of me is none other than the thug from the washing dust building that day." He rushed forward in one swift motion, landing another punch on the thug's face, while cursing incessantly. The thug was caught off guard by Lan Jian's sudden attack and was completely unprepared. How could their group come charging in almighty and not wait for their side to strike? Instead, the opposing side took the initiative without distinguishing friend from foe. At this moment, he had no doubts these 2 are definitely fools. One is a simpleton who speaks in riddles, the other is a dim-wit acting clumsily. He thought to himself, the bold fear the reckless, and the reckless fear the desperate, so he reached out to stop his men from rushing in. The big man held back, but the dim-witted Lan Jian wouldn't back down, stubbornly pulling at the thug's collar and shouting, "You dog, return my gold ingots." Finally, the thug understood. He raised the torch, shining it in front of Lan Jian, and then again at Su Qingbai. After seeing their faces clearly, even he couldn't help but chuckle. How could this be so coincidental? He had previously tasted a kick from Su Qingbai and knew that with his small crew, they could never take him on. The thug waved his hand to his companions, signaling them to disperse, saying, "It's no big deal, we are old acquaintances. A flood has washed the Dragon King's temple, we are all one family." Lan Jian, however, would not concede, grabbing the thug and demanding, "What do you mean by one family? Bring my gold ingots back." "They're gone." "Where did they go?" "I gave them to someone." "Who did you give them to?" "Did you give them to a courtesan or a gambling house owner?" "Who did you give them to?" "Did you give them?" "So you just squandered them all away." "I usually don't indulge myself." "Bullshit. Look at yourself, you're all flesh." "No choice, I've had this much flesh since I was born." "Hey, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Are you trying to argue with me? Can we sit down and talk properly?" "No. First bring my gold ingots." "I really don't have them." "Fine, if you don't believe me, let's go check." "You and your granddad am not stupid." "You're not stupid, just a bit slow." Seeing that they were still bickering, Su Qingbai interrupted them. Although the thug felt a bit awkward, he was still amused. After explaining for a long time and using a lot of breath, he finally got Lan Jian to agree to go with him to the nearby village to have a look. The thug walked up to Su the Blind, who was still lying on the ground, and lightly kicked him, laughing. "Su the blind, you really are blind today, bringing back 2 debt collectors for me. Get up, stop pretending to be dead, let's go." Su the blind hurriedly got up, dusting off the dirt on his body, and looked around, slowly hiding behind the thug. Following the man Zhang Xiaozhu and the blind Su, they walked for a while longer. Emerging from a mountain hollow, they indeed found a sizable village ahead, brightly lit with shadows flitting about. Before they could enter the village, a group of 20 or 30 mischievous children rushed out from an open space at the village entrance, the older ones around 10 years old, and the youngest only 3 or 4. They surrounded Zhang Xiaozhu and Su, holding hands and hugging legs, exhibiting great affection. A few children also noticed Su Qingbai and Lan Jian following behind and curiously scrutinized them. Zhang Xiaozhu pointed at the group of children and said, "Look, it's a group of unfortunate kids, most of whom are orphans with no one to care for them, wandering and begging everywhere. Seeing their plight, we brought them to the village, providing them with simple clothing and food, and hired a teacher to teach them some basic characters so they wouldn't have to suffer while wandering outside. You've practically spent all your 2 gold ingots on them. Clothes, boots, blankets, meals, the annual expenses are quite substantial." Lan Jian and his companion exchanged glances, wondering if they had unknowingly become benefactors. Zhang Xiaozhu shooed the children away and led Lan Jian and his companion to the entrance of a house, urging them to go inside. Lan Jian stopped at the door, staring at Zhang Xiaozhu without blinking, silent, trying to ascertain if there was any trickery involved. Zhang Xiaozhu patted his head and laughed, scolding, "Haha, just because I say you're dumb, you don't want to admit it. Even if there's a trick, we're already in a bandit's lair. What can you do?" Su Qingbai, after seeing the group of children, was convinced that even if this matter differed somewhat from what the man said, it was mostly close to the truth. He patted Lan Jian on the shoulder and stepped inside first, signaling Lan Jian to follow. At that moment, the main door of the courtyard creaked open, and a woman in blue walked out gracefully, her eyes like water, the very same woman who had been bullied at the washing dust building. Upon seeing Su Qingbai and Lan Jian, she was momentarily taken aback, but when she noticed the bruised Su and the grinning Zhang Xiaozhu, she had a rough idea of the situation. The woman couldn't help but laugh, a mix of amusement and exasperation, her waist swaying as she laughed, her brows elegantly arched. This left Lan Jian, who had been simmering with anger, utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, he seemed to feel that in front of this woman the 2 gold ingots weren't such a big deal after all. Meanwhile, several men emerged from the door, appearing as if they were lost in a cloud. Zhang Xiaozhu briefly recounted the events, and upon hearing it, everyone burst into laughter, exclaiming, "It's all fate." At that moment, a young man stepped forward, resting a hand on Lan Jian's shoulder, grinning as he said, "Little brother." Lan Jian recognized him as the frail scholar from the washing dust building. He shook off the man's hand angrily, saying, "My brother is not that small at all." Following that, Zhang Xiaozhu took the lead, and a burst of hearty laughter erupted again. It turned out that the people before them belonged to a small gang called the Qingbai gang. The members were mostly impoverished individuals from various walks of life, including wandering entertainers like Su, as well as porters and craftsmen, all mixed together. They huddled together for warmth, making it easier to look out for one another, while each pursued their own livelihoods. The Qingbai gang had several small businesses managed directly by the gang, trading tea, mountain goods, and porcelain. Although the business wasn't large, it provided stable income, serving as the main revenue source for the gang. In addition, some members would occasionally escort goods, transport contraband, or engage in odd jobs, essentially earning any small amount they could. Since most members were engaged in menial jobs, they often struggled to make ends meet, frequently finding that after a year of hard work, little money remained. Some members had many children and elderly at home, so the gang would annually allocate funds to support them. Over the past few years, the Qingbai gang had gathered a group of orphans and elderly, providing them care in the village. Moreover, they occasionally offered assistance to the poor, delivering rice and grains to them. Now the gang's treasurer was constantly worried, his eyes opening each day to the need to spend silver, and they were almost out of food. Although they were a gang, everyone actually lived quite frugally. Not long after being invited into the house for a meal, Lan Jian was utterly dissatisfied. At that moment, the gang's higher-ups were gathered around a large basin of vegetables and radishes, eating heartily. Lan Jian was puzzled. There was hardly any oil or fat in this. For instance, although Su had clearly earned a dime in silver today, he still had to settle for flatbread at noon. The members willingly turned over any small earnings they found outside to the gang as communal property, saving together. Thus, a month ago, the scene of the robbery of the rich in Qinghu town occurred. They were aware that such actions were not ethical, but circumstances left them no choice. They thought that although their means were unjust, their use was justifiable, and they could reluctantly cope with that more. They also had their own bottom line in their actions. They would choose their targets carefully, never preying on those living in hardship to avoid forcing them into desperation. On that day at the washing dust building, when Lan Jian entered, he spoke loudly to the waiter while ordering, which led them to mistakenly think he was a young master from a wealthy family wandering the world extravagantly, thus prompting their sheep-slaughtering intentions. When they took the two men's belongings, they found not only a pile of small silver coins, but also 2 gold ingots, which brought them joy for quite some time, as those 2 ingots had resolved their immediate crisis. The incident of acquiring 2 gold ingots was actually their first experience. They had never encountered such an event as thus today. Perhaps Su had pretended to be blind for too long, and his eyes truly were not functioning well, mistaking the silver fork in Lan Jian's sleeve for silverware. While they understood the principle that a horse doesn't gain fat without grass, they also realized that if they continued to rely on occasional illicit dealings to alleviate the gang's plight, it was ultimately not a righteous path, and they still had a layer of scruples in their hearts. Their conscience couldn't rest easy. Moreover, such underhanded business was unstable. Who would carry a pile of silver around waiting to be scammed every day? Hence it was not a long-term solution. Therefore, on the night when the two entered the village, they happened upon the higher-ups of the Qingbai gang gathered in the main hall discussing matters. In order to support more orphans and elderly, and to reduce the world size and moans, they were brainstorming ways to manage their small businesses better, expand their scale, or source additional goods to increase the Qingbai gang's income by another 10 or 20%. That night, looking up at the sky, a full moon hung high, its light bright and clear. Stars twinkled around the moon, a dazzling display. The moonlight and starlight poured down onto the earth, illuminating the night travelers returning home across the rivers and mountains. Meanwhile, the courtyard of the village was brightly lit. Gathering all the high-ranking members of the Qingbai gang, the one presiding over this meeting was none other than the woman with delicate features and watery eyes who had been at the washing dust building, the leader of the Qingbai gang, the Qingbai Shuiyan. After that night, 2 young individuals appeared in a small village named Sungama, located at the foot of Tianya Mountain, nestled in the hills. One was like an eagle that had burst from its cage, gallivanting around the village, causing chaos among the chickens and dogs. The other resembled a gentle stream flowing down the back mountain, meandering here and there, its water refreshing and inviting to the touch. On this day, Su Qingbai was attracted by the melodious sounds of reading and wandered to the entrance of the village. The school was quite rudimentary, essentially just a few thatched huts put together. The Qingbai faction took in the orphans left to roam the streets, and lacking the resources to build something grand, hastily constructed a large thatched hut at the village entrance that resembled a school, making do with what they had. Su Qingbai stood at the entrance surveying the school, which was surrounded by bamboo woven into a fence coated with a layer of yellow mud to block the wind. The roof was supported by a few dry wooden beams, using straw collected from the fields in autumn, thickly layered. Inside the school there were several old desks and benches arranged in order, with a black-painted wooden board placed at the front, its surface showing signs of wear. Around 20 children were reciting their lessons. They were thin, their hands and faces not particularly clean, and their clothing was shabby and worn. Yet each little head popped up from the desks like spring bamboo shoots, sitting upright and straight, their eyes filled with love, dreams, and light. It seemed they were not just reciting texts. Oh, every word, every phrase felt like a shout filled with effort. They shouted earnestly, absorbed in their recitation, evoking emotions in those around them, stirring a sense of melancholy. Su Qingbai had previously thought that building a school would be a daunting task, requiring grand halls and intricate windows. Now he felt it was not as difficult as he had imagined. With thatch and bamboo to shield from the elements, a few piles of books, and perhaps 1 or 2 scholars, it seemed sufficient. At that moment, an elderly teacher with a sallow complexion stood in the school, kindly watching the children recite their lessons. The teacher nodded in acknowledgement upon seeing Su Qingbai outside. Su Qingbai cupped his hands in apology, choosing not to disturb the teacher's class, and turned to leave. The teacher remained in place, watching as a young figure slowly walked away, his green robe fluttering in the wind. The youth walked away while behind him the humble teacher had graying hair, lean yet resilient like a pine. In the days that followed, Su Qingbai often stood alone at the entrance of the village, watching the school from a distance. He enjoyed listening to the melodious sounds of the children reading and loved seeing the serious and lively expressions on their faces while they studied. His eyes would instinctively search for that upright figure within the school, vibrant and spirited. As Su Qingbai frequented the place, the children noticed this tall youth who often appeared outside, and some of them ran out to pull him into their school. Su Qingbai began to flip through books with them in the school, listening to the teacher's lessons together. Later on, the teacher called him up, encouraging him to share his thoughts with the children. Thus, Su Qingbai transformed into a little teacher, stepping from outside the school into the classroom, moving from the desks to the lectern. He emulated the teacher, reading aloud to the children, teaching them characters, and observing them as they wrote and recited. Initially nervous and apprehensive, he gradually adapted, eventually feeling more comfortable. Outside the school, he played their childish games with the children, telling them stories he had heard from his own teacher, sharing tales of heroic figures from the outside world. The children all liked this little teacher. One day, a chubby child asked Su Qingbai, "Little teacher, you don't seem much older than us. How long have you been studying?" Su Qingbai chuckled. Well, I started learning characters at the age of 2. Today, counting it all, it's been almost 50. Upon hearing 15, the child's eyes widened, and he stretched out both hands counting with his fingers, but after several tries he still couldn't get it right. He gave up counting, dropping his hands, and asking, 15 years sounds like a long time. Was it hard for you to study? Did you ever hide away to cry? Did you ever get hit by the teacher? A group of children nearby turned their gazes towards Su Qingbai, several pairs of eyes fixed on him, seemingly very interested in his answer, waiting for him to respond. Su Qingbai stroked the child's little head, thought for a moment, and said to say it wasn't hard would be a lie. Just the other day we made a pact to be honest and not lie, so I can't deceive you. When I was your age, my father would spank me for not studying hard enough. After teaching me a character, he would return to quiz me, and I often couldn't answer. At that time I longed for my mother to come in with a meal to rescue me. My mother didn't hit hard, so it didn't hurt as much. The children sitting around Su Qingbai burst into laughter, their clear giggles drawing more little heads from all. Su Qingbai continued, but after a few times of being scolded and spanked by my father, I realized that if I didn't remember those squiggly worm-like characters, my little backside would surely suffer. So I truly put in the effort to deal with them. I met with them every day, spending a long time together, thinking that even if I didn't know them, I should let them know me. Guess what? Eventually, the number of characters I recognized grew more and more. Now they have all become my friends, probably in the thousands. Tell me who has more friends than I do. A child led the way within Wow, and soon a group of children began to cast envious glances at Su Qingbai. Su Qingbai relished this. Continuing reading can actually be enjoyable. As long as one loves to read, they will find friends in books, discover fun things, even find delicious food, money, and wives. But not reading is certainly hard. They won't have as many friends as I do, won't know the wonderful stories in books, won't appreciate the magnificent scenery described in literature, and they won't understand what others say. Friends in books won't come out to help them, teach them how to speak, how to act, how to live in this world. Those who don't read will be very lonely. A group of children listened earnestly, nodding their heads in a day. At this moment, Su Qingbai seemed to be showering a gentle rain upon each little heart, nurturing the deeply buried seeds of knowledge. One day they too would break through the soil and sprout. At this time, not far from the school, 2 figures stood side by side, one as vibrant as a pine, the other as graceful as a willow. One said, "Listen, it's a scholar." The other replied, "Indeed, a handsome scholar." In the afternoon, the warm sun shone upon the lush greenery, and the gentle breeze carried the scent of grass. 5 tall horses slowly appeared at the mountain hollow outside Sungama village, gradually growing larger from mere black dots. Approaching about a mile from the village entrance, the 5 horses began to accelerate, charging forward with a depth. The sound of hooves combined with the shouts of horsemen cracking their whips shattered the tranquility of the small village. A group of villagers momentarily set aside their tasks, gathering in small clusters to watch. As the hooves reached the village entrance, the foremost rider grabbed a thin-bound man and tossed him off the horse. The man who was thrown off had his hands bound behind his back, his hair disheveled, his face bruised and battered. Now he lay on the ground in pain, howling dismally. Someone with sharp eyes recognized the man rolling on the ground as Su Xiezi from their group. From the crowd at the village entrance, 2 young men rushed out, without hesitation, quickly reaching Su Xiez's side to help him up, carefully lifting him towards the village. Su Xiezi was being carried by others, one arm hanging limply, having been broken. Perhaps due to exhaustion or numbness, upon seeing the villagers, he fell silent, his eyes hollow and his bruised face showing a hint of pallor, his expression despondent. The 5 strong men on horseback showed no intention of stopping the villagers from taking Su Xiezi away. They waited on the sidelines, watching the commotion, laughing and cursing amongst themselves before suddenly cracking their whips, seemingly intending to charge straight into the narrow village. The area surrounding the village was lined with makeshift fences and houses, surely unable to withstand a horse's charge. There was a narrow passage at the village entrance, but no gate, making it quite cramped. At this moment, a crowd was gathered at the entrance, watching the scene unfold. If the horses charged in, it would inevitably trample the people. Yet the 5 horses, seemingly unperturbed, turned their heads towards the village entrance and charged straight in. On the lead horse sat a burly man with a short beard who was shouting loudly, his face already twisted in a malevolent expression. He tightened his grip on the reins, wrapping them around his palm, and began to accelerate towards the crowd. Panic ensued in the crowd as people shouted and scrambled to get out of the way. The young ones managed to move quickly, but among the crowd were also elderly and children, and it was likely too late for them to escape. In the middle of the road, a child was squatting down, playing with mud, completely unaware of the impending danger. Just as the lead horse was about to collide, a figure in green clothing sprang into action, launching forward. She reached the lead horse and swiftly brushed her hand against its head, using a clever maneuver to steer it aside, then kicked its hindquarters. The horse suddenly slowed its pace, and once turned aside, it reared up in pain. The burly man on its back lost his balance and fell off, rolling onto the ground. However, 4 more horses followed closely behind, charging at high speed and swiftly approaching. At this moment, she could no longer free her hands to save the child on the ground. In a flash of brilliance, she looked on in horror, her eyes filled with anger. Just then another figure rushed in, moving faster than her. The newcomer descended from the sky, landing in front of the child. He turned sideways, bent his legs slightly, and firmly established a stance, then threw a punch forward, shouting, "Giant stone opens the river." With that punch, he struck heavily against the horse's head, creating a dull thud as the horse fell to the ground. The newcomer was none other than Qingbai. At this moment his clothes fluttered in the wind, his long hair lifted by the force of the punch, and as his cloth shoes scraped against the ground, a wisp of blue smoke rose up, making a cracking sound, yet his body did not budge an inch. The man and horse struck by Qingbai's punch fell immediately, and the three horses charging behind them could not stop in time, all crashing down. In the chaos, the cries of horses and the shouts of men blended together in a cacophony. Qingbai leaned down, pulling the child, who was still squatting on the ground with wide eyes, to safety. Shui Yalan approached, cupping her hands in salute. After Qingbai nodded at her, he stepped aside to watch. The men on the ground gradually got up, limping and supporting their waists, looking rather disheveled. Shui Yalan was the first to speak to the burly man with the short beard. "Tian Baozi, you shouldn't take things too far at Broken Cliff Mountain." The short-bearded man spat, saying, "Cut the nonsense. Oh, we came here just for you today." Before he finished speaking, he lunged at Shui Yalan with a clawing motion, attempting to subdue her first. Shui Yalan's movements were graceful. She dodged the claw aimed at her head and deftly stepped forward, getting behind the short-bearded man and throwing a punch at the back of his head. Qingbai observed closely. The short-bearded man's punches were fierce and powerful, though riddled with openings, yet there was a certain strength that could overpower skill. Shui Yalan excelled in agility, her footwork nimble, like a serpent, darting about frequently, using clever techniques to gain an advantage in speed. The two exchanged blows with no clear winner at the moment. Qingbai, having limited combat experience, stood by watching their exchanges. He calculated that according to the martial arts levels described by Old Long, both of them barely reached the second level of bone forging. At this moment, the four men who had fallen to the ground were cursing as they rushed over, intending to assist. Qingbai stepped forward, blocking their way, saying, "You all can just watch." Upon hearing this, the four men fell silent, momentarily intimidated by Qingbai's earlier punch. Meanwhile, Shui Yalan managed to catch her opponent off guard with a kick, striking the short-bearded man on the chin. The man was immediately kicked to the ground, unable to rise for a long time. The short-bearded man had a long gash on his lip, oozing crimson blood. Realizing he would gain nothing today, he spat out a mouthful of blood, glaring viciously at Qingbai, then gritted his teeth at Shui Yalan, saying, "You will eventually become my plaything. Just wait and see." After saying this, two of his subordinates helped him up onto a horse, and they swaggered away. Shui Yalan neither stopped them nor spoke, merely watching them leave calmly. At this moment her face was flushed, beads of fragrant sweat dotting her cheeks, soaking her hair. She stood there, her chest heaving violently, unsure whether it was from exhaustion or anger. Qingbai stepped forward to inquire about her condition. Shui Yalan snapped out of her daze, composed herself, and smiled sweetly at Qingbai, saying, "I didn't expect you, little scholar, to not only have a talent for reading, but also to possess excellent martial skills." Qingbai, being praised for his martial arts for the first time, felt a hint of shyness on his face. He looked down and noticed Shui Yalan's reddened fists, asking, "Are you all right?" Shui Yalan waved her hand, squinting her watery eyes as she smiled, saying, "As children of the Jianghu, life is as fragile as straw. Our bodies are not that precious." Qingbai still wanted to say something, but at that moment the members of the Qingyi gang had already rushed back from the city upon hearing the news. It turned out that in recent days the Qingyi gang had received several large orders, invigorating everyone within the gang. Today, everyone was busy preparing goods in the city. Coincidentally, when the thieves entered the village, only Shui Yalan was left, who was currently calculating the freight expenses for these transactions with the old accountant. The five riders entering the village came from the Cliffs of Doom, having long been eyeing the Qingyi gang's tea and porcelain businesses, frequently causing disturbances. Previously, they had come to discuss partnerships with the Qingyi gang under the guise of collaboration, but it was merely a means to encroach upon them, intending to slowly devour the gang and eventually kick them aside. The Qingyi gang had a group of orphans and elderly to support, so they naturally did not agree. The Cliffs of Doom were not as simple as the Qingyi gang. Their mountain gate was filled with powerful and unscrupulous figures who engaged in strong-arming and deceitful practices, always eyeing the Qingyi gang with malice. In recent days, the Cliffs of Doom must have learned that the Qingyi gang had received several large orders, and after feeling envious, they took the opportunity today, when all the Qingyi gang members were out, to stir up trouble in the village. The Qingyi gang primarily relied on small trades and sending people out for odd jobs to make a living. If it came to comparing martial strength or engaging in conflicts of the underworld, they certainly could not compete with the Cliffs of Doom, who specialized in underhanded tactics. Thus, over the past 2 years, whenever the Qingbai gang encountered provocations from them or were occasionally tripped up, they chose to endure and not get too deeply entangled with the cliffs of doom. At the village entrance, Zhang Xiaozhu was the first to rush over, shouting gang leader while hurriedly checking the situation. Shui Yalan nodded to the man, indicating that she was fine, and then hurriedly inquired about the status of goods in the city. After Zhang Xiaozhu replied that everything was normal, she finally felt relieved and reminded everyone to be cautious in their actions during these days outside. At this time, Lan Jian also ran over from the crowd, rushing to Su Qingbai and asking what's going on. It turned out that Lan Jian had seen the Qingbai gang members marching towards the city earlier this morning and had followed them in. Su Qingbai smiled and said, "I sent a group of beasts away. I exchanged a punch with a horse, and the gang leader was impressive, kicking a leopard to pieces." Su Qingbai's words were lighthearted, but Lan Jian was left puzzled, wondering what it all meant. At this moment, Shui Yalan, having learned that the goods in the city were safe, heard Su Qingbai's words and couldn't help but smile, cupping her hands to him and saying, "Thank you very much today, young scholar." After sharing the dangers of the day with everyone, the group of gang members cupped their fists in gratitude towards Lan Jian, was smiling happily on the side, pointing at two people in the crowd and saying, "So how about that? When I mentioned my brother's skills on the road, you two said I was just a kid boasting. Do you believe it now?" With so many people cupping their fists at Su Qingbai, he felt a bit shy, scratching his head and laughing. "It's just a matter of acting righteously." Then Shui Yalan led a group to check on Su's iota injuries. Su Xiaozhi lay in bed, unable to get up, and after speaking a few words, he began to sob intermittently. It turned out that he had been intercepted by people from the Cliffs of Doom on the road today, and Su Xiaozhi, known for his sharp tongue, had angered them after a barrage of insults leading to a beating. One of his arms was broken, but in comparison, the emotional pain was even more excruciating. He was the type who typically used words rather than fists in the gang, almost powerless. How come just a while ago on a dark, stormy night, he got beaten by Lan Jian, and today, he found himself caught in the crossfire used by the Cliffs of Doom as a scapegoat? As these thoughts plagued him, his heart ached and the corners of his wrinkled eyes could not hold back 2 tears slowly sliding down. The members of the Qingbai gang bandaged Su's iota injured arm and offered some soothing words before departing. After this incident, Shui Yalan gathered everyone in the hall to discuss the upcoming countermeasures. Lan Jian, feeling idle, pulled Su Qingbai aside and began telling him the story of the Qingbai gang's great leader. These were the messages he had gathered over the past few days. Originally, Shui Yalan came from a well-off family, a daughter of a prominent household in the western country of the Great Yue, pampered since childhood. Shui Yalan was petite, but had no interest in feminine skills, learning martial arts from the bodyguards in her household, often mingling with sweaty men and enjoying their company. Her parents and family had tried to advise her against it, but Shui Yalan was stubborn and insisted on practicing with weapons, ultimately leading her parents to give up. Perhaps it was because she came from a wealthy family with ample prospects for finding a good marriage in the future. Thus, while Shui Yalan appeared delicate, she was inherently fierce and had a bold personality, embodying the spirit of chivalry and a willingness to act decisively. In that year, the western country faced an unprecedented drought, and during the autumn harvest season, the fields yielded nothing. By the time spring arrived the following year, famine had already begun to spread. In the capital of the western country, several merchants colluded to hoard the grain transported from various places and did not sell it to the public. The local government remained inactive, reporting the famine without taking any action to aid the people. As a result of various factors, what could have been a manageable natural disaster spiraled out of control, becoming larger and larger, like a snowball, ultimately reaching an unmanageable state. Reports of starvation began to emerge throughout the city, and later it was said that the bark of trees along the roads outside the city was stripped bare, with some people even resorting to eating mud to fill their stomachs. Eventually, the grain merchants could no longer withstand the pressure and began to sell grain to the public. However, what they had been waiting for was a chance to profit from the situation, with grain prices skyrocketing, making it unaffordable for ordinary people, and the number of those starving only increased. At that time, seeing so many starving people, Shui Yalan secretly sold off her few remaining pieces of jewelry to buy food at a high price, helping those elderly and weak who lay on the streets waiting to die. But alas, with more and more people starving, her contributions were merely a drop in the bucket. Later, she accidentally stumbled upon 2 instructors in her household contacting people in the underworld, planning to secretly rob the largest grain merchant in the city that night to release the grain. Without hesitation, Shui Yalan joined them. That night, the operation was very successful. They opened the granary and called in a crowd of starving people to take grain. Then word spread like wildfire, and the number of starving people coming increased, with those originally lying in the streets flocking in. The merchant's boss hurriedly heard the news and rushed over, but faced with the surge of starving people, he could do nothing to stop them. In the end, the boss reported to the authorities, and the government investigated, arresting about 10 of the starving people who had been leading the charge, coercing them into confessing that they were the masterminds threatening execution in the autumn. Shui Yalan could not stand it, and did not want to implicate others, so she ran alone to the government office to beat the drum and plead her case. She took all the blame upon herself, not involving anyone else. She knew that those two instructors had wives and children waiting for them at home. If they were arrested, two originally happy families would be ruined. Upon hearing that his daughter was detained by the authorities, Shui Yalan's father was initially angry, but soon acted out of paternal protectiveness. He sold family property to cover part of the losses and spent a fortune to bribe officials. In the end, the authorities concluded that the incident that night was a riot by starving people, an accidental event, and due to the crowd, the main instigators could not be identified, leading the case to be dropped. By the time Shui Yalan was released from prison, her father had sold off all their property, and even their ancestral home was seized, leaving them homeless. Afterward, Shui Yalan took her father and mother on a journey, eventually settling at the foot of Tianya Mountain. However, her parents, having suffered this trauma, became disheartened with life and soon passed away. In this world, Shui Yalan was now all alone with no attachments. Despite these changes, her character remained unchanged. In the past few years, she gathered several friends from the underworld, starting by escorting goods, gradually building up the Qingbai gang from nothing to something step by step. Having suffered losses, she seemed to have forgotten the lesson as she continued to engage in acts of helping others. In this world, while appearances may change, the original heart is hard to extinguish. As Lan Jian finished telling the story in one breath, Su Qingbai remained silent. He was actually listening very attentively, even now still savoring what could hardly be called a story. Su Qingbai pondered that good deeds do not necessarily yield good rewards, and sometimes one might inadvertently end up with a tragic fate. But just because the outcomes may not be satisfactory, should one refrain from saving those who need help or offer? In this world, there are still so many fools who within their own experiences act on their conscience time, and again quietly doing foolish things. There are those who bear the weight of infamy, some who exhaust their wealth, some whose families are torn apart, and some who sacrifice their lives. In the torrent of history, they transform into small ripples, seeking nothing but a clear conscience. It turns out that in this world, good people are not scarce and good deeds are even less rare. Lan Jian nudged the dazed Su Qingbai and quietly asked, "What do you think of Miss Shui?" Su Qingbai pondered. She doesn't seem like a typical girl. Lan Jian turned to ask, "What do you mean?" As a woman, she has the spirit of a hero, like a true man. Outside on the stone steps, the two remained silent for a moment. Lan Jian, staring ahead without turning, said, "Su Qingbai, I think I want to stay here." Su Qingbai had no further comments. Some people's hearts burned with a flicker of flame, and then along the way there would always be a few onlookers who noticed this flame, hurriedly approached, surrounded it, admired it, and ultimately merged with it. Thus a flicker of flame became a raging fire, spreading across the vast earth. Su Qingbai suddenly joked, "While others are marrying into wealthy families, you stick to your guns and want to marry a sister of the gang. That's quite a bold ambition." "What sister of the gang?" "It's the gang leader. The great leader. A heroine." Su Qingbai reached out and affectionately wrapped his arm around Lan Jian's neck, whispering, "Take good care of her." Lan Jian momentarily did not understand, asking what. Su Qingbai gazed upwards, lost in thought, silently looking at the sky, as if he had been brooding for a long time. In this world, kindness from others, no matter how small the grace, cannot be plucked like wildflowers by the road. Yet in this world, there is always some beauty that, no matter the cost, will draw people in like moths to a flame, leading them to venture forth even at the risk of their lives. Not merely a flicker, but a blaze that can illuminate the world. Su Qingbai stood up, seemingly using all his strength, and shouted to the sky, his voice echoing through the valley, "I say we must protect her well." Su Qingbai is finally about to set off. When entering the village, there were two of them, but as he leaves, he will be left all alone, continuing his journey. Lan Jian accompanied Su Qingbai to the outskirts of the village, occasionally looking up at the sky. The old scholar with the children from the school leaned against the fence at the village entrance, waving goodbye to Su Qingbai. At the Qingbai gang, Shui Yalan led everyone out to chase after him. Zhang Xiaozhu, with a sturdy figure, stood beside Su Qingbai, grinning and scratching his head, radiating a sense of camaraderie. Su Xiezi has managed to get out of bed and walk around these past few days. Ignoring everyone's advice, he dragged his injured arm supported by a white cloth and came out warmly, calling out Su Xiaogu in gratitude for Su Qingbai's rescue. As he called out, Lan Jian nearby grew displeased and jumped out, asking Su Xiezi, "I say, Su Banshan, why do you get to call him Su Xiaogu, but I get called Lan Xiaozai?" Su Xiezi originally didn't want to bother with Lan Jian, but ultimately, he couldn't hold back his mouth and muttered, "Your fists aren't as strong as Su Xiao guess." This drew laughter from everyone present. Shui Yalan stepped forward, straightforward and unambiguous, clasping her fists and saying, "Safe travels." Su Qingbai clasped his fists in return, nodding to everyone and saying, "Take care," before turning to leave. His figure slowly faded away at the bend in the mountain path. Su Qingbai left the village but did not head north. Instead, he turned southeast, walking slowly for about 100 miles before finally arriving at a tranquil and picturesque location. The destination of this journey is Duanyan Mountain. Duanyin Mountain is a steep mountain range that rises abruptly, standing alone amidst the flat hills for 20 miles around. Although it is not more than a few hundred meters high, it has sheer cliffs on 3 sides, and a significant height difference with the surrounding plains, making it exceptionally steep and difficult to traverse. Due to its unique geography, Duanyin Mountain has been known for its defensibility and difficulty to attack, historically serving as a hiding place for small bands of bandits. In recent days, Qingbai has not been idle. He has roughly gathered information about the group of bandits on Duanyin Mountain. At the ancestral hall of Duanyin Mountain, 4 seats of honor are revered. They are distinguished by the heads of a dragon, tiger, leopard, and wolf, with 4 individuals managing 4 branches totaling over 30 members. The short-bearded man who led the trouble at Sungama village, known as Tian Baozi by Shui Yalan, holds the 3rd seat of honor on Duanyin Mountain as the leopard head Tian Yusen. The 4 men in the chairs are sworn brothers who traveled the world together in their youth and ultimately settled on Duanyin Mountain over a decade ago, growing roots and developing their power. The other gang members inside have been recruited over the past decade, mostly ruthless characters. In recent years, even more lowly figures have come to join them. As the power of Duanyin Mountain has grown, they have become increasingly unrestrained, committing numerous heinous acts. Qingbai stood at the foot of the mountain, wearing a green bamboo hat, looking up at the sky, piercing Duanyin, and began his ascent. 1 step, 2 steps. At first he climbed slowly. After walking 100 steps, his internal energy accelerated, and a gust of wind appeared beneath his feet as a green shadow swept across the ridge. In the blink of an eye, he found himself outside the gate of Duanyin Mountain. The 2 gatekeepers, momentarily stunned, stepped forward to inquire. Qingbai did not stop. He threw out his fists, knocking down both men with 2 crisp sounds. Qingbai kicked the wooden door in front of him into splinters, lifted the hem of his green robe with 1 hand, and stepped over the threshold, slowly striding towards the ancestral hall of Duanyin Mountain. 4 robust men aged between 40 and 50 rushed out of the hall, all with short beards and muscular builds, appearing as if facing a great enemy. Following them were several men, some bare-chested, revealing their well-trained muscles, while others wielded swords and staffs, brandishing them around. They glared angrily. Among the first 4 men, one shouted, "Who goes there?" Qingbai slowly took off his hat, placed it on his back, and replied, "Sungama village, the school's little scholar." At that moment, Tian Baozi finally recognized Qingbai. He turned to whisper to the 3 brothers beside him. The 4 discussed for a moment, and after the 3 brothers nodded in succession, it seemed they had reached a conclusion. Tian Baozi stared at Qingbai, cautiously asking, "Did that woman Shui Yalan send you? Did you come alone?" Qingbai scoffed lightly and responded, "No one sent me, just a bunch of insignificant characters. 1 person is enough." Tian Baozi, filled with rage from Qingbai's disdainful attitude, shouted, "I haven't even come down the mountain to trouble you, yet you have the audacity to come here on your own. What are you planning to stir up some trouble today?" Qingbai brushed the hem of his green robe and pointed at the grand hall behind them, saying, "Duanyin Mountain is a good place, but unfortunately this ancestral hall behind you has somewhat disturbed the mountain's feng shui. I'm here to offer some guidance." Upon hearing this, the crowd on the opposite side was filled with righteous indignation. One of the older men among the 4 leaders drew a wide-bladed, ghost-headed knife from behind, laughing heartily. Tisk, you young brat must have grown up eating garlic. Your tone is quite bold. Come on, let's exchange a few moves first. Later, I'll personally take action and peel your skin off, teaching you a good lesson." Qingbai did not say more. He simply stood there casually, adopting a standard starting stance. The older man let out a roar and charged out of the crowd, dragging the half-person high, ghost-headed knife towards Qingbai. The knife dragged along the ground, creating a clatter and sparking against the surface, exuding a force. As the man reached Qingbai, he raised the knife with both hands, initiating a powerful upward slash. Qingbai, however, squinted his eyes and remained unmoved. The man was overjoyed at the sight of the young boy being so arrogant. This was the perfect opportunity to strike. The ghost-headed knife weighed over 50 pounds, and even he needed both hands to wield it for this initial move. As long as he wasn't interrupted, there was no way the opponent could block it. As the blade came within a foot of the boy, Qingbai suddenly moved. The man was startled, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He was shocked, not because the boy managed to narrowly evade the blade, but because he couldn't see how the boy had moved. How did he shift sideways in the blink of an eye? The man didn't have time to ponder, and followed up with 2 heavy horizontal and diagonal slashes. Each strike was fierce, embodying the spirit of cleaving mountains and draining rivers, yet each time the boy narrowly evaded, leaving nothing but emptiness in the end. After 3 strikes, the man dragging the knife that weighed over 50 pounds was already exhausted, breathing heavily. Qingbai floated back 2 steps, creating distance, pointed at the crowd, and arrogantly declared, "1, 2, 3, you 4 come at me together." The other 3 leaders who had been pointed out by Qingbai were instantly furious. Tian Baozi pulled out a fork from behind and shouted, "Brothers, let's all go in together." Thus, Su Qingbai's words stirred a hornet's nest. Not just the few leaders, but everyone in front surged forward like a tide, surrounding him tightly, determined to overwhelm him. Amidst the crowd, Su Qingbai was instead radiant with vitality. At that moment, he felt unprecedented excitement, decisiveness, and clarity, throwing punches freely amidst the tide. When confronted by incoming spears and clubs, Su Qingbai met them with a punch, shattering them. When swords and knives came at him, he evaded gracefully, countering with punches and kicks, sending the attackers flying. Su Qingbai moved swiftly, often defeating opponents with a single strike, rarely needing to follow up. The number of people surrounding him was rapidly decreasing, the figures standing in the arena becoming sparse, while those lying on the ground moaning and rolling in pain began to fill the area. After a teacup's worth of time passed, there was only one person left standing. Su Qingbai stood in the center of a tangle of bodies. After surveying, he finally walked towards the four leaders lying in the crowd. He walked straight, kicking aside anyone blocking his path, gathered the four of them together, and threw them at the entrance of the ancestral hall of Duanyan Mountain. The four leaders were finally terrified, kneeling on the ground, curling up and trembling, continuously begging. Su Qingbai shook his head and sighed. When you were bullying the weak, did you ever think that in the eyes of some you were merely a group of slightly larger ants? What a pointless endeavor. Su Qingbai hadn't intended to kill, but to prevent them from seeking revenge on the Qingyi gang in the future. He also didn't plan to let these four bandit leaders off easily. He walked outside, picked up a sword, and returned. The four, seeing this, thought Su Qingbai was going to end their lives. Their faces turned pale, and they began to wail loudly, some even losing control. Su Qingbai mocked. You four dropped something. A whole bunch of dignity on the ground. The four, unheeding, began to kowtow to Su Qingbai again. Su Qingbai sighed, knowing that things had escalated to this point. There was absolutely no room for negotiation left. He finally steeled his heart and severed the tendons of all four. He did not kill them, but it was certain that their martial prowess was ruined and they would be left limping. In the future, the four would find it hard to walk and could no longer bully others as they once did. Perhaps they would also experience a taste of being oppressed. Su Qingbai estimated that with the four leaders of Duanyan Mountain disabled, there was no longer anyone among the remaining members who could fight, posing little threat. If there would be trouble in the future, he would leave this small issue to Shui Yalan and Lan Jian at the foot of the mountain. Just as Su Qingbai was about to leave, he suddenly recalled an incident from Sungama village, and a hint of resentment crossed his face. He walked up to Tian Baozi and lifted his foot to kick him hard in the groin. Tian Baozi immediately rolled on the ground. His precious jewels were either smashed or at least ruptured. Only then did Su Qingbai step to the center of the arena, voice booming, echoing across the mountaintop. The guidance is complete. Please accept the gift from Duanyan Mountain. With that, a pillar of dust soared into the sky, and the door of the ancestral hall of Duanyan Mountain collapsed with a crash. The young man in the green robe left the mountain gate, put his bamboo hat back on, and descended the mountain with a light step. With matters at Cliffside Mountain resolved, Su Qingbai turned north once more, alone, heading steadily toward the northern frontier of the Great Yu dynasty. When he had departed from Sungama village, the blue-robed gang had returned to him the bundle they had taken from Qinghu town. Of course, only his clothing and a few personal effects remained inside. The gold ingots and scattered silver coins had long since been seized and spent by the gang. Later, Lan Jian stepped forward and staged a boisterous theatrical outburst. Do you expect my brother to subsist on nothing but northwestern winds along the road? We've even snatched food from corpses before. Should we now march onward with empty hands? Then truly would be reduced to feasting upon the dead. In the end, Shui Yalan smiled cheerfully at the gang's elderly accountant who, frowning deeply, reluctantly drew several taels of loose silver from his robe and carefully counted them out one by one in his open palm. Shui Yalan strode over, scooped up all the silver from the old man's palm, and feigned indignation as she scolded him. Look at you. Our gang shall soon become a mighty force. Don't be so stingy with your generosity. The elderly accountant was momentarily stunned. This was not how the scene had been rehearsed between them. The leader had deviated entirely from the script. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he caught Shui Yalan's subtle wink and instantly understood. Oh well, I'll shoulder the blame then. Shui Yalan handed the silver to Su Qingbai with a radiant smile. Please forgive us, young scholar. Surely you know our gang's current straits. This is all we could scrape together. It should suffice for your journey, at least for now. The rest will defer. Su Qingbai accepted the silver and replied with a gentle smile, no deferral needed. I consider this my contribution to the gang. After all, am I not also a junior scholar at the academy? I too bear my share of responsibility. Seeing the blue-robed gang act with such honor in delivering the silver, Lan Jian's spirits soared. Teasingly he sighed. Alas, given our gang's present fortunes, when will I ever recoup the value of that gleaming gold ingot? It may take until the year of the monkey, or beyond. Su Qingbai raised a thumb toward Lan Jian. Everyone else works off debts. But you're working to... Lan Jian glanced sidelong at Shui Yalan beside him and chuckled. Brother, you're pretending ignorance while fully aware. That's hardly fair. Shui Yalan watched and listened, her normally cheerful face unexpectedly flushed with a delicate rosy hue. Uniquely charming. Lan Jian stared spellbound, so even the goddess he admired could blush like an ordinary young woman. His conviction deepened. He had made an extraordinarily wise and correct choice in staying. As Su Qingbai prepared to leave the village, Lan Jian dashed to the blue-robed gang's kitchen, rummaged through cupboards and cabinets, seized several large flatbreads, and hurried back, eagerly slipping them into Su Qingbai's pack. Lan Jian reasoned that Su Qingbai, traveling alone henceforth, lacked his own knack for pilfering melons or snatching fruit, and worried his friend might go hungry. A few flatbreads would sustain him on the road, especially when crossing desolate wildernesses. That day Su Qingbai arrived at Gaoshui Prefecture in the Manchai Kingdom. The Jushui River surged majestically through Gaoshui Prefecture, forming a vast lake spanning hundreds of li, hence its name Gaoshui Lake. Having traveled solo for over a month, Su Qingbai felt a sudden urge to visit and explore its shores. Though named after the prefecture, Gaoshui Lake stood as one of the grandest lakes not only in the Manchai Kingdom, but across the entire Great Yu Dynasty. Its surrounding waterways formed a dense network, and abundant rainfall earned the region its famed title, the land of fish and rice. The lake stretched endlessly beneath the sky. Clouds steamed, mist shimmered, waves rolled in boundless expanse, awe-inspiring in their grandeur. Su Qingbai arrived at the Lotus Ferry outside the city's north gate, renowned for its hundredly expanse of lotus blossoms upon the water. With the Dragon Boat Festival approaching, the lotuses were blooming en masse across the lake. At the ferry's roadside, Su Qingbai bought a bowl of sweet lotus seed paste, then sat upon a moss-covered bluestone beneath an ancient banyan tree, resting, sipping the delicacy, and gazing serenely upon the lake. Before him, a hundredly lotus pond unfurled, a sea of broad, lush leaves carpeting the water's surface, swaying rhythmically in the breeze like undulating emerald waves. Amidst those verdant ripples bloomed countless lotuses, some barely emerging as tender pointed buds, others standing tall and pristine, swaying gently in full radiant bloom. Tourists thronged both within and beyond the ferry. Young aristocrats and scholars gathered in 3s and 5s atop roadside pavilions, sipping wine and admiring the view. Common folk strolled in joyful groups along the lakeshore, laughing and appreciating the blossoms. As a ferry port, the lake teemed with vessels gliding back and forth. Deliberately cleared navigational channels crisscrossed the waters, threading gracefully among the endless lotus fields, where boats of every size sailed purposefully. Ferries ferried passengers and cargo, bustling with boarding and disembarking travelers. Lavish pleasure boats, floating taverns moored at shore, had waiters bowing respectfully at their prows, ushering guests aboard for feasting and drinking. Fishermen rowed their skiffs slowly outward into the lake's depths. Women harvesting water chestnuts paddled heavily laden boats back to shore. Young couples drifted languidly upon the water, men steering, women crowned with blossoms exchanging tender, loving glances. Hidden beneath the banyan's shade, seated upon the bluestone, Su Qingbai let the warm lake breeze wash over him, gazing absently at the sun-dappled rippling waters. A paper kite shaped like a swallow landed softly upon his foot. Setting aside his nearly empty bowl of lotus seed paste, Su Qingbai picked up the kite and rose, scanning the surroundings. Soon a plump little boy came running breathlessly toward him, then abruptly halted upon seeing his kite held in the hands of a stranger. Though eager to reclaim it, he hesitated, bashful and shy. A stout, kind-faced woman hurried after him, panting lightly. The boy rushed into her arms, burying his face, then extended a small finger towards Su Qingbai, standing. The woman gently stroked her child's head, knelt down, and whispered encouraging words with a warm, playful smile, urging him to find courage. Bolstered by his mother's encouragement, the boy nodded, firmly approached Su Qingbai timidly, and asked in a soft, trembling voice, "Big brother, this is my kite. I lost it just now. Could you please give it back to me?" Su Qingbai smiled and asked, "Little one, does your name appear written upon the kite?" The boy grew flustered. "No, it's called Xiao Fei. My mother made it, and I helped cut the paper. I even painted its 2 eyes myself, with cinnabar ink. Oh, and mother said my brushwork was excellent. Both eyes are perfectly round and exactly the same size. You can see for yourself." Su Qingbai paused thoughtfully, then said gently, "Since no name is written, why don't you call it Xiao Fei, and see if it answers you?" The boy, now forgetting his shyness, launched into an earnest, rapid-fire explanation. "It really is mine. I was flying it with mother just ahead, but Xiao Fei soared too high, snapping the string right from my hand. That's how it fell here. Mother says children must never lie, and I'm telling the truth. You can ask her yourself." Su Qingbai smiled warmly. "Very well. I choose to believe you, little one. From now on, don't fear strangers. When something belongs to you, claim it boldly. Don't always hide behind your mother or rely on others. Grow into a true young man." So saying, Su Qingbai placed the kite into the boy's waiting hands. The boy accepted it joyfully, nodding vigorously, Thank you, big brother. I know. I'll grow braver as I get older. Mother even counts on me to protect her someday. Qingbai pinched the boy's cheek affectionately and praised, "You're wonderful." The boy waved his tiny hand, then scampered off, elated toward his mother. The woman caught him mid-leap, then turned toward Qingbai with a grateful smile and a respectful nod, before leading her skipping child away. Qingbai felt lighthearted. Beneath the banyan, he stretched lazily before the vast lake, and a quiet homesickness stirred within him. He had been gone for months. How were those left behind in Chunshan Prefecture faring? Had Huangya grown taller? Was she no longer grieving? And did she still think of him each day? Had Old Dragon finally found wine to drink? With spring drawing to its close, had the flowers and trees in the Li residence sprouted fresh buds and tender branches? Was he overwhelmed with work as usual? Did Big Yellow still lounge lazily on the stone steps before the plum garden, soaking up sunshine? Had he ventured out again to chase deer in the mountains, or helped Huangya with her chores? After secretly delivering 2 gold ingots, had young Fan Peng gotten his bottom spanked by his father? Did little Ye still attend the private academy at the Li residence? And had she bullied Fan Peng again recently? Was bookworm Li Haojia studying diligently? And what did the new tutor at the academy look like? And what of young Lan Jian, the little ghost left behind at Tianyao Mountain? Was he adjusting well within the blue-robed gang? Was he now running errands for the group, or entrusted with independent tasks? Had the senior blue-robed master successfully closed those major deals? And on that ever-smiling face, was her beauty now even more radiant? In the depths of Gaoshui Lake, the surface glimmered with sparkling water surrounded by misty waves. Inside a magnificently adorned building beneath the lake, a middle-aged man dressed in a scholar's robe sat at a desk engrossed in reading poetry and books. Before long, a girl in red approached the door, knocked lightly twice, and gently called out, "Master." The middle-aged man inside heard the sound, but did not raise his head, casually responding, "Come in." The girl in red pushed the door open and walked gracefully to the front of the middle-aged man. Without a moment's pause, she placed a pot of freshly brewed tea on the table, then took a delicate purple clay cup, poured a cup of hot tea, and handed it to the middle-aged man, saying, "Master, this is new tea that Wang Heng brought back. I hurried to brew a pot for you. Do give it a taste, and see if it is to your liking." The middle-aged man put down the book he was holding, raised the teacup to blow away the steam, and took a gentle sip, praising, "Xiao Yu, your tea brewing skills have improved again." The girl in red laughed and replied, "Of course. I've been staying close to you lately, listening to your musings, and have learned a whole basket of tea art knowledge. Take the water, for instance. I specifically went to the spring at Sweetwater Bay to fetch it, and it is truly sweet to drink." The middle-aged man quickly finished his cup, and the girl in red, seeing the empty cup, immediately refilled it. The middle-aged man looked at the girl in red with a smile, and asked, "This tea is fresh, the water is pure, and the art of brewing is exquisite. Why don't you fetch a teacup for yourself to enjoy with me?" The girl smiled and said, "I won't drink. Drinking tea is an elegant pastime for you scholars. I'm just a little girl and can't appreciate the taste. I won't pretend to be elegant lest I spoil your mood." The middle-aged man shook his head with a smile. "Drinking tea knows no social status or gender. However, speaking of it, a young girl like you would drink tea just for the novelty and wouldn't grasp its essence." The girl in red stuck out her tongue. She stood silently for a moment, unable to resist speaking up. "Only you, master, have the poise to sit down and enjoy tea and read books. Meanwhile, Wang Heng and I are outside, our heads aching, anxiously running around." The middle-aged man did not look up, still focused on the book in his hands, as if nothing could attract him more than what he casually asked, "What's going on? Are the people from the Jiang Marquis house still lingering?" The girl in red, seeing the man inquire, replied, "They just left. They've come 7 or 8 times this year. Today the people from the Jiang Marquis house arrived early while you stayed hidden in this room for peace. Wang Heng and I were in the front hall nodding and bowing, trying to appease them for half a day." The girl in red thought for a moment and added, "I truly admire the old steward from the Jiang Marquis house who came today. He just sat there without speaking or drinking tea and simply refused to leave. I wonder if his bottom hurts from sitting. I couldn't do that. I thought that next time he comes I might quietly remove the cushion from the chair and see if he can last as long as he did today." The man nodded and said, "You should just stall for a while. I don't want to see the faces of these petty mercenary people. Seeing them too much makes me uneasy and uncomfortable. If that's the case, Wang Heng and I will have to suffer." The girl sighed and continued, "I say, master, if the Jiang Marquis house wants that item, why don't we just give it to them and be done with it? We could send them off quickly and everyone would have peace and quiet. Wouldn't that be better?" The man raised his head, looking at the girl, but did not speak. The girl pouted and continued, "Anyway, that item is useless to us. It can't be eaten or burned for firewood. Besides, giving it to someone is the same as giving it to them. The people from the Jiang Marquis house will take it to give to others, and if we keep it, we might as well give it to someone else. In the end, whether they take it or we do, it all amounts to the same thing, doesn't it?" The girl, ignoring the man's gradually furrowing brow, chirped like a yellow oriole, continuing, "Let's chat about the Jiang Marquis house some more. After all, they oversee the section of the river from Jiushui to the sea right. Although we are from a side branch of days, they have their responsibilities in governance. That Jiang Marquis is in a way your half-superior, isn't he? When they demand that item, we shouldn't be quarreling with them. People do live under the eaves, and we should bow our heads and send it out graciously. Perhaps they will remember our kindness. The man could no longer suppress his annoyance and said, what you say is just ignorance and a narrow-minded woman's view. What do you mean by giving it to whoever? If I did not know they intended to give it to that Zhang from the capital of Man, Chai, it might be acceptable. But since I have been forewarned, it is absolutely out of the question. The man seemed even more agitated, continuing to speak to the girl who had already lowered her head. You know that half-hearted scholar. You and Wang Heng have seen him before. He talks a big game, but lacks substance. I suspect that his intentions are not pure. He is not a seed that can cultivate knowledge. That Jiang Marquis is just eyeing the vacant Jiang deity next door, trying to curry favor with someone in the court of Manchai. Tisk, 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 such behavior is too ugly and not worthy. Since it is something grown in my Gaoshui lake, in the end, whether it is sent out or to whom, as long as I am still in this position, it will be my decision. If I do not desire a person, sorry, no matter how others point fingers, I will not agree. The girl felt anxious, well aware of her master's stubborn temperament. Once he had made up his mind, even 10 horses could not pull him back. However, she was also worried that her master might suffer in this bureaucratic world, and with concern, she said the Jiang Marquis house is not easy to deal with. If this matter is rejected, they might join forces with someone from the Manchai court to set traps for you in the future. We might face a lot of hardships ahead. The man seemed genuinely angered this time as he put down his teacup, raising his voice. What is there to fear? A gentleman knows what to do and what not to do. If one were to weigh every matter, meticulously calculating gains and losses, only doing what does not harm oneself without considering the benefit to others, then what is the point of reading so many books? What use is someone like me, a lake lord and river deity? If everyone only looks out for themselves, then there is no hope for this world. The man continued, as for whether they will trip me up in the future or deliberately target me for revenge, you need not worry about. I know that even though my temper is bad and I am not easy to talk to, I am no longer a greenhorn in the bureaucratic world. Just because I do not wish to squeeze and break my head to climb up does not mean that I can be easily manipulated by any Tom, Dick, or Harry. Let alone that Jiang Marquis, who is only half my superior. Even if the Jiang deity from Jiushui comes, they must treat me respectfully in public. Upon hearing this, the girl's heart felt much lighter. She did not truly understand these intricacies, but had been worried that her master would struggle in front of others. She believed her master was of good character and a scholar, treating everyone with kindness. Aside from not wanting to meddle in bureaucratic affairs, being somewhat rebellious and stubborn, he was otherwise quite admirable. She genuinely feared that if one day her master was demoted or forced to leave, she and Wang Heng would surely be heartbroken and might even cry. The girl felt a weight lift from her heart, her worries dissipating, becoming lively again, with a mischievous smile. Who says the master is hard to talk to? This is just the dignity of a scholar. Haha, not everyone has the right to converse with you. I believe you are quite easy to talk to. The man jestingly scolded. Does that mean your qualifications are quite high? The girl laughed. Of course, I am the first person who can talk to you. Our master is a deity appointed by the Confucian saints. Tisk, tisk, just thinking about it feels impressive. The man slowly raised his teacup and asked, are you talking about yourself or me? The girl laughed. Haha, of course I am saying you are impressive, and as for me, I am just riding on your coattails with just a hint of impressiveness. The man extended his empty teacup, laughing. This little girl is getting more and more talkative. Come refill the tea for me. The girl, smiling, hurried over and filled the cup to the brim. The man lightly tapped her head with his fingers, jestingly scolding, how many times have I told you fill the tea to 7 parts full, yet you never learn? The girl touched her head and laughed. Got it, I'll definitely remember next time. I just got a bit carried away. After saying this, she carried the half-full teapot outside, saying she would brew another pot. The man, who continued to bury himself in his books, suddenly called out to the departing girl, tell Wang Heng tonight the 3 of us will go out and try our luck. Dragging it out is not a solution. The girl stopped in her tracks, her face full of curiosity, as she asked, are you talking about that young man by the lake earlier, the one with the light on his head? I took a long look from a distance. He seemed quite ordinary. The man glanced meaningfully at the girl's chest, chuckling, a man's talent is just like how you women bind your chests. Sometimes it appears ordinary from afar, but once that cloth is removed, it may reveal a magnificent scene. The girl stomped her foot, angrily scolding, master, you are being inappropriate again. The man appeared thoughtful and continued, however, that lamp on the young man's head has a remarkable origin coming from the Tianxiang nation. It is not a luck that an ordinary scholar can possess. Let us just consider it a stroke of luck. We shall see the person tonight. The girl huffed, I'll have to sacrifice my looks again. Master, can we think of another method next time? The man smiled wryly. This is a carefully designed 3-part test of conscience. Everything is interlinked. You and Wang Heng just need to follow along. I have my own measures. You won't really suffer. The girl sighed and eventually exited, heading toward the adjacent room. In the vast estate, there were only she, the master, and a man named Wang Heng, making it feel a bit lonely. Outside the estate, a tall vermilion gate bore a large plaque with 5 golden characters glowing faintly, reading Gao Shui Lake Marquis Mansion. Meanwhile, at a certain place downstream of Jiu Shui, within the Qingbai, Jiang Marquis residence, the old steward Kong Ling, returning empty-handed from the Gao Shui Lake Marquis Mansion, was currently bowed respectfully before the Qingbai Jiang Marquis, Yao Qingbai, reporting the situation. Steward Kong Ling detailed every encounter at the Gao Shui Lake Marquis Mansion today, fearing that he might miss a detail that would displease the ever-volatile water lord sitting across from him. At this moment, he was cautious and trembling, a stark contrast to his previous arrogant demeanor at the Gao Shui Lake Marquis Mansion. Jiang Marquis Yao Qingbai patiently listened to Kong Ling's lengthy report. Upon hearing the later part, he realized that today Kong Ling had once again hit a brick wall. Not only did the task at hand yield no results, but he had even failed to meet the Gao Shui Lake Marquis Gui Cheng. His expression darkened as he pushed away the beautiful woman in transparent gauze who was lounging on his lap, angrily jumping in front of Kong Ling and slapping him across the face, cursing, "You useless thing." The trembling Kong Ling bent even lower, covering his flushed face with one hand, nodding repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes." Yao Qingbai ignored the bowing steward, and the woman sprawled on the ground, lost in thought as he paced. After half a cup of tea, he seemed to have made a decision, speaking to the steward in a sarcastic tone, "What's wrong? If you feel wronged, I can replace you with someone else." Kong Ling was instantly alarmed, his face turning ashen. He knew that there was a whole pack of wolves and tigers eyeing the steward position, and he had often taken the opportunity to beat them down. If he were to lose power and be removed, his fate would likely be worse than death. He understood how he had risen to power and what fate had befallen the previous steward he had replaced. He suddenly fell to his knees, crawling in front of Yao Qingbai, repeatedly knocking his head, his voice echoing in the hall. He cried, "It is my fault for not carrying out my duties effectively, and I feel guilty towards my lord. There is no sense of grievance, and I dare not have any improper thoughts. I only regret delaying your great affairs, and I truly deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Yao Qingbai kicked the steward aside like a dog, mocking, "Stop trying to pledge your loyalty here, you useless piece of trash. Can't even handle proper matters, yet you excel at acting." Kong Ling, having spent decades ingrained at Yao Qingbai's side, had a far deeper understanding of this water lord than even of himself. Hearing Yao Qingbai's mocking words, he understood that the latter had likely made up his mind. Kong Ling, who had once been a drifting soul without background or power, had managed to rise to the position of the chief steward of the Qingbai, Jiang Marquis residence for decades. It was not to say he had extraordinary qualities, but he at least had a keen eye and did not skimp on flattery. He crawled to Yao Qingbai's feet, pretending to brush off the dust from the tip of the latter's shoe, flattering, "It is only because I am used to seeing my lord's dignified demeanor, using reason and virtue to persuade others. Having followed my lord for so many years, I should at least learn a bit of your style. Hence, I have indeed been overly courteous to that old man Gu Yicheng these days. Looking back now, I admit I have been imitating others without knowing my limits. Please forgive my lord's anger." As Kong Ling spoke, he secretly raised his head and casually looked up at Yao Qingbai. He was delighted to find the latter's face revealing a smile, seemingly pleased. "I have personally run back and forth several times, but that old man Gu Yicheng is like a stone in a dung pit, both foul and unyielding, never understanding. Now that our Jiang Marquis residence has already taken the lead, how about I take some people over to surround them and force them to give an explanation? That would be a justified action." Yao Qingbai did not look down, too lazy to pay attention to the steward, who was prostrated like a dog, and said, "Gu Yicheng from Gao Shui Lake is no simple character. Among the 3 great empires and 40 feudal states, there are over 100 water deities that can be brought to the table. How many of them are appointed by the saints? Or are they appointed by the currently flourishing Confucian saints?" Yao Qingbai's expression darkened as he continued, "But Minister Zhang from Manchai has urged me several times, and this matter cannot be delayed any longer. I originally thought that once this matter was resolved, our Jiang Marquis residents would enjoy the spoils alone. Now it seems that we cannot eat this meal alone. It appears we must bring more people on board." Kong Ling listened attentively, already vaguely guessing what Yao Qingbai meant by bringing more people on board. But he did not dare to interrupt. Instead, he chose to be a worshipful listener. "Then go to the back and bring that piece of dark wood that the Huangyang River deity offered last year. Later I will personally visit the Jiang deity's residence and share a piece of the pie with them." Kong Ling cautiously asked, "My lord, that piece of dark wood has been around for thousands of years, containing rich water energy. Using it to refine tools for water techniques will undoubtedly greatly increase their power. Should we not consider exchanging it for something else as a gift for this visit?" Yao Qingbai waved his hand. "You are foolishly blind. If it were a common item, would the Jiang deity's residence even look at it? You can't have the cake and eat it too. As long as I manage this well this time, win the favor of Minister Zhang, and successfully fill the vacant Jiang deity position next door, will I not be able to get similar rare items in the future? Kong Ling suddenly slapped his thigh, giving Yao Jinbo a thumbs up, saying earnestly, "My lord is brilliant." Then he rolled and crawled quickly towards the back courtyard. Yao Jinbo stood in the hall scoffing to himself. "Gu Yiqing, Gu Yiqing, all these years you have viewed yourself as high above others, acting all high and mighty, never proactively trying to get close to me. If I, as your nominal half-superior, cannot suppress you, then I will pull in a true superior, the river deity, to pressure you together and see how you will break free." This deeply calculating Zhang Marquis seemed to be in a good mood, whistling as he returned to his seat. He reached down to pull the beautiful woman still prostrate on the ground and hugged her back to his seat. Yao Jinbo gently stroked the beautiful woman's cheek and lifted her chin, probing with 2 fingers to pry open her red lips, retrieving a tongue to tease. With his other hand, he smacked the woman's pert bottom, chuckling, "Come on, my beauty, let us continue the music." And Su Qingbai gazed at the scenery by the lake for a long time, then strolled along the winding path by the water, stopping intermittently to explore. As evening approached, the afterglow of the setting sun spilled over the lake, reflecting the lotus flowers in a blend of red and green, making it a sight to linger over. Su Qingbai boarded a houseboat by the lake, preparing to spend the night there. This houseboat was not large compared to the brightly lit tall ships by the shore. It could only be considered a small. Looking further into the heart of the lake, several even larger ships were moored there, their lights shining brightly, as if it were daytime, reflecting on the water's surface, creating a shimmering spectacle. At this moment, small boats were constantly shuttling between the large ships and the shore, busy transporting guests onto the vessels. It was said that in that area of large ships there were restaurants, inns, brothels, and gambling houses, all of which were hard to come by. Before boarding, guests not only needed to pay a hefty deposit, but also had to make a reservation in advance. Ordinary people could hardly expect to board a ship. Most tourists and passing travelers like Su Qingbai, despite being willing to spend money, would mostly choose these ordinary small houseboats by the lake. It was said that a simple meal at the lakeside restaurant would cost several taels of silver, and if one ordered drinks, additional charges would apply. This did not even include tips for the welcoming staff, waiters, singers, and ferry operators. If one encountered a foolish person with too much money, they might order a feast on one of the brothel boats, inviting a few courtesans to accompany them, which could lead to extravagant spending. Su Qingbai had no such intentions nor the means. At this moment, he was simply enjoying a meal of 2 dishes in a crucian carp and tofu soup, and a seasonal vegetable lotus sandwich, all made from fresh ingredients from the lake, which he found quite delicious. After finishing his meal and resting for a while at the bow of the boat, Su Qingbai retreated into his room, lit a lamp, and began to read. After an hour of reading, the surroundings fell silent. Suddenly, the oil lamp in the room flickered violently, the light dimming and brightening erratically. A series of urgent knocks echoed at the door, causing Su Qingbai to furrow his brows. He wondered who could be knocking at this late hour, especially since he was alone in an unfamiliar place. Could it be that someone had mistaken his room? Logically speaking, at such a late hour, the inn staff should be resting. What could be so urgent that it couldn't wait until morning? While Su Qingbai pondered inside, the knocking grew increasingly frantic. With a look of suspicion, he got up and approached the door. After a moment of thought, he cautiously opened the door a crack. Without giving him a chance to observe carefully, a red figure slipped through the gap. Once inside, the red figure quickly turned to close the door, then pressed her back against it, letting out a long breath. Su Qingbai assessed the newcomer. She appeared to be around 19 years old, not much older than him. The woman in red was soaked from head to toe in the dim light. Her wet, disheveled hair hung over her shoulders, dripping water. Her red dress was completely drenched, clinging tightly to her body, accentuating her delicate curves. The young woman looked somewhat flustered, breathing heavily, as if still in shock, her chest rising and falling, hinting at a glimpse of pale skin. Su Qingbai lifted his gaze to her delicate face. Her features were clean and pure, free from any signs of the world's corruption, with droplets of water adorning her cheeks, making it hard to tell if they were from the rain or sweat. Standing before Su Qingbai, she appeared fragile and petite, like a freshly emerged red lotus from the water. Su Qingbai was somewhat surprised and embarrassed, asking, "Miss, what has happened to you?" The young woman offered a graceful bow, and with a clear and pitiful voice replied, "I apologize for intruding into your room at such a late hour. I have no choice but to seek refuge. I hope you can allow me to stay here for a while, and I will leave shortly." Seeing her drenched, Su Qingbai fetched a dry towel and handed it to her. The woman thanked him and, smiling, walked over to sit by the table, tilting her head with her long dark hair cascading down like a waterfall. She pinched the wet strands of hair with her delicate fingers and began wiping herself with the towel. In the room, the two maintained a distance, one standing and the other sitting, engaging in a question-and-answer exchange. The woman introduced herself as Yu Hongni, saying she had been sold into a brothel since childhood. She came from a poor family. Her father was an alcoholic and gambler, often absent from home. Whenever he returned home, he was usually inebriated, either verbally abusing his wife for not bearing him a son, or physically assaulting her and the children to vent his frustrations. Each time her mother would weep while shielding young Yu Hongni in her arms, enduring the beatings without retaliation. Her mother only hoped to survive until dawn, waiting for the man to leave so they could enjoy a few peaceful days. Because of this, their family was left with no savings throughout the year and lived in abject poverty. When Yu Hongni reached the age of 12 or 13, she had blossomed into a beautiful young girl. Unscrupulous individuals began to take an interest in her. Sure enough, her gambling father fell into a trap laid by others, and left with no way out, sold Yu Hongni for a pittance to settle his debts. Those individuals brought the young Yu Hongni to Gaoshui County and sold her at a high price to a brothel by the lake, making a considerable profit. After being sold to the brothel, Yu Hongni's beauty quickly caught the eye of the madam, who took great care to cultivate. The madam even hired instructors to teach her poetry and music. Over the years, Yu Hongni grew up in the brothel, becoming increasingly beautiful, and due to her lively nature, quickly learned various skills, gaining some renown amidst the sea of women. However, the brothel was devoid of compassion. The madam spent lavishly on her, seeing Yu Hongni merely as a commodity to profit from. They began to promote Yu Hongni starting last year. First, on a night when guests filled the place, she was made to play Zijianjiu behind a curtain. The sound of her guqin was at once crisp and flowing, winning loud applause. After satisfying the audience's curiosity, a month later the brothel arranged a dance performance. Yu Hongni, barefoot and elegantly dressed, entered the stage, her graceful movements and singing captivating the hungry men who had waited a month, making them marvel at her beauty. From then on, Yu Hongni's fame skyrocketed, attracting wealthy patrons who spent lavishly just to catch a glimpse of her or exchange a few words. Seeing that the time was right, the madam disregarded Yu Hongni's pleas and began to prepare for her grand debut night. To this, in the brothel, spent money hiring people to spread the word around town, promoting Yu Hongni as an ancient century beauty. As the news spread, Yu Hongni was successfully elevated to the position of the brothel's top courtesan, attracting dignitaries from 3 to 4 surrounding counties on the night of her auction. They arrived with substantial sums of silver, negotiating among themselves and boarding the ship to bid. Ultimately, a seemingly unremarkable young master from the county made a bold move, spending 3,000 taels of silver to secure Yu Hongni for the night. Afterward, Yu Hongni became the star of the brothel, drawing many prominent figures eager to catch a glimpse of her beauty. However, as the top courtesan, Yu Hongni developed an air of importance, becoming picky when receiving guests. If she was not interested in someone, no matter how much they spent, she would refuse. She often remained aloof, rarely seen by ordinary people. Even when she occasionally appeared, few lucky individuals managed to spend the night with her. After half a year as the top courtesan, Yu Hongni's reluctance to help the brothel earn money finally drew the madam. The madam had tried to persuade her several times, scolding her for wasting her talent and not valuing her opportunities, but Yu Hongni continued to act according to her own whims. While there were indeed wealthy ladies who visited for pleasure, they were few. Guests boarded the ships, spent a fortune, and who would tolerate the disdain of a brothel courtesan. Often one party was unwilling and hesitant, while the other was eager and demanding, creating a clash of desire. Eventually, this led to trouble. One day, Yu Hongni slapped a guest who had overstepped, but in doing so, she also tarnished her own reputation. She was confined to her room for half a month, after which the madam resorted to underhanded methods to break her pride. Ignoring her protests, the madam arranged for some unattractive men with money to enter her room, leaving them to indulge without regard. Some of the other courtesans in the brothel had long been envious of Yu Hongni, and not only mocked her, but also conspired against her. They encouraged some unattractive individuals to take turns visiting Yu Hongni's room regardless of day or night. Today, Yu Hongni finally reached her breaking point. She confronted the other courtesans, and during the scuffle she was intentionally pushed overboard and fell into the lake. The people on the brothel boat rushed to save her, but they could not find her. Little did they know Yu Hongni had been swimming since childhood and was more skilled at holding her breath than those trying to rescue. Determined to escape this gilded cage, she seized the opportunity to dive underwater, swiftly swimming to the shore and quietly hiding beneath the hull of the houseboat, waiting for her moment. Several groups of people jumped into the lake searching for her, but found nothing. They resigned themselves to the belief that Yu Hongni had perished, her body sunk to the bottom. The madam, being shrewd, saw that she had lost an unmanageable top courtesan and decided not to confront the other. Thus, after a brief reprimand, the madam began to coax them, urging them to work harder in bed to recoup the loss. By nightfall, the brothel was still filled with music and lively voices. The once renowned top courtesan had vanished without a sound. Yu Hongni managed to endure until midnight. Seeing that the surroundings were deserted, she swam over and climbed onto the inn's boat. Once aboard, she noticed Su Qingbai's room still had a light on, and in her panic she accidentally knocked on his door. In the room, Yu Hongni intermittently finished her story. Su Qingbai asked, "At this moment when no one cares about your life or death, why not run outside? Why take the risk to climb aboard this ship?" Yu Hongni pointed to her dress with a bitter smile and said, "This dress bears the mark of the brothel ship. If I go out like this, I will be recognized in no time. Moreover, there are hidden sentries arranged by the madam on the shore. If I don't intentionally change my appearance, I fear they will catch me and take me back onto the ship." After saying this, Yu Hongni seemed to remember that she was still wrapped in a wet skirt. She lightly furrowed her brows and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Su Qingbai had already noticed her pale face, and now that he roughly understood the situation, he walked to the bed, opened his bundle, and took out a slightly thicker long shirt, handing it to her, and said, "I don't have women's clothing, but if you don't mind, miss, you please wear this for now." Yu Hongni squinted and smiled, saying, "I don't mind at all. I was just about to ask you for some clothing. Men's or women's, it doesn't matter as long as it's warm." Su Qingbai happened to be standing right in front of Yu Hongni, and the contours of her figure were clearly visible to him, making it impossible for him to look away. His face turned slightly red, and he awkwardly said, "You can change first, and I'll wait outside. Just open the door for me when you're done." Yu Hongni smiled coyly and said, "No need for that trouble, just turn around for a moment." Su Qingbai was caught off guard by her boldness and quickly waved his hand, saying, "That's not appropriate. It's inappropriate for a man and a woman to be together like this. It would tarnish your reputation." After saying that, he lowered his head and walked towards the door. Yu Hongni seemed to look a bit dejected. As Su Qingbai was about to open the door, he realized that he was talking about reputation in front of a woman from a brothel, which felt rather inappropriate. So he added, "Everyone has their privacy. Our respect is not based on status." Originally appearing a bit dejected, Yu Hongni perked up at his words, narrowing her eyes and softly responding with a sound of agreement. Once Yu Hongni had changed into clean clothes and tidied herself up, she walked to the door and opened it, seeing Su Qingbai indeed standing far away, facing away from her, standing tall and upright. Suppressing her laughter, Yu Hongni walked over and tugged at Su Qingbai's sleeve from behind. The two of them tiptoed back into the room, and the atmosphere suddenly became somewhat awkward. Sitting at the table, Su Qingbai was the first to break the silence, asking, "What are your plans next, miss?" Yu Hongni shook her head and said, "I can only wait until dawn. Once there are more tourists by the lake, I can blend in and slip past those on the shore. I hope to escape safely from this den of tigers." Su Qingbai nodded, saying, "There isn't a soul on the shore right now. It's indeed easy to be exposed if we go out at this moment." Yu Hongni smiled brightly and asked, "Would you be willing to let me stay with you for the night?" Su Qingbai awkwardly replied, "You can stay here. If you're tired, you can sleep on the bed." He added, "I still have many books to read, so I will just sit here and read until dawn." Yu Hongni smiled faintly, her words laced with deeper meaning. "Then I will trouble you for your peace tonight." Afterward, one person sat at the table reading, but their mind couldn't settle down. They slowly read the words on the paper, but couldn't focus, feeling rather tormented. The other person sat idly at the table, sometimes playing with their fingernails, and sometimes fiddling with the men's long shirt they were wearing, feeling utterly bored. At this moment, Yu Hongni rested one arm on the table, propping her chin with her hand, staring attentively at the young man opposite her. Su Qingbai felt her burning gaze, but kept his head down, not daring to look up. Seeing the foolish look on the other person's face, Yu Hongni held back her laughter. Meanwhile, Su Qingbai felt immense discomfort. Being alone with a woman in such a small room made it truly unavoidable. Both faced each other, one focused on reading with unease while the other was captivated by the gaze. After a moment of silence, Yu Hongni cheerfully asked, "Aren't you from this area?" Su Qingbai, already feeling agitated from reading, took the opportunity to respond, "No, I come from Chunshan County in the south." Yu Hongni asked, "Is that Chunshan County from the Tianshan Kingdom?" Su Qingbai nodded. Yu Hongni exclaimed, "That's a well-known prosperous place in the Diyue dynasty. I heard that the county town has beautiful lakes and willow trees. It must be a magnificent sight." Yu Hongni gazed blankly, then sighed. "Unfortunately, I've only heard of it while on the ship. It's so far away. I don't know if I'll have a chance in this lifetime to see those famed sights with my own eyes." Su Qingbai didn't understand why the woman opposite him was so melancholic. Wasn't she lively just a moment ago? How did the conversation turn sad so quickly? He could only comfort her, saying, "How could there be no opportunity? Once you leave this cage tomorrow, the sky is high and the birds can fly freely. You can go wherever you wish." Yu Hongni indeed perked up, her eyes sparkling with joy, perhaps already imagining the scenes of visiting the beautiful lakes. Su Qingbai, seeing that there was no more conversation from her, couldn't find a topic either, and simply picked up the book on the table again, continuing to read through the night. When Yu Hongni returned from her daydreaming, she found Su Qingbai once again absorbed in his reading, and she rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, "He really is a boring person." She thought for a moment, changed to a posture with her hands supporting her chin, and said to Su Qingbai, "Sir, I see you are a scholar with no ill intentions towards others, and you look decent enough. How about I accompany you tomorrow?" Su Qingbai, not understanding the meaning behind her words, replied, "If you feel unsafe, I can escort you out of this." Yu Hongni stamped her foot in frustration, realizing he really was a fool. After thinking for a moment, she asked cunningly, "Hey, do you think him pretty?" Su Qingbai nodded and said, You are indeed extraordinary, looking more beautiful than ordinary women. Yu Hongni laughed charmingly and said, then how about you take me as your personal maid? I can help you wash your feet and warm your bed every night. Would that be good? Su Qingbai, caught off guard by her sudden boldness, hurriedly waved his hands and said, that's not appropriate, that's not appropriate. Yu Hongni persisted, saying, I know I was born in a brothel, and you probably look down on me. I don't dare to hope for anything grand, but as long as you don't find me unsightly, just let me serve you in your presence, tending to flowers and plants, adding fragrance, and being a small maid. That would be enough. After saying this, she showed a pitiful expression and said, I am all alone now, and I can't go back to my... In this vast world where people's hearts are unpredictable, as a weak woman, once I step out of this room, I would be like a piece of meat walking on the street, bound to attract a pack of hungry wolves. What am I to do? After saying this, her expression turned despondent, and she began to sob softly. Su Qingbai covered his forehead, feeling at a loss. How did she start crying? It seemed like she had suffered a great grievance. Looking around the room, it seemed like a heartless man was betraying a weak woman. He hurriedly said, Miss, please don't be anxious, let's talk this through, all right. Yu Hongni ignored him, covering her face with her hands, her shoulders trembling, and her sobs grew louder. Su Qingbai nearly pleaded, saying, Yu Hongni, please listen to me. Yu Hongni looked up, two glistening tears hanging on her cheeks, her eyes slightly red, directly interrupting Su Qingbai, saying, if you don't mind me, I would like to reach for something higher. If you are worried about being short on money, there's no need to worry. I have saved quite a bit over the years, gold, silver, and jewelry, adding up to at least several thousand taels. I have my ways of obtaining it to assist you. Yu Hongni's eyes were red as she stared at Su Qingbai and continued, but if you find my body undesirable, I do not expect to stay by your side in the future. Over the years, the coarse men I've encountered on the brothel ship were few who could compare to a gentleman like you. Tonight, I want to follow my heart for once, to take charge of my own body. Would it be possible to invite you into the tent to spend a night together? Yu Hongni looked at Su Qingbai with a pitiful expression, her eyes filled with emotion, waiting for his response. Su Qingbai felt a bit dazed. One wave had not yet settled, another rose even more violently. Could it be that today's women are all so passionate and bold? His face turned red, both shy and at a loss. After thinking for a long time, he finally spoke. Yu Hongni, you must be frightened and anxious right now. If you feel isolated and helpless, I can escort you out of the city tomorrow. There's no need to humiliate yourself like that. Su Qingbai, fearing he might hurt the woman's feelings and provoke her to cry, added, Yu Hongni, you are an extremely beautiful woman, the kind that would make a man want to look at you twice. My refusal has nothing to do with whether I find you attractive or not. A gentleman does not take advantage of others' vulnerabilities. Yu Hongni smiled through her tears, standing up and gazing affectionately at Su Qingbai, saying, Fool, I speak the truth. After tonight we shall have no ties. Is that acceptable? Su Qingbai waved his hands and said, in this world with your talents you will surely meet a gentleman you can trust for a lifetime. Yu Hongni, repeatedly rejected, appeared somewhat dejected and asked, in your heart, do you already have someone? Su Qingbai unconsciously thought of the figure with delicate brows in the plum garden, scratching his head, shyly nodding. There is a young lady waiting for me to return home. Yu Hongni looked at Su Qingbai, who seemed lost in thought, slowly sitting back down as if talking to herself, or perhaps feeling jealous, murmuring, she must be a good girl. Suddenly a cacophony of sounds erupted from outside the room. Su Qingbai, perhaps feeling a tinge of guilt, and Yu Hongni possibly fearing exposure, both stood up simultaneously, leaning in together to extinguish the oil lamp on the table. The two of them bumped heads, and Su Qingbai felt a fragrant breeze waft past his nose, plunging the room into darkness. They held their breath, afraid to make another sound. They heard footsteps pass by the door, gradually receding into silence. Su Qingbai let out a sigh of relief. If they were discovered, the sight of a lone man and woman together in the dead of night would inevitably lead to wild speculation, even though he was in the right. Moreover, with Yu Hongni hiding in the room, one could not be sure that there were no spies from the brothel lurking in this inn. If her whereabouts were exposed, it would surely lead to trouble. In the dim light, he turned around in relief, but his eyes inadvertently caught the shadow of Yu Hongni, leaving him utterly astounded, rooted to the spot. In the darkness, Yu Hongni had somehow removed her long gown and stood just 2 or 3 steps away from. At this moment, the silvery moonlight streamed through the gaps in the window, casting its glow upon Yu Hongni's smooth figure, radiating a white light that was enchanting. Her attire had slipped to the ground, entwining around her snowy white ankles. She stood straight in the moonlight, her arms slightly wrapped around herself, whiter than the moonlight. Su Qingbei's head buzzed, unable to process what was happening. The waves of overwhelming feelings that had come one after another tonight had not ceased until this moment, as if they were determined to drown him. He felt dizzy, his thoughts momentarily stalling, as if something had lodged in his throat, involuntarily letting out a low growl, unable to speak. Yu Hongni stepped forward and slipped into Su Qingbei's embrace. She wrapped her arms around him like a wooden post standing on tiptoe to gently press her cherry lips against his cheek. At this moment Su Qingbai was utterly mesmerized, feeling waves of sweet fragrance invading his nostrils, the soft and slightly moist scent of a woman almost suffocating him. Suddenly a delicate face with rosy cheeks floated into Su Qingbei's mind, striking him like a thunderclap. Seizing this brief moment of clarity, he abruptly pushed away the soft body in his arms, ran a few steps to the window, flung it open, and gasped for fresh air. After a long bout of heavy breathing, once the heat of desire had receded, Su Qingbai returned and reignited the oil lamp. He picked up the book on the table, holding it in his hands, deliberately turning his back to the person in the room, seemingly annoyed and silent. At this time, Yu Hongni hastily put her clothes back on, though they were disheveled, her face still flushed. She sat at the table, occasionally smiling, then spacing out. Thus both remained silent about what had just transpired, and the room was steeped in dead silence. Suddenly there was a loud bang. The door was kicked open, and a burly man with a short beard stormed in, his sturdy frame and long neck giving him a comical appearance. Before Su Qingbai could react, Yu Hongni, who had been sitting peacefully at the table, unexpectedly dashed forward. She cried out, "Husband, save me." The short-bearded man turned his small eyes, spotting Yu Hongni in disarray, her hair tousled. He seemed a bit taken aback and momentarily forgot about Su Qingbai, whispering to Yu Hongni, "What's going on?" Yu Hongni's face turned crimson at his words. She shot a fierce glare at the man and stomped heavily on his foot, signaling him to focus on the matter at hand. The somewhat simple-minded man ceased his questioning, realizing it was better to handle the pressing matter first. He turned to Su Qingbai, grinning widely. He extended one hand, palm up, his voice stern as he commanded, "Compensate me." Su Qingbai pressed his forehead. He was no longer unclear about the current situation. He extended one hand, palm up, his voice stern as he commanded, "Compensate me." Su Qingbai pressed his forehead. He was no longer unclear about the current. He felt a mix of anger and confusion, having been set up and deceived, which left him irritable. Yet he was somewhat relieved that he had managed to rein in his horse at the edge of the cliff, avoiding a major blunder. However, being a man and a woman alone together in the middle of the night, now caught by her husband in such a predicament, it looked very much like they had been caught in the act. The man paid no mind to Su Qingbei's thoughts, instead launching into a prepared speech. "My wife and I were enjoying the scenery by the lake this afternoon, but with so many people on the shore we unfortunately got separated. I searched high and low for her, yet found no trace. It turns out you, a deceitful scholar with a heart of malice, tricked her away. You shameless rogue, daring to seduce a virtuous woman in broad daylight. My wife must have been coaxed and deceived by you to come here, and then forced into submission. Just wait until I break your legs." As he spoke, the man prepared to strike. But as he charged towards Su Qingbai, raising his hand to strike, he found the other standing still, showing no intention of dodging. The man's hand hung in midair, unable to strike or drop it, creating an awkward situation. He wondered, what's going on? Why aren't they avoiding me tonight? This is different from anyone I've met before. Could it be that tonight I found a simpleton, or perhaps, could it be this lad truly crossed the line tonight, and is now feeling guilty, unwilling to retaliate or speak? He recalled the scene upon entering the room, seeing Yu Hongni disheveled and her expression slightly flustered, something he had never encountered before. He turned back, glancing at the woman behind him, feeling his mind muddled, and couldn't help but curse inwardly, "Damn it, could there really be an affair tonight?" Yu Hongni continued to cry, unsure if it was genuine or an act, utterly heartbroken. The man failed to glean any useful information from her, so he steeled himself and said to Su Qingbai, "Speak, do you want me to take you to the authorities, branding you with a label of moral decay, and then thrown into a pig cage with vegetable scraps? Or shall we sit down and discuss this privately? I'll make an offer, and you can counteroffer." Su Qingbai leaned forward, peering around the man at Yu Hongni, who was still covering her face with her hands, softly weeping. She peeked through her fingers to see Su Qingbai looking at her, then feigned indignation, crying even louder. Yu Hongni shouted at the man who entered, "Husband, you must stand up for me." Provocation. This was sheer provocation. Su Qingbai watched their clumsy act with a sense of helplessness. Now it was as if he had stepped in mud. It couldn't have been Messier. He would only find himself more suspicious the more he explained. His head throbbed, and with a sigh he walked over to the bed, retrieved a bundle from it, and tossed the remaining few taels of silver onto the table. Expressionless, Su Qingbai looked despondent as he said, "Here, this is all I have. You two can divide it among yourselves." The man snatched the bundle from Su Qingbei's hands, rummaging through it, only to find the few taels of silver on the table, with no other money. Grumbling, the man declared, "Well, it's not easy to come out at this hour without returning empty-handed. Though I didn't catch a big fish tonight, a drizzle is still rain. They'll gladly accept this, haha." He was about to grab the silver on the table when he suddenly froze. At the entrance, an elder appeared, dressed in dark robes, wearing a crescent crown and holding a pitch-black peach-wood sword, resembling a Taoist priest with an air of celestial grace. The old Taoist entered the room, imposing without being angry, twirling the peach-wood sword to create a flourish. He pointed at the man inside, and you hung me shouting loudly, bold monsters under the vast heavens, how dare you stir up trouble here? With that he stepped forward in a few swift strides, unhesitatingly thrusting his sword. The peachwood sword shimmered with golden light, and with one strike, he severed the man's head. In the blink of an eye the people in the room had yet to react, and the man was left as merely a headless torso that collapsed in response. Blood gushed from his neck, and after rolling a short distance his small head came to rest at Qingbai's feet, looking a bit unsettling. After delivering the sword strike, the old Taoist turned to face the frightened and trembling Yu Hongni. He stood protectively in front of Qingbai, seemingly wanting to shield the young lad. The old Taoist spoke, "Do not fear, young one. These two are monsters transformed from the high waters of Gao Shui Lake, specifically targeting young noblemen passing by, and their crimes are numerous. I have been watching them for some time, and today I will eliminate this menace from the world." He waited for a response from Qingbai, but after a while, without hearing anything, he turned back, feeling uneasy about whether the youth had been scared into silence. Upon seeing Qingbai's expression, although somewhat confused, he seemed relatively calm, which reassured the old Taoist. He flicked his robe and shouted loudly, "Monsters, reveal your true forms." After a gust of sleeve wind, the headless corpse lying on the ground slowly began to change, eventually transforming into a turtle the size of a basin. The old Taoist explained to Qingbai, "In this room, there is a turtle spirit and a carp spirit. Both have been cultivating for hundreds of years." Qingbai found it somewhat curious, squatting down to examine the corpse of the turtle's spirit, confirming without a doubt that it was indeed a common turtle. Meanwhile, the old Taoist walked towards Yu Hongni, who was squatting in the corner of the room, seemingly in high spirits, and said with a laugh, "I have already set up a confinement array in advance, and have taken care of the troublesome turtle spirit. Now only you, a mere carp spirit, remain, and I doubt you can cause any more waves." Yu Hongni, the carp spirit squatting in the corner, looked at her companion's corpse, feeling a pang of sympathy. She seemed to have been truly frightened now, crying, her voice choked with tears. Hearing the old Taoist's words, she realized that her chances of survival today were slim, and although she felt desperate, she still clung to a glimmer of hope, continuously bowing and pleading for mercy. The old Taoist, seemingly quite adept at subduing monsters and demons, was unfazed by Yu Hongni's pleas, his demeanor righteous, as he shouted, "Why don't you quickly reveal your true form?" Yu Hongni, though greatly frightened, continued to desperately plead for mercy from the old Taoist. Seeing that she had entirely disregarded his words, as if he had been slighted, the old Taoist's anger flared, and he stepped forward, forming a hand seal and shouting, "Capture," placing a heavy emphasis on the center of Yu Hongni's brow. Yu Hongni immediately let out a shriek, her eyes dimly gazing at someone in the room. She was not looking at the old Taoist, but with tear-filled eyes she caught a gaze with Qingbai from a distance, and then her transformation technique was broken by the old Taoist, reverting her into a 1-foot-long red carp flopping helplessly on the ground. The old Taoist pulled out a fine hemp rope he carried, bent down to grab the carp, and in a few swift motions tied it up securely. He weighed it in his hand, feeling that the bounty of this trip was substantial, both proud and pleased. He walked up to Qingbai, who had remained silent, and said, "Haha, young lad, today you are quite lucky. Fortunately you encountered this humble Taoist, otherwise tonight you might have lost your pants." Qingbai glanced at the large red carp the old Taoist was holding. At this moment, it was bound tightly by the hemp rope, unable to move, but its mouth was still opening and closing, creating a somewhat pitiable sight. Qingbai cupped his hands in respect to the old Taoist, first expressing his gratitude for the rescue, then pointed at the carp, inquiring, "What is its current state?" The old Taoist replied with a proud smile, "It has now lost the foundation of its cultivation, its powers have diminished, and poses little threat." Qingbai asked, "What will the old Taoist do with it?" The old Taoist chuckled, "It's of little use, merely a few hundred years of cultivation, not precious. It cannot assist in alchemy, nor in weapon crafting. I plan to take it to the market tomorrow to sell, whether it is bought to be killed for soup, or kept in a pond as a koi, it depends on its fate." He then pointed at the turtle spirit's corpse on the ground, chuckling, "This turtle is the real treasure. Although it has been killed such a large size, will surely fetch a good price." Qingbai, watching the old Taoist handle the turtle spirit's corpse, felt a pang in his heart, and could no longer hold back, asking old Taoist, "Have you considered that these two may have their own untold hardships? Why must you kill them without question upon entering?" The old Taoist, who had been cleaning up on the ground, sensed the underlying meaning in Qingbai's words. He stood up and fixed his gaze on him, saying, "You young man, I saved you once, and you don't appreciate it, but instead come to lecture me." Qingbai replied, "That's two different matters. These two have not committed any heinous acts. They merely colluded to swindle some money, hardly a crime deserving of death." The old Taoist retorted, "So you believe that what I did was excessive? Since ancient times humans and monsters have been at odds, good and evil cannot coexist. Those of demonic ilk must be eradicated by all. I am acting to rid the world of harm, performing a great righteous act. You young lad should go away and stop your nonsense." Su Qingbai countered it is true that good and evil cannot coexist, but applying that to the conflict between humans and monsters is overly simplistic. There are treacherous people among humans, and are there not upright and good beings among monsters? Although the races may differ, they should coexist harmoniously despite their differences. The old Taoist huffed and puffed. You little brat, are you done growing the hair in your pockets? Do you understand what it means that those not of my kind must have different hearts? In all matters one should judge actions, not intentions. One reaps what one sows. You cannot harm or kill indiscriminately based on baseless accusations. If everyone acted this way, what would be left of reason in this world? The old Taoist was so enraged he nearly jumped, pointing at Su Qingbai's nose boiling with anger, and scolded, "Are you not just a fool from reading too much?" Su Qingbai, unyielding, asked, "From another perspective, if you old Taoist were born in the realm of monsters, regardless of what you did or did not do, would the strong among them not be able to call for your death or quietly take your head without a word?" The old Taoist's face turned red with anger as he shouted, "I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you. Regardless, whenever I see a monster, I will kill one. As see two, I will kill two. I don't care if they are good or bad. I have no time to inquire about their character." With that, the old Taoist slung the peachwood sword over his back, holding the bag containing the turtle spirit's corpse in one hand and the carp spirit in the other, preparing to leave. Su Qingbai looked at the blood-dripping bag and then at the tightly bound red carp, finally feeling a pang. At this moment, the turtle spirit had already faced justice and could not be saved, but the carp spirit in the old Taoist's hands still had a glimmer of hope, and he wanted to rescue it. He intercepted the old Taoist, slightly controlling his tone, and politely asked, "May I inquire, old Taoist, what price will this fish fetch tomorrow?" The old Taoist looked at the young man before him and suddenly became interested, sneering, "Could it be that you are truly infatuated with this monster? Why do you not want to part with it? Since goodwill is not reciprocated, and now I have a request, I will lower my stance." Su Qingbai replied, "Old Taoist, please do not take offense. I find this fish to be a vibrant red, with a firm shell and long whiskers, truly beautiful. It would be better for the Taoist to sell it to me directly tonight rather than selling it cheaply to others tomorrow, thus avoid." The old Taoist pondered for a moment, set down the bag containing the turtle spirit, freed one hand, and raised it to gesture 5 fingers, flipping his palm and gesturing 5 fingers again. Su Qingbai understood, grabbed 10 coins from the table, and handed them over. The old Taoist chuckled, "Taoism values opportunities. Although your words are not pleasant, since you have been dragged into this matter today and made this request, I shall grant you this favor. I will sell you this carp at a low price of 10 coins. That is not expensive at all." Su Qingbai bowed in thanks and reached out to take the carp's spirit from the old Taoist. After receiving the money, the old Taoist stood across from Su Qingbai, still lingering with a smile, saying, "Young man, although this carp spirit has lost its powers in my hands, the spiritual energy remains in its flesh. Not just ordinary people, even cultivators will benefit greatly from consuming it." The old Taoist continued chattering, and with a sly smile, added, "Moreover, I can teach you a technique to allow it to transform back into human form, indistinguishable from ordinary women, to do with as you wish. I must say, after its transformation, it will be quite beautiful, and can be kept by your side for your commands." The old Taoist sighed repeatedly, saying, "Alas, it is a pity that in Taoist practice both meat and lust are forbidden. If it weren't for the fear of breaking my purity, I truly would not want to let it go so easily to others." Su Qingbai's face turned slightly red. Unlike the confident demeanor he had before, he felt the old Taoist might have misunderstood him and stammered while waving his hands, "Thank you, old Taoist, but that won't be necessary." The old Taoist stared at Su Qingbai for a moment, his gaze meaningful, then burst into hearty laughter, and Su Qingbai waited until the old priest walked away before he picked up the large red carp and followed him off the boat. After the commotion, it was already dawn, and the sky began to show a light gray, reflecting the dim light on the surface of the lake. Reaching the lakeside pier, Su Qingbai chose a low-lying area connected to the water, squatted down, untied the hemp rope from the body of the large red carp, and gently placed the fish into the lake. After entering the water, the large red carp slowly flipped over, opening and closing its mouth and gills, then gently moved its red tail, starting to swim back and forth in the water. It swam in circles for a moment, then swam over to Su Qingbai's front and waved its tail, as if expressing gratitude, unwilling to leave for a long time. Su Qingbai waved at it and softly said, "Go on, the lake is your world. Be careful if you come, and make sure to practice diligently, and do not engage in those petty and scrupulous dealings again, or you'll attract those so-called righteous people to come and kill you." The large red carp blew out 2 bubbles in the water, then dove into the depths, vanishing in the lotus pond. Su Qingbai watched it swim away until it disappeared, feeling relaxed, and muttered to himself, "Hongni the red carp. This name should be real, right?" Just as he was about to turn back to the boat, he saw the old priest slowly emerging from the shade of the trees, obviously having observed the scene for quite some time. He wore a smile and asked Su Qingbai, "You just let it go like that? Aren't you sorry?" Su Qingbai nodded candidly, and replied, I feel at ease, I have gained a sense of integrity. It now roams the rivers and lakes free to leap in the waters. It has gained freedom and happiness. No regrets, a win-win situation. The old priest, however, changed the subject, saying there are still too few people like you in this world, otherwise it would be much more interesting. Qingbai couldn't understand what the old priest meant, but after thinking for a moment, he replied seriously, whether it is interesting or not depends on whether the observer has the heart to appreciate it. Just like some picturesque scenery in this world, those who seek it will admire it, while those rushing along will only complain about the long journey. The old priest asked then, if a good deed is done, but no one knows about it, would it still be worthwhile? Qingbai said, I still hope there are more beautiful scenes in this world. Even if no one sees or praises them, they remain beautiful. The old priest stroked his beard, savoring the nuances in the young man's words, and nodded in approval. He stepped forward, took out 10 copper coins from his pocket, and said, since you have released the fish, I have no reason to take your money. This bit of good fortune counts as my contribution. As he spoke, he placed the 10 copper coins into Qingbai's hand. Qingbai smiled radiantly, feeling secretly pleased. It was not because of the 10 coins, but because he was glad to see the old priest change. The sage said, educate to enlighten, tame the wild, eliminate ignorance, and enlighten the people of the world. He now felt that his earnest words earlier were not spoken in vain. Perhaps one or two truly touched the old priest's heart, prompting this change. He accepted the copper coins, held them in his palm, and bowed to the old priest, saying, in that case, I thank you on behalf of that red fish. You have a kind heart, master. The old priest, full of vigor, laughed heartily and shouted, this matter is marvelous. Suddenly he snapped his fingers in the air, and a light sound echoed, as if something was shattering. When Qingbai looked again, the old priest before him had changed. He still looked the same, but now he was dressed like a Confucian scholar. The old man in the scholar's robe greeted Qingbai first, and raised his hand to interrupt Qingbai, who was about to ask a question. He smiled warmly, and spoke first, I am the lake Duke of Gaoshui Lake, named Guicheng. In my lifetime, I was also a scholar with no great achievements, but after my death, I entered the divine records, and now preside over this place. Let me tell you, the carp spirit named Yuhongni is indeed a carp spirit that has cultivated into human form, and the turtle spirit I killed was named Wanghong. They are both transformed spirits under my lake Duke's estate. In other words, they are my subordinates. As he finished speaking, the surface of the lake trembled, and slowly 2 heads emerged from the water, one with smiling apricot eyes, and the other with a square head and long neck. It was none other than Yuhongni and that man. The two stood on the surface of the lake, nodding at Qingbai from a distance. One bowed gracefully, while the other cupped his fists. Qingbai was confused, but hurriedly returned the gesture. The lake Duke, Guicheng, continued recounting the events leading up to this moment in detail. It turned out that Qingbai was alone on the boat tonight reading a book, and when the oil lamp in his room flickered, he unknowingly entered a small realm created by Guicheng's magic. Now, with Guicheng's snap of his fingers, the small realm he was in had shattered, and Guicheng had truly brought Qingbai to the lakeside to converse. In that earlier small realm, the 3 beings of the lake Duke's estate had meticulously designed a series of 3 tests to examine Qingbai's true heart. In the first round, Yuhongni took turns using seduction, informing him that he could gain both people and wealth, testing Qingbai's greed and resolve to see if he would be tempted. In the second round, Wang Hong took the stage, first acting in a farce to deliberately anger Qingbai. Then Guicheng personally disguised as a priest to slay the demon, pretending to have killed Wang Hong, and captured Yuhongni, testing his integrity and righteousness to see if he would rescue them. In the third round, Guicheng revealed the 2 significant uses of Yuhongni, testing his character and kindness to see if he would let her go. The 3 tests were interconnected, directly questioning the human heart. Qingbai listened, secretly pinching his thigh, feeling a bit of pain. His experiences tonight could be described as a twist of fate, with challenges arising one after another, frightening him continually. He felt as if his little heart could barely handle it, wanting to clarify whether he was still within the tests. Seeing this, the lake Duke, Guicheng, only smiled and gently nodded at Qingbai, indicating him to rest assured. He was now in the real world, no longer in any tests. On the lake, Yuhongni noticed Qingbai pinching his leg, and recalling the brilliant scenes they had shared tonight, she lightly covered her mouth, smiling, her beautiful face unknowingly adorned with 2 rosy clouds. On this side, Guicheng said to Qingbai, the purpose of setting this up is to filter and discern human hearts, to select a suitable scholarly seed, and then to release the literary energy accumulated in Gaoshui Lake for 1,000 years. During this time, if there were any offenses, please do not mind. Initially, Qingbai's eyes widened in surprise, then he chuckled and said, is there such an opportunity? Then my being tricked back and forth by several of you tonight is not too unfair. Guicheng then waved his sleeve, causing ripples to spread out once again, isolating a small realm. He asked Su Qingbai, I observe that your nature is sincere and kind with great potential and depth. May I ask which school you come from? Su Qingbai did not hide, and replied, I followed the Confucian scholar Song Jing for 10 years. Gu Yiqing laughed heartily. No wonder you are indeed a disciple of the sage Song. He pondered for a moment, and then said to Su Qingbai seriously, this literary energy has been accumulated for 1,000 years, and is not easily obtained, or it contains the literary and artistic efforts of countless scholars like us. Today I am unilaterally deciding to pass it on to you, and I hope you will cherish it in the future and not disappoint the earnest hopes of us scholars. Su Qingbai straightened his clothes, his expression solemn, and respectfully bowed, saying, I am Su Qingbai, I humbly request the elder to bestow your teachings. After Su Qingbai finished his bow, the man opposite remained motionless. Gu Yiqing merely gazed at the copper coin now pinched between the youth's fingers, smiling silently. Su Qingbai suddenly understood. He lowered his gaze and opened his palm. 10 copper coins glowed faintly, radiating intense heat. Gu Yiqing said with a smile, sit quietly here on the shore. Dawn is breaking. The first primordial breath of heaven and earth now stirs. Seize this moment to refine the lake's millennium-old literary qi into your very being. Su Qingbai glanced around puzzled. Gu Yiqing explained, have no fear. This realm is veiled by my aura. Even if cataclysmic forces erupt, mortals beyond will sense nothing. I stand guard beside you, safeguarding your cultivation path. Su Qingbai bowed deeply in gratitude, then seated himself silently on the shore. Calming his mind, he faced the vast lake, awaiting the first sliver of sunrise. Yu Hongmi and Wang Heng also arrived at the shore, standing behind Gu Yiqing, waiting for a rare spectacle unseen in 1,000 years. Su Qingbai sat cross-legged on the bank, palms upturned, 10 glowing, searing coins resting upon them. His gaze rested serenely upon the lake's surface. Soon the sun breached the horizon. A golden ray pierced the clouds, slanting across Su Qingbai's form and shimmering upon the boundless waters. Gu Yiqing swept his wide sleeve, and uttering celestial edicts, thundered, rise. A command that shook heaven and earth. Instantly a muffled thunderclap cracked the air. The lake's surface rippled thickly, its waters churning and bubbling as though boiling. Faint misty vapors began rising. Exuding from the rippling water, the submerged reeds, the lakeside trees, converging like steam billowing from a great cauldron. The vapors thickened steadily until they coalesced above the lake into dense, heavy clouds. In Su Qingbai's palms, the 10 coins burned hotter still, then blazed with white light, drawing forth azure rays that shot down from the cloud layer above. Those azure rays began as scattered sparks, then gathered into slender threads, until finally they cascaded like a luminous waterfall, engulfing Su Qingbai beneath its radiant torrent. His inner gates flung wide open. The tangible azure light surged through the coins into his palms, then raced up his arms to gather before his chest. Thereupon his immortal palace was forcibly opened. Within, newly formed and utterly empty, like an unfilled vessel, the azure mist rushed inward, thin at first, then growing dense, viscous, nearly condensing into liquid. As the mist poured unceasingly in, the vessel itself expanded slowly, stretching wider and deeper. He felt no discomfort, only profound ease, as though a ravenous warrior starved for days now feasted upon sumptuous delicacies, sensing satiety flood him with startling swiftness. Gu Yiqing, watching the youth continue to absorb the azure light in endless torrents, and witnessing the ever more magnificent vista unfolding within his immortal palace, relaxed visibly. Turning to the two behind him, he smiled and declared, it is nearly complete. No sooner had the words left his lips than a furious roar split the heavens. A figure tore through the fabric of reality and bellowed, dare you? At the sound, Gu Yiqing's expression darkened. Without hesitation, he darted forward, placing himself squarely before the youth. A man appeared, black crown clad in crimson robes, Yao Jinbo, Marquis of the Jusui River. Sensing the anomaly, he had rushed here in haste. Striding forward, he assumed an accusatory stance and demanded, Gu Yiqing, you dare greatly. Do you know what calamity you have unleashed? Cease this at once. Gu Yiqing remained calm and asked, what calamity? Marquis, pray speak plainly. I shall judge whether I may bear it. Yao Jinbo, enraged, shouted, such celestial grace cannot be casually bestowed upon mortals. Gu Yiqing chuckled, taken with virtue dispersed with wisdom. Marquis, by what right do you deem me unfit to bestow it, or this youth unworthy to receive it? Watching the lake's mist thinning rapidly, Yao Jinbo grew anxious, realizing at last that Gu Yiqing was deliberately stalling. He knew the mask had fallen. No room remained for negotiation or retreat. Now was the time to act. With a snarl he cried, obstinate fool, blinded by delusion. And without delay he struck, unleashing aquatic divine arts. Raising one arm, he pointed toward the youth, deep in serene meditation. Within 100 zhang radius, a foot of lake water abruptly rose into the air, then coalesced mid-flight, into a 100-meter-long water dragon surging forward with devastating force. Gu Yiqing burst into laughter. Excellent. My Gaoshui Lake needs no interlopers meddling. His laughter rang unrestrained. In life he had been free-spirited and unbound for centuries after death, however he had been confined to this very lake. Though granted a minor celestial rank, Lake Lord of Gaoshui, his duties came shackled with countless restrictions, leaving him stifled and resentful, long weary of his post. This marquis meanwhile thrived on tyranny, sycophantic upward, oppressive downward, mastering bureaucratic artifice while possessing neither integrity nor scholarly merit. Gu Yiqing held him in utter contempt, yet endured in silence, forced however grudgingly to conduct official business with him. Over the years, such disillusionment gradually curdled into deep disenchantment with the celestial bureaucracy itself. He believed governance should not be thus, nor should immortals revered as paragons by mortals appear so crass, so vulgar. He had resisted, rebelled, then retreated, seeking distance from the celestial court's intrigues. He avoided his peers, secluded himself within his modest Lake Lord's mansion, and passed idle hours reading, eyes closed, heart at peace. Years of pent-up grievance now found their outlet. Yao Jinbo had stormed his domain, offering the perfect occasion to vent decades of accumulated fury. Instantly Gu Yiqing's form ascended Tianzhong, revealing his golden, dermic body towering like a mountain upon the shore, radiating brilliant sovereign light. Here within Gaoshui Lake he held the advantage of terrain, and confidently prepared to test his strength against the marquis. With elegant sweep of his sleeve, he slowly raised one hand, halting the charging dragon's head midair. On impact, the water dragon dissolved back into liquid, its momentum arrested, then cascaded downward like torrential rain. Across the lake, Yao Jinbo drew forth a divine conch, placed it to his lips, and blew. A wailing, ghostly shriek, shrill and mournful. At its resonance, ripples spread across the air, crystallizing into countless river fish and water demons, fangs bared, claws outstretched, as they lunged toward Gu Yiqing's dermic body. Gu Yiqing flicked his sleeve. Lotus blossoms bloomed instantly before him, their stems unfurling, leaves spreading skyward until they eclipsed the heavens. The onrushing horde struck an invisible barrier, frozen, unable to advance another inch. Then faint luminescence emanated from the lotus stamens, bathing the teeming mass of river fiends, melting them away grain by grain until they vanished entirely. Yao Jinbo too manifested his Tianzhong dermic body, and the two clashed fiercely. One fought to halt the ritual, unleashing dazzling spells and divine artifacts in rapid succession. The other stood immovable as a sacred peak, every assault shattering harmlessly against his unyielding presence. Neither gained ground, the standoff held evenly matched. Seated in deep meditation, Qingbai retained full awareness of the outside world. He perceived every shift in the battle with perfect clarity. Threatens of the mist still lingered upon the lake, still flowing toward him unceasingly. He relaxed his body, actively guiding the influx, accelerating his absorption like a ravenous tide. Thereupon Gu Yiqing launched his counteroffensive, his Tianzhong golden body extended one palm, calm, deliberate, pushing forward. It blazed with incandescent gold, swelling larger and larger until it loomed like a collapsing heaven, crashing down upon Yao Jinbo, who stood upon the water's surface. As the palm descended, the first flicker of solemn gravity crossed Yao Jinbo's furious countenance. He could not fathom it. This obscure reclusive official, buried for ages beneath Gaoshu, the lake, possessed such formidable power. And if such strength existed, why had he remained so conspicuously silent all these years? Yao Jinbo again elevated his dermic body, and thrust forth a palm aflame, with crimson fire meeting Gu Yiqing's golden strike heaten. Their palms collided as though solid stone. A muffled thunderclap echoed, then both energies dissipated. Yao Jinbo's dermic body staggered backward one step, Gu Yiqing's trembled violently, but did not yield an inch. Gu Yiqing felt exhilaration surge through him. He roared again. They exchanged 3 blows, each more ferocious than the last. Yao Jinbo retreated 5 steps, Gu Yiqing 3. From the shore, Qingbai diverted a sliver of his focus, extended a finger, and sent a filament of azure light arcing into Gu Yiqing's dermic body. Instantly the golden form surged upward another 3 zhong, its radiance blazing ever more fiercely. Gu Yiqing laughed triumphantly. Hear me, Marquis. I, Lake Lord of Gaoshui, shall borrow the lake's literary qi and crush you beneath it. Then a colossal golden hand swept sideways, not striking, but sweeping with overwhelming authority. Yao Jinbo, panic-stricken, raised both palms to block. The mighty hand swept past. His dermic body shattered instantly, his true form hurled headlong into the frigid lake. When Yao Jinbo surfaced moments later, dripping, disheveled, humiliated, he dared only stand far off, teeth clenched in impotent fury. Gu Yiqing smirked and called out, Marquis, does my Gaoshui Lake feel refreshingly cool to you? Yao Jinbo ignored him, instead turning sharply toward the distant sky, voice laced with venom, Wu Jiangshun. If you delay any longer, when will you act? As soon as Yao Jinbo's words fell, a deity emerged from afar on the lake's surface, walking gracefully upon the waves. The newcomer was none other than the river god of Jushui Wu Kuei. Today he had received the rare dark wood from Yao Jinbo. Yao Jinbo urged him to board the boat, pleading for their joint effort to facilitate this matter, promising that they would share the benefits, and patted his chest, stating he would later serve as a bridge to help him establish a connection with the esteemed Minister Zhang. Wu Kuei accepted the gift from Yao Jinbo, thinking that after this matter, he could sit back and enjoy the benefits with no harm to himself. Thus he gladly agreed to lend his strength. In fact, he had arrived a long time ago, but had kept himself hidden in the distance, harboring the intention of watching the tigers fight from the mountain. He was determined that since he had come to this place, he had already contributed, and thus the gift he received was justified. As for whether he could help facilitate Minister Zhang's matter, he was rather disinterested. After all, even if it succeeded, the majority of the benefits would go to Yao Jinbo, leaving him with little to gain. Regardless of the outcome, he had already established a connection with Minister Zhang. In the future, with a little maneuvering, opportunities would not be hard to come by. Thus Wu Kuei, who had arrived early, was delighted to see the two men fighting to the death. The fiercer the conflict between his subordinates, the more it underscored his own authority as their superior. From the beginning until now, he had been lurking in the shadows, performing his duties without effort, but since Yao Jinbo had exposed him with a single word, he had no choice but to reveal himself. Now the two had almost fought themselves out. It was time for him to tidy up the scene. Since he had already accepted Yao Jinbo's benefits, it was of no concern to him. He might as well openly favor one side, as he had never regarded a mere Hu Bo with much esteem. Wu Kuei approached, revealing his divine form, his appearance majestic. He stood in front of Yao Hongba, facing the shore, where Gu Yicheng and the meditating youth sat, and his first words were, "It seems that Hu Bo Gu has gone a bit too far." Gu Yicheng, upon hearing this, laughed heartily. After a moment he calmed his laughter and asked, "Oh, might the esteemed river god share his thoughts? Has there been prior notice regarding this matter?" Wu Kuei asked, his expression shifting. Gu Yicheng retorted, "This matter of literary energy has always belonged to the high water lake. Could Hu Bo decide alone without layers of notifications? While the literary energy resides within your high water lake, its source comes from my Jushui River. I am here alongside Yao Jiangho to offer counsel. Why must it escalate to such a commotion?" Gu Yicheng merely scoffed, seemingly too lazy to respond to such shameless questions. Seeing that Gu Yicheng remained silent, Wu Kuei glanced at the youth still absorbing the literary energy, and continued, "As members of the Jushui River lineage, our fates are intertwined. Are you clear about the character of this youth before casually delivering the literary energy to him? Isn't it too frivolous to hastily grant him such energy? What if he is unworthy or a villain? Wouldn't that make our Jushui River lineage the laughingstock of others? As for this youth's character, whether good or evil, I have naturally investigated thoroughly. He was chosen after passing multiple tests. Oh, I am not foolish enough to randomly select anyone." Gu Yicheng replied. "How can empty words convince anyone? How do I, along with River God Wu, know if there's any deceit?" Yao Jinbo interjected. "If the river god does not believe, then perhaps he should open his eyes and observe," Gu Yicheng said. "The scene of this youth absorbing literary energy cannot be fabricated. In the 8 instances prior when High Water Lake released literary energy, has there ever been a scene as grand as today? The azure mist from the lake all flows towards him, as if excitedly singing. They are the most honest and Wu Kuei, seeing that the youth was about to absorb the literary energy, almost completely impatiently waved his hand, interrupting Gu Yicheng, and said, "Gu Hu Bo, this matter is of great importance to my Jushui River. Let us discuss it further later. For today this shall suffice." With that, Wu Kuei formed a seal with his fingers and uttered a single word: "Trace back." Suddenly waves surged on the lake's surface, and the azure light originally heading towards Qingbai was halted in its path. Qingbai furrowed his brows tightly. At this moment within his celestial abode, chaos ensued with thunder and lightning. The overwhelming literary energy that had entered seemed to start rebelling, threatening to overflow back. A piercing pain surged in Qingbai's chest, and he grew anxious. If this literary energy were to exit his body after entering both his body and celestial abode, would surely be left in ruins, as if washed away by a flood. Gu Yicheng's expression changed dramatically. A tattered page flew out from his sleeve, expanding in midair. 108 characters shimmered and glistened. The page floated above Qingbai's head, spinning on its own, temporarily resisting the returning azure light. Wu Kuei turned to stare at Gu Yicheng, a sly smile on his face, and asked, "What is it, Gu Hu Bo? Do you wish to exchange a few moves with this god?" His words were dismissive as he continued, "Though the difference between a god and a bo is merely one character, their powers are not merely a layer apart. You may temporarily borrow the literary energy from High Water Lake and take advantage of the terrain to press down on Yao Jiangho, but it does not guarantee you can last more than a few exchanges against this god." Gu Yicheng laughed heartily, saying, "Then let us have a bit of an exchange." Wu Kuei laughed mockingly, and retorted, well, for centuries it has been said that Guhu boss writings were unrivaled in life. Yet I suspect much of it is exaggerated and not to be taken seriously. Even if the rumors are true and combat strength is what matters, writing is just flowery fluff. Without divine powers or techniques, it is all in vain. In all these years I have not had the chance to spar with you. I do not let this god down too much in our upcoming match. Gu Yiqing struck decisively with a punch. Su Qingbai, aware of the dire situation, suppressed the intense pain in his chest and shot out two beams of azure light, one entering Gu Yiqing's divine form's brow, the other into his right fist. The two divine form fists collided violently. They instantaneously separated only to clash again and again, without any magical weapons flying about, just pure brute force. In the air it sounded like thunder rumbling, causing Yao Jinbo, who had momentarily retreated, to feel alarmed and break into a cold sweat. After about half a tea's time, the two had exchanged 91 punches, unleashing their true fire. Gu Yiqing's entire right arm of his divine form had been broken and vanished. He slowly raised his left hand, staring intently at his opponent, his meaning clear. Wu Kuei no longer bore his previous relaxed demeanor. His fist was also bloodied and mangled with multiple broken fingers and joints. Like Yao Jinbo before him, it was only after engaging in true combat that he began to feel astonished. He had never expected that this seemingly unremarkable Hubo would prove to be so tricky and difficult. At this moment Wu Kuei saw that Gu Yiqing's divine form was already missing an arm, and it would be impossible to recover fully in a short time. His combat strength would undoubtedly be greatly diminished. He taunted, haha, it seems Hubo Gu's fists are not particularly hard after all. Gu Yiqing laughed heartily and replied it was only supposed to be a spar, but perhaps River God Wu is overexerting himself. Wu Kuei grew somewhat irritated and said, indeed it is just a spar, but now it's Guhu boss' turn to receive a few. With that, Wu Kuei's divine form swelled in the wind and a punch was launched, first soaring into the sky before descending straight down, aiming to smash Gu Yiqing's divine form to pieces with an extremely rude technique. Gu Yiqing looked up at the fist plummeting from the heavens, but showed no sign of panic, stating, in life and afterlife, I have always enjoyed reading, and my skills in martial arts are indeed somewhat rusty. However, since my writings have been mentioned today, I shall boldly present a humble piece of advice for the esteemed river god to examine. With that, Gu Yiqing began to chant, and golden characters swiftly floated from the lake, as if summoned. The characters arranged and intertwined in the air, forming a large net that actively wrapped around the descending massive fist. As soon as the golden net touched the fist, it quickly constricted and divided like cutting butter with a hot knife, instantly tearing the entire arm of the divine form to shreds. The golden characters then rearranged and transformed into a golden binding rope, flying straight towards the stunned Wu Kuei's divine form. In the blink of an eye, it wrapped around him, binding him tightly, unable to escape. Hundreds of characters gleamed brightly, writhing around Wu Kuei's divine form, tightening ever more, seemingly waiting for Gu Yiqing's command to pull them all into Wu Kuei's divine form. Gu Yiqing's true self stood at the shore, his scholarly robe billowing in the wind. His Tinjong divine form hovered in midair, one arm raised and a fist standing upright. He calmly asked, esteemed river god, is this mere rumor? Is it flowery fluff? Can it truly be taken? Bound by the dragon binding rope, Wu Kuei felt both furious and ashamed, unable to find a place to hide his embarrassment. He struggled several times only to find the binding rope tightening around him, as if continuing to resist would result in him being shredded like the previous Law Avatar's arm. He dared not move again, and turned to the bystander, Yao Jinbo, shouting in anger, how long will you watch this farce? Yao Jinbo understood immediately, and swiftly summoned a long needle artifact, rushing towards Gu Yiqing's Law Avatar. Gu Yiqing's Law Avatar was initially facing Wu Kuei, and was completely unprepared for Yao Jinbo, who was beside him. The long needle artifact pierced through the side of his Law Avatar's head, sharp and deadly, going straight through. Gu Yiqing's Law Avatar shattered, and his real body spat out blood, suffering a grave injury. On the shore, Yu Hongmi and Wang Heng exclaimed in shock, rushing forward to catch the fallen Gu Yiqing, gently helping him sit down to rest. Yao Jinbo was overjoyed, having successfully executed his plan. In the sky, those words, no longer supported by Gu Yiqing's Law Avatar, quickly dimmed and vanished, and the dragon binding rope disappeared, allowing Wu Kuei to finally break free. The tattered pages above Su Qingbai's head also lost Gu Yiqing's magical support, instantly reverting to their original state and flying back into Gu Yiqing's arms. Sitting on the ground, Gu Yiqing sighed, his expression somewhat complex. He felt both unwilling and disdainful. At this moment, he was powerless to influence the situation, left to fate. Having escaped, Wu Kuei walked to the shore and first looked at Gu Yiqing, who was now dejectedly sitting on the ground. He thought to himself that one does not truly know someone until they have fought. He now somewhat admired this scholar from the bottom of his heart. Although he felt that his victory was somewhat unseemly, history has shown that victors write the narrative, After all, he felt a bit of pity for Gu Yiqing, wondering why, with such formidable magical skills, the latter had been content to guard a mere Gao Shui lake for centuries without seeking to advance. He thought to himself that perhaps anyone who had gained some knowledge from their studies shared this trait. Stubborn, unyielding, and proud of their so-called noble spirit. He could not understand. What good is that noble spirit? In life one must eat, and even a god must seek offerings. Oh, what use is it? To live well and better than others is the eternal truth of this world. Looking at the gravely injured Gu Yiqing, he felt a pang of compassion and sincerely said, Mr. Gu, your writing truly has a seasoned depth. I have learned from it. While this was indeed a spar, it is not of great consequence, and we shall work together in the future, you and I need not take offense. He then turned to Su Qingbai beside him, saying, if that is the case regarding this matter, I apologize for any offense. With that said, he unexpectedly extended a hand, forming a claw with his fingers, intending to directly pierce Su Qingbai's chest, wanting to forcibly extract the literary essence he had yet to refine from within his immortal abode. He did not think this was inappropriate, viewing the young man sitting on the ground as one might regard an ant. His methods were domineering and capricious, and his actions cruel. Seeing this scene, Gu Yiqing and the others changed their expressions in unison, filled with shock. They wanted to intervene, but found themselves immobilized by Wu Kuei's magical power. Yu Hongna's eyelashes trembled as she turned away, unable to bear to watch. Gu Yiqing let out a long sigh, his face ashen. At that moment, Su Qingbai, who was sitting with his eyes closed, slightly furrowed his brows. Without Gu Yiqing's pages aiding him, he was struggling to resist the pulling force within him, unable to speak or move, feeling an intense urgency in his heart. Just as Wu Kuei's claws were about to land on Su Qingbai, a booming sound echoed from the heavens, and another presence tore through the fabric of reality. The newcomer moved with incredible speed, darting through the air like lightning and arriving before the crowd in the blink of an eye. As his figure emerged, a sharp sound of air being split reached everyone's ears, a speed so astonishing it defied belief. In the blink of an eye, everyone felt a flash as a beam of white light streaked past. Wu Kuei was astonished to find that his hand claw reaching for the boy had been severed at the wrist. In shock, he looked down, realizing his wrist seemed to have been chopped off by a sharp weapon, causing cold sweat to flow instantly. However, more than the pain, fear and trepidation filled him. Shocked by the opponent's power and feeling suppressed by some aura, he found himself trembling uncontrollably. One must know, as a river god, he had not felt this way for many years. He was inwardly alarmed, realizing that the newcomer could decide his life or death with a single word. After swiftly chopping off Wu Kuei's claw, the newcomer scanned the faces of the crowd, grinning playfully, his tone casual. Who dares to touch him? Su Qingbai smiled knowingly, recognizing that tone and demeanor. It could only be that scoundrel Longxing. Seeing Su Qingbai unharmed, Longxingzhou felt considerably relieved. He left the bewildered Wu and Yao behind and first approached Gu Yiqing, squatting down and patting the latter's shoulder with a smile, saying, "Old sir, you are quite remarkable." Then he intentionally bypassed the short-bearded man Wang Hong, who was also visibly anxious. Longxingzhou squinted, casting his gaze over Yu Hongni, inspecting her from head to toe. The one being scrutinized felt that the gaze lingered slightly longer on her chest area. She turned to look, only to hear Longxingzhou say, "This young lady, though it's our first meeting, why does it feel so familiar?" Yu Hongni curtsied deeply. Longxingzhou squinted his eyes, praising tsk tisk. "This young lady is also quite extraordinary." After playfully teasing Yu Hongni to his satisfaction, he slowly approached Wu and Yao, pulling a wild grass from the ground and chewing on it, saying to the two, "If he suffers even a scratch, I will make sure you both pay dearly." Over the years, Longxingzhou had followed the old dragon and received a fair share of scolding. Now he chose to mimic the words of his ancestors, which fit the occasion perfectly. The original words of his ancestors when they scolded him were, "You quietly follow him and escort that boy to Manchai country and come back. If he gets even a scratch on the way, I will make sure you cannot escape." He initially wanted to scold Wu Kuei and Yao Jinbo for being blind fools, but fortunately he reacted quickly and managed to swallow those words. Otherwise, wouldn't he have been scolded along with them? Thinking of this, Longxingzhou felt extraordinarily shrewd. He had come this time bearing a precious magical artifact bestowed by his ancestor, a claw of a spectral beast, incredibly sharp, capable of cutting through gold and stone. He had previously used that claw to instantly sever Wu Kuei's hand, then activated the restrictions within the artifact, unleashing the powerful and terrifying aura of the old dragon to show off, as if the old dragon were personally present, easily suppressing Wu Kuei and Yao Jinbo. Thus at this moment, Wu Kuei and Yao Jinbo could feel the terror of the newcomer pressing down on them to the point of breathlessness. Both Wu Kuei and Yao Jinbo unconsciously hunched over, cold sweat pouring down, seemingly waiting for their fate. Trembling with fear, Wu Kuei mustered the courage to respond, "Immortal, please calm your anger. We have not harmed this young master in the slightest. I merely wish to test the state of the literary essence within your young master and had no intention to harm." Long Xingzhou snorted dismissively and asked, "Oh, how well has my young master absorbed it?" Hearing this, Wu Kuei broke out in a cold sweat, wishing he had misheard, but the other party had clearly stated my. If such a mysterious and formidable character could merely be regarded as the young master's family servant, then who on earth was this young master whom he had just offended? He was both anxious and resentful, unable to help but vent his anger on the silent Yao Jinbo. If it weren't for the presence of this immortal, he would have rushed over and slapped Yao Jinbo several times. He regretted accepting that piece of gloomy wood from Yao Jinbo, having sought minor gains today, but instead provoking a catastrophe. However, having navigated the immortal officialdom for many years, he pondered for a moment, noticing that the immortal had remained silent, thus far feeling that there was still room for maneuver. He steeled his nerves and respectfully replied, "Respected immortal, the literary essence has mostly been absorbed by your young master. There is little remaining in the lake. Please allow me to assist your young master in absorbing it completely." With that, he released his law avatar, formed a gesture with his fingers, and shouted, "Guide." Countless azure lights surged in, shooting into the 10 copper coins, wrapping Su Qingbai once more and allowing his body to unbind. After finishing these tasks, Wu Kuei bowed to Su Qingbai and Long Xingzhou, saying, "Please wait a moment, distinguished young master and immortal. I estimate that in just a short while the remaining literary essence in this lake can be absorbed by your young master." Long Xingzhou was quite pleased with Wu Kuei's continuous immortal address, feeling that this river god was. He couldn't help but glance at the silent Yao Jinbo, feeling that he was somewhat lacking. But Long Xingzhou was unaware that Yao Jinbo was currently terrified by the aura emanating from him, feeling utterly unworthy to speak to this formidable immortal. Taking advantage of the moment, Long Xingzhou turned back to converse with the trio from the Lake Lord's mansion. Gu Yicheng's face was full of relief, realizing that the newcomer was a friend rather than an enemy, and seemingly close to the young man, he finally felt at ease, sitting quietly on the ground to recuperate. Wang Heng was a simpleton, strong but not very bright. He had nothing to say to Long Xingzhou, feeling puzzled about why this immortal felt so familiar, as if they were kindred spirits. Yu Honi had no desire to converse with the lewd immortal before her, because she noticed that when he spoke to her, he did not look her in the eyes. His gaze always seemed to be a foot lower than that of. Seeing the misty clouds on the lake about to be completely absorbed by Su Qingbai, Long Xingzhou turned to Wu Kuei and Yao Jinbo, casually asking, "Is that it?" Wu Kuei and Yao Jinbo lowered their heads, pondering the meaning behind this immortal's words. Long Xingzhou truly just wanted to know if he had finished speaking. However, Wu and Yao, having been immersed in the immortal bureaucracy for a long time, knew that every word spoken in such circles bore great significance and could not be taken lightly. Thus, after a long contemplation, they still misunderstood his intent. Wu Kuei took out a piece of rare dark wood from his pocket, earnestly saying, "I have a piece of world-rare dark wood here, rich in moisture, to offer to the young master, which can help condense the literary energy within his celestial abode." After he finished speaking, he kicked Yao Jinbo hard on the calf. Yao staggered, but had already formulated a plan in his mind. He then took out a fist-sized fish pearl, trembling as he said, "I present this fish pearl, which comes from the East Seas Merman clan, containing a trace of water essence, ice soul, to continuously nourish the literary energy within the young master's celestial abode." Wu Kuei secretly shot a sideways glance at the fish pearl in Yao Jinbo's hand, feeling furious inside. That damn Zhang Ho indeed had quite a few precious items on him. This fish pearl was far more valuable than the piece of dark wood he had just offered. It was already upsetting that Yao had not brought it to honor him earlier, but now he was showing off, overshadowing his own humble offering. Wu Kuei was determined to put Yao Jinbo in his place later. Such a person needed to be taught a lesson. Long Xingzhou held on to a treasure and toyed with it in his palm. Suddenly, he exerted force with both palms, simultaneously crushing the two treasures in his hands, selecting their essence, and injecting wisps of mist into Su Qingbai's celestial abode. Wu and Yao were left dumbfounded, shocked. The treasures they had treasured for so long, even hesitating to use, were gone in the blink of an eye in the hands of the immortal. And this immortal ended up choosing less than 1/10 of the essence, treating the rest as mere dross. What a waste. Long Xingzhou raised his hand, letting the remnants of the crushed treasures disperse with the wind. He clapped his hands and said 2 words to the duo, "Get lost." Long Xingzhou wasn't pretending. Over the years, he had seen countless treasures while following Old Long. What hadn't he encountered? Old Long had always collected many treasures, each one a top-quality item, which made Long Xingzhou more When the duo heard the immortal say the words, "Get lost," it seemed to be a form of acknowledgement, and they were about to flatter him further, but then they heard 4 more words, "You can leave now." Before they could react, Long Xingzhou raised a foot and kicked both Wu and Yao into the lake, splashing up huge water columns. However, once they hit the water, Wu Kuei and Yao Jinbo felt exhilarated. Oh, was today's calamity really over with just these 2 kicks? The immortal truly had a grand demeanor, different from the ordinary. They resurfaced one after another, bowing deeply to the immortal, their actions humble and sincere. Long Xingzhou had originally turned his back to the lake, but it was as if he had eyes on the back of his head. Impatiently, he waved them off with a gesture indicating they should leave quickly, his movements graceful and nonchalant. Wu and Yao, one a river deity and the other a river lord, felt as if they had been pardoned, tears of gratitude in their eyes as they hastily fled this troublesome spot. Gu Yiqing stood up, looking at Su Qingbai, who was still closed-eyed in meditation, feeling somewhat puzzled. Logically, the mist on the lake had almost entirely dissipated, all absorbed into Su Qingbai's celestial abode. The remaining time was merely a matter of patience to slowly refine the mist within. Yet Su Qingbai had not awakened for a long time. Could something have gone wrong? After observing closely, Gu Yiqing noticed Su Qingbai's expression was calm, suggesting that nothing was amiss, and he fell into deep thought. Suddenly his face lit up with joy, his heart leaping. He thought of a possibility. Yes, only this could explain. Excited, his hands trembled as he pulled out an old page from his pocket. The page displayed 108 tiny characters glowing faintly in the air. As he recited the words, the golden characters formed a golden ribbon, slowly drifting into Su Qingbai's celestial abode. Within, rich literary energy continuously surged and swirling and condensing like water. Then Long Xingzhou injected a wisp of water essence, an ice soul, causing the already water-like literary energy in the celestial abode to undergo further changes. At this moment, as Gu Yiqing poured in the golden characters, the vast literary energy wandering within seemed to hang like snow on branches, coalescing like raindrops, finally finding its resting place. The literary energy no longer rushed about chaotically. Instead, it began to encircle the 108 golden characters, continuously wrapping around them and taking shape. Before long, Su Qingbai's celestial abode returned to tranquility. He stepped into the first realm of spiritual embryo from the third realm of energy nurturing, and within his abode, a golden, brilliant literary core emerged, shining brightly. In the small world, an extraordinary phenomenon arose. Thunder rumbled and echoed. Auspicious clouds accompanied the sun, and purple qi flowed from the east. The lake shimmered, and countless lotus flowers bloomed in the water, swaying in the breeze, as if saluting Su Qingbai. Su Qingbai opened his eyes, and a flash of golden light passed through his gaze before withdrawing and disappearing. He took a few deep breaths, stood up, and bowed to the three from the Lake Lord's manor, surrounding him, expressing his gratitude one by one. Gu Yiqing was ecstatic, even more than when he had exchanged pleasantries with Yao Jinbo, and Wu Kuai laughing heartily and exclaiming, "Fortune!" Wang Hong, with his already long neck stretched, even further scrutinized Su Qingbai, the fool, scratching his head in confusion. Clearly there's nothing remarkable about him. Why is the old man so overly excited today? Yohongni, constantly shifting positions to avoid the clingy immortal, paused to gaze at the handsome youth before her. Su Qingbai noticed her gaze and turned to look at her, smiling. Yohongni met his gaze boldly, her smile sweet. She felt happy for Su Qingbai, thinking that perhaps only someone like him could deserve such a grand phenomenon. Originally, after nurturing energy and forging bones, cultivators would enter the realms of spiritual embryo and golden body. Those who cultivate the immortal path enter the spiritual embryo, while those who cultivate martial arts enter the golden body, opening their celestial and martial abodes respectively, and producing the literary core and martial soul, within, laying the foundation for future cultivation. During this process, there are often individuals of great fortune, either due to extraordinary talent or fortuitous encounters, who may have the chance to produce second-grade literary cores and martial souls within their celestial and martial abodes. Second-grade literary cores and martial souls are either imbued with inherent attributes, uniquely structured, take on special forms, or possess scale and significance that command respect. In any case, they all possess various miraculous uses and unique abilities, being extremely rare. Throughout history, those who have had the chance to produce second-grade literary cores and martial souls are truly one in a million. Anyone who can grow without encountering premature demise is undoubtedly among the strongest of their time. They are destined to become the top figures, transcending others, wielding the power to summon winds and rains, establishing schools, and becoming ancestors with few remaining nameless. For instance, Su Qingbai now has this golden literary core in his celestial abode, which is unlike an ordinary first-grade literary core. It contains a wealth of Confucian literary energy capable of continuously strengthening and nurturing his divine soul. Once he comprehends it, it will inherently contain numerous techniques and supernatural abilities, making Su Qingbai's spells akin to those executed by Confucian sages immensely powerful. Moreover, his literary core is even more precious compared to other second-grade literary cores, such as those containing attributes of the 5 elements or evolving into special forms like weapons. After all, for thousands of years, Confucianism has been the foremost religion in the human realm, respected by the cultivation world and deeply influencing emperors and commoners throughout history. The foundation of Confucianism is far more profound than today's sects of law, military, agriculture, and commerce, and their techniques and supernatural abilities should not be underestimated. Over here, Long Xingzhou examined the scene within Su Qingbai's celestial abode, chuckling. Su, my boy, you've hit the jackpot. You've obtained a once-in-a-century literary core, and your performance isn't too shabby. While Yahongni watched Long Xingzhou drape his arm around Su Qingbai's shoulders, she couldn't help but frown slightly. This lecherous immortal had been calling him young master just moments ago. Why was he now calling him boy? The young master was honorable and forgiving, not holding it against you, but those in the servant's role should be more self-aware and have some boundaries. Gu Yiqing, who had originally looked pleased, suddenly heard Long Xingzhou's words and was instantly infuriated, puffing out his cheeks. He was uninterested in the status of immortal, urgently stating, not just a once-in-a-century occurrence. Looking over the past few thousand years, those possessing literary cores are exceedingly rare. I have only seen such legends in books, never in person. Long Xingzhou was more easygoing and didn't argue, chuckling. The old gentleman is indeed right. I was just saying this kid had some incredible luck. After saying this, Long Xingzhou felt his words were inappropriate and quickly covered his mouth. What kind of luck was that? It was just tarnishing his own reputation. But the words had already slipped out. He couldn't retract them before feeling regretful, truly a slip of the tongue. Su Qingbai slapped Long Xingzhou's hand away, feigning enthusiasm, and praised him, saying, not bad, De Huang. I didn't expect you to have such skills today. You really brought honor. Long Xingzhou took the bait and puffed up his chest, clearing his throat, and proclaimed, two insignificant little characters before me are as trivial as a dish with two chopsticks in hand. I can easily manipulate them. This little matter is nothing. Su Qingbai imitated old Long's manner, lightly lifting a foot, as if to kick Long Xingzhou's backside, jokingly scolding, will you die if you don't show off? Just tone it down a bit. Long Xingzhou hurriedly dodged, feeling a bit anxious. He still had the demeanor of a transcendent being, and he didn't want to be exposed too quickly. He approached Su Qingbai, turning his back to the three from the Lake Lord's manor, and winked at Su Qingbai, whispering, Su Qingbai, that's excessive. There's a young lady present. Could you give me some face? Su Qingbai picked up on the subtext. He glanced at Yahongni standing not far away and chuckled. Oh, so there's a crafty side to you. You dog, it seems like you've gathered quite a bit these days. Long Xingzhou quickly stepped forward, covering Su Qingbai's mouth, his expression flustered, as he urgently said, Su Qingbai, my dear, please keep your voice down. Under Gaoshui Lake, in the residence of the Lake Master, Su Qingbai and Long Xingzhou have been invited by Gu Yiqing and have been guests for many days. During these past few days, Su Qingbai has spent most of his time in the study of the Lake Master, flipping through books. Gu Yiqing's collection of books is vast, containing many rare and precious volumes, which has greatly opened Su Qingbai's eyes. Sometimes Su Qingbai would ask him about certain academic principles, and Gu Yiqing would explain them eloquently, often surprising him with his insights. In his lifetime, Gu Yiqing, at the age of 20, participated in the imperial examination for the first time and became the top scholar, earning the highest honors. After entering public service, however, he was disinterested in career advancement, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to studying and scholarship. He traveled extensively, securing a minor official position as a compiler in the Hanlin Academy, and spent his entire life writing books and compiling history. Although his official position was modest, and he belonged to the category of upright scholars, his influence in the academic world was substantial. By the time he reached old age, he was renowned and respected, with many disciples spread throughout the world. During this time, he also taught the Crown Prince for a few years, imparting some principles of governance, and was deeply regarded for his wisdom. After Gu Yiqing's death, the Crown Prince, who had already ascended to the throne, came personally to pay his respects and sought the position of Lake Master of Gaoshui Lake, honoring his former mentor. In the study, Gu Yiqing looked at the young man, earnestly flipping through books, and found him increasingly pleasing to the eye. Unable to contain himself despite the risk of being tedious, he spoke earnestly, Su Qingbai, you are kind-hearted and wise beyond your years. Now by fortune you have cultivated an exceptional literary talent that comes once in a millennium. Although you have embarked on the path of cultivation and are no longer just a pure scholar, regardless of whether you pursue immortality or martial arts in the future, with such innate talent and auspicious opportunity, you should not neglect your studies. Remember not to waste your gifts. Su Qingbai listened attentively, humbly accepting the teachings. The elderly man before him had first shown him kindness, then selflessly protected the path, and finally gifted him a treasured page he had cherished for a long time. His actions were completely guided by his own heart, filled with sincerity, and could be said to be uncalculating and selfless, truly embodying integrity. Su Qingbai felt a mix of emotions, admiration and respect. Some people, no matter how much they talk and jump around in front of you, you just can't bring yourself to look at them. While some, even if they stand far away and remain silent, can still draw you in and eventually win your admiration. Undoubtedly, Gu Yiqing belonged to the latter category. He was like aged yellow wine or new tea from ancient trees. Just encountering him, even merely inhaling his presence, could refresh one's spirit and leave a lasting aftertaste. Su Qingbai understood Gu Yicheng's hopes and gladly agreed. He also mentioned Gu Yicheng's previous guidance and gift, wanting to express his gratitude. Gu Yicheng waved his hand casually and said a gentleman should be reserved, but not weak. When faced with injustice, rise up, debate, and fight for what is right without counting the cost. Just act with righteousness. As he spoke, he took out that page, now completely blank with no text remaining. He told Su Qingbai this page's origin is unknown. It flowed into my Gaoshui lake 100 years ago, and I was fortunate enough to find it. Although this page is old and worn, it remains intact and uncorrupted, truly remarkable, though I cannot ascertain its material. The text on this page at first glance appears difficult to understand, but upon careful study one can glean some principles and even experience its profound charm. For the past 100 years during my leisure time, I have taken it out to ponder, and ultimately I have uncovered a few superficial applications. If it were to remain in my possession, it would be akin to a pearl gathering dust. The 108 characters seem to have attained spiritual essence at that time. I merely exerted a little effort attempting to guide them gently, but it is primarily due to them recognizing and accepting you. Su Qingbai, with a humble expression, patiently listened without interrupting. Once Gu Yicheng finished his detailed explanation, Su Qingbai bowed respectfully, performing the Confucian salute, and sincerely said, "I, the young one, thank you, Mr. Gu, for your kindness. I have no way to repay you. I can only remember it in my heart." Su Qingbai performed the Confucian salute, and from then on began to refer to Gu Yicheng as Mr. Gu. Gu Yicheng returned the gesture, saying, "There is no need to dwell too much on this. The heavens and earth bestow what is yours, so just graciously accept it. My presence here is merely my duty. There is no great kindness in this." With a change of tone, Gu Yicheng smiled, first standing facing north and bowing slightly, then turning to Su Qingbai and slowly saying, "If I have any selfish motives, it was when you personally informed me that you were a disciple of the Sage of Song. At that moment, while I was certain I had chosen the right person, I secretly resolved that even if I had to sacrifice this divine position, or even my life, I would protect you." Su Qingbai was somewhat astonished, waiting for him to continue. Gu Yicheng laughed heartily, the usually silent old man, now filled with pride and vigor, saying back, "Then I obtained the position of Lake Master of Gaoshui Lake, which was personally circled by the Confucian Sage of Song. Haha, how could the likes of Wu Kuei and others, even if they were a rank or two above me, ever enjoy such treatment? Haha, how do you think they are pathetic or not? The Sage of Song circled me back then, and now I circle you. The matters of this world are truly intriguing, as if guided by fate." Long Xingzhou accompanied Su Qingbai to the Lake Master's residence to be a guest. After putting on the act of an immortal for an entire day, he has completely let loose and revealed his true self, no longer exhibiting any of the demeanor of a worldly sage. He first mingled with Wang Heng, giving him pointers on martial arts, and taught him a couple of beautiful boxing techniques that left Wang Heng extremely grateful. During the process of teaching boxing, he casually steered the conversation toward Yu Hongni, managing to extract a lot of information from the simple-minded man. Now he has a clear understanding of Yu Hongni's background, interests, and dislikes. Even the girl's taste in food, down to the saltiness, was made clear in his mind. Afterwards, he ignored the somewhat confused Wang Heng and began to fawn over Yu Hongni. Initially, Yu Hongni thought of giving this immortal some face and did not publicly confront him. However, Long Xingzhou showed no restraint, especially with his lewd gaze becoming increasingly unrestrained, making her feel compelled to confront him directly. Finally pushed to the limit, Yu Hongni exploded, shouting at him hysterically, "Long Xingzhou, why are you so clingy? It's annoying, go away." Yet instead of being angered, Long Xingzhou, having read somewhere that beating is affection, scolding is love, became more enthusiastic and eager. From then on, Long Xingzhou, this sticky plaster, became even more persistent. Of course, he might be more than happy to become a piece of plaster, for then he could truly and proudly stick to Yu Hongni. At this moment, Long Xingzhou likely went to Yu Hongni and was turned away, not receiving any favorable outcome, so he had the time to come to the study and chat with Su Qingbai. Su Qingbai initially grinned and asked Big Huang, "How's the progress?" Long Xingzhou, with a serious expression, interrupted Su Qingbai, correcting him, "What, Big Huang, Little Huang? Su kid, you better show me some respect. Oh, have you become addicted to being an immortal?" Su Qingbai chuckled and asked. Long Xingzhou replied sulkily, "When walking outside, a person's name is like a tree's shadow. What, Big Huang, it sounds so lacking in momentum. Isn't there no one else around? Good habits are cultivated in daily life. I'm afraid you'll get used to it, and when there are outsiders around, you won't be able to change your words. This is called subtle influence, do you understand?" I got it. Young Master. Long Xingzhou couldn't help but laugh, chuckling, "Forget about calling me Young Master. If you feel it's okay, just call me Xingzhou. If you want to get closer, you can call me Brother Zhou." Su Qingbai said, "Calling you Brother Zhou is not too formal." "Why not?" Long Xingzhou blinked and asked. Su Qingbai kept repeating brother Zhou. Walking dog. Long Xingzhou, who had been grinning, suddenly stopped laughing. He rushed over to grab Su Qingbai by the neck. I told you not to mess around. Su Qingbai and Long Xingzhou hid in the study discussing many recent events. At that time, Long Laotu laid out a pile of magical treasures on the table and let him choose one to take on his mission. Long's anxious eyes sparkled with excitement as he stared at them for a good while, his mouth watering, yet he remained indecisive. In his eyes, each item was a treasure. His mind buzzed, leaving him at a loss. Seeing this, Long Laotu pretended to take back the treasures on the table. Long Xingzhou, unable to think any further, hastily grabbed one item at random and cheerfully said, Ancestor, I won't be picky anymore, let's go with this one. Then Long Laotu began to impart instructions to Long Xingzhou. He advised Long Xingzhou to follow from a distance and not to act unless absolutely necessary. With a mischievous smile, he reminded Long Xingzhou that there was no need to be overly diligent, suggesting that Su Qingbai could endure some hardships along the way. Long Laotu instructed Long Xingzhou to escort Su Qingbai to Manchegwo and then hurry back to Meiyuan to watch over the house, hinting that he might have to embark on a long journey to handle an important matter. Thus, throughout the journey, whether it was Su Qingbai sneaking around with Lan Jian or robbing the dead at night to encounter a yiksha, or even Su Qingbai alone going to Duanyin Mountain to break open the gate of the ancestral hall, Long Xingzhou had seen it all and was fully aware. Su Qingbai showed a hint of shyness, unconsciously scratching his head as he said to Long Xingzhou, when you go back, if Long Laotu asks, let's not mention the incident at Duanyin Mountain. I didn't think much of it at the time, and now I feel it was a bit reckless. I don't want to worry him. Long Xingzhou patted Su Qingbai on the shoulder, nodding with a smile. We're good brothers. This is just between you and me. Unbeknownst to Su Qingbai, just after he descended the mountain that day, another unexpected guest arrived at Duanyin Mountain, looking strangely ugly with sharp teeth and a grotesque appearance. Initially, this newcomer was even more arrogant than the departing youth, and with a venomous tongue, it didn't take long before he clashed with the people of Duanyin Mountain, who were filled with pent-up anger. The result: the people of Duanyin Mountain who had just gotten up were once again left crying and wailing on the ground, beaten even more severely than before. In the end, the ugly man clapped his hands and left, laughing broadly as he casually demolished the mountain. That day, Duanyin Mountain truly faced a series of unfortunate events. Long Xingzhou looked at Su Qingbai with a lewd smile, saying, speaking of which, Shui Yalan from the Qingyi gang is really beautiful. Her waist is so slim and soft, just looking at her makes one envious. Su Qingbai jokingly scolded, aren't you afraid that this will reach Lan Jian's ears? That kid might. Long Xingzhou chuckled wickedly. Ha, what do I have to fear? That kid can't beat me in a fight or outwit me in a debate. He can only stand by and stare. Then he added, after you left, I went back to the Qingyi gang and called out that kid Lan Jian, teaching him a set of boxing. That kid has decent talent. He picked it up in half a day. He might just become a renowned hero of the Green Forest in the future. Su Qingbai asked, that's great. Did he recognize you? Long Xingzhou nodded. That kid is quite clever. He didn't ask me directly, but did inquire indirectly a couple of times. I didn't bother to beat around the bush with him, so I just told him directly. Su Qingbai asked again, you mentioned that Long Laotu is going on a long trip. Oh, what important matter does he need to handle? Long Xingzhou shook his head, chuckling awkwardly. As for the matters of the ancestor, he didn't clarify with me, so I can't ask. Then you should hurry back and keep an eye on the house. Be more observant, keep an eye on the girl, and help out where you can. Don't just loaf around all day. Long Xingzhou didn't take it seriously, reaching for the teacup on the table, which had gone cold. Regardless of who had drunk from it, he gulped it down, tea leaves and all. After finishing the tea, he impatiently waved his hand, saying, you can focus on your own matters. I know what I'm doing. He walked over mysteriously, putting an arm around Su Qingbai's shoulder, a smile on his face and mischief in his eyes. Su Qingbai looked at Long Xingzhou, who suddenly became mischievous, feeling a bit awkward with his shoulder and a tingle on his scalp. Long Xingzhou said, Su kid, you're leaving for the border tomorrow. Are you scared? How about tonight I take you to that brothel to have some fun, so you don't have any regrets in life? Su Qingbai pushed Long Xingzhou away as he still had psychological scars about the courtesans, scolding, what a loser. Long Xingzhou, refusing to give up, continued, if we two brothers travel together, wouldn't it be like two dragons emerging from a cave, making the girls on the ship cheer and rush to tell others? Ha ha ha, those girls would definitely exclaim, loudly wondering where these two young gentlemen came from. Who knows, there might even be infighting among them, scrambling to come over and snatch us. Tisk in that scene, I estimate we wouldn't even need to spend any money. Su Qingbai covered his forehead, saying to Huang, a little fantasy is fine to relax, but going overboard can be harmful. Long Xingzhou looked at Su Qingbai, who remained unmoved, feeling a bit disappointed. He pouted, saying, if you don't want to go, that's fine. Look, I even thought of you for this kind of good opportunity. I don't say I'm not loyal. Su Qingbai smiled, saying, if someone finds out about this, it will become a huge joke. Long Xingzhou replied seriously, you have to keep this a secret for your brother. Don't go spreading rumors later. Su Qingbai imitated Long Xingzhou from before, patting his shoulder and smiling. "We're good brothers. This is just between you and me." Long Xingzhou gave a thumbs up, feeling quite satisfied with Su Qingbai's response, praising, "You kid, you get it." Su Qingbai curiously asked, "So are you really going to board the ship?" Long Xingzhou, already feeling restless, casually replied, "I'll sneak onto the ship. I'm not doing anything bad, just broadening my horizons, smelling the atmosphere, and opening my eyes." "Are you going in your real body, or will you transform into human form first?" Su Qingbai asked with interest. Long Xingzhou thought this was a rather trivial question, as it was obvious, yet he responded without hesitation, "Of course, I'll transform into human form, otherwise which girl would really want to be ridden by a dog?" Su Qingbai nodded, feeling this made sense. The next morning, Su Qingbai packed everything up and prepared to continue his journey. The three from Hubo Mansion all came out to see him off, standing on the shore and chatting with Su Qingbai. Soon Long Xingzhou came running from afar, panting heavily. His eyes were red and bloodshot, with dark circles under his eyes, making him look rather comical. Seeing Yu Hongni present, Long Xingzhou became nervous and quickly signaled to Su Qingbai. Su Qingbai returned a look that said, "Good brother, I understand," and only then did Long Xingzhou relax. Su Qingbai guessed that Long Xingzhou might not have accomplished his mischief the previous night. However, his eyes were definitely not idle. He might have been hiding in the rafters, staying up all night. On the shore, everyone was bidding farewell to Su Qingbai. Finally, when it was Yu Hongni's turn, she approached with a bright smile and said, "Welcome, young Master Su, to visit Gaoshui Lake again next time." Su Qingbai smiled, "I will definitely come. I still remember, I want to drink a few bowls of the lotus soup that Miss Yu makes." Hearing this, Yu Hongni smiled happily. Unexpectedly, she suddenly opened her arms, and without waiting for a refusal, gently hugged Su Qingbai. Taking this opportunity, she leaned in close to Su Qingbai's ear, her breath like orchids, and quietly said, "Actually, after the lights went out that night, the play arranged by my father didn't include those scenes. Those were all my spontaneous, uncontrollable thoughts." Su Qingbai stumbled, recalling the sultry scenes after the lights went out that night, his face turning red. He suddenly turned around and fled without looking back. Seeing Su Qingbai run away in a panic, Yu Hongni stood there covering her mouth, emitting a giggle that made her flowers sway. Beside them, Long Xingzhou was confused, but looking at the exceptionally beautiful Miss Yu at that moment, he felt that the courtesans he had secretly watched last night were nothing in comparison. Long Xingzhou stared blankly, instantly losing his soul. Blushing, Su Qingbai buried his head, and, feeling a bit guilty, he silently muttered to Huang, "My good brother, I'm sorry." On the day of the Dragon Boat Festival, Su Qingbai had already left the Full Chai Kingdom and arrived at the Huanghua County within the borders of the Qingping Kingdom. On this day, every household was bustling with activity. People either went out to pick herbs, or simply bought mugwort and calamus in the city for a few coins, tying them into a bundle with red string to hang on their doors and windows, symbolizing the warding off of evil spirits and the welcoming of good fortune. At a street-side tavern, Su Qingbai borrowed a table and set up a simple stall mimicking the old Su from the foot of Tianyao Mountain, but instead of reading palms for the young ladies, he was drawing portraits of Zhong Kuei. On the Dragon Boat Festival, besides hanging mugwort and drinking realgar wine, there was also a custom in various places to hang portraits of Zhong Kuei to ward off evil. Su Qingbai bought a roll of rice paper from a bookstore and took out the short brush and inkstone he carried with him. Relying on his memory, he recalled the various depictions of Zhong Kuei from the New Year paintings, thinking back as he began to draw. At first, his drawings were somewhat stiff, but as he completed several pieces, his strokes became increasingly fluid, and his Zhong Kuei portraits grew more vivid and lifelike. Before long, a group of elderly men and women gathered around his stall. Many people were buying his paintings, but even more were simply watching the young man sketch with great speed, continuously outlining lifelike portraits of Zhong Kuei, applauding in delight. Throughout the entire afternoon, Su Qingbai kept earning money easily, making a few hundred coins, but as evening approached and the sky began to show signs of rain, the crowd around his stall gradually thinned out and dispersed. Su Qingbai glanced around, estimating that there might not be much business left, so he began to pack up his paper and brushes, preparing to close his stall, when an elderly woman approached. The elderly woman said to Su Qingbai, "Young man, I see your Zhong Kuei paintings are wonderful. Could you draw one?" The elderly woman had a kind and gentle expression, perhaps having quietly observed Su Qingbai for a long time. Seeing that he was about to pack up, she hurriedly came forward to request a painting. Su Qingbai looked at the darkening sky and realized it was late, and he still hadn't found a place to rest, making him feel somewhat hesitant. However, looking at the smiling elderly woman, he couldn't bear to refuse, and eventually nodded in agreement. He spread out the rice paper again, picked up the short brush, dipped it in ink, and meticulously began to paint. Su Qingbai did not rush despite the late hour. He first drew two portraits for the elderly woman. One was a martial depiction of Zhong Kuei with fierce eyes and wild hair, wielding a sword while stepping on a little demon, making one feel a sense of intimidation. The other was a scholarly portrayal of Zhong Kuei with a kind face, reclining barefoot, one hand holding a golden ingot and the other waving a peach blossom fan. The martial depiction symbolized the warding off of evil, while the scholarly depiction implied good fortune, representing a double blessing. The elderly woman unfolded the two portraits, examining them closely in her hands. The more she looked, the more satisfied she became, praising Su Qingbai for his excellent work. Su Qingbai accepted 3 coins from her and thanked her before starting to pack up his things. He first took the borrowed table back into the tavern, paying 10 coins as a token of thanks. After leaving the tavern, he looked up at the sky and couldn't help but feel a bit worried. While standing on the street, unsure whether to head east or west, the elderly woman from before walked around the corner towards him again. She seemed to have noticed Su Qingbai's predicament and asked, "Young man, have I delayed you? If you have nowhere to go, you might as well come back with me and rest for the night." Su Qingbai looked at the kindly old woman and asked, "I don't want to impose for a night. I wonder if it would be convenient." The elderly woman smiled and nodded, saying, "It's quite convenient. It's a large house, and I usually live alone. It's just right to have someone to talk to." Su Qingbai expressed his gratitude, took his luggage, and slowly followed the elderly woman toward the east. The elderly woman seemed to truly have been missing someone to talk to. As they walked along the road, she opened up and chatted. The elderly woman mentioned that the young lady of the house passed away a few years ago, leaving the master and mistress heartbroken. They often reminisced about her and soon moved away. Now in this large house, only the elderly maid remained to help take care of it. She herself was getting old, unable to do heavy labor, so she only helped tidy up and maintain the place to prevent it from falling into disrepair. A house needs to have some liveliness. If it's empty and desolate with no one around, it would bring bad fortune. After a short while, the elderly woman arrived at the house and took out her keys to open the door. This is a large alley in the east of the city with houses and shops lining the street. The location is not off the beaten path, and it is fairly bustling. On the street, the surrounding houses had already lit their lamps, but this large house in front remained dark and somewhat desolate, feeling slightly out of place. The elderly woman led Su Qingbai into the back courtyard and into a room on the 2nd floor. She lit a lamp first, and then invited Su Qingbai in. They sat together at the table, continuing to chat casually. The elderly woman led Su Qingbai into the back courtyard and into a room on the 2nd floor. She lit a lamp first, and then invited Su Qingbai in. They sat together after a whole hour. She noticed it was already late at night, and finally realized it, apologizing and reluctantly getting up to leave. Su Qingbai looked around the room. The furnishings were quite elegant, kept clean by the elderly woman, and there was an air of femininity about it. He felt somewhat puzzled, wondering if this was a young lattice boudoir. He didn't know why the elderly woman had arranged for him to spend the night here. Seeing that it was getting late, and having spent most of the day drawing, he felt tired. He climbed into bed, not thinking too much, and fell asleep fully clothed. In the deep of night, Su Qingbai was sleeping soundly when he was vaguely awakened by a rustling sound in the room. He groggily turned over, not knowing if it was a dream or an illusion, but he saw that the room had somehow been lit. Under the light, a young girl of about 20 was sitting alone at a dressing table, tying her hair into 2 loops while looking into the mirror. Su Qingbai, still in a daze, was not frightened, nor did he get up, just quietly watching without making a sound. The young girl had her back to him and seemed entirely unaware that a man was lying in bed. After finishing her grooming, she seemed bored and walked over to the desk by the window, picked up a brush, and began practicing calligraphy. Su Qingbai watched for a while, but ultimately could not resist the drowsiness that washed over him again. He turned over and closed his eyes, falling back into a deep sleep. The next morning, Su Qingbai got up. He hadn't thought much about what happened last night. Those scenes felt like a dream. As he slowly packed his things, he suddenly noticed a line of elegant small characters left on the desk. He picked up the paper and read, finding it was a poem that said, "Seeking a good dream, yet the dream is hard to realize. Who knows my feelings at this moment? Tears on the pillow and rain at the curtain, drop by drop through the window until dawn." Su Qingbai fell into deep thought, pondering the meaning. Before long, the elderly woman from last night came to knock on the door, inviting Su Qingbai to have breakfast. At the breakfast table, Su Qingbai delicately brought up his experiences from the previous night and the note he found on the desk, inquiring politely. The elderly woman showed little surprise and did not hide the truth, candidly admitting that after the young lattice's death, the house has been uneasy, and at night her figure is often seen wandering inside. The master and mistress could not bear to see their daughter restlessly haunting the place after her death, and soon moved away, leaving only the elderly woman to take care of it. Su Qingbai cautiously asked, "May I ask how this young lady passed away? Did she succumb to an illness or meet with some misfortune?" The elderly woman sighed heavily, her wrinkled face tightening, as she said, "Inexperienced and overly emotional, ultimately trapped by love of beauty with a short life. It turned out that the young lattice's surname was Yu and her given name was Xiang. At the age of 18, she had a chance encounter with a scholar from the county at a temple fair. At that time, the scholar was simply dressed, but upon closer inspection his green robe had faded from washing, failing to conceal his poverty. However, the scholar had a handsome appearance and charming features, and with his witty and humorous words he quickly made Yu Xiang smile. As the eldest daughter of the Yu family, she had been brought up with strict morals and always listened to her parents. Being dutiful, she never dared to go against their wishes. In those years, she remained mostly in her boudoir, only having the chance to show her face during a few festive occasions each year, so she had little interaction with young men. Perhaps because she had seen few men and was at the age of budding romance, Yu Xiang became interested in that scholar. They agreed to meet again at the Lantern Festival half a month later. Yu Xiang endured a torturous wait for half a month and finally reached the Lantern Festival. On that day, she secretly slipped out to meet the scholar, keeping it hidden from her parents. The scholar led her to view the lanterns, introducing the names of the lanterns and sharing stories about their origins and making techniques. As they chatted about everything under the sun, they found a profound connection. Under the colorful lights, Yu Xiang secretly admired the eloquent scholar, feeling that he seemed to know everything, her heart filled with admiration. Along the way, she followed the scholar, enjoying the lanterns, guessing riddles, and strolling through the streets, experiencing joy and happiness she had never felt before. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him, and she couldn't help but secretly vow her heart. When it was time to part, they reluctantly made promises of eternal love. After some time, the scholar finally came to the Yu family to propose marriage, encouraged by Yu Xiang. Upon seeing the scholar, her parents felt he was handsome and talented, a fine young man. However, when the elderly couple learned that the scholar was merely a penniless scholar without any official title, they couldn't help but feel disappointed. Older people think differently than the passionate young. They wouldn't be like the younger ones, who are only filled with romance and love, unable to think of anything else. They had passed the age of being nourished by love, and their thoughts had turned more practical. The elderly couple worried that if their daughter married him, she would suffer from hunger and cold, living a life of hardship, so they hesitated to give an answer, neither refusing nor agreeing readily. Afterward, the usually obedient Yu Xiang began to quarrel with her parents. Seeing their daughter growing thinner, her parents became anxious and sought out the scholar to discuss the matter. The elderly couple decided to test the scholar's character and asked for a bride price of 100 taels of silver. They wanted to see if the scholar was merely a bookworm or if he had the ability to support a family after marriage. They did not intend to make things difficult or profit from marrying off their daughter. They had already decided that on the day of the wedding they would add more silver to provide a generous dowry so the couple could live a prosperous life. They did not intend to make things difficult or profit from marrying off their daughter. They had already decided that on the day of the wedding they would add more silver to provide a generous dowry, so that he only said that his family was currently poor and asked the Yu family to wait for 2 years. After 2 years, he would come to marry Yu Xiang in a grand manner. Thus the scholar put down his books, left his hometown, and went far away to earn money. However, when the 2 years were up, Yu Xiang waited and waited, but did not see the scholar return. The Yu family went to the scholar's home to inquire, and found that not only was his family destitute, but both his parents had also passed away long ago, leaving no news of him. Another year passed, and the young lady who had been anxiously waiting could no longer bear the weight. She became increasingly despondent, her health deteriorated, and she eventually collapsed in bed, soon passing away. The young lady was gone, yet over the years the scholar never returned, leaving everyone wondering if he had run away or had already died outside. In Yu Xiang's boudoir, the infatuated young lady left behind an obsession, occasionally appearing in the room, lingering unwillingly. The elderly couple, in their grief, sought monks from the temple to perform rites, and invited celestial masters from the Taoist temple to conduct rituals, but to no avail, as they were told that the deceased's obsession was too strong for the living to handle. Fortunately, the young lady's obsession merely lingered in her own room. She could be seen but not interact with others, and she wouldn't intentionally disturb anyone, so there was no harm. The elderly couple, burdened with the pain of losing their daughter and regret over testing the scholar, mixed with anger at his irresponsibility, soon decided to move away to avoid reminders of her. After all, even in difficult times the sun still rises, and the living must continue to live. Thus the house was left empty, with only an elderly woman remaining to manage and take care of it. The elderly woman had brought Su Qingbai to stay in that room last night, not only because Yu Xiang's obsession rarely appeared, but also because even if it did, it posed no danger. If one were to sleep deeply, they might not even notice. She had acted out of kindness, thinking that since Su Qingbai had nowhere to go at night, staying for one night in a haunted room was better than sleeping on the streets. The elderly woman, having raised Yu Xiang, was actually not afraid of encountering the young girl. For the past 2 years, the elderly woman had lived alone here with no one to talk to. Sometimes when she missed Yu Xiang, she would specifically go to the room to stay overnight. She would quietly watch the little girl she had raised, seeing her alone in the room, grooming, writing, and moving about, often moved to tears, feeling as if everything were just yesterday. After finishing her story, the elderly woman looked a bit sad, hurriedly wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, apologizing to Su Qingbai and asking if she had frightened him. Su Qingbai was not bothered by it, and gently comforted the elderly woman. Revisiting the past, the elderly woman had been worried about the poor young lady who could not rest in peace after her death. Now sitting there, she sighed and lamented deeply. Su Qingbai observed the elderly woman and thought for a moment before saying, "Grandma, don't worry. I have some abilities. How about I think of a way?" The elderly woman thought Su Qingbai was merely trying to comfort her. She nodded but did not take his words to heart, sighing, "My old bones are not a problem. I just occasionally murmur about it. The one who suffers is still the young lady enduring this torment after death." Su Qingbai replied confidently, "Grandma, I might really have a solution." The elderly woman, who had been lost in sorrow, suddenly brightened up, standing up abruptly, losing her composure, and knocking over the bowl she was holding, spilling food everywhere. She looked at Su Qingbai, as if confirming the truth. Su Qingbai smiled and slightly nodded at her. He moved closer to help her, letting her sit down slowly, and said, "You might need to stay for another night." The elderly woman, while cleaning up the spilled food, said, "It's nothing. I will go kill a chicken, or I have time to slowly." As darkness fell, Su Qingbai glanced at the time, realizing it was almost time. He stepped out alone and entered the city god temple in Huanghua County. Having met the local city god as he wished, Su Qingbai explained his intentions. On one hand, he wanted to gather more information and understand some insider details. On the other hand, he wished to express his thoughts and seek some guidance. The city god was a straightforward and capable person. In just a few words, he clearly explained the matter regarding the ghost of the Yu family. He informed Su Qingbai that the female ghost in the house was actually a remnant soul left by Yu Xiang. Years ago, during a soul collection, a ghost officer failed to capture one soul, which resulted in this remnant soul lingering in the house, and it has yet to dissipate. Now Yu Xiang has been reincarnated, but the remnant soul remains due to its deep attachment, making it somewhat tricky to handle. Thus, while the city god understood the origins of this matter, after weighing his options, he had no better method at present, and could only wait patiently for the attachment to fade away, hoping that one day it would eventually dissipate. Su Qingbai understood this, bid farewell, and exited the city god temple. Upon returning to the old residence of the Yu family that night, he had already sent the old woman away and sat alone in the room. In the room, the table was brightly lit. Su Qingbai closed his eyes to rest and silently awaited the appearance of the lovesick female ghost once more. As the clock struck midnight, the light on the table flickered, and a gentle chill swept through the room, causing the temperature to drop significantly. In front of the dressing table, countless light dots slowly coalesced into the figure of a frail woman clad in white. Su Qingbai opened his eyes, serious yet calm. Yu Xiang first spent half the day grooming herself, then began to pace around the room, standing by the window gazing outside, and occasionally resting her chin in her hand, lost in thought. After a long wait, when she approached the desk from yesterday and reached for the brush on the pen holder, her body suddenly stiffened, trembling as if struck by lightning. On the desk, a piece of writing caught her. Heaven does not grant longevity to those who love deeply. The yellow springs ferry only those with obsessive hearts. A mound of fragrant graves, green grass, weeping, how many times does it torment the heart? Seeing this, Su Qingbai suddenly rose to his feet. He pulled out a yellow paper talisman from his pocket and lit it. The talisman slowly burned in the room, its flickering light crossing the realms of yin and yang, illuminating both the living and the ghost. Tendrils of black smoke swirled upwards, drifting towards Yu Xiang's remnant soul, enveloping her within. This yellow paper had been requested from the city god temple earlier. Once lit, it would allow Yu Xiang's remnant soul to see the living. At this moment, Yu Xiang finally saw the unfamiliar man in the room. She was astonished and looked around in panic. Under the shock, she stepped back repeatedly, eventually starting to call out for her parents. However, no one responded to her. Alone and forlorn, she stood in the corner, warily staring at Su Qingbai, feeling a mix of tension, fear, and grievance, presenting a pitifully isolated figure. Waiting for Yu Xiang to calm down a bit, Su Qingbai finally took a stool and sat down a short distance in front of her. He organized his words and brought up the matter of the ghost. Initially, Yu Xiang's panic transformed into astonishment, and finally tears streamed down her cheeks as she cried inconsolably. Once Su Qingbai had finished recounting the story, he refrained from saying more, instead sitting across from the pitiful Yu Xiang and patiently waiting for her to regain her composure. After crying for about an incense stick's worth of time, Yu Xiang finally lifted her tear-streaked face, beginning to scrutinize Su Qingbai closely, sensing his words had made an impact. Through her soft sobs, she quietly said, "No wonder in recent days I often feel lost and confused. I can't see my parents, and unfamiliar items keep appearing in this room, but I see no one entering, making me anxious and afraid all day long." Su Qingbai gently comforted her, saying, "Miss Yu, it has been several years, everything has changed. I hope you can gain some enlightenment and let go of your sorrow without adding to your pain." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiang recalled her death and began to cry again, her sorrow deepening. Su Qingbai shook his head, seemingly regretting his inability to provide comfort. After pondering for a long time, he cautiously spoke again. "Miss Yu, I have learned that you have been reincarnated, but due to the lack of the 3 souls and 7 spirits during your rebirth, your mind is incomplete. I visited the city god temple today and discovered where you were reborn just in the neighboring county. Now do you wish to come with me? I will take you to the family where you were reborn to help your remnant soul enter the body. Yu Xiang had always been pure and innocent, her heart as clean as a blank sheet of paper, never thinking ill of Su Qingbai. Having witnessed Su Qingbai's celestial-like abilities, she felt even more trustful in this moment. Su Qingbai continued. The deceased have their resting places, and the living must continue their lives. Life and death are vast and obscure. Miss Yu, you should not hold on to your attachments, hindering yourself and burdening others, making them feel sorrowful. Yu Xiang stopped crying, her heart seemingly still conflicted. After some contemplation, she finally bowed gracefully to Su Qingbai and nodded. She softly said, having wandered in this world for several years, my remnant soul remains unresolved, and I still have attachments. Leaving like this feels somewhat unwilling. I wish to ask you, sir, are my parents still in this world? Su Qingbai nodded and replied, years ago your parents were heartbroken and moved away from here. But time is the best medicine for healing wounds. The past cannot be pursued. Those who have left this world will leave an emptiness, yet the living must continue to live well for themselves. They are still in this world, and their health is relatively good. Oh, at least they do not have to worry about food and clothing in their later years. Does Miss Yu wish to meet them once? However, Yu Xiang shook her head and said, knowing my parents are well brings me peace. They may have just begun to recover from their sorrow. If I go to see them, it will likely only add to their sadness and worry. Su Qingbai found her reasoning quite reasonable and looked at Yu Xiang with renewed respect. He gazed at her, seeing her delicate and frail appearance, yet recognizing her steadfastness and loyalty. After all, she had left behind this remnant soul, unwilling to depart. Feeling a pang of sympathy, he asked, does the young lady have any unfulfilled wishes? Yu Xiang slowly lowered her head, staring at her toes. Her hands hung limply in front of her, looking somewhat at a loss. She nervously tugged at her clothing, appearing a bit shy, as if she found it hard to speak. Finally, she spoke in a very small voice, for all these years my thoughts and hopes have been centered around that Li Lang from back then. I wonder how he is doing now and what he looks like today. I just want to catch a glimpse of him from afar before I leave. It won't take much time. I wonder if it would be convenient for you, sir. Su Qingbai smiled at her and said, I will take you to see him right away. Hearing this, Yu Xiang merely stared at her toes and did not look up, yet a long-lost smile appeared on her tear-streaked, slightly pale face. Su Qingbai took out a black oil paper umbrella he had prepared in advance and opened it. The girl in front nodded and transformed into a wisp of smoke, drifting into the umbrella. Su Qingbai, holding the black umbrella, felt a surge of mixed emotions and sighed, murmuring the two poems laid out on the desk, seeking a good dream, yet dreams are hard to fulfill. Who knows my feelings at this moment? Tears on the pillow coincide with rain before the curtain dripping through the window until dawn. Heaven does not grant longevity to those who love deeply. The yellow springs ferry only those with obsessive hearts. A mound of fragrant graves, green grass, weeping, how many times does it torment the heart? In this world of love and affection twists and turns, ups and downs, it is generally the lovesick who suffer, while the heartless remain unburdened. Inside the room the light flickered brightly. The woman's remnant soul had vanished, yet a young man remained. Coincidentally, he was also at the age of first love. Su Qingbai sat alone at the desk, lost in thought, surrounded by a myriad of emotions. Beside him lay a black oil paper umbrella, its surface elegantly colored, pure and pristine. On the second day, as dawn broke, the old woman eagerly ran to knock on the door. Su Qingbai briefly recounted the events of the previous night to her, offering gentle words of comfort, urging her not to worry. The old woman extended her dry, yellowing hand, holding a black umbrella closely to her chest, caressing it. For a long time her eyes filled with affection. She was overwhelmed with joy. With tears glistening at the corners of her wrinkled eyes, she repeatedly exclaimed, good, good, good. After a long while, the old woman finally smiled and wiped away her old tears. She linked arms with Su Qingbai, saying she needed to go out and buy some more vegetables to prepare a feast, ensuring Su Qingbai would eat his fill before setting off. Seeing the old woman so cheerful and happy, Su Qingbai felt embarrassed to refuse her kindness, so he nodded in agreement. He accompanied the old woman out, holding her hand as they went to the market to buy vegetables. Along the way, the old woman was beaming with joy, introducing Su Qingbai to the neighbors and saying he was her nephew from her maternal family, sharing their bloodline. The old woman was kind-hearted and generally stayed out of disputes, maintaining good relations with her neighbors. The neighbors had not seen the old woman so happy in a long time. They all believed her words, and while rejoicing for her, praised Su Qingbai's handsome appearance. Before long, the townsfolk saw the old woman and the young man returning. The old woman remained lively, greeting everyone and engaging in casual chit-chat. Su Qingbai could only quietly follow behind her, stopping and starting as they walked, while carrying numerous bags of vegetables, occasionally smiling wryly. Upon returning to the Yu family's old residence, Su Qingbai disregarded the old woman's attempts to stop him and insisted on rolling up his sleeves to help busying himself with washing and chopping vegetables. In the kitchen, the old woman and the young man began their preparations. Su Qingbai said, "Grandma Zhang, we haven't finished the chicken soup from last night. Why did you go and kill another chicken when I wasn't looking? With so many dishes today, can the two of us eat it all?" The old woman shot a glare at Su Qingbai, who was tending the fire pretending to be angry, and said, "How could we not finish? You've been traveling alone, eating one meal without knowing when the next will come. You should eat more to make up for it. Wait a moment, Grandma will prepare a few pounds of braised beef and offal for you to take with you, so you can eat slowly on the road." Su Qingbai felt a bit moved, turning to stare at the stove in silence, his eyes flickering with light. The old woman noticed this and gently asked, "What's wrong? Did the old lady remind you of your own grandmother?" Su Qingbai shook his head and replied, "No, I've never seen my grandparents since I was little, and I don't even know what they look like." The old woman tentatively asked, "Why did you come out alone? Walking such a long distance, don't your parents worry?" Su Qingbai paused for a moment before speaking. "My parents passed away when I was young. I grew up with my grandfather." And the old woman was somewhat taken aback by this revelation. Having lived a long life and seen many people, her vision may have been dim, but her heart was clear. Originally, she had vaguely guessed that Su Qingbai might have a difficult background, but she never expected that he was a child who lost his parents at such a young age. The old woman's hands suddenly stopped chopping. She placed the knife on the cutting board and slowly moved to sit down on a nearby stool. Watching Su Qingbai, her heart ached for him, and she sighed, "Alas, what a poor child." Seeing the old woman distressed again, Su Qingbai forced a smile and said, "But I still have you, Grandma. I am your nephew from your maternal family. We share blood." Upon hearing this, the old woman's furrowed brows relaxed. She slapped her thigh and laughed heartily, saying, "Yes, yes, yes." She then walked over, picked up the knife again, and began to chop the meat filling. The sounds echoed like galloping hooves, and she worked quickly. The old woman was in high spirits today and kept asking Su Qingbai questions, her chatter filled with the advice a senior gives to a junior. Su Qingbai patiently listened to her, remembering that he had not been nagged by anyone for a long time. Old Long in the plum garden was a taciturn fellow, and they rarely exchanged more than a couple of words. Previously, Long Xingzhou had appeared in the form of a large yellow dog in the plum garden. He could hear Su Qingbai speaking, but had never spoken himself, leaving them unable to communicate. The girl Huangya talked freely with him, but they were of the same age and wouldn't nag like this old woman. He found himself enjoying the atmosphere in the kitchen, now a feeling he hadn't felt in a long time warming his heart. Many years ago back, when he was in the Northwest, both of his parents were still alive. His father stood beneath the bed while he played on the bed, holding his father's hands, jumping and cheering loudly. At that time, his usually stern father patiently played with him, while the serene mother sat at the head of the bed. The mother back then resembled the old woman, now nagging his father to not work too hard at the yamen and to come home early for dinner. She would nag Su Qingbai to not jump so high, to be careful and not fall. To be nagged means someone still cares about you, worried for you. With elders to nag you, you remain a child in their eyes, and through life's storms a lamp will always be lit for you, waiting for the day you return home. The old woman and the young man finished their exceptionally hearty lunch early, with Su Qingbai being forced to down several bowls of chicken soup. The old woman looked at Su Qingbai, who was slumped beside her, his belly round and full, burping contentedly, and felt very satisfied. As Su Qingbai busied himself digesting, the old woman hurriedly wrapped the braised beef and other cooked items in oil paper for him. She also brought over a cup of hot tea, urging him to drink it while it was warm to ease the greasiness. Su Qingbai was at a loss for words, weakly pointing at his belly, which made the old woman laugh uproariously. When Su Qingbai was about to leave, the old woman hurriedly ran back into the room and came out with a package wrapped in a blue handkerchief. The handkerchief was a bit faded, but there was at least 10 taels of silver inside. Without hesitation, the old woman stuffed it into Su Qingbai's bundle gently, saying, "Grandma Zhang doesn't have many expenses, and there's no use in keeping this yellow and white stuff." Seeing Su Qingbai adamantly refuse, she quickly changed her tone impatiently, saying, "You can't take it out again. If you recognize me as your grandmother, you'll obediently accept it." After several attempts to decline, seeing that he was about to make the old woman angry, he had no choice but to comply respectfully. He accepted the silver and said to her, "Then I will come to visit you again next time I pass by." The old woman's eyes narrowed into slits, nodding repeatedly, smiling, "Good, good, good. I will buy a few little chickens and take care of them for you." Su Qingbai looked at the old woman, who was laughing heartily, a bit taken aback at first, but then he joined in her laughter. The old woman urged Su Qingbai to hurry on his way, saying she wanted to go to the city god temple to light some incense and burn 3 sticks of high incense. At noon, Su Qingbai bid farewell to the old woman and left the city of Huanghua County. He carried the remnant soul of Yuxiang and took a detour to head northwest. Having left the city later than usual, he found himself in a desolate area by evening, so he decided to rest at the foot of a hillside. Fortunately, it was already May, and although there was a bit of dew at night, it wasn't too cold. Because he had eaten too much at noon, he was still digesting, so he gathered some dry twigs and branches by the roadside, started a fire, and hastily made a bed on the ground, preparing to lie down and rest. Qingbai propped his head on his hand, gazing up at the dazzling starry river, staring at the countless stars. He was lost in thought, having left home during the Jingzhi season, and it had already been 3 months since he set out. In the stillness of the night and the empty wilderness, nostalgia surged within him. He found himself missing the plum garden and the girl from the plum garden. She should have finished her day's work by now and found some leisure. Was she sitting in the courtyard on a stool at this moment? Was she also looking up, noticing the brilliant stars tonight, gazing at the night sky like he was? Here under the starry river, he was on one side, and she was on the other, separated by thousands of miles, yet both bathed in the same starlight. A gentle north wind brushed past him, carrying a hint of coolness. He thought that by the time it blew to Jiangnan, to her it should be the sweltering June, and it wouldn't be cool anymore. The twinkling stars were like red beans, scattering his yearning across the sky. With a beloved in his heart, every path in the world felt like a way home. Qingbai was lost in thought when suddenly he heard a rustling sound from the black umbrella beside him. He turned his head and smiled knowingly. He opened the black umbrella, and the remnant soul of Yuxiang swiftly darted out. After emerging, she looked around, having been trapped in the old house for years with no choice but to pace back and forth. She was now utterly bored. Tonight she was evidently excited and curious about her unfamiliar surroundings, both surprised and intrigued. She walked around Qingbai and the bonfire, stopping and starting cautiously, trying to circle around. Initially she was a bit timid, but after completing a circle and finding everything safe, she felt relieved. After all, she was still a young girl, lively and active, so she began to run further away from Qingbai. She squatted down to touch the flowers and grass by the roadside, and then playfully kicked some pebbles, amusing herself. Qingbai lay back down and called out to her in the distance, "Don't wander too far. You need to return to the black umbrella before dawn." Yuxiang heard him and bounced back. She had never really been afraid of Qingbai, and at this moment, she made a funny face, stuck out her little tongue, and giggled. "Got it, young Master Su." Qingbai found it amusing. Standing before him was a ghost, yet her funny face was not frightening, but rather charming. He chuckled, lying on the ground with one hand behind his head, reaching for a blade of wild grass imitating long xingzhou, and putting it in his mouth, as he said, "Your beloved Li Lang is in a small town not far ahead. After dawn, well, walk straight ahead, and you should be able to see him by tomorrow evening." Upon hearing this, Yuxiang felt a bit happy, but also a little anxious. She stood still, looking as if she wanted to say something, but hesitated for a long time without speaking. Qingbai laughed and asked, "What's wrong? Is Miss Yu feeling shy about returning home?" Yuxiang replied, "Clearly, it's not so much shyness, it's just that after waiting for so many years, I'm about to see him, and it feels like I'm still in a dream." "Congratulations, Miss Yu. You're about to meet your lover. Shouldn't you prepare and dress up a bit in advance?" Qingbai continued to tease. Yuxiang took a couple of steps outside, looking a bit dejected, and murmured, "There's nothing to prepare. After waiting for so many years with no result, now I'm in this ghostly state. I just hope I don't scare him away." Qingbai noticed her low spirits and joked, "Throughout history, many men have been enchanted by female ghosts. Who says female ghosts must be frightening? I think, Miss, you should dress up a bit and find a dilapidated temple to specialize in enticing passing scholars. You'd have no problem with that." Yuxiang was indeed amused and giggled, running back 2 steps to Qingbai, clearing her throat, and then asked in a coy, flirtatious voice, "Young Master Su, is it like this?" Qingbai burst into laughter, unable to help but clap his hands, saying, "Yes, yes, yes. That's the right flavor. Miss Yu is truly gifted." Yuxiang pretended to be angry and ran to the roadside, picking and choosing until she finally pulled a blade of foxtail grass as a weapon and began to attack Qingbai's ears and neck. After she finished tickling him, Qingbai asked, "Have you thought about what you want to say tomorrow?" Yuxiang squatted beside him, hugging her knees, and said, "I only thought of the first sentence to say when we meet." "What about the rest?" Qingbai asked. Yuxiang said, "During the years I waited for him, I would silently say things from my heart every day. If I had a count, I think I could fill 10 or 8 baskets. But now that I really have to meet him, I don't know what to say anymore. It seems that any words would be inappropriate, none could express my feelings." She turned to look at Qingbai, who was listening attentively, tilting her head with a faint smile, and asked, "Young Master Su, do you think this is strange?" Qingbai felt like he understood, yet didn't fully grasp it, but he could empathize, nodding silently. Looking at the playful Yuxiang, he asked, "So what do you want to say as your first sentence?" Qingbai thought of many alternative phrases. "Why didn't you come back to find me? Do you know how long I've waited for you? How have you been? Did you miss me? Finally seeing you." Qingbai felt that he should more or less hit upon one of them. Yuxiang squatted on the ground, one hand hugging her knee, the other holding the foxtail grass, burying her head and scribbling something on the ground. Her voice was very soft. Meanwhile, Su Qingbai, who was gazing at the starry sky beside her, suddenly found tears streaming down his face as he heard her say, "I don't blame you." On the night before, Su Qingbai accompanied Yu Xiang, and the two shared a lengthy conversation, one living person and one ghost. Yu Xiang recounted some of her experiences and amusing anecdotes from her childhood. The two were like childhood friends who hadn't seen each other for ages, reminiscing about their youth and their growth, engaging in a delightful exchange. As the sky began to glow with a hint of white light, Yu Xiang, looking pleased, crawled back into the black umbrella. By evening, Su Qingbai finally arrived at the small town. He inquired around and eventually found a large courtyard with a red door and high walls sprawling over a vast area. After checking the surroundings to confirm its authenticity, Su Qingbai sat down to rest under a large locust tree not far from the courtyard. He took out some cooked food that an old woman had given him the day before, hastily swallowing it to fill his stomach, and waited for nightfall to arrange for Yu Xiang to meet with the young man in the courtyard. Years ago, this scholar was pressured by Yu Xiang's parents to produce 100 taels of silver as a betrothal gift. Although the scholar did not argue with Yu Xiang's parents face to face, he felt a sense of injustice and asked the Yu family to wait for 2 years before he set aside his books and went out to earn money. However, once he was truly out in the world, he realized he had no skills to speak of and came to understand the truth that a scholar might be of little use. Forget about saving up 100 taels for the betrothal gift, even feeding himself daily became a problem. During this time, he had written letters for others, worked as a traveling salesman, done odd jobs, and toiled hard, but none of it could save him money, only managing to keep himself fed. Moreover, being alone in a foreign place, he was often bullied and mocked as a useless bookworm. He wandered aimlessly, living in dire straits. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed, yet his pockets remained empty, cleaner than his face. Yet he was unwilling to return home in disgrace. He felt it would be shameful and feared disappointing the girl waiting. He continued to drift around, taking on any work he could find. 1 year, as the year-end approached, he learned that the large courtyard needed a short-term worker for pounding rice, so he volunteered, hoping to earn a few coins a day. The owner of the large courtyard was a local gentry possessing fertile fields and properties, living in considerable wealth. That year he worked there honestly and diligently. Though he was thin and weak, he differed from the other short-term workers who, while tall and strong, were lazy and put forth minimal effort. The owner noticed all this and appreciated him. He approached Su Qingbai privately, discovering he was an educated man from the neighboring county, which piqued his interest further. As time went on, the owner often sought him out for work, and during each payment would give him a little extra. One summer in the second year, the owner hurriedly approached him, candidly stating that his daughter was pregnant, and asked if he would be willing to marry into their family. He was aware of the young lad's reputation. He had heard the gossip and scandal surrounding her, filled with all sorts of. Although the young lady was of mediocre appearance, she had a fiery temper and was unruly. Her demeanor was wild and unrestrained, indulging in various pleasures, and it was rumored that she had entanglements with many men. He suspected that the one who had gotten her pregnant might be an older steward from the courtyard or a sturdy servant. Nevertheless, he accepted the owner's request without hesitation. He felt he had endured enough hardship and didn't wish to continue living this way. The owner did not have noble intentions. He sought a scholar to cover up the situation, as family scandals should not be exposed. Even knowing this was merely a transparent attempt at deception, he thought it was better to fool others and maintain some semblance of dignity rather than let his reputation be tarnished. Moreover, he saw in the scholar a diligent worker, a free laborer for his household, eliminating the need for further payments. No matter how small the bite of a mosquito counts, he had experienced hardship before his rise and understood the value of frugality and resource management. The mountain does not reject dust, nor does the river refuse the overflow. Furthermore, the scholar had spent several years studying and presented the appearance of a learned man, which would sound better than just finding a brawny man from the streets with no education. Thus, a few days later, a hasty marriage was held at the courtyard. As it was a marriage by marriage into the family, he had no friends or relatives to attend, and his status in the household was low. His words held no weight, and he often had to endure the curious stares and derisive laughter of others. A few months later, a daughter was born, but she did not carry his surname. Another year later, a son was born, and still he did not take on his surname. After the son's birth, his status in the household improved slightly, and he no longer labored alongside the other workers. He began to follow an elderly accountant, spending his days tallying accounts and transcribing ledgers, finally securing a somewhat leisurely position. However, every night, whenever he opened the door to that room and stepped into the space, he dreaded facing the former spoiled young lady, now his fierce wife. He felt immense torment. He felt that this torment was even more exhausting than the hard labor he had shared with the other workers. Countless nights, he found himself kicked out of bed, curling up on the cold floor, staring blankly out the window, lost in thought. At such times, a white light flickered in his eyes, and he could not tell if it was tears or moonlight outside. This sight outside the courtyard, Su Qingbai finally waited for nightfall. He successfully infiltrated the large courtyard, releasing Yuxiang's lingering soul, and the two, one living and one ghost, hid within the thick night. The lights in the courtyard had been on for quite some time. After waiting for a while, the figure of the young man, Li Lang, finally appeared in the garden. At this moment, he had just finished his work in the accountant's office. He had been busy with numbers that just wouldn't add up, working until now, hungry and looking a bit tired. However, the people in the garden had already finished dinner long ago. He seemed to be accustomed to this and did not mind. He just looked a bit tired as he slowly dragged himself into the now. From the kitchen, he brought out a bowl of white rice left for him, topped with some vegetables and 2 slices of white meat. He casually pulled over a low stool, sat outside the kitchen door facing the garden, and began to eat alone. The food in the bowl had already cooled, but he ate greedily, enjoying every bite. Perhaps due to his hunger, he ate quickly, eventually lifting the bowl, tilting his head back, and using chopsticks to shovel the food into his mouth, finishing it all in a blink. After sitting dazedly for a moment, he stood up, holding the bowl and chopsticks in one hand and the stool in the other, slowly walking back into the kitchen. Sounds of washing dishes and cleaning filled the air as he tidied up. Qingbai turned his head and glanced at Yuxiang beside him. He felt a surge of anxiety. If he didn't go in soon, there might not be another chance. Yet Yuxiang stood like a wooden post, unmoving regardless of Qingbai's urging. Qingbai approached, wanting to take her hand and lead her inside, but he found that Yuxiang's face was already streaked with tears. She shook her head at Qingbai, her expression melancholic. Qingbai stared at her in confusion. Yuxiang shook her head again, tears falling to the ground. She softly pleaded with Qingbai, "Su Gongzi, my wish has been fulfilled, let us go." Back at the inn in the small town, Qingbai had been accompanying Yuxiang, sitting silently for a long time. Since returning, the once lively Yuxiang had hardly spoken a word. Qingbai, noticing her lost in thought, wisely refrained from bothering her, simply sitting quietly beside her. After a long while, Yuxiang suddenly burst into laughter, breaking the silence in the room, and said, "Thank you for tonight." Qingbai stared at her, watching for a while, before asking, "Why, after so many years of yearning, do you not wish to see him again when he is so close?" Yuxiang, with crescent-shaped smiles on her face, replied, "I have seen him already." Qingbai asked, "After waiting all these years, is it worth leaving without saying a few words?" Yuxiang pondered for a moment, seemingly speaking to herself. "I think perhaps this is the best outcome." Seeing Qingbai still watching her, she explained, "He has a family now with children. Just seeing him from afar is enough. There is no need to disturb his life. If I were to approach, what would I be? A scorned lover seeking retribution, or a third party intruding? Regardless of how we meet, it feels awkward and somewhat vulgar." Qingbai felt a twinge of pain in his heart, feeling a heaviness inside, taking a long breath. Yuxiang, however, smiled brightly and comforted Qingbai, saying, "Su Gongzi, you need not feel sorry. What I have been waiting for all these years is the graceful, eloquent young scholar of yesteryears, not this hunched, gray-haired man before me." She appeared slightly bashful, sticking out her tongue, and cautiously asked Qingbai, "Su Gongzi, am I being a bit heartless for saying this?" Qingbai admonished, "It is he who wronged you first, leading you to become who you are now. Why should you feel guilty, even mentioning him? No matter how he lives now, it was his choice back then. Even if we take 1,000 steps back, he is still alive, which is better than not. Miss you, why must you always consider others? Trying to please everyone will only exhaust yourself. Others are human too, and so are you. If someone is wrong, it is right to say so, and if you have been wronged, it should be voiced. That is fair." Yuxiang sighed softly and said, "Actually, I feel that there is no right or wrong between us. If it hadn't been for my parents forcing him, we might not have ended up like this. If there is blame, it lies in the unpredictability of life and the whims of fate." Qingbai remained silent for a long time, finally, sighing in love, right and wrong blur. Because someone loves or dislikes, they choose not to mention or to speak of right and wrong. Sometimes what is wrong is also right, and what is right may be wrong. If we abandon right and wrong, perhaps only the rational and the infatuated, the heartless and the heartbroken will remain. If life were only as it was at first sight, why would autumn winds mourn over painted fans? On the second day, as dawn broke, Qingbai set off on his journey without delay. By the afternoon, he arrived at a small mountain village with Yuxiang's lingering spirit. This was the address he had learned from the city god temple, the place where Yuxiang would reincarnate in this life. Qingbai found several dilapidated adobe houses at the edge of the village and encountered a little girl about 6 or 7 years old. The little girl was sitting in the sheep pen, playing alone. She was barefoot, her clothing thin and tattered, covered in a layer of dark dirt. Her hair was messy and shoulder-length, knotted and tangled with some dried grass, resembling a little beggar. Her small face seemed to have not been washed for a long time, the base color indistinguishable, with only her 2 dark large eyes exposed, lacking a hint of sparkle. Qingbai approached and softly called out to her several times, but found that the little girl seemed to be unaware, ignoring him. She was engrossed in her own play. Due to her incomplete mental faculties, she could not yet speak, and had no companions to play with since childhood. Occasionally, 2 little rabbit-like creatures would come to play with her, but mostly with the intention to tease and bully her. At present her parents were likely working in the fields. They had no means to care for her, and during busy farming times they would lock her alone in the sheep pen to prevent her from running around. Su Qingbai opened the fence of the sheep pen and walked in. The pen was quite messy with a strong odor of sheep filling the air. He squatted down, patted the little girl's head, and called out, "Little girl." Finally the little girl looked up. She was not afraid of the stranger. With her hands gesturing, she babbled something unintelligible. Su Qingbai shook off several lumps of sheep droppings that she had been holding in her palms, then found a clean towel to simply wipe her face and hands. After cleaning her face, although her complexion still seemed unwell, her features were surprisingly delicate. Su Qingbai took out a black umbrella, opened it, and stood under it with Yu Xiang, who had emerged. After cleaning her face, although her complexion still seemed unwell, her features were surprisingly delicate. Su Qingbai took out a black umbrella, opened. Su Qingbai chuckled and teased, yet another beauty in the making. Since ancient times women have loved beauty, who wouldn't enjoy being complimented? Yu Xiang, like others, was no exception. She seemed quite pleased, her face lighting up with 2 crescent moons. Yu Xiang pinched the little girl's face and smiled at Su Qingbai, saying, "It's a pity that by the time I grow up, Master Su will already be old." Su Qingbai retorted with a laugh, "By the time you grow up, there will be many handsome gentlemen in the world for you to choose from. Why mention me? I cannot wait for you." Yu Xiang let out a ringing laugh, saying mischievously, "When I grow up, I still want to find a gentleman like you, Master." After some playful banter, Su Qingbai finally sobered up. He nodded to Yu Xiang, bowed to bid farewell, and said, "I wish, miss you, that in this life you will find your destined partner." Yu Xiang slightly bent her knees and returned the gesture slowly. Su Qingbai then took out another talisman he had obtained from the city god temple. This was a blue talisman called the Rebirth Talisman, capable of temporarily opening the cycle of reincarnation for spirits, assisting them in their rebirth. His expression turned solemn, and with gravity he recited incantations, igniting the talisman before tossing it out. The Rebirth Talisman slowly burned, hovering in midair between Yu Xiang's lingering spirit and the little girl. With a smile, Yu Xiang's form gradually transformed into a wisp of light smoke, swirling away, slowly entering the little girl's wide-open forehead. Su Qingbai stood by, waving goodbye. Just before the soul dissipated, he saw her lips slightly parting. After a long moment, Su Qingbai finally understood her words. "May Master Su in this life never meet an unkind person." After the spirit entered her body, the little girl fell into a deep sleep. Su Qingbai carried her onto a pile of hay, then gathered some more hay to cover her to prevent her from catching cold. He did not wait for the little girl to wake up, feeling it inappropriate to disturb her new life. If there was fate, it would remain, and they would meet again someday. He also did not wait for the little girl's family. With the spirit now complete and her mind restored, she would surely give her parents a big surprise. By the evening, Su Qingbai was already enjoying the evening breeze, walking on the winding mountain path. The setting sun cast a long shadow of him as he strode forward. The little girl lying on the hay slowly awakened. She opened her eyes wide, her dark eyes now shining with a hint of brightness. In her arms was a wrinkled old bundle. In her hand, she held a skewer of candied hawthorn, glistening red and juicy. Yu Xiang's lingering soul was settled. Su Qingbai walked another 200 miles and arrived at the giant camphor county within the borders of Qingbai. This area is mountainous with few flatlands and is rich in giant woods. Craftsmen often cut trees in the mountains and transported the giant timber along the winding river as tribute for the Qingbai kingdom and the Diyu dynasty. However, due to the rugged terrain and its proximity to the Great Xiong border, giant Camphor County is plagued by bandits year-round with severe banditry issues. Su Qingbai's purpose in taking this detour was simple and pure. Before this trip, he had promised the girl that he would stop by her parents' graves and pour out 2 cups of turbid wine. When Huangya was 5 years old, her village was raided by horse bandits, and her parents and relatives were brutally killed. Later, thanks to Su Qingbai and his mother passing by, they helped bury the deceased and took the young Huangya to Jiangnan to raise her. In the more than 10 years that followed, due to the great distance between the 2 places and their young ages, Huangya had never been able to return to pay her respects. Before this trip, Su Qingbai had discussed the northern route with Huangya. When she heard that Su Qingbai would pass through Qingbai, she shyly asked if he could take a detour to giant Camphor County. Su Qingbai understood her intentions and readily agreed. On this day, he carried the items for the memorial and, relying on his childhood memories, finally found the ruins of that village in the valley. Over a decade later, this place had fallen into ruin with remnants of walls and collapsed structures everywhere. Tall reeds and wild grasses had submerged the fallen houses, leaving no trace of human presence. Su Qingbai went to a grove beside the village, brushing aside the wild grass, and several abandoned graves came into view. Due to the hasty burial back then and the lack of care over the years, these graves had turned into low mounds overgrown with weeds. Su Qingbai took out the sickle he had prepared in advance and spent half a day one grave after another cutting through the weeds to reveal the soil beneath. Back then, due to time constraints, they had only found some wooden boards and hastily inscribed a few words using them as gravestones. After so many years, some wooden plaques had disappeared, those that remained were either rotten or leaning precarious. Su Qingbai ran back into the village, finding some wooden boards among the broken bricks and tiles to replace the severely decayed gravestones, and propped up the ones that were still usable, reinforcing them with stones. After tidying everything up, Su Qingbai took out incense and candles, lighting them in front of each grave. He gathered the variety of offerings and ran to each grave to burn paper and bow respectfully. In the grove, wisps of blue smoke immediately rose, filling the air. The time spent cutting grass and erecting gravestones had taken up much of Su Qingbai's time. Now that it was dark on the mountain, he did not wish to rush the process and considered spending the night on the mountain. He took out the 2 jars of yellow wine he had brought from the foot of the mountain, opened one bottle, and poured it over each grave. He opened a bottle for himself and drank slowly alongside them, not stopping. This was his first time actively drinking. By midnight, Su Qingbai had consumed a significant amount and was now drunk. In this remote wilderness, he had begun to lose his composure. The first drunken experience of his youth had arrived, making his head feel heavy, his feet light, his speech slightly slurred, and his tongue somewhat clumsy. Typically reserved, he now seemed very open. He babbled incessantly, running from one grave to another, talking to them, as if he had many words to say, more like he was confessing. Under the bright moonlight, the youth finally succumbed to drunkenness. He fell asleep among the dense shadows of the mountains amidst the several abandoned graves. The sky served as a cover with fine grass like a mat. After a gust of mountain wind, the branches of trees swayed in the breeze, rustling. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled light beneath the trees. On one of the wooden plaques, the shadows of the trees were blown apart by the wind, revealing the inscriptions on the surface. At the top it read, "Grave of the late Huang Ting." Below it stated, "Miss Huang Ya." However, at some unknown time, a kind-hearted person had added a new line of small text beneath it, clearly visible in the moonlight: "Son-in-law Su Qingbai." And that kind-hearted person was currently lying drunk on the ground. At this moment, he snored loudly, sleeping soundly with a faint smile playing on his lips. In mid-May, Su Qingbai traveled a long way and finally arrived at the northern border of the Diyue dynasty in Qingbai country at Jiming City. Beyond here, if one travels further north, they would leave the Diyue dynasty and enter the territory of the great Xiongnu dynasty. For the past decade, the 2 great dynasties, each leading their own vassal states, have been embroiled in constant conflict. Qingbai country, bordering the mountainous and ghostly realm of the great Xiongnu dynasty, has become the epicenter of this conflict, with both sides taking turns to attack and defend, resulting in unending military engagements. However, after more than 10 years of back-and-forth fighting, neither side has managed to decisively conquer the other. It resembles 2 neighboring families that can't stand each other, harboring resentment and bickering daily, yet not escalating to the point of armed conflict. Now both dynasties have gathered large armies at the border, sharpening their blades and exuding murderous intent. Since the beginning of spring this year, several small-scale skirmishes have occurred here as the weather warmed, resulting in both sides suffering numerous casualties, yet neither has gained a clear advantage. Years of warfare have led to desolation within both Qingbai country and the neighboring Ghost Mountain country. Conditions behind the border are somewhat better. After years of back and forth, they have grown accustomed to the cycle of military incursions, where today one side invades and tomorrow the other pushes back, leading to a sense of numbness. But for those living along this border, life has been unbearably hard. In the chaos of war, traders cannot sustain stable businesses. For those tending to the fields, life is even tougher. They must constantly guard against rogue soldiers raiding for plunder, and may find themselves paying taxes to Qingbai country one year only to owe tribute to Ghost Mountain country the next. Due to the prolonged standoff between the armies, the shifting front lines have altered the border, leaving residents uncertain whether they belong to the Diyue dynasty or the great Xiongnu dynasty. As a result, the border is now sparsely populated. Those with any means of escape have already fled. Local residents have moved south and north, seeking warmer climates in the south or colder ones in the north. They have ceded this territory to the 2 great dynasties to play their games of military maneuvering. After all, there is an old saying: it is better to be a dog in times of peace than a person in times of chaos. Jiming City, located on the front line, is a crucial garrison for the Diyue dynasty. Unlike the cities further back from the border, Jiming City is tightly controlled. The military oversees all affairs within its walls. During the day, soldiers patrol the city, and at night a curfew is enforced. The atmosphere is oppressive yet orderly. Su Qingbai approached the city gates, informed the guarding soldiers of his purpose, and produced a seal from his pocket. The seal was given to Su Qingbai by Long Xingzhou at the banks of Gaoshui Lake. It was said to be arranged by the old man Long and Master Song, bearing the stamp of the general's office. The guarding soldier took the seal from Su Qingbai's hand with a calm demeanor, initially paying little attention. In recent years, many young masters have come to the border using various connections to join the military and then hiding in the rear to gain military merits. He assumed this young man before him was also one of those. However, when he unfolded the seal and took a closer look, his expression turned serious and somewhat flustered. The seal contained only a few lines of text briefly outlining Su Qingbai's identity and mentioning the arrangements for his reception, resembling a simple travel pass or letter of introduction. But at the bottom of the seal was a striking red stamp of the general's office. It is well known that within the Dua dynasty there are indeed many generals among the military. However, only one person dares to call himself the Grand General, the highest-ranking official of the dynasty, known as the Wolf Commander, leading hundreds of generals, the Sage of War Grand General Li Ziqing. The guarding soldier became increasingly respectful towards Su Qingbai. Not daring to make any rash decisions, he told Su Qingbai to wait a moment and hurriedly ran into the city to report. In just a few moments he returned with a man who appeared to be an officer. The officer politely took the seal from Su Qingbai's hands, verified it, and said, "Recently someone from the general's office informed us that young Master Su would be arriving at Jiming City shortly. We didn't expect you to arrive a few days later than anticipated." Su Qingbai clasped his fists in response and said, "I encountered some delays on the road, which caused the slight." The officer smiled and replied, "No worries, no worries. We have already completed the enlistment procedures for young Master Su. We just need you to sign and seal a few documents at the military office, and you will be officially enlisted." The officer then waved his hand, and a nearby soldier rushed forward to take the light bundle from Su Qingbai, offering to carry it. The officer then personally led Su Qingbai towards the military office. After a short walk in the city, the three arrived at the military office. At the entrance stood a middle-aged man dressed in military administrative garb, clearly having received prior notice from the city gate, waiting outside. With keen eyes, the middle-aged man spotted the trio from a distance amidst the bustling entrance. He jogged over, calling out, "Deputy Officer Zhu, the messenger just left, and you arrived right after. What a swift pace. Truly a spring breeze riding a fast horse." The called Deputy Officer Zhu halted, clasping his fists and chuckling, "Old Yang, don't call me that. I am the Deputy Officer, not just a plain officer." He introduced the newcomer to Su Qingbai. This Old Yang is the chief clerk at the military office named Yang Wanli, an administrative officer managing the military records and supplies in Jiming City. The guiding Deputy Officer Zhu belongs to the City Defense Battalion named Zhu Gong and is a genuine military. He was promoted about 2 months ago and is currently enthusiastic in his new role, which is why Yang Wanli teased him. Now both hold the same military rank and position, being deputies in the same department. They often drink together, so their camaraderie allows for light-hearted banter without anyone taking it to heart. Standing to the side, Yang Wanli sized up Su Qingbai with curiosity mixed with a hint of gossip. No one from the general's office has directly contacted him, yet he obviously has some insider knowledge. He often drinks with Zhu Gong and his group, sometimes even footing the bill. If he couldn't catch wind of these little tidbits, all that drinking would be for naught. He was simply a bit curious. In recent years, the only time the general's office has personally introduced someone was when a young lady was carried in a bridal sedan. He has long been intrigued to see who this important figure is. Zhu Gong handed Su Qingbai over to Yang Wanli, fulfilling his task. Seeing Su Qingbai was quite young, he knew his background must also be extraordinary. He figured this young man would likely make a name for himself in the military, undoubtedly someone worth befriending. However, the general's office only instructed the City Defense Battalion to let the Su surname youth through and to guide him to the military office for enlistment assistance. Nothing more was mentioned. Yang Wanli thought it somewhat unreasonable to leave behind his important duties at the city defense just to personally escort Su Qingbai. The general is known for his strict military discipline, and he didn't want to give anyone grounds to criticize him. After nearly 20 years in the military, he understood this principle well. He felt that if he continued to pursue this matter without discretion, he would indeed risk being seen as someone neglecting their duties. After so many years of warfare, many in the current military have earned merits. However, having military merits is one thing, being able to convert those merits into a tangible military position is quite another. He was aware that many had plenty of military merits, but were waiting in line for vacancies. He had just been promoted and was under the watch of another officer, so he felt he had to act cautiously. As the saying goes, caution will sail 1,000 ships. Just before parting ways with Su Qingbai, he patted the young man's shoulder, reminding him not to forget to come find him at the City Defense Battalion for drinks in the future. Su Qingbai cupped his hands and smiled, saying, "Of course. I must treat Brother Zhu properly when the time comes." Zhu Gong laughed and said, "Good." Before leading the soldier away, Zhu Gong felt that his efforts today were not in vain. Although the young man was not old, he was certainly someone adept at navigating situations. Meanwhile, Yang Wanli, the chief clerk at the military office, led Su Qingbai into the office with a somewhat playful. First, the general's office had not directly contacted him, so he had to pretend to be unaware. Second, after many years in the clerk position, he had lost interest in promotions, unlike Zhu Gong, who was riding high and eager to climb the ranks. Now his greatest pleasure was finishing a day's work properly, and then gathering with a few friends to drink heartily. In the midst of the drinking, once everyone was tipsy, they would quietly gossip about which general's concubines had the slimmest waists. Yang Wanli took out several documents for Su Qingbai to review. These papers had been prepared in advance through the city defense battalion. After flipping through them, Su Qingbai signed, and before long his enlistment procedures were completed. However, he felt a strange sensation in his heart, like he had just signed a contract of servitude. Although he had been mentally prepared, he couldn't help but feel a sense of sentimentality. Just a year ago, he would never have imagined that he who was diligently studying would find himself in the military today, trading his pen for a sword and stepping onto the battlefield. He thought to himself, life is truly unpredictable and wonderfully strange. It seems that there is an invisible red thread guiding you forward. Whether it be fate or fortune, it secretly directs your steps. One's personal effort and destiny may align, adding to one's success, or they may diverge completely, leading to dissatisfaction. When directions clash, human effort and destiny battle it out. If destiny wins, it's called fate intervenes. If human effort prevails by chance, it's called what one can achieve by their own effort. Some say life is determined by fate, luck, and feng shui, by accumulating virtue, by studying, by fame, by appearance, by reverence for deities, by befriending the powerful, and by maintaining health. Among these, the first three and the last four represent innate qualities and acquired ones respectively, with both sides holding equal weight, making them quite balanced. However, in terms of ranking, it seems that fate carries a bit more weight. Yet some say circumstances arise from the heart. My fate is mine to control, not dictated by heaven. It appears there are always those who do not believe in deities or fate, believing they can defy destiny, and that the reins of life can firmly be held in their own hands. Over here, Su Qingbai completed signing a pile of documents, officially entering military service. His eyes lingered on Su Qingbai's calligraphy, unable to look away for a long time. The characters were not only neat, but also gave off an aura of dragons and snakes in motion, the strokes penetrating the paper, prompting him to exclaim in admiration. You see, in the military, especially among the soldiers and generals, most are rough men. When they wield their swords, their movements are fluid and graceful, exuding an air of confidence. However, if you ask them to pick up a pen, their posture is as awkward as it gets, and one cannot expect them to write. Some among them cannot even recognize large characters, and when signing, they can only muster the courage to draw a crooked circle as a substitute, hence the need for seals. Yang Wanli had not seen such beautiful handwriting in a long time, and he could not help but say, Brother Su, I didn't expect someone your age to have such skill in writing. I've studied for a few years, and have tried copying some famous works. I can only say my handwriting is somewhat tidy, Su Qingbai replied with a smile. Yang Wanli thought for a moment, and couldn't help but asked cautiously, then why have you stopped reading and come to the... You must know, when two armies clash, it is far from the light-hearted descriptions found in books. In battle, it's either you die or I die. It is not comparable to ordinary brawls or quarrels. The dangers and horrors involved, only those who have truly experienced war can comprehend 7 or 8. We scholars, even if we possess great knowledge, if we lack a strong body or martial skills, when we truly reach the battlefield, what use will that knowledge be? Su Qingbai sensed that the other party doubted his purpose for joining the army, likely mistaking him for one of those idle young masters seeking to gain military merit without effort. Su Qingbai was not angry. After some thought, he replied, since ancient times many scholars have abandoned their pens for military service, there are countless military scholars in the world. To protect our homes and country, to fight in battles, has never been the sole responsibility of a few, it is a duty for all. He was unsure whether this chief clerk was doubting him or simply caring about him. You need not worry, Master Yang. I am indeed a scholar, but over the years I have also practiced martial arts to strengthen myself, and I possess some skills. When the day comes to face the battlefield, I believe I will not be timid or drag anyone down. Yang Wanli's expression remained unchanged. Over the years he had seen many young people at the military office, all of whom boasted boldly upon arrival, only to quickly backtrack and flee without a trace. Yang Wanli simply nodded and lightly replied, no longer saying much. He did not feel the need to argue. He preferred to remain an observer. Leaving everything to time, whether one is a dragon or a worm will naturally be revealed. He called over a soldier to lead Su Qingbai to report to the military camp. He even remained seated at the desk, smiling as he waved goodbye to Su Qingbai. Su Qingbai cupped his hands in salute, left the military office, and finally stopped outside a tent. The soldier leading the way approached, reported briefly, and turned to wave at Su Qingbai. Su Qingbai thanked the soldier, who hurried back to relay the message, then stepped into the tent alone. As soon as he entered, everyone inside the tent turned to look at him in unison. Instantly 7 or 8 gazes fell upon Su Qingbai, filled with curiosity, mockery, disdain, and intrigue. A large warrior among them stood up and heavily patted Su Qingbai on the shoulder, laughing heartily. "Brother, Su, you finally made it today. We've been waiting for you." Su Qingbai felt the force behind that slap. It was definitely more than just a casual pat. The person had clearly used some skill, as if to gauge Su Qingbai's abilities. Su Qingbai thought that if that slap had landed on someone like the chubby Fong Peng, he would probably be sitting on the ground. Su Qingbai didn't mind, as he indeed had connections, and came in through the back door. Given this fact, it was no wonder others might talk about it. He respectfully bowed to the crowd inside, neither servile nor overbearing, and said, "The journey was long, and I encountered some trivial matters. I hope you all will forgive me." The crowd had already heard about the large warrior mentioning that a young person would be sent by the general's mansion to report. Although they were somewhat confused, each one had their own speculations. Most were curious and somewhat expectant, while some were dismissive, having a mindset to watch the show. Now that they finally saw Su Qingbai in person, and noting his calm response and decent manners, unlike the arrogant behavior of those wealthy young masters, they found him quite acceptable, at least with a good first impression. The large warrior showed a hint of surprise on his face, but he concealed it well. Then he adopted a carefree demeanor, pulling Su Qingbai along and introducing him to everyone in the tent. "This place is the Green Willow camp of the Great Yu Border Army, and everyone present are warriors from the camp. The large warrior is named Gao Changong, the camp commander, overseeing all affairs. There is also a captain of a 100-man squad named Lin Yofing, a tall and sturdy man. In the corner stood a squad leader named Lu Huan, whose military rank was much lower than those present. He was likely called in temporarily to wait for someone. Before arriving, Su Qingbai had done some homework, so he was somewhat aware of military matters and was not complete. The three major dynasties of today's world, while differing in military structure, are fundamentally similar. Considering factors like overstaffing, understaffing, injuries, and new recruits, the basic structure is as follows. 5 men form a squad led by a squad leader. 5 squads form a section, about 20 to 30 men, led by a section leader. 5 sections form a company, about 100 men, led by a company commander. 5 companies form a battalion, about 500 men, led by a battalion commander. 5 battalions form a regiment, about 2,000 to 3,000 men, led by a regimental commander. 5 regiments form an army, about 10,000 to 20,000 men, led by a general. The Green Willow Camp is a reconnaissance unit highly esteemed in the Great Yu Border Army. The so-called reconnaissance soldiers, also known as scouts, are responsible for infiltration and reconnaissance. Before the two armies engage, information about how many troops the opponent has, who the commanding general is, where they have advanced to, and where they are camped, is all gathered by scouts sent out to investigate, and then relayed back to their own side. Thus, in any dynasty, scouts in the army are elite warriors selected from the best, requiring not only strength and exceptional skills, but also sharp minds. Additionally, they must possess excellent computational judgment and disguise abilities. These individuals must be proficient in swordplay, archery, horsemanship, and close combat, excelling in all 18 martial arts. In the Great Yu Border Army, there are both cavalry and infantry scouts. The Green Willow Camp is infantry consisting of 3 companies left, center, and right, totaling about 300 men. There is also a White Feather Camp belonging to cavalry scouts, which also has 3 companies with numbers similar to those of the Green Willow Camp. Each cavalry and infantry camp has around 300 men, yet they are all invaluable assets in the army. Losing even one would deeply concern the generals and officers. You must understand, passing through the layers of selection to become a scout is no easy feat. To become a qualified scout after selection, one must undergo various diverse training and assessments, leading to elimination. By the end of it, few remain. Someone once joked that the amount of silver spent on training a scout is enough to form a 100-man light infantry squad, indicating the substantial investment involved. Thus, scouts hold a very high status in the army. Even an ordinary soldier from the Green Willow Camp, when seen by the battalion or regimental commanders, will be treated with respect. If any force departs and can be assigned 3 to 5 scouts to accompany them, the commander would be overjoyed. Although Gao Changong is merely a small commander of 300 men, his influence is significant. The Green Willow Camp is directly governed by the general, and ordinary officers and generals cannot reach him. He only obeys the orders of the highest commander of the border army, and has the privilege to attend various levels of military meetings, possessing both the right to speak and to vote on military strategies, with real power surpassing many generals. Not long ago, the general's mansion unexpectedly wanted to send someone to the Green Willow Camp. At that time, it was merely said that a young person would be sent to report, and that the camp should arrange accordingly, following all protocols. He immediately summoned several subordinate commanders to discuss. A group of men surrounded the table, chattering for half a day, but failed to reach any conclusions. They speculated that the newcomer might have some connection to the general's mansion, but why he was sent to the Green Willow Camp remained unclear. Whether it was for training, or perhaps to face some challenges, or even harm, they could not be certain. After all, if it was merely for gaining military merit, there would be no need to send him to the Green Willow Camp, right? Here, every task requires real effort, and each time is a matter of life and death. The risks are high. After much discussion, they finally reached a consensus leaning more towards training. The general Li Ziqing in their minds is like a war god, upright and honorable, certainly not the type to engage in underhanded dealings. Thus, regarding how to place Su Qingbai, Commander Gao Changgong had already made up his mind in advance. Gao Changgong had indeed intended to gauge Su Qingbai's abilities. He wanted to see if this young man had what it takes to grow into a true scout. If he had some skills, it would be easy to arrange him according to the plan. However, if he turned out to be useless, they would have to rethink and come up with a strategy. Even if it meant enduring a scolding from the general, they would still leave the newcomer in a slightly stable position to lounge around, allowing him to enjoy his pay and gather military merit. That wouldn't be a problem. They could not force him into the fray lest he wreak havoc in the scout camp. After all, the scout camp is no child's play. Fortunately, Su Qingbai faced Gao Chang's slap earlier without turning pale or gasping for breath, which made Gao Changgong view him in a new light and relieved him, saving him from many headaches. Gao Changgong placed a hand on Su Qingbai's shoulder, appearing somewhat casual, and pointed to the Captain Lin Yofeng, smiling, as he said, "From now on you'll serve in Captain Lin's company. Perform well and strive for merit." He then turned to the straight-backed squad leader Lu Huan and said, "Old Lu, your position has been vacant since old Luo left for half a year. Let Su Qingbai fill in there." Suddenly faced with a hot potato, Lu Huan glanced at Commander Gao Changgong, looking as though he wanted to say something but hesitated. He then turned to Captain Lin Yofeng, seemingly hoping for him to say a few words in support. Lin Yufeng stood tall and still seemingly lost in thought, eventually looking up at the sky, feigning. Seeing this, Gao Changgong continued, without giving him an option to refuse, "When you're free, teach him your skills hand in hand. Whether he can take over your position is uncertain, but we're all of an age where we should cultivate some young talent." Upon hearing this, squad leader Lu Huan knew the matter was settled, so he said no more and replied, "Understood." At that moment, Su Qingbai stood awkwardly in the room. Everyone was discussing his situation, yet it all felt unrelated to him, and he could not interject. Once everything was discussed, Gao Changgong waved his hand and slapped Su Qingbai on the other shoulder, laughing, "Let's go. I'll personally escort you to the barracks with old Lin and old Luo." Su Qingbai grimaced and moved his shoulder and arm. While getting slapped like that now means both shoulders are. Xinchang Lu Huan led Su Qingbai ahead, followed by the 100-man team leader Lin Yofeng, and further behind was the officer Gao Changgong. The four of them walked down the road, causing the soldiers by the roadside to stop and salute, their hands raised in salute. Soon Lu Huan brought Su Qingbai to a tent, pulled back the door curtain, and entered first. The three behind Su Qingbai followed suit, entering the tent one after another. Inside the tent, 4 people stood up from their beds or stools, standing straight and tall. Su Qingbai surveyed the 4 people inside, 3 of whom were older and already middle-aged, while the remaining one was of similar age to him, with a rather youthful face. Lu Huan addressed the 4, saying, "Old Luo has been gone for over half a year. Today, Officer Gao has arranged for our brother Su to fill the gap. Everyone should get to know each other. From now on, we are all brothers, and we must work together in unity." Su Qingbai cupped his fists towards the 4 inside and said, "I am Su Qingbai from the Chunshan County of Tianxiang Kingdom, and I hope to receive your guidance in the future." After a brief silence, one of the older soldiers spoke first, saying, "I am Feng Wanyin, the bowman of the first squad of the left team of the Green Willow Camp. I greet you, squad leader Su." With someone taking the lead, the other 2 older soldiers also stepped forward to pay their respects, one named Jiang Dafu, and the other named Gong Shun, both being scouts of this squad. The remaining young man, hesitating for a moment and tugged at the hem by the soldier named Gong Shun, finally spoke, his voice tinged with anger and resentment, "I am Gong Ping, the standard bearer of this squad." This young man, who called himself Gong Ping, spoke, while looking up, not meeting Su Qingbai's gaze, and after finishing turned his head aside. The atmosphere in the tent became somewhat awkward. It turned out that the old Luo mentioned earlier by Gao Changgong and Lu Huan was the squad leader who had gone missing during a mission last year after being tracked down by enemy scouts. The position of squad leader had been vacant for over half a year, and the squad members initially believed that the bowman named Feng Wanyin would naturally take over, but no one expected that today a competitor would emerge. In the military, when there is a vacancy, who takes over is usually determined by the higher-ups. As long as one can gain the people's support, it is generally acceptable. However, they had heard that the newcomer was a rookie, seemingly a rich young master, who joined the army merely to gain benefits, which caused them some resentment. The others felt a bit disgruntled, but the 3 veterans, seeing the grand scene today, with not only squad leader Lu Huan, but also the rarely seen Captain Lin Yufeng and Officer Gao Changgong present, chose to hold their tongues. However, Gong Ping, being a young rookie, was unafraid of tigers, disregarding the authority of the captain and officer, as they usually did not interfere with him. He continued to sulk and spoke heatedly. Gong Ping and Gong Shun were siblings with an age difference of more than 10 years. Their family was poor, so the older brother Gong Shun joined the army first. Over the years, every time Gong Shun returned home on leave, the younger brother Gong Ping would cling to his imposing brother, asking him to share interesting stories from the army, his eyes filled with admiration for his brother and longing for military life. Last year, when Gong Ping insisted he was grown up and wanted to join the army, Gong Shun could not stop him, and after obtaining their parents' consent, brought him into the military. After all, among the three brothers in their family, the youngest was still at home, and their parents felt somewhat at ease knowing someone was there to take care of him. Since being brought to the army by his brother, Gong Ping had made great progress. He had been in the infantry for only 3 months before passing various assessments and successfully entering the Green Willow camp, becoming a scout. The older brother Gong Shun, overjoyed, asked the then squad leader and squad leader Lu Huan to arrange for his brother to join their squad, hoping to keep him close and look after him. Becoming a scout was already not easy, but now the two brothers from the Gong family, both being scouts and in the same squad, quickly became a well-known story in the military. It is said that even the usually stern General Li Ziqing praised them with an exclamation of good. As a standard bearer, Gong Ping was mainly responsible for delivering military intelligence, often needing to run back and forth to relay information gathered from the front lines. He was considered a rare talent among scouts with exceptional eyesight, stealth ability, and endurance. In the past half year, he had completed several missions exceptionally well. In his spare time, he would learn sword techniques from his brother Gong Shun and seek advice on stealth and camouflage from the experienced veteran named Jiang Dafu. The military already had divisions for archers, crossbowmen, short crossbowmen, and halberdiers. Feng Wanyan, being a dedicated bowman in the scout troop, was undoubtedly an expert among experts. Feng Wanyan had some renown in the border army of Daiyue, as he not only possessed incredible arm strength capable of drawing a 3-stone bow with ease, but also had skills in quick aiming and shooting multiple arrows in succession. Due to the nature of reconnaissance, the Green Willow camp did not equip specialized bows and arrows. However, even with the standard 1-stone light bow in the camp, he shot farther and more accurately than others, earning him the title of a godly archer. Having spent considerable time with Feng Wanyan, Gong Ping couldn't help but admire this veteran deeply. Last year, their squad infiltrated the territory of the Great Huns, and old squad leader Luo had never returned, leaving the squad leader position vacant. The remaining 4 in the squad believed that it was time for Feng Wanyan to step up. This veteran had enough experience, capability, and achievements, and his character was beyond reproach, earning everyone's respect. Feng Wanyan could have easily been promoted to a 100-man leader based on his accumulated military achievements if he were assigned to an ordinary border camp. However, in the Green Willow camp, where training scouts was extremely challenging, they were regarded as precious assets, and thus they were never easily let go. Here, not only were military command soldier status and resources independent from regular border camps, but promotions and advancements also followed their own system. If there were no vacancies, no matter how much military achievement one accumulated, they could only endure within the camp. Thus, Gong Ping acted like a fool, deliberately putting on a dark expression and speaking harshly in front of the officer and captain. Su Qingbai was initially confused when he heard the 3 old soldiers calling him Su Wuzhong. Neither the Colonel Gao Changgong nor the guide squad leader Lu Huan had mentioned this to him. Earlier in the colonel's tent, they quickly arranged things for him. He only heard that they needed to fill a position for old Luo, but he never expected that this old Luo would actually be a Wuzhong with an official title. He originally thought he would just be a common soldier, never anticipating that he would start off as a Wuzhong. He felt a bit emotional. It seems that whether in politics or the military, one must have connections to thrive. Here he was fresh to the scene, already surpassing several seasoned soldiers who had fought for 10 or 20 years. No wonder there were so many people complaining about the unfairness of the world. Some people toil their entire lives just to build a house to have a place to call home, while others spend their whole lives saving a few taels of silver so as not to burden their children and live without worry in old age. Meanwhile, in some places there are those born with a golden key adorned in gold and silver from a young age, living a life where food is delivered and clothes are handed to them, even lamenting why not eat meat porridge. Perhaps there has never been such a thing as fairness in this world, or rather there is no absolute fairness. Good deeds are rewarded and evil deeds punished are merely afterthoughts. I've never seen anyone who committed heinous acts immediately struck down by lightning, nor have I seen a just and virtuous person who dies with a smile in the afterlife. Do you not see the whitewashed walls and vermilion gates with fierce dogs that prey on the starving old men by the roadside? Do you not see the emaciated oxen in the rice fields, exhausted and cooked in their old age? Do you not see the young children in fine homes surrounded by courtesans in winter and breezes in summer? Do you not see the loyal bones buried by the riverbanks, left unclaimed by the rain and wind? This world is vast and intricate, yet full of gaps. With so many people in this world, perhaps the heavens cannot oversee it all. If you were to ask about fairness, it might say to you, I'm sorry, absolute fairness is impossible, but I will try for relative fairness. The heavenly way indeed has cycles, but mainly in relation to the world as a whole. Perhaps in some unseen way it reflects heavenly intent. However, for individuals or specific matters, does heaven truly care? When one person gains enlightenment, even their chickens and dogs prosper, yet a fire at the city gate can bring disaster to the fish in the moat. The chickens and dogs are raised at home, while the fish are fed outside the city. One cannot determine which is superior. There's no way to compare. If that's the case, should one throw away their conscience? No, I will just focus on being the best version of myself, comparing only to myself. There is no absolute fairness, so do not compare yourself to others. There is relative fairness, so compare yourself to yourself. The heavens have their laws, yet through effort there is a path. In this world, the common person must maintain a heart inclined towards goodness, act in accordance with their conscience, and strive, without shame before others, listening to fate, while not forgetting to exhaust their own efforts. Those who strive towards goodness may not be noticed by the heavens, but that is only a matter of circumstance. Those who commit many evils may likewise be overlooked, but it may just be a matter of time. Life lasts for several decades, both fleeting and long, both wondrous and unpredictable. I can face it calmly. Can you find peace in your dreams? Inside the tent, Qingbai gathered his thoughts. Since he had inexplicably become a wuzhong, he did not refuse, for doing so would seem pretentious. He simply clasped his fists to the three old soldiers Feng Wanyan, Jiang Dafu, and Gong Shun, and smiled at the young soldier Gong Ping, who was around his age. At this moment, saying too much would be useless. Besides the colonel, the squad leader, and the squad leader were all present in the tent, and speaking too much might make him seem like he was trying to flaunt authority. He did not want to ride on anyone's coattails. What kind of person he was, whether he was qualified for others' genuine friendship, and whether he had the ability to sit in the position of wuzhong. None of these could be proven by mere words. There was no rush for this matter, it would take time. Gao Chonggong watched the actions of everyone in the tent, closely, feeling enlightened. He quickly took squad leader Lin Yufeng and squad leader Lu Huan away, saying he wanted to have a chat with them. Outside the tent, Lu Huan, who was being pulled along, felt a bit frustrated and deliberately slowed his pace, increasing the distance from the leading Gao Chonggong, whispering complaints to Lin Yufeng. Sai old Feng has had a rough time. He has fought in life and death for half his life, and has seen two wuzhangs come and go, yet now he finds himself without a position. Lin Yufeng, who usually was a quiet person, struggled to find words, and at this moment strategically looked at the sky, still not responding. Hearing the murmurs behind him, Gao Chonggong stopped his steps. Lu Huan immediately turned red, lowering his... Once the two behind caught up, Gao Chonggong turned around and said to them, I have my thoughts on old Feng's situation. The general plans to establish a divine machine camp after the new year, consisting entirely of archers. We most likely won't be able to keep him. I estimate that by the time old Feng arrives, he will at least start as a squad leader, and perhaps he could even become a team leader. Upon hearing this, Lu Huan's frown immediately relaxed, and he cheerfully said, That's great. The colonel is truly wise. Gao Chonggong spat and teased. Your flattery skills are just like this, repeating the same thing over and over. There's no subtlety in your praise. Flattery should be delivered gently, subtly, and without leaving a trace to truly resonate. Lu Huan, upon hearing this, suddenly stood at attention and saluted, his face beaming, and replied loudly, The colonel is wise. Gao Chonggong looked at the fool before him and shook his head, muttering, It seems you really lack this talent. Standing beside them, the usually quiet Lin Yufeng pondered and finally spoke. However, just throwing this young man into the barracks and elevating him so high, I wonder if he can handle it. I don't know if the benefits will outweigh the drawbacks, or vice versa. Continuing to walk ahead, Gao Chonggong, without turning back, slightly squinted his eyes, a playful smile on his face, said, Whether it's pulling seedlings to help them grow, or digging channels for irrigation, it's hard to say at this moment. We can just watch from the sidelines. Of course, it would be best if he could achieve something remarkable. But if he can't even manage a few seasoned soldiers, then that's fine too. Let him realize it soon, and leave this green willow camp in disgrace. Lin Yufeng was somewhat confused, pondering for a long time, and finally stuttering this. Gao Chonggong quickened his pace, turning back to scold. You think I want to take on this hot potato? The team leader Lin Yufeng suddenly understood, and his tall figure moved steadily, continuing to follow. Squad leader Lu Huan wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, his round body starting to gain momentum, and his short legs quickened their pace. He looked up at the tall figure of Gao Chonggong ahead, and couldn't help but think of 4 words: the colonel is wise. During these days, Qingbai lived with 4 others, training together during the day and listening to the sounds of snoring from inside the tent at night. Every day, there were several hours of practice, alternating between boxing, knife skills, sword techniques, and formations. At first, Qingbai felt clumsy and out of place, much to the delight of Gong Ping, who watched with schadenfreude. However, as he grew more familiar, Qingbai's years of martial arts practice began to show, and he became increasingly adept, quickly mastering many combat stances. During this time, Qingbai gradually integrated into this small group. Naturally, the three veterans they saw that Qingbai's skills seemed no weaker than theirs as he trained diligently every day, often drenched in sweat, enduring hardships, and they no longer viewed him as a spoiled rich kid. Moreover, they found him approachable, polite, and humble. He could enjoy both lavish meals and simple dishes, could articulate principles, and appreciated worldly jokes, gradually beginning to earn their recognition and acceptance. Feng Wanyan had no grievances. Having spent many years in the military, he had witnessed many talented individuals struggling due to a lack of luck and opportunity, ultimately unable to achieve their dreams. After all, at his age, he no longer viewed things as extremely as he did when he was younger. He had become much more gentle. He felt that life had not yet reached a dead end. If he had to stand still, so be it. It was just a matter of being teased by some old comrades while drinking. He was not envious. Being a squad leader was not a must for him. At this age, what did it matter to be a squad leader? The higher one climbed in the military, the more difficult it became, and he had long passed the golden age of youth. He thought that from a different perspective, the present was quite good, neither worried nor troubled, without burdens, and living more easily. The older brother among the two siblings, Gongshan, was a straightforward person. Perhaps in his eyes the most important thing was simply his younger brother. Old Feng had not filled the gap this time. He felt a bit melancholy inside. However, seeing that Old Feng was able to let go, he felt there was nothing to worry about, and he had developed a good impression of Qingbai over these days, delighted to see everyone getting along harmoniously. Another old soldier, Jiang Dafu, was much more slick. He always appeared careless, showing no particular friendships or animosities, greeting everyone with a smile, joking without seriousness. He understood the situation well, but often pretended to be oblivious. He seemed to feel that as a soldier he had already tied his head to his belt and had no need to worry about this or that. The worries that troubled him in the morning were only matters to consider if he was still alive at night. Compared to anxiety, he preferred to sneak out a jug of wine from time to time to drown his sorrows. The remaining troublemaker, Gong Ping, was quite interesting. He had originally waited to see Qingbai make a fool of himself, feeling a bit schadenfreude at first, then gradually becoming disappointed, until now he was completely resigned. Gong Ping actually had a slight admiration for the young squad leader. His skills were commendable. It was said that he had practiced martial arts since childhood, making his close combat formidable. Even with knife techniques and archery, this young squad leader picked them up remarkably quickly. From the first time Qingbai handled a knife and drew a bow on the training ground, Gong Ping could tell that he had probably never touched a knife or bow before. As expected, a group of old soldiers stood behind, laughing heartily, watching Qingbai swing his knife chaotically with no technique, and seeing the arrows he shot fall to the ground before even reaching the target. Gong Ping laughed heartily in the crowd. That night he was awakened by the urge to urinate, and when he returned from the restroom, he instantly lost all drowsiness, with the muscles in his face twitching. Because he saw the young squad leader standing straight in the moonlight not far away, holding a sheath in his left hand and gripping the hilt in his right, repeatedly practicing the motions of drawing and sheathing his sword. In the following nights, whether by intention or coincidence, Gong Ping would be startled awake by the urge to urinate. Each time he looked around after waking up, he would find the bed inside the tent empty, without exception. He often cursed crazy in his heart before continuing to hold it in and turning over to sleep. Gradually, Gong Ping saw Qingbai on the training ground starting to execute military knife techniques with precision. He saw him immobilize an opponent in a simulated duel. He saw him draw the bow, as if it were full moon, and the arrow hit the target 100 steps away. Gong Ping stood in the crowd of cheerers, unable to smile any longer. He felt like a defeated rooster, lowering his head, somewhat dejected. Now even the flag signaling for scouts Qingbai had memorized perfectly. He could even accurately correct Gong Ping, the flag bearer, which made Gong Ping anxious. Gong Ping simply could not understand how this young squad leader had such capabilities, exclaiming "freak," and wondered if it was because educated people had sharper minds. No wonder he could take the position of squad leader upon arrival. It seemed Old Feng had some justification for losing. Until one day Gong Ping was truly impressed by this young squad leader, feeling he was simply incomprehensible. That time, within their 100-man team, they organized a practical drill for infiltration and counterinfiltration, conducted in pairs from the squad. As per usual, Qingbai as squad leader went to draw lots. When the results were announced, they unfortunately matched up against a rival squad from the neighboring 100-man team. At that time, no one had any faith in their squad, believing that among the 5 of them, only Old Feng had some ability. Among the other 4, only 2 veterans had a bit of experience in combat strength, but they also brought along 2. Meanwhile, the opposing squad consisted of tall and strong men, each a skilled fighter in various aspects, and the outcome seemed already predetermined. Before the 2 squads faced off, they had previously crossed paths. At that time, the men on the opposite side laughed, their eyes glinting like a group of ill-intentioned rascals evaluating several attractive young women, making even their own selves feel a bit guilty. The opposing side, as the infiltrators took the initiative to lurk in a pre-designated mountainous area outside the city to ambush the other side. Su Qingbai and his team as the counter-infiltrators needed to sneak into the drill area and eliminate the opposing team members. When the drill began, the opposing side set off first, and their squad forced themselves to set off afterward. On paper, everyone's strength was laid bare, and it seemed they were inherently outmatched. Moreover, the opposing side had the advantage of location, making their chances of victory even slimmer. Thus, after they set off, Jiang Dafu sighed repeatedly along the way, continuously pouring cold water on the situation. He then seemed to successfully lead the other three into despair, and they all fell silent. They felt that this time they were most likely destined to play the role of background characters, serving as stepping stones for the opposing side. The only difference might be whether they would be a perfectly fitting stepping stone for the opposing side, or if they could trip up. Walking at the front of the line, Su Qingbai pondered over the map in his hand. When they reached the foot of the mountain, he finally turned around and gathered everyone together. Su Qingbai found a dry branch and began to sketch on the ground. After laying out the plan, he turned to the four and said, "Trust me, we will definitely surprise them, catching them and the entire 100-man team off guard." Then they split into two groups as Su Qingbai had arranged and headed up the mountain. Originally, Su Qingbai pretended to have a disagreement with the other four in the squad, creating the illusion that the young squad leader could not control the old soldiers, leading to their eventual falling out and acting independently. After entering the mountains, Su Qingbai pretended to be alone and, due to a lack of experience in the woods, got lost. He meandered around and ultimately successfully attracted three opponents. They had earlier lurked in the woods, tracking Su Qingbai's movements from the shadows. From the commotion that occurred at the foot of the mountain, to everyone going their separate ways, to now seeing Su Qingbai wandering around in the woods as if caught in a ghostly maze, looking lost, they observed everything. Now seeing Su Qingbai isolated, they contemplated reducing their own casualties by eliminating him one by one, for he was still wearing the squad leader's hat. In their view, if they could take down the opposing squad leader first, it would certainly enhance their victory. Now seeing Su Qingbai isolated, they contemplated reducing their own casualties by eliminating him one by one, for he was still wearing the squad leader's hat. In their view, if they could take down the opposing squad leader first, they had also been forced to split into two groups, one secretly tracking Su Qingbai and the other monitoring the remaining four who were huddled together. When they saw Su Qingbai and the four move further away, they grew even less suspicious. To be on the safe side, they sent three people to encircle Su Qingbai, intending to quickly ambush him before he could reunite with his main group. They felt that even if there was a trick in the face of absolute strength, 3 against 1 could easily overpower. Thus, Su Qingbai successfully lured the three opponents into a pre-planned, secluded narrow valley, engaging the three strong men directly. On the other side, hearing the commotion, Feng Wanyan led four others back, quickly reaching a location Su Qingbai had previously predicted would be where the opposing team was hiding. As expected, they discovered the remaining two opponents hiding in the woods, quickly surrounding them from behind. The two opponents were hiding in the woods, waiting for news from the front regarding the encirclement of Su Qingbai. They thought that three men could handle a young and inexperienced squad leader, so they expected it wouldn't take long, just waiting for a moment, and once successful, they could regroup to deal with the remaining opponents. They were also there to block any reinforcements from the opposing side in case anyone came running to support Su Qing. However, they did not anticipate that their three members would take so long to subdue the young squad leader, and now the opposing reinforcements had already arrived. They began to feel uneasy, sensing that they were starting to be surrounded in return. Meanwhile, Su Qingbai had trapped the three men in the narrow valley with cliffs on both sides. He had already circled behind them, calmly maneuvering around as he faced off against three. On the other side, Feng Wanyan led his group, encircling the opponents in the woods, racing against time to subdue the 4 against 2. Thus, after a short while, the two opponents in the woods had yet to receive any reinforcements, and while fighting and retreating, could not break through Feng Wanyan's blockade, and were eventually eliminated. After Feng Wanyan and the others dealt with the two, they noticed the sounds of fighting in the valley had ceased. They estimated that Su Qingbai might have heroically sacrificed himself, but they were not worried. Instead, they felt immensely excited. Su Qingbai successfully completed his mission, effectively holding off the three opponents. Now that they rushed over, as long as the opposing side had not managed to escape, as long as they could block them, even 4 against 3, their chances of victory were still great. When Feng Wanyan and the others hurriedly arrived, they saw Su Qingbai sitting on a blue stone at the mouth of the valley with 3 bruised and battered men standing next to him, all with dark expressions. At a glance, seeing the situation in the valley, Feng Wanyan felt that Su Qingbai had been taken down by the 3 opponents. Fortunately, the 3 had not yet escaped. He immediately gestured for his side to spread out into a battle formation, slowly advancing towards the valley. Among the 3 men standing next to Su Qingbai, one could no longer contain himself, seemingly filled with pent-up frustration, and shouted, "You son of a dog, old Feng, are you blind, or what? Can't you see what we look like? Why the hell are you still fighting?" Upon hearing this, Feng Wanyan, who had just taken his stance, felt a bit dazed. What was going on? Why had they stopped fighting? He looked at the familiar squad leader from the opposing side, then turned to Qingbai. He saw their young squad leader sitting on the large blue stone, slightly nodding towards him, smiling, as he said, "I have lived up to your expectations, took down 3, not a single one escaped." The 4 who had rushed over stared at each other with wide eyes, then burst into laughter together. The echoes of their laughter, infused with a hint of arrogance, lingered in the valley, not fading. From that day on, Feng Wanyin and the others officially accepted and acknowledged Qingbai. Even Gong Ping, who had always spoken with a stern face, had a complete change of demeanor. He often lingered around Qingbai, resembling a true little follower. That day, after returning from the training ground, the group collapsed onto the beds in the tent to rest. Gong Ping suddenly turned to Qingbai and asked, "Squad leader, tell me, back during the last drill, how were you so sure we would win from the foot of the mountain?" Lying on the bed with his hands behind his head, Qingbai replied, "Actually, I wasn't sure either." Gong Ping sat up staring at Qingbai and asked, "What do you mean? Didn't you want us to believe in you?" Qingbai chuckled and said, "I couldn't be certain, but seeing all of you looking so dejected, I could only say that to boost everyone's morale. The situation at that time was such that if the opponent didn't fall for our tricks, or if they turned the tables and came to encircle you first, it was hard to say what would happen. You could only say it was a gamble on probabilities. After all, it was better than us trudging up the mountain with long faces while letting the opponents bully us. However, I couldn't tell you all this outright. If everyone saw no hope, then, when fighting, they would likely be lackluster, and that wouldn't do." As Gong Ping sat up, his gaze towards Qingbai shifted, and he thought to himself, without voicing it, "Qingbai, you're something else. You've managed to rope us all in." In Gong Ping's mental catalog of Qingbai, aside from the previous labels of crazy freak and unreasonable, another one instantly appeared: sly and cunning. He thought to himself that maybe he should keep a distance from Qingbai in the future, otherwise who knows, one day he might end up being sold by him and still have to cheerfully count copper coins for him. Meanwhile, Qingbai, lying on the bed with a smile on his face, had a thought. He couldn't bring himself to say the worst-case scenario that day would have been if Feng Wanyin and the others had all perished, and then he would have to avenge them. Winning 1 against 3 was possible, but who said 1 against 5 would lose? One day, for some reason, Gong Ping suddenly lay in bed and started daydreaming about a girl from his hometown named Xiaoyu. The group of bachelors in the tent immediately started teasing him. Gong Shun, seeing his younger brother's foolish expression, shook his head and smiled wryly. Among the 3 brothers, the youngest was the only one who had found a wife back home. His sister-in-law was quite good-looking and filial, taking care of their parents back home. By the time he returned last year, there was already a chubby little nephew running around. The little guy was fair and chubby, not shy at all, and insisted on clinging to his uncle, wanting to be lifted high, which delighted him greatly. Now their family was finally complete. Watching their parents joyfully playing with their grandson, the eldest brother felt the pressure was not as great as before. Feng Wanyin took the wine flask that Jiang Dafu had pulled out from under the blanket and sipped from it occasionally, appearing a bit lost in thought, as if reminiscing about his youth. He was now over 40, considered an old bachelor. But who hasn't been young? Who hasn't had a budding love? Who hasn't had 1 or 2 crushes? However, as time flows like a river, life feels like a fleeting dream. Those people and events are like passing clouds. Once missed, they cannot be reclaimed. Jiang Dafu drank heartily without a care. He was neither sentimental like Feng Wanyin nor worried about his younger brother like Gong Shun, fearing he would embarrass himself. Jiang Dafu kept fanning the flames, saying that if you like a girl, you must have the courage to express it, and not only should she know, but everyone around her should know. That's how love is passionate. That's what makes a hero. He further stated, "Gong Ping, you're doing great now. You're already a hero. Since ancient times, beautiful women love heroes. You have a chance." Thus, under Jiang Dafu's encouragement, Gong Ping clumsily began to write a letter to that girl Xiaoyu, wanting to express his feelings and send his thoughts. He bounced out of bed and hurriedly rummaged through the tent for paper and a pen, fearing that if he took too long, someone else would. However, when he finally sat at the table awkwardly holding the pen, he hesitated and couldn't bring himself to write. It wasn't that he was afraid of being beaten to it, it was just that he didn't have the words and truly didn't know how to start. After a whole incense stick's time, Qingbai was growing impatient and couldn't help but lean over to look at the letter in front of Gong Ping. He saw that on the white paper were a few crooked words written like tadpoles: "Xiaoyu, I miss you." Qingbai staggered back. It turned out that after a whole incense stick, this fool had only managed to write these 6 words. He snatched the pen from Gong Ping's hand, pushed him aside, and sat down at the table laughing and scolding, "Here, let me write for you." Gong Ping, who had his pen taken away, was not angry. Instead, he felt a sense of relief and nodded repeatedly, saying, "Just write carefully, but don't make it too explicit. I'm a modest person." Qingbai immediately held his forehead, feeling a headache. He pointed at the words on the paper and scolded, "Is this what you call modest?" Gong Ping chuckled. "Yeah, I miss her a lot, but didn't dare to write too much." Qingbai ignored the fool beside him, pondered for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth curled up as he began to write swiftly. Gong Ping did not disturb him. The tent instantly fell silent. Even Jiang Dafu and the others who were usually joking around curiously leaned in surrounding Su Qingbai to watch the excitement. On the paper, words began to appear one by one like floating ink, like flowing smoke, starting with, "In this vast world, I have three loves: the sun, the moon, and you. The sun for the morning, the moon for the evening, and you for all the mornings and evenings." At that moment, a shadow lingered in Su Qingbei's heart, refusing to leave. He poured all his thoughts into the paper and pen, his creativity flowing like spring snow melting never. He seemed to indulge in it, writing and laughing, carefree and innocent. The four bachelors behind him grew increasingly amazed, unable to stop nodding. The four of them felt that every word was like a pearl, truly thought-provoking. By the time Su Qingbai finished, he had written a lengthy piece. Gong Ping could no longer wait and rushed forward, grabbing it, blowing dry the ink, and began reading aloud with it. After he finished reading, he couldn't help but look at Su Qingbai with a lewd smile, praising, "You're a master." Gong Shun also nodded, agreeing. No wonder so many young ladies in the world are lured away by scholars. It seems that the flowery words of educated men are plentiful. The usually unserious Jiang Dafu uncharacteristically added, "A serious person wouldn't write such unorthodox lines." Feng Wanyin took a sip of old wine, smacked his lips, and said, "These words are not something someone who hasn't experience can come up with. It seems that squad leader Su has someone special in his heart." Time slipped away like a white horse passing through a narrow gap. Half a year had swiftly passed. In the army during these days, Su Qingbai lived each day to the fullest. Not only was he busy with training every day, but at night, he also prepared special lessons for himself, learning archery from Feng Wanyin, military knife techniques from Gong Shun, various infiltration skills from Jiang Dafu, and even dialects from Gong Ping. He ate dust and breathed grit in the barracks every day. Now his skin had darkened considerably, but his body had also grown much stronger. A month ago, the team organized a squad leader assessment, and he achieved excellent results. It should be known that the squad leader assessment is a comprehensive test covering personal abilities, combat capabilities, and the understanding, judgment, decision-making, on-the-spot command, and adaptability required of a squad leader. Su Qingbai scored top grades in all assessments, and once the results were announced, the Lieutenant Gao Changgong was unable to sit still. He summoned the team leader Lin Yufeng to the lieutenant's tent. As soon as the latter stepped through the tent door and had not yet had the chance to speak, he was met with Gao Changgong grabbing a teacup from the table and smashing it along with its contents onto him. Like a bewildered monk who couldn't grasp the situation, Lin Yufeng found himself unable to dodge or not. He couldn't understand why the lieutenant was so furious today, and in the end he could only endure it, his clothes and boots soaked with tea and leaves, looking extremely disheveled. Before Lin Yufeng could even ask what was going on, Gao Changgong, still not appeased after throwing the teacup, pointed at Lin Yufeng's nose and berated him, repeatedly asking, "Knowing that Su Qingbai is related to the Grand General, you just give him all top grades. Is that all you can do? Favoritism and misconduct, disregarding military laws and regulations, how audacious can you be?" As Lin Yufeng bore the brunt of the scolding, he increasingly felt that something was off, and he began to slowly lift his head. Seeing this, Gao Changgong became even angrier and shouted, "What? You still don't accept it?" Lin Yufeng could only obediently lower his head again. Gao Changgong was finally satisfied. He continued to berate Lin Yufeng from head to toe, thoroughly drenching him in insults. Lin Yufeng listened with trepidation. He felt as if the lieutenant was improvising, becoming more and more passionate and outrageous, starting from initial integrity and slowly dragging in loyalty, honesty, and now military law. He wiped his cold sweat. "Those were heinous charges, and Lieutenant, you're just practicing your oratory skills. Don't drag me into this. If this gets pinned on me, my neck won't be enough to lose." Fortunately, after an outburst, perhaps due to thirst, Gao Changgong's storm finally showed signs of abating. Seeing that the lieutenant's anger had likely subsided, Lin Yufeng finally weakly opened his mouth, saying, "Su Qingbei's scores are all top grades. Initially I didn't believe it, and thought there might be some foul play. To verify, I specifically arranged for a re-examination of the scores and consulted several supervising officers who were responsible for the tests at that time." Gao Changgong noticed that the usually taciturn Lin Yufeng was speaking, but it didn't seem like he was admitting fault. It appeared he was trying to justify himself. Gao Changgong interrupted him, asking curtly, "Get to the point, what was the result?" Lin Yufeng thought for a moment and succinctly replied, "Everyone praised him." It turned out that when the results of the assessment were released, they reached Lin Yufeng, and he was astonished to find Su Qingbai at the top with all top scores. He suspected there might be some mistake, or that the supervising officers had colluded to falsify the scores. To be cautious, he ordered the retrieval of Su Qingbei's answer sheet, and after reviewing it, he couldn't help but applaud in delight. He then consulted those supervising officers one by one about the testing conditions at that time. The supervising officers answered fluently, showing no signs of deception, and in their words they were generous with their praise for Su Qingbai. Only then did Lin Yufeng choose to believe and report the assessment results to Lieutenant Gao Chonggong. Lin Yufeng was seething inside. Having diligently worked, he came here only to be unjustly berated, and now he was burdened with a heap of unfounded accusations. He angrily took out a piece of paper from his pocket and slapped it down on the table in front of Gao Chonggong, saying, "Here, this is one of the answer sheets. That kid submitted an essay on the current situation at the border. You take a look." Gao Chonggong picked up the paper and unfolded it. Initially, he was disinterested, but gradually his expression became serious, and by the end his brows relaxed. He slammed his palm heavily on the table as if questioning himself, and exclaimed loudly, "What the hell, this should be above top grade." Lin Yufeng, who had been patiently waiting to the side, suddenly felt his heart leap into his throat as he looked up at Gao Chonggong, his eyes wide open. He heard Gao Chonggong continue, "This should surpass top grade." Lin Yufeng took a deep breath, a herd of horses galloping through his mind. Gao Chonggong, showing no signs of awkwardness or embarrassment, picked up another teacup, filled it himself, and came over to pull Lin Yufeng, saying, "Cough, old Lin, it's all a misunderstanding. Come, let's have tea." As Lin Yufeng sat down, he said, "Should I go back and change into clean clothes first?" Gao Chonggong chuckled, "Don't be so formal. You know me, I have a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Don't take it to heart." The taciturn Lin Yufeng lowered his head to drink tea, remaining silent. After a moment, Gao Chonggong seemed to ponder and turned to Lin Yufeng, asking, "Do you think if I report the assessment results to the Grand General like you did, would I also be met with a teacup?" Lin Yufeng, who was drinking tea, froze with a cup suspended in the air, his mouth still filled with tea, unable. Meanwhile, Su Qingbai, the person in question, was completely unaware of the events unfolding in the lieutenant. He had finished lunch and had just returned to the tent with everyone. Gong Ping, picking his teeth with a bamboo skewer, suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but chuckle mischievously, saying to Feng Wanyan, "Old Feng, it's been almost half a year. When are we going to hold the new recruit ceremony?" Feng Wanyan, upon hearing this, squinted and smiled with some amusement. Zhang Dafu, who feared the world would not be lively enough, nodded at Gong Ping and joined in with a series of mischievous chuckles. Seeing Gong Ping's stance, it seemed quite clear. Wasn't he indicating his support for himself? Only Gong Shun hurried over and slapped Gong Ping on the back of his head, sending the skewer flying from his hand, scolding, "Are you bored out of your mind? If you're bored, go run around the barracks 10 or 8 laps to tire yourself out." Su Qingbai noticed that Gong Ping was talking to Feng Wanyan, but kept glancing over at him, and hearing mention of the new recruit made him suspect it had something to do with him. He opened his mouth and asked, "What new recruit ceremony?" Gong Ping ignored his older brother Gong Shun, instantly becoming excited, and chattered on, "It's a tradition in our squad said to have been passed down for a long time. Every new recruit who joins our squad must undergo a baptism." Su Qingbai listened, puzzled and confused, asking, "What do you mean by that?" Just as Gong Ping was about to respond, his words were abruptly interrupted by his older brother Gong Shun. Older brother Gong Shun took over the conversation, saying, "Squad leader, don't listen to Gong Ping's nonsense about baptism. That kid doesn't know anything. There's nothing like that." The younger brother Gong Ping was immediately displeased upon hearing this, and was about to argue, but he was silenced by the fierce gaze of Gong Shun. Feeling somewhat wronged, he bent down to pick up the fallen bamboo skewer, muttering, "How can there be no such thing? When I first came to the squad last year, didn't I wash a whole basin of clothes for you, Lao Luo, Lao Feng, and Lao Jiang?" The more he thought about it, the clearer it became, and he turned to Zhang Dafu, saying, "Old Zhang, you come and say something fair. Is there any truth to this? At that time it was thanks to you that I found out, and you said this is called word of mouth. By the way, we agreed that I would only wash the outer garments, but you old turtles secretly slipped a pair of underwear into my basin. Do you remember?" Zhang Dafu fell onto the bed, holding his stomach. He struggled to hold back laughter, and finally managed to squeeze out 4 words, "There is such a thing." Hearing this, Gong Ping was very satisfied, and turned back to Su Qingbai, saying, "What old Zhang said is true. Our squad has had the tradition of new recruits undergoing baptism since ancient times, and that so-called baptism is actually just washing clothes. Squad leader, what do you say?" Zhang Dafu rolled on the bed, making soft giggling sounds. Feng Wanyan smiled and turned his head away. Older brother Gong Shun covered his forehead and simply sat back down on his bed. Su Qingbai finally understood, staring at Gong Ping, who was waiting for a response, his eyes filled with a hint of pity, remaining silent. In the tent, the atmosphere had become particularly lively. Gong Ping, who felt somewhat uneasy under Su Qingbai's gaze, finally sighed and said, "See, old Zhang, I told you it wouldn't work." He pouted, somewhat resigned, saying, "Sai, even though you're considered new, you are a squad leader, not a new recruit, so you aren't qualified for baptism. Forget it." Su Qingbai clasped his hands together and replied earnestly, "In that case, I thank you for your graciousness in not washing me." After autumn arrived, the great Xiongnu dynasty continuously increased its military presence at the border, with a large number of troops now gathering in the front line of the Mountain Ghost Kingdom. Logically, with so many troops assembled, one would expect constant skirmishes at the border. However, the eerie part is the abnormal tranquility along the border. The great Xiongnu dynasty seems to be more restrained than usual. Not only have they refrained from launching a southern invasion, but even the occurrences of small detachment provocations have significantly decreased. It resembles a ferocious beast with its jaws agape, temporarily retracting its claws, lying in wait, while continuously watching with a predatory gaze poised to strike at any moment, sending chills down one's spine. On the side of the Great Yu dynasty, through various channels they learned of the enemy's troop movements, and after analyzing the current situation reached a conclusion. Given the current situation, it is highly likely that the Xiongnu will organize a full-scale invasion after the onset of winter, and the scale may not be small, aiming to resolve the disputes between the two dynasties once and for all. In this light, the current atmosphere at the border feels like a storm is brewing. The present silence is merely a precursor to the impending storm, with a suffocating tension hanging in the air. In October, Qingbai finally awaited the day for his mission. On the side of the Great Yu dynasty, in order to prepare for war early and avoid being caught off guard, it was decided to dispatch a small detachment to probe the enemy. Currently, the border is heavily fortified by both armies, making it difficult for ordinary troops to move undetected, while the Bayou camp, consisting entirely of cavalry, was deemed unsuitable for this secretive task. Hence, the responsibility fell on the Levian camp. This mission was classified as highly confidential. Aside from a few decision-makers in the commander's tent and the senior officers of the Levian camp, no one else was aware of it. In addition to its confidentiality, this mission was also given great importance. To this end, the Border Command prepared a detailed operational plan based on the enemy's defensive layout, the terrain of the border, and other factors, outlining the routes for advancement and retreat. Every time point for reaching specific locations, key areas for reconnaissance, marching speed, alternative routes, and suitable areas for ambush were all clearly marked down to the precise hours. The scale of this operation was exceptionally rare, involving a full 100-man detachment from the Levian camp, which was extremely uncommon in the history of the Great Yu army. It should be noted that scouts typically accompany the main army tasked with reconnaissance, delivering messages, infiltrating, and counter-infiltrating. Under normal circumstances, each army would only be assigned 1 or 2 squads of scouts, replenished as needed after losses. The entire scouting unit advancing deep into enemy territory is a relatively rare occurrence. Although a 100-man scouting unit should not be underestimated, it could still pose a threat, even when facing a whole battalion of enemies. However, if exposed or detected, and if the enemy were to summon their forces to encircle them, the ensuing slaughter would lead to substantial losses. Conversely, sending an ordinary unit would make infiltration difficult. If they managed to penetrate enemy lines, they would likely be caught in a fatal trap, failing to achieve their objectives and sacrificing the lives of soldiers unnecessarily. Yet advancing with the entire 100-man unit from the Levian camp, despite the significant risks involved, would be more feasible, as they were all scouts, making infiltration easier without detection. Moreover, even if they were to be exposed, as long as they were not surrounded in time, the 100-man unit could still act like a sharp blade, unsheathed, creating chaos within the enemy's territory, seizing the opportunity to escape or draw support from their own forces. The sword has 2 edges, and every situation has its pros and cons. As night deepened, the 100-man detachment led by Qingbai had assembled. Meanwhile, the officers and soldiers of the other 200-man teams were strictly ordered to remain confined to their respective tents, with everyone prohibited from going outside. Senior Officer Gao Changgong appeared at the training ground, personally coming to inspect and send them off. Team leader Lin Yufeng stood at the front of the team, tall and straight, as usual. Behind him, the 100-man unit had removed their armor, donning ordinary civilian clothing. Although their attire was somewhat disheveled, they lined up neatly, each wearing a short dagger at their waist and concealing a short crossbow in their sleeves, their eyes gleaming with determination. Just an hour ago, this team had received the notice and immediately rushed to the training ground on standby. In that brief hour, details about the operation, requirements, and precautions had been clearly communicated to each soldier. From the initial distribution of equipment to the subsequent removal of armor and changing of clothes, there was no chaos. Aside from the occasional metallic clang of daggers and the rustling of clothing, the atmosphere remained silent, with no one speaking. The scene was filled with shadows, yet it was eerily quiet. About 100 people stood in formation on the training ground, tense, yet silent, their expressions solemn as they awaited further instructions. Once everything was prepared, Lin Yufeng, positioned at the front, raised his voice, announcing, reporting to the senior officer, the first 100-man unit of the Levian camp, accounting for injuries and personnel shortages, has a total of 98 members present, all accounted for, awaiting your orders. Senior Officer Gao Changgong stood facing the unit. He nodded, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the soldiers. He was familiar with many of these 100 men, able to recall quite a few names. In the Levian camp, officers come and go like a flowing river, while the soldiers remain steadfast. Many have grown from young recruits to mature warriors, enduring the test of time. It's not that they lack military merit or cannot be promoted, Rather, the Levian camp has its own set of rules and various reasons, forming a unique system. Many have been destined to be soldiers of the Levian camp from the moment they stepped in, living and dying as part of its legacy. Among these 100 individuals, there are seasoned veterans like Feng Wanyu and Jiang Dafu, marked by scars and wrinkles, as well as newcomers like Su Qingbai and Gong Ping, whose faces still have a youthful appearance. Each one of them is exceptional within the entire army, having persevered here throughout their lives from youthful beginnings to the twilight of their years. Gao Changong could not recall the many times he had seen familiar and unfamiliar faces gazing up at him like. For many, this journey may lead to a path of no return, their figures never to reappear on this training ground. Yet most of them seem to accept this fate with indifference, without a hint of grievance. Beyond life and death there exists something called honor, which many hold even more precious than life itself. In the training ground, flames soared high. Standing at the front, Gao Changong felt the autumn wind carry yellow sand straight towards him, lifting his clothes with a resounding flutter. He was spirited, pointing towards the direction of the great Xiongnu dynasty, and shouted 2 words that were carried by the wind and sand, resonating throughout the training ground: advance. The entire 100-man team turned in unison, their ranks orderly and their steps steady, flowing out in a single file. The streets were silent, shrouded in darkness. The 100-man team did not carry a torch, nor did they light a lamp. Under the cover of night, the soldiers behind followed the footprints of the person in front, jogging quietly out of the city gate, quickly vanishing into the thick night. By dawn, as the first light broke, the 100-man team had already concealed themselves in a dense forest to rest. For this operation, everyone in the team traveled light to remain inconspicuous. None of the team members led horses or wore armor, and they did not even carry cooking utensils, having no intention of making a fire or cooking. Each person carried 7 days' worth of rations, which were extremely lightweight, consisting of roasted millet and jerky, easy to preserve and convenient to carry. Following their established plan, the 100-man team would remain hidden during the day and move out at night to stealthily approach the enemy without being detected. Moreover, during their march, scouts were deployed around the 100-man team, stationed at intervals of 5 miles, extending up to 20 miles ahead. It was as if a tightly woven spider's web had been cast around the 100-man team. If there were any disturbances at any point, the entire web would tremble. The Green Willow camp was indeed an expert in infiltration and reconnaissance, and now, with a complete 100-man team of scout cavalry cooperating, they executed their duties in an organized manner. In the dense forest, the 100-man team sat on the ground in units, scattered, yet orderly, ready to respond to any unexpected situations. Su Qingbai tore off a piece of flatbread with his mouth and chewed it vigorously. However, the flatbread was hard and dry. After chewing for a long time, he felt a sharp pain in his jaw. He took a sip of water, swallowed it along with the flatbread, and handed the water bottle to his side to Gong Ping. Gong Ping smiled as he took the water bottle and tilted his head back to gulp it down. Next to him, Jiang Dafu grew anxious, fearing that Gong Ping would finish the water and leave him without any. He snatched the water bottle from Gong Ping's hand and scolded, "Why are you drinking it all by yourself? Don't you understand the essence of respecting your elders and caring for the young?" Gong Ping chuckled, "I say, old Jiang, are you going to hog it? If there's not enough, I'll just give you a warm one later." Jiang Dafu, who was drinking, nearly spat out his water. Having navigated the arena for many years, he understood the intricacies well. How could he let Gong Ping, this fool, take advantage of him? He casually handed the water bottle to Feng Wanyan, addressing Gong Ping, "I have enough, and old Feng likely does too. Does your little bird have enough room? Who knows, I might just have to let you taste it later." Gong Ping's expression turned sour at this, his teeth grinding. Gong Shun walked over and slapped Gong Ping on the back of the head, scolding, "You little brat, can you speak properly?" Gong Ping was indignant, not daring to retort or fight back against his older brother. He felt somewhat wronged, often feeling isolated and helpless. He couldn't understand why his brother often turned against him, or why he always supported others instead of family. Last time he stupidly encouraged Su Qingbai to accept the baptism of the unit. He later realized that the fool was actually himself. There was no such tradition or inheritance in the unit. It was all Jiang Dafu's prank. He regretted having enjoyed the experience so much back then. That damned old turtle seriously told him about some oral tradition, but now it all seems like a shame. When he rushed to take clothes from them back, then his brother merely smiled, without saying a word, looking at him with a somewhat profound gaze. At that moment, he even had the illusion that his brother was pleased with him for being so understanding, thinking he had truly grown up and could support a piece of the world, hence the smile of old age contentment. He joyfully washed a large basin of clothes, including a forgotten pair of underwear from Jiang Dafu, while his brother merely watched coldly, without stopping him, leaving him somewhat dejected. "What's wrong? We are biological brothers, due our relationship and bond not compare to your old friends in the unit." Gong Ping pouted, instantly losing his temper. Although he was somewhat foolish, he was a person who did not hold grudges overnight. Even if the sky fell, he would not worry about anything. He would eat when hungry, sleep when tired, and never feel troubled or ask for anything. To avoid awkwardness, Gong Ping turned to Su Qingbai and changed the subject, asking, "I say, squad leader, this is your first mission. How does it feel? Are you nervous? Are you afraid?" Su Qingbai, who was watching the lively scene, replied, "I'm a little nervous, but not really afraid." Gong Ping clicked his tongue and said, "Real combat is different from the drills last time. When you encounter it, you have to go all out. It's dangerous." Su Qingbai nodded. Gong Ping then asked, "Squad leader, have you killed anyone?" Su Qingbai shook his head again. Gong Ping immediately felt a sense of superiority. Seemingly satisfied with this expected answer, he gazed up at the sky and merely said, "Oh." Su Qingbai jokingly asked, "Have you killed anyone?" "How many?" Gong Ping lazily turned to him, and without a word casually held up 2 fingers. Su Qingbai inquired, "What did it feel like when you killed someone for the first time?" Gong Ping sat cross-legged next to Su Qingbai and said, "Last time, when our unit went on a mission, we went into enemy territory for reconnaissance and got ambushed. I didn't have time to think much. I just followed everyone and fought with the enemy. At that time, I didn't feel anything. It was only after I knocked down 2 of them that I sat on the ground, and when my brother came over to help me up, I realized I was a bit scared. That feeling was neither good nor bad." Gong Ping continued to say, "It was not bad, is because I still remember the appearance of those 2. They looked very ordinary, just like us, appearing to be honest little soldiers. But now thinking back, they were someone's sons, someone's husbands, and someone's fathers, just like that. They vanished in the blink of an eye, which inevitably stirs a sense of sadness. To say it was not bad is because in the heat of battle there was no way to retreat. It was a situation where it was either you die or I die. If I didn't kill them, I wouldn't survive. Now they are dead and I am still alive, so it's not bad." He sighed deeply, saying, "Well, old Luo didn't come back alive. His body must have been devoured by wild dogs by." Su Qingbai listened intently, not interrupting Gong Ping, his expression serious. Gong Shun walked over and patted his brother's shoulder solemnly, saying, "In war we soldiers cannot concern ourselves with such matters. We must not get too caught up in emotions. Our duty is to bravely fight the enemy." Feng Wanyan nearby, worried that Su Qingbai might think too much, said uneasily, "When we reach the battlefield, who will have the time to discern whether the enemy is good or evil, or who should be killed or spared? Never let compassion sway you, otherwise it will only harm yourself and your comrades." Su Qingbai nodded at Feng Wanyan, signaling that he understood the gravity of the situation and that they need not worry. By the next morning, the 100-man team had marched through the night and quietly reached the borderline. In the dense forest, the squad leader Lu Huan crouched down and approached Captain Lin Yofeng, saying, "Captain, we have passed several villages on this route, yet we haven't seen a single person. The villages are eerily empty. What's going on?" Lin Yufeng furrowed his brows and replied, "I don't know. Are there any other findings?" Lu Huan shook his head, saying, "No abnormalities in other aspects. About a month ago, our brothers passed through here, and everything was just fine. Our men went into the villages and saw that the furniture inside was as it had always been, which felt quite unsettling. If it were bandits, we would at least have seen livestock and grain taken away. And if the villages were raided by the Great Xiong, there should be corpses, yet we see none. It truly baffles me." Lin Yufeng appeared somewhat uncertain, trying to grasp the underlying issues. He said to Lu Huan, "Go tell the others to stay alert and on high alert. Also increase the number of reconnaissance scouts by 20%, and everyone should enhance their vigilance and maintain concealment." Lu Huan cautiously asked, "Should we continue marching according to the original plan? Shouldn't we investigate this matter thoroughly before proceeding? Should we wait a bit longer?" Lin Yufeng shook his head and said, "We can't afford to delay our mission. Every extra day we delay increases the risk of exposure. Given the current situation, we can only respond to changes with our constancy, taking one step at a time. Even if there is indeed a trap waiting for us ahead before we receive new orders, we have no choice but to press forward regardless." Lu Huan nodded and crouched down again, starting to walk back. After nightfall, the 100-man team emerged from their hiding place in the dense forest, preparing to cross the border and infiltrate enemy territory as planned. During the crossing, they did not dare to venture into the trade routes between the 2 countries, as they were seasoned veterans of infiltration and counterinfiltration and had some battlefield experience. On the main thoroughfares, there were surely scouts and hidden sentries watching closely. They followed the pre-planned route, choosing to cross the river at a gentle slope. There had long been friendly forces hiding in the shadows to observe and wait, ensuring that their crossing would go. That night, a group of people arrived at the riverbank without preparing boats, stripping off their clothes and jumping into the frigid waters in batches, swimming across with bare hands. The scene of wading through the water was orderly, yet eerily quiet. There were no sounds of chatter, not even the splashes of water could be heard. Even if someone were to struggle due to exhaustion or be swept away by the current, only the silent hands reaching out to pull them back could be seen, with no one panicking or shouting. Under the night sky, the crows cawed on both banks, and the gentle waves lapped against the stones as the members of the 100-man team forded the waters. In the dead of night, they reached their first destination. This was an important military platform on the border of the Great Xiong dynasty where military intelligence from both the eastern and western fronts converged before being relayed onward. The 100-man team arrived here first to investigate whether operations were still running as usual. When war breaks out, they could take action based on the battlefield situation to eliminate this critical stronghold, thereby disrupting the enemy's information transmission. Just like two people fighting before throwing a punch, one would first throw a handful of sand to blind the opponent temporarily, then pounce in. Qingbai finally got his chance to take the stage, tasked with leading a squad of the remaining 4 for reconnaissance. The 5 left the main force, stealthily moving along until they reached the base of the military platform, hiding in a dried water channel beneath it, successfully concealing themselves among the tall reeds. Their purpose here was to ascertain the number of troops stationed at this large military platform, recording the frequency of information flow on the eastern and western sides, thus estimating the current role and value of the platform, checking for discrepancies with the intelligence previously gathered. Hiding in the water channel, they were just 100 steps away from the military platform, even able to hear the sounds of people drinking and cursing inside. Qingbai listened carefully to the differing voices of the people, silently keeping count. He focused intently on the occasional snippets of conversation that could be heard from within, analyzing and judging. In the second half of the night, there were 2 couriers that passed through each of the eastern and western roads, ultimately riding into the military platform. Qingbai concluded that this military platform was still an important stronghold on the Great Xiong border, continuing to fulfill its role of gathering and relaying military intelligence toward the rear. With nothing happening throughout the night, when the next day dawned, the 5 remained motionless in the water channel. Sometimes a single night of reconnaissance can be too random, and the judgments made can sometimes be distorted. They needed at least one more day during the daytime. By the morning, there were 2 riders coming from the east and west directions, hastily entering the military platform to relay messages before quickly leaving. Around noon, the sound of voices suddenly erupted on the relay road, distant cries and shouts mixed with sound. Qingbai slowly turned his head and saw 2 Great Xiong soldiers on the western relay road, cursing as they waved their whips, herding a group of people dressed as ordinary citizens. The group of citizens, about 20 in number, had their hands tightly bound with ropes, all strung together in a line. Among them were the old and the young, men and women, all appearing dirty and in rags. Some were crying as they walked, while others looked dejected, dragging their legs forward under the lashes of the 2. When the group finally stopped in front of the military platform's gate, one of the soldiers shouted, "Hey, inside. Open the door. We've brought 2 lambs from the neighboring military platform." Inside the military platform, an old soldier stuck his head out, glancing for a moment before cursingly, "Lao, what the hell are you doing? Why are you only bringing them now? Other military platforms have already sent their people. We were just waiting for you to get moving. If you delay the higher-ups, can you bear the consequences?" As he cursed, he hurried down to open the door. The soldier called Li Lauer, upon seeing the old soldier open the door, chuckled, "Aren't we just getting them here on the last day? Perfect timing to pack them up with the others inside and send them off. Should I count them for you? He not one more or one less, exactly 21, some fat and some thin." The old soldier waved his hand, signaling him to hurry the people inside somewhat impatiently, saying, "I've noted it down. You won't miss out on your credit." Hiding in the dry ditch, Qingbai and the 5 others saw a crowd, each filled with righteous indignation. Gong Ping turned his head to Qingbai, lowering his voice, and said, "Captain Wu, these people look like our citizens from Daiyue." Qingbai nodded, signaling him to be quiet. Regardless of the dynasty or location, the population is the most important resource for any nation. Money can be spent and earned back, territory can be seized again if lost, but if people are gone, it will take at least a decade or 2 for recovery. Because of this, both major dynasties have always placed great importance on controlling the border population. Generally, civilians cannot leave the country freely. At the borders of the 2 major dynasties, whenever there is war, there are often deceitful figures within the Great Xiong army who come to plunder or massacre the border people. And every border civilian who gets captured has no good ending. Those who are physically strong will be taken to the northern grasslands and sold to local tribes, reduced to slaves herding sheep and horses for them. Those fortunate enough, like young women and children with quick wits, may be sold to the noble households in the rear, forced into servitude. Those with slight beauty may ultimately end up in brothels, becoming the lowest class of prostitutes, serving to satisfy the beastly desires of others. Those who cannot be sold and are less fortunate may be directly killed or starved. Moreover, with the 2 armies on the brink of war, some are temporarily kept in the military, waiting for the right moment to be killed and used as heads for promotion. Although the Great Xiong court despises such behavior and has issued several prohibitions to restrain it, once verified, the culprits are stripped of their military ranks and handed over to local authorities for severe punishment. However, where there is profit, there will always be some who choose to take risks, seeking wealth and danger. After all, what is forbidden on the surface can be done secretly. The mountains are high and the emperor's reach is far. The military is relatively closed, and as long as a few connections are made, everyone can share the spoils. Such things happen frequently in the military. From the perspective of unscrupulous individuals, these border civilians are no longer seen as fellow humans, but as valuable commodities. Thus, they jokingly refer to the border civilians as toe-legged sheep, as the latter can be worth some money accumulating over time to exchange for a great deal of silver. Gong Ping lay on the ground, his fingers deeply embedded in the soil, trembling as he suppressed the anger. Veterans Feng Wanyin, Jiang Dafu, and Gong Shun seemed to have encountered similar scenes before. They were angry but remained much calmer than the two young men Gong Ping and Su Qingbai. Alongside their anger, the three veterans displayed some sorrow, compassion, and helplessness on their faces. They knew that given their limited numbers and the need for secrecy in this mission, they were powerless to help, and this group of DUS citizens was likely doomed to a tragic fate, destined to become the victims of others for the rest of their lives. Now, with the task at hand, the five could only watch helplessly as this group of border civilians was escorted into the military platform by two soldiers from the opposing side. With the sound of the large door closing with a creak, they vanished from sight. The five waited another afternoon. Apart from two riders coming to relay messages, there was no further news. When night fell, they took advantage of the darkness to quietly leave, returning safely. At this time, the main force of the 100-man team had already departed last night. They had been separated to scout this area, while the main force continued deeper into the next destination as planned. They had been lurking here for a day and a night, and after completing their mission, needed to head to the next meeting point. The five squatted behind a dirt mound, and Su Qingbai began saying, "Let me share my thoughts first. Based on my analysis, this military platform remains a hub for gathering and transmitting information for the opposing side, consistent with what we previously understood." After saying this, he turned to the others and asked, "How do you all assess the situation?" Feng Wanyin was the first to nod, saying, "I see it the same way. Judging from the frequency of messages coming and going during the day and last night, this is definitely not an ordinary military platform." The rest of the group shared their opinions, all in agreement. Su Qingbai looked at Gong Ping and asked, "Gong Ping, you have good hearing. How many station soldiers did you pick up inside?" Gong Ping replied, "Counting the different accents coming from inside, excluding the message carriers, there have been a total of 10 different voices speaking at different times." Su Qingbai nodded approvingly at Gong Ping, saying, "For a military platform of the Great Xiong, the usual station soldiers number between 6 to 8. This military platform is considered top-tier, typically staffed with 8 soldiers on duty." Gong Ping asked in confusion, "But I distinctly heard at least 10 voices." Su Qingbai smiled at him, signaling him not to rush, and continued, "10 voices are correct. However, your focus was on distinguishing different sounds, and you may not have noticed the content of their conversations. Among them, 2 may have come from nearby military platforms temporarily, and they will likely escort those border civilians to the rear later. Moreover, there should be at least 11 people in the military platform now. When that batch of border civilians was sent in this afternoon, only 1 soldier returned, while the other, namely Lauer, remains inside. I suspect he is also waiting to escort those civilians tonight." Gong Ping looked at Su Qingbai with some respect, unable to suppress his urge to call him a freak. Beside them, Jiang Dafu said, "We've also figured out the number of station soldiers. I estimate it's about the same as Captain Wu's judgment. Even if there's a discrepancy, it won't be far off. We can consider this mission a success. Now that we've clarified the situation here, let's hurry back to report." Everyone turned to Su Qingbai, waiting for him to give orders. Su Qingbai pondered for a moment, and finally seemed to reach a decision. He turned to face the military platform and said, "You 4 should catch up with the main force and report the situation." Gong Ping casually asked, "What about you?" Su Qingbai turned back to the group, smiled, and said, "I have a few things to take care of. I'll catch up at dawn." Gong Shun exchanged glances with Feng Wanyin and Jiang Dafu. The 3 understood the implication behind Su Qingbai's words. Gong Shun said, "Then let Gong Ping catch up with the main force to report the situation." "The 3 of us," Su Qingbai shook his head seriously, saying, "No. First, we have a mission at hand. It's easier for me to leave the team alone to handle this. If I lead everyone, you might all end up implicated. Second, we absolutely must not expose our tracks and create complications which could bring disaster to the entire 100-man team. If I go alone, the target is smaller, making it easier to slip away. Even if things go awry, it won't raise suspicion." Gong Shun and the others were still worried, and despite several rounds of persuasion, they finally relented, continuously advising Su Qingbai to be careful and do his best. If it doesn't work out, he should retreat safely and not force it. Su Qingbai nodded, reassuring them by saying, "I heard them say that tonight's escort will send out the same number of personnel to accompany those from the 3 nearby military platforms. 3 people came from each of the nearby military platforms, and they will send out 3 of their own, totaling about 6. I'll follow them from a distance, waiting for the right moment to strike. If I truly face 5 or 6 individuals, I suppose this plan might succeed." Originally Gong Ping was confused, but now he finally understood, his face lighting up as he said to Su Qingbai, "Captain, I was a bit angry before, but I thought the situation should be assessed by importance, so I didn't dare to bring it up." Su Qingbai smiled and said, "Some matters take priority, but human lives are equally important." Gong Ping has now completely submitted to Su Qingbai. He felt that Su Qingbai maintained a calm demeanor when things were fine, yet remained composed in times of crisis. Now he even dared to venture into danger alone with a meticulous mind and great ambition. He watched Su Qingbai's silhouette gradually disappear into the night, hidden from sight within moments. He felt that this young captain, this peer of his, would become a direction he would tirelessly pursue for his life. He was not discouraged. Instead, he felt a sense of fulfillment he had never experienced before. He needed to strive harder, no longer living carelessly and recklessly. Birds fly far with phoenixes, and people with virtuous qualities rise high. Throughout life, I've never sought titles, but fortunately, I recognize brilliance in others. After parting ways, Feng Wanyan led everyone back with the gathered intelligence, while Su Qingbai stealthily circled around to the back of the enemy's military platform, waiting for the people inside to emerge on a critical path. Su Qingbai climbed up an ancient pine tree by the roadside, perching on a stout branch concealed amidst the dense pine needles. This tree not only provided an advantageous hiding spot that would be hard to detect, but also offered a high vantage point with a broad view, allowing him to keep watch and spot the approaching convoy early. However, even the best laid plans can go awry. Just shortly after he settled into his hiding place, a shadow ran by below, seemingly coincidentally, choosing the same tree. The newcomer was clad entirely in black stealth gear, with even their face covered by a black veil, revealing only two eyes tightly wrapped up. He slowly approached the tree where Su Qingbai was hiding, but did not detect any presence above. Ultimately, he glanced around and concealed himself behind a tree trunk that required two people to encircle. The newcomer seemed to be alone, and from his actions it appeared he was also there to conceal himself. Like Su Qingbai calmed his breathing, daring not to make a single sound. He felt somewhat distressed, having previously taken pride in selecting a good spot, only to find that someone else had coincidentally chosen the same tree. The figure below was shrouded in mystery, making it impossible to discern friend from foe. Originally, Su Qingbai had taken the initiative, but now he found himself unable to leave or stay. Yet if he were to move now, complications would likely arise, hindering his subsequent rescue efforts. He could only grit his teeth and remain crouched in the tree, taking it one step at a time. Thus two figures appeared, one above the tree and one below. The person in the tree focused on the one below, while the one below gazed into the distance. The two maintained an extraordinary tacit understanding, remaining still, as if time had come to a halt. Not long after, a fire dragon indeed slithered into view from afar. As the crowd drew nearer, illuminated by the firelight, Su Qingbai could clearly see that it was a group of border residents being escorted by the great Xiongnu soldiers. In accordance with Su Qingbai's previous assessment, this convoy had 6 great Xiongnu soldiers responsible for escorting them, with each pair positioned at the front, middle, and rear of the group. The group of border residents numbered around 50 or 60, mostly composed of strong men, with some women and children mixed in. They walked unsteadily, their expressions blank. As they walked, an elderly man stumbled, pulled by the rope in his hand, losing his balance and falling to the ground. Behind the old man, a girl of 17 or 18 cried out, throwing herself onto him, unable to control her emotions, sobbing and calling out, "Father! Father!" At that moment, 2 foul-mouthed soldiers approached from the convoy. Su Qingbai recognized one of them as Li Laer, who had escorted a group of border residents into the military platform the day before. Li Laer walked up to the old man and roughly pulled the girl off him, kicking the old man hard, while cursing, "Old bastard, stop pretending to be dead here." The old man groaned in pain, starting to whimper, softly sounding feeble. Seeing this, Li Laer drew his military knife, threateningly, saying, "If you can't get up, then just lie here forever." He turned his head, looking around, and laughed. "This place is actually scenic. You sure know how to pick a spot." Hearing this, the girl who had been thrown down stumbled over, crouching on the ground. She first draped the old man's arm over her shoulder, trying to lift him up. However, after several attempts to stand, she failed and ended up falling back down beside the old man. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably, feeling powerless and helpless. Nearby, some border residents, unable to bear the sight, came over to help, one on each side, trying to lift the old man. Li Laer cracked his whip across one of the men's hands, shouting, "Mind your own business and get lost." The entire convoy had temporarily halted in response to the commotion. The soldiers at the front and back of the convoy glanced over, and after understanding the situation, they no longer rushed forward, instead standing to the side, hands on their hips, as if waiting for Li Laer to quickly resolve the matter, while also enjoying the spectacle. Li Laer was in no hurry. He tugged the girl who was trying to climb back onto the old man, and mockingly pinched her not-so-clean face, saying, "You know your dead old dad has wasted a lot of my time. Come on, tell your brother what we should do about this." The girl, at a loss for words, stood there trembling, half from anxiety and half from fear. The old man on the ground hearing this began to struggle to prop himself up, wanting to sit up slowly. One soldier at the front, seeing the delay, finally grew impatient. He shouted to Li Laer, "That's enough. If you ruin her, we won't get a good price for her." Hearing the word ruin, Li Laer immediately became displeased. He shouted back, "Shut your mouth. She's a person I captured. Whether it's a profit or loss will be noted in our military accounts. What does it have to do with you?" The soldier in front, upon hearing this, kept quiet. Although he often found Li Laer unpleasant, they were on duty together tonight and had to watch each other's backs. It wasn't that he felt sympathy for the border residents, but rather he was concerned that Li Laer's reckless behavior would cause complications and delay their journey. Seeing that the other soldier had quieted down, Li Laer felt more emboldened and even more excited. He approached with a grin, first untying the ropes binding the girl's hands, leering, "You know, I've been following behind you the whole way, staring at your backside, and it was driving me crazy." The girl, realizing she couldn't escape the night's horrors, let out a heart-wrenching cry, starting to punch and kick at the air in futile resistance. Li Laer, seeing this, was not angry, but rather exhilarated. He seized the moment, lifting the girl onto his shoulder and laughing heartily, "Look at how nervous you are. What's there to be afraid of? Come on, brother, we'll take you over there to relax. Meeting is fate, and it's not easy to meet again in the future, so cherish this moment and enjoy our time together." He kicked the old man lying in his path, sending him sprawling on the ground, limbs convulsing. He spat a thick phlegm onto the ground and turned to the girl on his shoulder, saying with a smirk, "Perfect, now I can let my cheap father-in-law rest a bit longer." The group of border residents witnessed this and were filled with anger, but unable to voice it. They turned their heads away, lowering them in despair, shaking their heads. Seeing Li Laer hurriedly carrying the girl toward the roadside, another soldier in the convoy shouted jokingly, "Li Laer, you better handle it quickly, don't delay our drinking tonight." The soldier partnered with Li Laer replied with a chuckle, "Don't worry, who doesn't know that Li Laer's rusty gun is just a few quick shots?" The soldiers burst into laughter. Qingbai, perched on a tree, clearly witnessed and heard the scene unfolding in the border guards' ranks. He looked down at the figure wrapped in dark clothing beneath the tree. Though he could not see the person's face, the violent heaving of their chest indicated that they were already enraged. Meanwhile, Li Laer stepped out from the crowd, standing in the road with a snake-like brow and rat-like eyes glancing around. By mere coincidence, he also set his sights on the ancient pine tree, where Qingbai and the figure in black were hiding, perhaps thinking it was a quiet spot. He carried the young girl, ignoring her kicks and struggles, with a hopeful and lewd grin, hurriedly jogging towards this direction. Both Qingbai and the tree and the shadow below swayed in unison. Were they in such a rush to be reborn, or what? Never have I seen someone so understanding. Li Laer, carrying the girl, had just stepped into the vast shadow of the ancient pine when his feet suddenly hesitated. A crossbow bolt shot towards him at close range. With his mind solely focused on the girl on his shoulder, he was completely unprepared. Almost simultaneously with the sound of a whoosh slicing through the air, a small bolt struck him squarely in the face, instantly robbing him of breath. The shadow below stepped forward, catching the girl from Li Laer's shoulder. He covered her mouth with his hand, signaling her to remain silent. Once the girl calmed down, she glanced at Li Laer, who moments ago had been fierce like a wolf, but now lay motionless on the ground, quickly grasping the situation. She wasn't foolish. Her eyes widened as she nodded to the figure in black. The figure grabbed her hand and quickly retreated behind the tree to hide again. Meanwhile, a soldier teased his companion Lu Lizzie, "I think it's about time for Li Laer. You better hurry up and drop your pants, go take a look. If that girl isn't satisfied, you should go finish the job. Don't let our mighty Xiong army lose face." Lu Lizzie, being teased, retorted with a laugh, "You go if you want. That bastard Li Laer, that thing is toxic. Ooh, I don't want to get involved, it's bad luck." The other soldiers burst into laughter, each relishing the spectacle. They waited for a good while, but as the atmosphere shifted and a few began to feel something was amiss, they finally regained their senses. While they believed Li Laer would try again and again, the fact that they hadn't heard the girl scream all day made things right. The two soldiers at the front of the line exchanged glances, their expressions growing serious as they cautiously approached the ancient pine. When the two reached the ancient pine and rubbed their eyes to focus, they found that the bastard Li Laer was still lying motionless atop the girl. Due to the position of their entanglement, Li Laer was facing away from them. They couldn't see his face, only the girl beneath him, whose tear-streaked face bore a pitiful expression. Upon seeing this scene, the two soldiers relaxed. As they continued to approach, one of them jested, "You dog, Li Laer, what are you still doing lying there? Are you so exhausted that you can't move? Hurry up, pull up your pants and get out of here." As they got closer, they noticed that the girl being pressed down by Li Laer suddenly broke into a smile, inexplicably displaying a hint of a delicate smile. The girl's smile sent a shiver down the spines of the two seasoned soldiers who had killed countless men on the battlefield, leaving their hands and feet icy cold. That smile raised the hairs on their necks, causing an unsettling dread. They sensed something was off, but just like Li Laer earlier, before they could react, a crossbow bolt shot through the air, instantly taking one of them down. At the same time, a shadow emerged from behind the tree, striking with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, a dagger flashed with a chilling light. The remaining soldier looked down, clutching the blood gushing from his neck, letting out a hoarse, agonized scream. His eyes widened in shock before he collapsed. The commotion caused by the ancient pine was rather loud, especially when the last soldier let out a scream before dying, which eventually echoed out. The three remaining soldiers in the escort team swiftly drew their sabers, momentarily ignoring the group of border civilians in front of them as they surrounded the ancient pine from three sides. The group of border civilians also heard the commotion and turned to look. At that moment, it was as if a ray of light pierced through the clouds and fog shining upon them. On the once numb and despairing faces, a glimmer of hope sparkled, bringing a sudden brightness. Just moments ago, those fierce soldiers were watching their commotion. Now the tides had turned, and in the blink of an eye, they were the ones being entertained. The three soldiers wielding their shining sabers moved with a measured pace, spacing themselves apart, cautiously advancing step by step, their coordination seasoned. As the distance closed, the girl beneath the tree began to feel anxious. She turned to the figure in black beside her, her eyes shimmering with tears. She wanted to whisper to him, "Forget about us, just run away." Earlier, she had followed the black-clad person's whispered instructions, playing along to successfully lure and kill the two soldiers who came to investigate. She wasn't truly afraid. After the extreme joy and sorrow, she had come to terms with life and death. She felt that at the very least, she had taken three soldiers down with her. Even if she died, it wouldn't be a loss. The girl felt a bit uneasy and apprehensive. She was deeply grateful to the figure in black, not wanting her presence to put her savior in danger. The figure in black noticed the three remaining soldiers slowly approaching, falling into a moment of contemplation. He seemed to find the situation a bit tricky, weighing some advantages and disadvantages in his mind, appearing indecisive. When he inadvertently turned to look, he saw the girl next to him, watching him. After locking eyes, he seemed to make a decision. He nodded at the smiling girl, signaling her not to panic. The figure in black calmed her emotions and was about to step out from the shade of the ancient pine. But then a voice came from above them, "Don't rush to act." Both heads beneath the tree instinctively raised, their four eyes searching for the source above, rolling in their sockets. Qingbai peeked out from the branches, speaking down, "Do not be afraid, we are on the same side." The figure in black revealed a contemplative expression, utterly surprised that while he had been busy below, he hadn't noticed another person hidden in the tree. Fortunately, it seemed this person in the tree meant no harm. Otherwise, he would have been ambushed long ago, likely ending up in a disastrous predicament. The current situation left the figure in black with no time for further thought. He fixed his gaze on this unknown young man in the tree, trying to read his face for answers. Qingbai smiled shyly, quietly saying, "I really am on your side. I'm also here to save someone." Qingbai glanced at the three approaching soldiers and whispered to the man in black, "Later, let's follow the plan and put on another performance. You attract their attention below, and I'll make a surprise attack from above. How about that?" The man in black pondered for a moment and found it feasible, nodding in agreement. Qingbai continued, "When we act, you take out the one on the left, while I handle the one on the right. Once we succeed, we'll surround the one in the middle together and deal with him." The man in black remained silent. This made Qingbai a bit uneasy, so he added, "We must act quickly, we can't let them react and escape." The man in black simply turned his back to Qingbai in the tree as if to respond. Qingbai chuckled awkwardly, "Right, it's my fault for being too wordy. With your demonstrated skills and intellect, you naturally would have thought of these things." Qingbai ceased speaking, focusing his mind as his body slowly tensed, arching like a leopard lying in wait within the foliage, ready to pounce and deliver a lethal strike when the prey entered his ambush range. Meanwhile, the three soldiers had quietly approached the ancient pine, taking in the scene beneath the tree. On the ground in the shade of the tree, two horizontal and one vertical, lay three corpses. Who else could they be but Li Lauer and his two companions? Behind the three corpses stood a figure in black, masked. He had a somewhat panicked girl barely shielded behind him, one hand wielding a dagger raised across his chest, while the other hung naturally at his side, gazing at them without much fear. The three soldiers halted their advance, and the one in the center spoke, testing the waters. "Who are you? Do you know that killing our great Xiong soldiers is a crime that condemns your entire family?" The man in black continued his silent meditation, not uttering a word. The soldier who spoke couldn't gauge the man's true strength, remaining cautious. Having survived in the military for 20 to 30 years, one must be quite cunning. To be prudent, the soldier continued, "Are you being deceived by the great you girl behind you? In that case, you can step back now, and we won't pursue it further. We only need to take this enemy girl back for an explanation." The man in black remained silent, slightly bored, twisting his neck and stretching his joints, seemingly growing impatient as he beckoned with his fingers towards the three soldiers. The three soldiers instantly ignited with an inexplicable rage. Usually they were accustomed to wielding power over others like savage beasts confronting a group of timid lambs. But today the sun seemed to rise from the west. Where did the audacity of the opponent come from? What does it matter if they were just lowly soldiers? Within the territory of Great Xiong, no one dared to disregard them. At that moment, this person had just killed their 3 companions without a second thought. No matter who he was, even if some clueless scion from a royal family showed up, or a plainclothed official from the general's mansion encountered them, they would still be in the right. They were not afraid. Once they captured the person and bound him, it would be best if he had no backing, as they could simply dispatch him. Even if he had backing, they wouldn't fear it. Perhaps they could force the powers behind this person to come forward and apologize. Having long been accustomed to being the predators, they had no awareness of being bullied when truly in a vulnerable position. The 3 men's eyes glinted with ferocity as they began to advance. The man in black remained steadfast in his initial position, not moving an inch. The 3 soldiers, seeing this, exchanged glances, steeling themselves to continue advancing. As they approached within 5 or 6 steps, the man in black finally moved. He feigned throwing the dagger in his hand at the soldier who had spoken earlier. The soldier evaded, only to realize it was merely a feint, causing his rage to boil over as he began to curse. The soldier was still cursing when the man in black suddenly moved again. This time the arm that had been hanging down shot up violently. At the same time, a crossbow bolt shot from the man's sleeve and from the tree branches above, aimed at the 2 soldiers on it. The 2 men were currently distracted by the soldier in the center's furious ranting, and at such close range there was no time to evade. In their panic, the 2 men thought to roll on the ground to avoid the attack, but it was too late. The man on the left was struck in the face, the bolt piercing his eye, and he instantly lost his breath. The situation was slightly better for the man on the right. The bolt eventually struck his abdomen. He bent down, clutching his stomach. Although he could still stand, his combat effectiveness was severely diminished. Qingbai emerged from the foliage feeling somewhat embarrassed. The shot from the man in black clearly anticipated the opponent's evasive reaction, accurately calculating the distance to account for a lead, which explained the precision. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so accurate. However, Qingbai's earlier shot, despite taking the enemy by surprise, missed the mark as he had inadvertently shot. Qingbai had aimed for the chest, but ended up hitting the opponent in the abdomen. Though it still counted as a hit, it was evident that compared to the man in black's lethal strike, the quality of their archery was in no way comparable. Qingbai didn't have time to think it over. He retrieved his crossbow bolt and jumped down from the tree to engage the injured soldier. The soldier in the middle, witnessing his 2 comrades fall within the blink of an eye, was finally consumed by fear and turned to flee. Seeing this, the man in black could not wait for Qingbai to finish tidying up. He sprinted after the fleeing soldier. After exchanging a couple of blows, Qingbai seized the arrow lodged in the soldier's abdomen and yanked it out. The heavily injured soldier fell to the ground, finally silenced. Qingbai did not stop to check. He turned and followed the man in black towards the fleeing soldier. 1 man ran to pursuit. Qingbai moved quickly, overtaking the soldier. He turned to block the soldier's path. The cornered soldier, desperate, raised his military knife and charged at Qingbai. Qingbai did not dare to be careless. Even a cornered rabbit could bite, let alone face a soldier who lived by the blade. He readied himself to engage. As the soldier approached within 2 steps, he hesitated momentarily, pausing to prepare for the confrontation with Qingbai. The sound of air splitting rang out again, and he suddenly fell over, struck down. Qingbai smirked, noticing another crossbow bolt lodged in the soldier's skull. The man in black caught up, displaying excellent archery skills, but seemingly lacking in close combat proficiency. Qingbai noticed he was panting heavily, hands on his knees, hunched over, gasping. Qingbai felt something was odd. This sudden cold arrow, capable of wounding and killing, indeed had the greatest power. However, just moments ago, he and the soldier had been so close, lined up in a straight line from the angle of the man, and Qingbai was curious to ask him, "When you shoot, are you that confident? Aren't you afraid of accidentally injuring me? Is this called being bold because of high skill? Or do you simply not regard my life at all?" Before Qingbai could think further, or the man in black could explain, another complication arose on the scene. From the direction of the ancient pine behind them, a firelight soared into the sky, then exploded in midair, blooming into a dazzling firework. The soldier who Qingbai had shot in the abdomen, who should have been finished off by Qingbai, surprisingly, had not yet breathed his last. Seizing the opportunity while Qingbai and the man in black moved away, he pulled out a signaling firework from his pocket and set it off. Qingbai was furious. He had thought the man was as good as dead, yet after 2 attempts he still clung to life. Is your life really that resilient? So tough? Damn it, are you trying to embarrass me? With a grim face, he turned back, revealing the knife hidden in his clothing to the half-dead soldier on the ground. The soldier, seeing Qingbai draw the knife, recognized it as a standard short blade from the Great Yu army. His eyes widened in shock. He wanted to scream in a panic, but his voice came out hoarse and weak. You are from the Great Yu army." Before he could finish, the flash of the knife glinted, and a head rolled away onto the ground. At last he had truly died beyond any doubt. Although Su Qingbai had severed the head of his opponent, the signal fire had already been launched, and before long the large army of the Huns nearby would see it and rush over, rendering his actions futile. He led the panicked girl back quickly into the group of border villagers. The men in black were already using daggers to cut the ropes binding their hands, rescuing them one by one. The girl rushed to her father's side and helped him back to his feet, and fortunately the old man was still breathing. Two sturdy border men rushed over to assist the girl in lifting the old man, and they fetched a water jug, prying open his mouth to pour in a few drops of fresh water. Su Qingbai rummaged through the bodies of 6 Hun soldiers and found several pouches of money which he distributed. These soldiers were seasoned veterans carrying with them the military pay they had accumulated over the years. They often took advantage of opportunities to profit, making their families quite well off, and it was just enough for this group of border villagers to alleviate their concerns. Seeing that the scene was settling down, Su Qingbai began urging everyone to leave quickly. He stepped into the crowd and shouted loudly, "When you leave later, do not cluster together, do not gather. Everyone spread out and go your own way." The large Hun army would soon arrive to investigate, so everyone helped each other to get moving, seizing the time. Having been brought here without anything, they were now able to leave with ease. They were simply empty-handed, ready to. The man in black approached the girl and pulled out another pouch of money from his clothing, handing it to her. The girl declined, but the man in black merely gazed at her, nodding with a smile, not retracting the pouch, which hung suspended in front of her. In the end, the girl could not refuse. With a gentle smile and a graceful bow, she reached out to take it. Su Qingbai watched the departing crowd with satisfaction, feeling increasingly at ease. These border villagers were all local natives, well acquainted with the mountains, rivers, and roads. They likely knew the area better than he did. With their abilities, as long as they broke free today, it would be like releasing birds from a cage, making it difficult to recapture them. For the large Hun army, it wasn't that they lacked discipline or scruples. Such acts of kidnapping were still frowned upon by the entire Han dynasty. Such heinous acts could only be committed by a few extremely ruthless individuals within the army. Moreover, even if they did, it would have to be done secretly. There was absolutely no way they would brazenly rob people in broad daylight. Because of this, the soldiers chose to escort this group of border villagers at night, wanting to avoid a large crowd and prevent any leaks of information. As the border villagers dispersed in small groups, a team of enemy soldiers finally arrived, numbering about 20, pushing against the flow of people, a dark mass. Clearly, they had seen the signal fire and hurriedly rushed to this location to assess the situation. On their way, they might have already intercepted 1 or 2 fleeing border villagers to inquire about what had happened here. Upon reaching the scene, they disregarded the scattered border villagers and quickly targeted the 2 culprits who remained in place, intent on capturing them. The man in black standing next to Su Qingbai reached into his clothes, about to pull out some object, but Su Qingbai grabbed his wrist and pulled him, urging him to run. Su Qingbai had seen the man in black panting for breath while chasing the soldier earlier and thought he might be out. Now, seeing the enemy soldiers approaching, he thought he could not leave him behind, so he decided to drag him along to save some strength. The man in black stiffened, frozen in place. Su Qingbai felt puzzled. How could someone who had been so sharp-minded earlier now appear so dazed? He could not afford to ponder too much. Pulling the man in black, he shouted while running, "What are you waiting for? Hurry!" Thus the two ran ahead while a group of soldiers chased behind. Su Qingbai led the man in black through twists and turns, running for about 10 miles. They were already small targets, and under the cover of night were able to conceal their tracks, just managing to shake off their pursuers. At this moment, a large river blocked their path. Su Qingbai turned to glance back, faintly still hearing the shouts of the pursuing soldiers in the distance. He thought that if he turned back, now he would likely run into their weapons. After a brief consideration, the man in black stood beside him, dazed and silent. Having made up his mind, Su Qingbai turned to him and asked, "Brother, how well can you swim?" The man in black thought for a moment and finally nodded. Su Qingbai smiled brightly. "Haha, then this will be easy." Before the man could ask further, Su Qingbai grabbed his hand and jumped into the river with a splash. The river water was somewhat icy and biting at night, and upon entering the water, both men shivered. Su Qingbai thought the man in black might not have good endurance, fearing he might falter, so he held tightly onto his hand without letting go. Thus the two floated downstream with a not so rapid current. After floating for over 10 miles, Su Qingbai estimated it was about time. He figured that the pursuing soldiers would likely see no trace of them by the riverside, and would simply lament the river deciding to give up. In such cold water, they surely would not have the resolve to follow them into the river. Moreover, those pursuing soldiers could not discern whether they had crossed the river or were merely floating downstream, making it unlikely for them to continue blindly chasing. Su Qingbai saw the river bend ahead, and on the opposite bank was a shallow spot. He adjusted his swimming posture in the water, preparing to pull the man in black up to the bank from there. When they were still 200 or 300 steps away from the shallow spot, Su Qingbai began to exert himself, intending to swim sideways with the man in black. With the current's assistance, and having calculated the distance in advance, they successfully swam to the opposite bank just before the shoal. Their feet finally stood firmly in the shallow water. Previously, the two had been floating in the water, which didn't consume much energy. However, now it was different. They had to paddle vigorously to reach the shore before being swept away. Thus, standing in the shallow water, Su Qingbai felt somewhat fatigued. His legs were sore and weak, and he was unsteady on his feet. He turned to look at the man in black beside him and saw that his condition was no better than his own. The two stood in the water resting for a moment. Once they caught their breath, Su Qingbai continued to pull the man in black, stepping through the water towards the shore. Walking in the water was extremely laborious due to the resistance, making each step feel heavy and difficult. Just as the two of them, quite disheveled, were about to step out of the water, a large stone about 3 feet high loomed before them like a blocking tiger. Su Qingbai pushed the man in black forward, thinking to be a good person, and remained nameless, wanting to lend a hand and help him up first. In a cave, Su Qingbai gathered thick branches to cover the entrance, then started a fire inside, sitting beside the flames to warm his hands. Earlier by the riverbank, it wasn't just the man in black who was frightened. Su Qingbai was equally shaken. Now the two sat at a distance from each other, making the atmosphere in the cave somewhat awkward. Su Qingbai decided to imitate the girl in black and began to practice silent meditation. He felt a bit embarrassed knowing he had made a mistake earlier, and now in the dead of night, he was sharing a cave with this girl. Meanwhile, the girl in black simply squatted to the side, remaining silent. However, her eyes were filled with deep resentment, fixed on Su Qingbai, as if she wished to carve a piece of flesh from him with her gaze. Seeing her shivering in the corner, Su Qingbai thought for a moment, then squatted back a couple of steps to make some space, mustering the courage to ask, "Miss, would you like to come over and warm yourself by the fire?" The girl in black, seeing this shameless person finally speak, gritted her teeth and retorted, "So you do know I'm a girl?" Su Qingbai forced a smile and replied, "I only realized that at that moment." Upon hearing the words "at that moment," the girl's eyes, which were visible, sparkled with a fierce light, igniting like dry wood set ablaze, spiraling out of control. She immediately began to scold, "Young and reckless, not learning anything good. Do you still have any shame? Stinky man, truly no good can come from you. What are you looking at? If you have something to say, spit it out quickly. If you keep staring at me, I'll gouge your eyes out." Su Qingbai sighed, enduring the scolding, feeling it was inappropriate to argue back. He felt that although he truly didn't know she was a girl, he had indeed touched her inappropriately, and no matter how he looked at it, he was still at fault, while she had suffered. Let her curse if she wants, but it's nothing to vent her anger. After all, he couldn't help but act first in a moment of weakness. Seeing that Su Qingbai had remained silent for a long time, the girl seemed to feel that she had vented her anger, but it was also very likely because she was simply tired of scolding. She glared fiercely at Su Qingbai, walked over, and squatted by the fire. The temperature had dropped sharply. They had soaked in the river for most of the night, and with their clothes and hair soaked, to say they weren't cold would be a lie. At this moment, she boldly removed the black veil that had become cold and uncomfortable against her face after getting wet, opting to take it off entirely. Su Qingbai caught a glimpse of her face beneath the veil and suddenly felt the cold dissipate. Beneath the veil was an oval face, exceptionally delicate, with 2 rare sword-like brows that conveyed a sense. She had a graceful head, a jade-like neck, slender shoulders, and a slim back with hair flowing like a waterfall, dark and shiny. Sitting in front of the fire, her delicate brows furrowed, she seemed about to speak. Women from the north are often bold, offering a different flavor compared to the gentle women of the south. She was only slightly shorter than Su Qingbai, tall and slender with long legs. At this moment, her wet clothes clung tightly to her body, accentuating her slim figure, making the entire cave feel like spring. Su Qingbai couldn't help but be mesmerized, his throat involuntarily swallowing hard. A loud gurgle echoed clearly in the small cave. Su Qingbai hurriedly averted his gaze, his ears. He felt as if his toes were about to embarrassingly tear through his shoes. The girl across from him turned her gaze towards the source of the gurgle, her delicate face showing anger. She glared at Su Qingbai with narrowed eyes. After a moment, feeling guilty, Su Qingbai pretended to be nonchalant and glanced over. Instantly, their eyes met. He quickly turned his head, his gaze evasively shifting elsewhere. The girl across finally couldn't hold back and burst into a fit of laughter. She parted her lips, revealing pearly white teeth, and asked, "Are you from Diyue, or are you a soldier?" "Yes, yes." Su Qingbai dared not meet her gaze, stammering in response. The girl smiled sweetly and said, "Oh, why are you suddenly so shy? You were so lively before. How does my backside feel?" Su Qingbai exclaimed, realizing she was relentless in her teasing, quickly stood up and apologized. "Miss, you were wrapped up so tightly before and didn't say a word. I truly didn't expect you were a girl. It was all a misunderstanding. I hope you can forgive me." The girl neither agreed nor disagreed, simply looking at him with a smile, saying, "I don't want to hear that. Now tell me about yourself. What's your name? Where are you from? How old are you? How many children do you have? Tell me everything so I can know what I'm up against and not end up in the dark." Su Qingbai scratched his head thinking, isn't this what they call holding on to someone's pigtails? He helplessly summarized his situation. I am Su Qingbai, raised in Chushan County, Dayue, and I am about 16 or 17 years old. Once Su Qingbai finished speaking in one breath, the girl across remained silent, staring at him, her eyes. Su Qingbai thought for a moment, forced a smile, and added, I'm not yet married. Hearing this, the girl's cheeks flushed with two rosy hues. She spat, scolding, who asked to hear that? Su Qingbai scratched his head again, thinking, didn't you ask me how many children I had? I was just following the outline. You ask, but don't listen, and then you get angry. The girl across coughed softly and said, what's your background? You haven't mentioned that yet. Su Qingbai replied, feeling relieved that she was waiting to hear this. Women's hearts are indeed like needles in the ocean, hard to guess. Su Qingbai did not hide anything, thinking since she came to rescue people at night, just like him, even if they were on different sides, she likely wasn't a malicious person. However, he only admitted to being an ordinary soldier from Dayue, falsely claiming he discovered that the Great Huns were crossing the border to abduct people and secretly followed them to rescue people. He dared not reveal his true identity from the Green Willow camp, as his 100-man squad was still on a mission. Although this girl appeared lovely, he had no idea of her background, so he had to be cautious. Once Su Qingbai finished explaining his fabricated story, the girl across kept staring at him, her expression one of half-belief, half-doubt. Su Qingbai didn't want to linger on this topic any longer, thinking to change the subject. He casually said, Miss, I see your clothes are soaked. Would you like to take them off and dry them by the fire? The girl across took a deep breath, her rows of white teeth clattering together. She tilted her head back, looking at Su Qingbai, dragging out a long tone, and shouted one word, get out. Su Qingbai realized he had once again been mistaken for Shameless. Su Qingbai explained, Miss, I didn't mean it that way. If you want to dry your clothes, I can step out of the cave first. The girl coldly snorted, staring at Su Qingbai, saying, how do I know if a pair of rat's eyes will appear at the entrance later? Su Qingbai was flustered and couldn't handle it anymore. The girl noticed Su Qingbai had gone silent again, her eyes fixating on the white jade seal at his waist, and asked, what is your relationship with Master Song? Earlier, while taking off his coat to warm it, Su Qingbai had inadvertently revealed the seal gifted to him by Master Song, inscribed with the words following virtue like water. Su Qingbai hadn't cared much about it before, but now that the girl pointed it out, he felt somewhat surprised and seeing Su Qingbai looking at her with suspicion, the girl said, what's wrong? I know Master Song too, don't I have the right? Master Song was indeed a great Hun, and Su Qingbai knew that, so it wasn't too surprising for this girl to claim she. Not understanding the situation, he asked, may I ask your name, miss? The girl chuckled and teased, what's wrong? Are you in a hurry to use my birth date for divination? After saying this, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her laughter was like wind chimes, crisp and pleasant. Su Qingbai could only stand by forcing a smile. After a while, the girl finally stopped laughing. She caught her breath and said, listen closely, I don't change my name or surname. My full name is Murong Kaifeng. Su Qingbai, after hearing this, merely processed it. He sat there unresponsive. The girl named Murong Kaifeng, waiting beside him, grew a bit impatient and asked, what do you think? As the morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the branches at the cave entrance, the bonfire within was on the verge of extinguishing. Last night, Su Qingbai and Murong Kaifeng had been sitting quietly by the fire. Just as dawn approached, the wet clothes they wore had dried enough from the heat of the bonfire, and they each took a brief nap. Now both of them had awakened in succession. Su Qingbai pulled apart the branches at the cave entrance, allowing more sunlight to pour in, instantly illuminating the cave like daylight. The morning light cast upon Murong Kaifeng made her figure appear even more exquisite, shimmering with brilliance with every glance. In this world, there are women who, just by standing there with a frown or a smile, can make you feel that around them everything else is in shades of black and white. Murong Kaifeng said to Su Qingbai, I must take my leave. She mentioned that she needed to meet with her family elders, and the location was not far from where they were. He replied that he also needed to sneak back to Dayue, as the border was quite near. They both casually said, take care on the road, and then laughed together. One was innocent, the other pure-hearted, both refreshing to the soul. Finally, after taking 7 steps, Murong Kaifeng turned, suddenly her face radiant, as she said to Su Qingbai, General Su, take care. Still waiting at the spot, Su Qingbai watched her leave and responded with a crisp fist salute, saying, Miss Moore, crossing over mountains, wading through waters, it was a journey of landscapes. Having killed and saved, it was a path through wind and rain. The youth and the maiden turned their backs to each other, parting ways. Like two intersecting lines, after a brief encounter, they each rushed toward their own destinies. Su Qingbai exited the cave, weaving through the rocky stream in the valley, hastening toward the main troop. Although Su Qingbai held the rank of squad leader, he was unaware of the marching plans of the 100-man team. The main destinations and specific routes for this mission were classified, held only by a few, including Captain Lin Yufeng. The lower ranks followed orders without question. Thus, after being delayed for a night, Su Qingbai was still unclear about the current position of the 100-man team. He needed to reach a concealed outpost to reconnect with the main force. That night, Su Qingbai successfully returned to the 100-man team under the guidance of a sentry. Squad leader Lu Huan rolled over like a walking meatball, and before Su Qingbai could speak, urgently asked what happened with those border villagers. Su Qingbai replied casually, they were all saved. Lu Huan nodded, and Su Qingbai clearly saw the mix of joy, relief, and satisfaction on his face. However, the next moment, Lu Huan's round face suddenly changed dramatically. He pointed a finger at Su Qingbai's nose, disregarding the onlookers, and scolded, Su Qingbai, you've really grown bold. What the hell were you thinking, going rogue and ignoring orders? What about military discipline? Su Qingbai smirked, thinking, Captain, your mood swings are a bit too fast. Captain Lin Yufeng then appeared, and Su Qingbai recounted the events of the previous night one by one. However, he conveniently omitted the details of his playful banter with Murong Kaifeng in the cave. Lin Yufeng maintained a stern face throughout. Unlike Lu Huan, who was so changeable, he was consistently serious. He patiently listened to Su Qingbai's account, and finally spoke in terms of emotion and reason. What you did was commendable. You acted with both courage and strategy. Even I, as the captain, have to admire you a bit. However, in terms of law and discipline, you were a bit impulsive. We have a mission at hand. We cannot act recklessly and must proceed with caution and care, ensuring to follow orders. At this moment, several members of Wu Li, including Feng Wanyan, were present. Feng Wanyan felt that the captain initially spoke wisely, but upon hearing the latter part of the conversation, he realized it was not looking good for Su Qingbai. Therefore, Feng Wanyan mustered his courage and interjected, Captain, the situation was urgent at that time. If we had gone back and forth with reports, it would have delayed the best opportunity to save people. Su Qingbai acted decisively, and in the end, he successfully saved 60 to 70 villagers from our Dayue from peril. As he spoke, Feng Wanyan cautiously glanced at Lin Yufeng and Lu Huan. He saw Lu Huan squinting at him with a somewhat playful smile, as if he understood something deeper. He also noticed that although Lin Yufeng's expression remained stern, he had yet to interrupt him and seemed to be relaxing his furrowed brow. Feeling emboldened, Feng Wanyan concluded loudly, therefore, I believe Su Qingbai should not only be exonerated but also rewarded. Squad members Jiang Dafu and Gong Shun echoed his sentiments. As a crowd had already gathered, they were stirred by Feng Wanyan's somewhat stirring words, leading to a noisy discussion. Seeing the surrounding crowd in an excited uproar, Gong Ping felt the atmosphere was ripe. He jumped forward and led the charge, shouting, support squad leader Su. Su Qingbai is innocent. Su Qingbai has merits. Su Qingbai deserves a reward. However, after he finished his impassioned shout, there were very few followers. He lowered his head, feeling disgruntled as he retreated, noticing the strange looks from the people around him. Lin Yufeng turned to squad leader Lu Huan and said, Old Lu, why don't you consider nurturing this Gongping kid? He reminds me of you. He's also a straightforward fellow. Lu Huan laughed and scolded, straightforward my ass, he's just stubborn. Lin Yufeng coughed heavily, and the scene fell into silence. He ultimately declared, Su Qingbai's position as squad leader is hereby revoked, demoted to a first-class foot soldier. Whether he is rewarded or punished will be discussed after we return to camp. The position of squad leader will temporarily be taken over by crossbowman Feng Wanyan, who will be fully responsible for all matters. This matter is settled without further discussion. As the crowd dispersed, Su Qingbai seemed unfazed by the setback. He cheerfully ran back to his squad, greeting everyone. Gong Ping, with his head down, said to Feng Wanyan, Old Feng, I'm sorry. Feng Wanyan looked at him in surprise, cautiously asking, What's wrong, what happened? Gong Ping sighed and said, Before I had always hoped you would become squad leader. Now that you have truly become one, I just can't feel happy about it. Feng Wanyan kicked Gong Ping in the rear, scolding, Get lost, what's the big deal? Why are you so surprised? Feng Wanyan walked over and patted Su Qingbai on the shoulder, saying, No matter what they say above, you did well. As for my current position as squad leader, it's just a title, you're still our leader. We all look up to you. Su Qingbai waved his hand and said, No need, let's stick to what we have. I'll listen to you, Old Feng. Feng Wanyan sighed and said, I've been in the army for over 20 years, encountering 5 or 6 squad leaders, including the previous Old Luo, but there hasn't been one I could truly respect from the bottom of my heart. He turned to look at Su Qingbai and continued, I never expected that you, a young soldier, would achieve this. Su Qingbai bashfully scratched his head. Some things are worth doing if they allow oneself to feel at peace. If after completing them others agree with you, recognize you, or even reward you, that is naturally a delightful bonus. However, if that recognition doesn't come, there's no need to be troubled. One must still do what needs to be done and be quick on their feet when it's time to step forward. If one constantly hesitates, weighing the benefits and losses, or even hopes for rewards afterward, it would indeed contradict the original intention and result in failure. In the words of the chubby Fong Peng, every time I sneak money from home to buy this and that for everyone, it's all we eat together, drink together, and have fun together. If you're happy, then I'm happy. We're all brothers and sisters, so stop talking about those unnecessary things. I don't expect you to praise me, nor do I hope my father will reward me when I get home. Gong Ping leaned closer, mimicking Feng Wanyan, patting Su Qingbai on the shoulder and mischievously said, "I say, since even old foam doesn't mind he. Then you shouldn't be so modest about this squad leader position." Jiang Dafu shook his head, smiling wickedly, saying, "Oh Gong Gongzi, you've made progress betraying us so quickly." Gong Shun looked at his silly brother with a smile on his face. The 100-man team took a brief rest before continuing their march. Over the next 2 days, they had plunged deeper into enemy territory. After returning from the military platform reconnaissance, Su Qingbai and his team had not received any new orders and continued to follow the main force. On this day, after the 100-man team came to a halt, Captain Lin Yufeng finally issued a new task. He dispatched a group to scout the general route of the enemy's supply convoy. Lin Yufeng stated plainly that once this task was completed, the 100-man team would have fulfilled their entire reconnaissance mission and could then turn back south to return to their own territory. Once again, Su Qingbai and his team were left out, continuing to hide in a location with the main force waiting for the dispatch team to return with intelligence. When the second day arrived, dawn was approaching. Everyone calculated the time, and that team should almost be back. On the way back, the main force would not need to execute any more tasks, and during that time, they would be active at night, generally avoiding complications. From this perspective, their expedition into the Great Xiong territory could be considered uneventful. Therefore, the faces of everyone in the team were now beaming with smiles. After all, being alive was not a bad thing. Just as the members of the 100-man team were immersed in their daydreams, suddenly a sharp sound of something slicing through the air shattered the tranquility of dawn, piercing through the smiles on their faces like bubbles. Accompanying that sound, a brilliant firework burst in the sky about 5 or 6 miles away, followed by a dull explosion. Another firework. The signaling fireworks of the Great Xiong army were used during urgent military situations for support or in case of enemy attacks, bursting in midair for communication and to mark locations. In the dense forest, the members of the 100-man team quickly got up and formed a line, each with a solemn expression, as if facing a great enemy. Captain Lin Yufeng appeared, already dressed and ready. Unlike the cautious manner of the past few days, his demeanor had changed. He exuded an aura, as if flames were burning around him, radiating dominance. Unfazed by the impending danger, he made a decisive call. "First squad, hold the rear. The rest, draw your blades, and ready your crossbows. Follow me back to fight." As his words fell, everyone drew their military swords, brandished their bows and crossbows, discarded unnecessary burdens, quickly formed an assault formation, and assembled. Lin Yufeng held his military sword at an angle, his clothes flapping as he led the way out of the dense forest like a fierce tiger emerging from its cage, each step creating a gust of wind. Behind him, a group of fierce soldiers tore off the skins of small lambs they wore, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves. Also holding their swords at an angle, one arm carrying crossbows, they followed closely behind and streamed out. More than 90 soldiers, each one a master warrior. Across the 3 great dynasties and the entire world, they could all be considered the elite among the elite. Now gathered together, they had become a single formidable force, whether breaking through enemy lines or holding their ground, they could make their opponents bow their heads. The squad leader of the first squad, Lu Huan, squinted toward the direction behind the 100-man team. Behind him, a group of enemy soldiers could already be seen charging forward, raising clouds of dust. His first squad was tasked with the mission of holding back the enemy, covering the retreat of the 100-man team, and providing a rear guard for the main force. Thus, they intentionally kept some distance from the 100-man team, falling far behind. Seeing the enemy closing in, Lu Huan licked his cracked lips, the scar on his face twitching slightly. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he shouted loudly, "Brothers, no retreat." More than 20 men excitedly shouted back, their voices high and bright, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" Coming towards them was an infantry 100-man team clad in light armor and wielding short blades, making it easy for them to pursue with the advantage of speed. They arrived first, tasked with entangling this team that had suddenly appeared from nowhere, waiting for reinforcements to arrive for an encirclement. From the Great Xiong side, the intelligence they had received was extremely limited. Previously, they had spotted 5 disguised soldiers from the Great U.S. sneaking near the supply convoy, lurking and observing, most likely gathering intelligence. Following a strategy of casting a long line to catch a big fish, they did not act rashly and alarm the enemy. As dawn approached, these soldiers from the Great U turned back, and they quietly followed. Along the way, they successfully lured and killed a hidden sentry, trailing silently. It wasn't until they reached a spot 5 miles ahead that they were finally noticed by the soldiers. The 2 sides immediately clashed. Those soldiers were all capable fighters, and despite being surrounded and attacked, in turn they managed to kill 14 of their opponents, infuriating their captain to the point of cursing. These 5 not only fought fiercely, but also showed no fear of death. In the end, not a single one was. They could never forget a blood-soaked veteran who, despite being stabbed multiple times and not dying after struggling to slay one opponent, turned to see a knife approaching him. In that moment, with his last breath, he let out a hearty laugh. They also remembered a youth with a somewhat childish face who, seeing his comrades fall one by one, was left isolated in the center. Resolutely, he raised his blade and drew it across his throat. As he fell, his back appeared so desolate. Fortunately, they successfully tracked them down to the end, ultimately discovering the figures hiding in the forest following the trail back to the lair of this group. They immediately ignited fireworks to signal and guide the reinforcements arriving from behind to come for the encirclement. Thus, the 100-man team from Great Xiong, now chasing them, was unaware of the type of enemies they were facing. Though they were intimidated by the formidable strength displayed by those 5 earlier, they believed that the scouting small units in the army were inherently elite. They absolutely would not believe nor dare to believe that this 100-man team in the dense forest was comprised of fierce scouts ready to pounce. As the two armies clashed, more than 20 faced off against over 80, the scene not grand, but extraordinarily bloody and brutal. Or rather, it was a massacre belonging solely to Great Xiong. The more than 20 from Great Yu spread out in a V formation, lined up neatly, seemingly aiming to firmly contain this pursuing force. The 80 from Great Xiong, seeing only this small number of opponents, dismissed them. They thought they could easily overwhelm them without considering formations and charged up in a dense mass. They aimed to swiftly break through this small unit and then entangle the larger enemy force. As long as they could lead the way for reinforcements to arrive, they would achieve great merit. However, when the 80 from Great Xiong rushed close, they suddenly found everyone opposite raising their arms, revealing crossbows gleaming with cold light from those dark sleeves. They had not anticipated that these soldiers from Great Yue, who were not even wearing any armor, were equipped with the rare sleeve crossbows found in ordinary military camps. Moreover, they were all uniformly armed, every one of them wielding crossbows. Caught off guard, they could only grit their teeth and charge forward, hoping to create an opening for close combat. On the side of the Great Yu army, once the enemy entered effective range, they initiated a volley. After firing one round without waiting to assess the results, the 20-plus soldiers moved in perfect unison, sprinting back 10 steps, turning to form ranks, and then launched another volley. In this manner, they repeated the process, retreating while shooting, firing 3 volleys in total. The pursuing soldiers from Great Xiong, caught completely off guard, found their light armor unable to withstand the seemingly improved bows and crossbows, and cries of agony erupted. Soldiers fell and rose as if they had been harvested like a field of chives. The 20-plus from Great Yue each shot with eerie accuracy. It seemed that they had a tacit understanding, each targeting their own mark, while skillfully avoiding the same target. Each one shot 3 arrows, collectively dispatching 2.5 enemy soldiers each. After 3 rounds of volleys, the previously overwhelming pursuing force was left with only a dozen men, dazed, terrified, and desperate. In the end, one by one, they turned to flee, collapsing without resistance. Watching the remnants fleeing back, squad leader Lu Huan spat a mouthful of thick phlegm onto the ground, as if speaking to himself in frustration, cursing, "Damn it, they can't take a hit." The side of Great Yu did not pursue the fleeing enemies, nor did they have time to check and finish off the fallen foes on the ground. Squad leader Lu Huan immediately called for everyone to turn and quickly chase towards their own 100-man team. More than 20 men, without any casualties, quietly ran towards the distance, silent and composed. Meanwhile, behind them, a group of still-alive enemies writhed and lamented on the ground. The 100-man team hastened their march, aiming to return to the territory of Deyue before the enemy could fully gather their forces. They deduced that the enemy seemed unaware of their full capabilities and the intelligence they had was limited. However, since their own movements had been exposed, they anticipated that the enemy was likely issuing commands and hurriedly reallocating troops to intercept them. At this moment, the 100-man team was racing against time and the speed of the enemy's intelligence. A single misstep could lead to being surrounded and isolated. The situation was already quite critical. Currently, the enemy had stationed a considerable number of military platforms, relay stations, signal towers, and small camps along the border. Although their numbers were substantial, they were primarily responsible for reconnaissance, guarding communication, and small patrols, making their troop distribution rather scattered, with at most a few soldiers stationed at each location, making it difficult to concentrate forces for an interception in a short time. The 100-man team was over 100 miles from the border. As long as they could arrive before the enemy's orders reached the border, or before the enemy could gather a significant number of troops from various points along the border, the enemy would only be able to watch them leave helplessly. What they needed to worry about more was the large pursuing force coming from the heart of the Great Xiong. If the enemy reacted swiftly and deployed their troops appropriately, they could easily surround them from all sides. Thus, the only order for the 100-man team was to abandon their disguises. All scouts who had scattered must return to the main force regardless of day or night, and proceed in a straight line. On the way back, the team did not need to take a detour as long as they did not encounter a large enemy force. They simply needed to break through the defensive lines layer by layer. 100 miles, 80 miles, 50 miles. The 100-man team approached the borderline step by step, like a blazing iron needle plunging straight into thick butter, cutting through layer after layer. At noon, as they passed the signal tower, they were quickly spotted by the enemy. However, the 4 or 5 great Xiong soldiers in the signal tower were somewhat baffled, feeling anxious, yet uncertain about the situation. How could this group be coming from their rear? What was going on? They kept their gates tightly shut, afraid to show their faces or step out to block the way. The 100-man team ignored them and brazenly passed right by the signal tower. But once the 100-man team had traveled about a mile away, smoke signals suddenly erupted from the signal tower, with black smoke rising straight into the sky. Captain Lin Yufeng glanced back and cursed, "A few pesky insects that bite without pain, yet are quite irritating." He pondered for a moment before calling to Lu Huan, who was jogging with his head down in the team. The latter, being somewhat overweight, had suffered from his short legs. Following the main force's rapid march, while others took 7 or 8 steps, he needed to take 10, and he was now sweating profusely. Lu Huan ran up to Lin Yufeng, wiped the sweat off his face, and awaited instructions. Lin Yufeng pointed to the signal tower behind them and said, "Send 2 groups of brothers to take that signal tower down." Lu Huan was puzzled. Although taking down a signal tower was not difficult for them, and they could likely accomplish it in no more than a cup of tea's worth of time. But they had already gone over a mile. No matter how annoying, it didn't make sense to go back and deal with it. Moreover, with the smoke signals already rising, most within 100 miles had likely seen it. Time was tight, and they needed to hurry. They couldn't afford to delay even a moment. Lin Yufeng looked at Lu Huan, whose eyes were spinning, and explained, "To be safe after capturing it, grab 2 warhorses from inside and send them back to relay messages urging our stationed troops at the border to rush over for support." Lu Huan was enlightened by this revelation and promptly exclaimed, "Captain, you are brilliant." Lin Yufeng, not bothering to tease him as usual, said solemnly, "Time is of the essence. You must act swiftly." After completing the task, urged the brothers to quicken their pace and catch up with the main force. Lu Huan took the order, turned, and caught up with his group, quickly counting out 2 teams. After giving them directions, he urged them to act quickly. Among them was Su Qingbei's second team. Thus 10 men separated from the main marching direction, and quickly. This startled the 4 elderly and weak soldiers stationed in the enemy signal tower. Hadn't they all left? Weren't they in a hurry? Why were they returning to deal with them after running so far away? The signal tower commander, who had ordered the smoke signal to be lit, felt like slapping himself in the face. He regretted lighting the smoke signal. It should have been lit, but it seemed he had done it a bit too early. Inside the signal tower, they hastily grabbed dusty bows and arrows, taking positions at the arrow slots. Meanwhile, the other 3 rushed downstairs, one seizing a long spear to brace against the door. Now they could only hold their ground and hope to buy some time. After all, they had plenty of time, but the enemy might not be able to afford to wait. Su Qingbai and his 10 men dashed forward without stopping, moving as fast as the wind. Feng Wanyan ran up beside Su Qingbai, and as he got closer, he asked, "Team leader, what do you think we should do?" Su Qingbai, without breaking stride, replied with a smile, "Old Feng, now you are the team leader, I'll follow your lead." Feng Wanyan felt the urgency of time and didn't want to waste it debating, so he chuckled. "All right, I'll take charge." He then turned and shouted to the other team's leader, "Old Jiang, you better listen to your older brother's commands too." The Jiang team leader, clearly familiar with Feng Wanyan, responded loudly, "Those little shrimps over there aren't even worth a bowl of food. If you say so, I'll follow your lead and let you have your moment as team leader." Before long, the 10 men reached the foot of the signal tower. Arrows began to rain down from the arrow slots, but whether it was due to the weak draw of the bow or the poor aim of the archer, the arrows were easily dodged by the men below the signal tower. Once inside the effective range of the crossbow, Su Qingbai raised his hand and shot an arrow back. Unfortunately, his aim was just slightly off, and the enemy soldier hiding behind the arrow slot barely avoided it. Su Qingbai was not angry. He crouched down with another person, and together they coordinated their shots. As long as anyone on the signal tower dared to show their head, they would take turns firing arrows to keep that person pinned down. Meanwhile, several others quickly ran to the front gate of the signal tower. This gate was a full fist thick, a solid door made of iron and hardwood, reinforced with iron plates and nails, making it exceptionally sturdy. Behind the door were 3 robust bolts horizontally spanning the entrance, currently being held firmly by 3 enemy soldiers. Without siege equipment, they could not force their way in and would not succeed anytime soon. Feng Wanyan seemed to have anticipated this. He began to make arrangements. He instructed Su Qingbai and another to continue suppressing from above, while the rest would follow him, using grappling hooks to enter. Jiang Dafu and the team immediately took out 2 iron hooks and ropes he had prepared earlier and expertly threw them onto the walls of the signal tower. They split into 2 groups and climbed in one after the other. After successfully removing the beacon, the crowd did not appear relaxed, nor did they show much joy. The danger from the 100-man team had not yet been lifted, and they were pressed for time. Removing the beacon was merely a solution to a minor inconvenience. It was far from a time to celebrate. The group selected 2 sturdy warhorses from the beacon, leading one on each side. Both horses were Uzamuchan horses from the northern grasslands. These horses are robust, agile, have developed chest muscles, a curved back, and a wide rear, renowned for their endurance over long distances and sprinting over short ones. Gong Ping couldn't help but reach out to stroke one of the warhorses' necks cheerfully, saying to the horse, "My goodness, I didn't expect this unassuming beacon to be home to such a treasure." The Great Xiong dynasty covers vast territory, and due to the expansive northern grasslands, it is rich in horses and livestock. On the grasslands, numerous tribes are distributed, each governed by their respective tribal leaders, overseeing large groups of nomads. For generations, they have lived by following the grass for grazing, raising horses and sheep. 200 years ago, the army of the Great Xiong dynasty advanced straight into the northern grasslands. One by one, tribal leaders bowed in submission, and the Great Xiong dynasty smoothly incorporated them into its territory for governance. Thereafter, the Great Xiong dynasty issued a series of favorable policies to comfort the nomads, reducing the exploitation of lower-class herders by tribal leaders supplying them with salt grain, cloth, and other necessities, and introducing iron smelting technology, leading to a dramatic change in life on the grasslands. While supplying, the Great Xiong dynasty also introduced goods facilitating mutual exchange. The beef and mutton from the grasslands were richer and more flavorful than those from other regions, winning favor across the land. Thus, the Great Xiong dynasty invested heavily in forming several merchant teams dedicated to the business of livestock trading. They collected goods from various tribes and herders, reselling them far and wide, even to the southern Great Yu dynasty and the western Great Xia dynasty. The court divided profits annually with the tribes and herders according to an agreed ratio, and all 3 parties profited handsomely in a harmonious manner. Among the many policies established by the Great Xiong dynasty, the only harsh or unreasonable one was that all horses in the grasslands were regarded as strategic resources of the dynasty and were strictly prohibited from being sold privately. If discovered, it would be a death sentence. Each year, the various tribes as the subjects were required to tribute a certain number of horses to the Great Xiong court for its use. In addition to the mandatory tribute, the Great Xiong court also actively encouraged herders to raise horses. Any horses exceeding the tribute quota each year would be purchased by the court at favorable prices. Moreover, all excess horses on the grasslands could only be used by the respective tribes and were forbidden from being resold to one another or sold to any merchant teams or private individuals. In summary, all horses within the territory were uniformly managed and utilized by the Great Xiong court. For this reason, the Great Xiong court not only had a dedicated horse administration office, but also established horse supervision in each tribe, responsible for breeding, training, and overseeing various horse-related matters. As a result, the Great Xiong army was never short of high-quality warhorses categorized into different types, such as A, B, C, and D, with different breeds allocated to various military units. From then on, the cavalry of the Great Xiong gained a renowned reputation. The Great Xiong army equipped warhorses according to the number of stationed troops at each beacon, facilitating communication and transportation. These 2 Uzamuchan horses, extremely precious to the border troops of the Great Yue, were merely kept in this unremarkable beacon by the Great Xiong army, used occasionally for rides or minor tasks. Beside him, Feng Wanyan couldn't afford to joke around anymore, and suggested to the Sergeant Jiang, "Old Jiang, time is of the essence. Now that we've seized 2 horses, let's each send one back to relay the message." The Sergeant Jiang nodded, turning to a young man in his group. The young man understood, promptly grabbed the saddle and mounted the horse. Over here, Feng Wanyan's eyes turned to Su Qingbai, but Su Qingbai shook his head. Feng Wanyan looked again. Su Qingbai shook again. Feng Wanyan grew a bit anxious, saying, "My sergeant, time is tight. The task is heavy. We cannot delay or refuse. Hurry and mount the horse to relay the message." Su Qingbai turned as if passing the baton and glanced at Gong Ping, who was grinning foolishly on the side. Gong Ping's face, filled with curiosity, instantly froze. He looked at Feng Wanyan, then at his brother Gong Shun, puzzled about how his desire to enjoy the show had landed him in trouble. Su Qingbai smiled and said to Gong Ping, "Gong Ping, you are the standard bearer of our group. You excel in delivering messages, so for this task, we must trouble you." Gong Ping felt a bit conflicted, as riding back would save him the labor of trudging along with 2 legs like a hop. Moreover, with the pursuers behind, being able to ride away from the 100-man team and return sooner would increase his safety. A perfect arrangement. But how did this lucrative task end up on his shoulders after they pushed it around? Su Qingbai urged him, "Hurry, time is tight. The task is heavy. We cannot delay or refuse. My dear Gong Gongzi, stop daydreaming here and get back to relay the message." Gong Ping noticed his brother Gong Shun hesitating to speak, but ultimately said nothing. Even Jiang Dafu, who had been at odds with him recently, smiled and nodded at him. He no longer hesitated, mounting the horse gracefully. He thought, could it be that Su Wuzhong has great abilities in all areas, but is lacking in horseback riding? Such a simple task, yet why is he not proficient at it? It's truly amusing. He rode the horse, secretly delighted but too shy to voice it. After all, in front of so many people, he wanted to leave a bit of face for Su Qingbai. Feng Wanyan saw that both riders were ready, and after giving some final instructions, he said the border is less than 40 miles ahead. You two should separate, and proceed stay sharp on the road. The two accepted the order and rode off quickly. Amidst the flying dust, Gong Shun walked up to Su Qingbai, said nothing more, and clasped his hands in salute. As the remaining 8 pursued closely, they finally caught up with the 100-man team. Feng Wanyan went to report back. As he approached the conspicuous mass of meat, he hadn't even had a chance to speak, when Lu Huan, wiping his sweat, turned and said, "Don't just stand there talking, ooh, let's run and talk. Damn it, if I fall behind a few steps, I'll have to chase for half a day." Seeing Feng Wanyan catching up, he asked how did it. After completing the task, Feng Wanyan rushed back, without even catching his breath. At this moment, Lu Huan had him continue jogging a bit more, leaving him somewhat breathless. He panted and succinctly replied, "All done." Hearing this, Lu Huan quickened his pace, intending to report back to the commander Lin Yufeng ahead. Unexpectedly, Feng Wanyan called out to him from behind. He turned and cursed, "What now? Speak quickly." Feng Wanyan, tired and out of breath, shortened his words, saying, "On the way back, I spotted an enemy scout horse wandering around." Lu Huan immediately halted, staring at the equally panting Feng Wanyan, his expression darkening as he asked, "Did you see clearly?" Feng Wanyan nodded. Lu Huan turned back to glance at the distant rear, swore under his breath, and quickly started running ahead. That day, the 100-man team continued, without rest, jogging through nearly 100 miles. By the evening, they were about 20 miles from the border. At this moment, behind the 100-man team, the sound of horse hooves echoed, each sound seeming to heavily thud against the chests of the crowd. Turning to look in the twilight, glow shadows loomed, dust swirling in the air. The enemy troops had finally caught up, an entire regiment of cavalry. In the Great Xiong army, the famed 500 heavy armored cavalry.